boastful bear cub attempts to intimidate humans while internally crying out for its father disguised as a green caterpillar. Solgaleo secretly mocks the trainers for their blindness, only to be struck by a Pokéball the next moment. In this forest rife with cunning and twists, the comical interactions between humans and Pokémon officially commence. Who is the true hunter? Who will become the target of ridicule? Come witness these uproarious and unexpected Pokémon encounters. Chapter 1. Tsuyu. In the Sinnoh region, in the quaint town of Red Dawn, within the confines of a hospital room in the Pokémon Center, a youthful figure with delicate features and light blue tousled hair lay on the bed. A stream of sunlight filtered through the bright glass, warmly bathing the room in a golden hue. As Yiyun regained consciousness, he was besieged by a throbbing headache, feeling as though his mind might explode, his body weighed down by fatigue. Furrowing his brow, he experienced a sudden spasm, and then, abruptly, he bolted upright. The pale ceiling loomed above him, accompanied by a strong scent of disinfectant, and beside him lay an empty bed. Where am I? How did I end up in a hospital? After surveying his surroundings, Yiyun realized he was indeed in a medical ward. Suddenly, a noise echoed from the room, and the door swung open. To his astonishment, it was not a doctor clad in a white coat, but rather a round, pink, egg-like creature. Jiggly. Upon noticing the awakening youth, the Jigglypuff was overjoyed and scurried away in excitement. After a moment, Yiyun regained his senses and stammered, "Gee, Jigglypuff." Soon after, Nurse Joy hurried over, her face etched with concern, asking, "Tsuyu, are you all right?" The mention of Tsuyu sent a thunderous ringing through Yiyun's ears, and his head spun. A torrent of memories flooded his mind, and a sharp wave of pain struck him again, causing him to faint once more. Half an hour later, after a series of examinations confirming his well-being, Yiyun completed his discharge paperwork and left the Pokémon Center. After a 10-minute walk, he arrived at a secluded area of the town. There stood a 2-story building with a small courtyard, quietly imposing. Pushing the door open, he entered, placing his backpack on the sofa, and approached the mirror. A youth clad in a moon-white short-sleeve shirt, with a visage akin to exquisite jade and striking eyebrows, reflected back at him. Anyone who beheld him would undoubtedly exclaim at the striking beauty of the young man. Gazing at the unfamiliar yet handsome face in the mirror, Yiyun realized he had traversed into a world akin to that of an anime from his past one filled with fantastical Pokémon. Yet, this realm was not as idyllic as depicted in the anime. The wild Pokémon were rife with aggression, capable of sending even an adult flying, even if they were mere newborns. The legal age for embarking on a journey was not 10, but rather 15. In this world, the majority of resources were monopolized by powerful families, whether it be exceptional Pokémon with the potential to enhance strength, evolution stones, or precious knowledge regarding Pokémon cultivation. For ordinary individuals, rising to prominence was akin to scaling a mountain, unless they were willing to toil for the Pokémon League, various influential families, or sinister Pokémon organizations like Team Rocket. Let's not forget that Yiyun, who grew up in the Alliance Welfare Institute, is now to be referred to as Tsuyu. It was Tsuyu's discontent with settling for an ordinary Pokémon that led him to venture into the wild and search him gravely injured. And thus, the emergence of Yiyun's spirit of more exceptional creatures, resulting in a fierce attack from wild Pokémon, leaving high. As Tsuyu immersed himself in contemplation, he perceived a faint sound, lingering in his ears like an echo. Help me! Just as he thought his mind was merely playing tricks on him, the plea became increasingly distinct. Following the source of the delicate voice, he soon discerned its origin. His backpack, resting on the sofa, emitted a subtle flicker of light, and the voice emanated from within it. He hastily unzipped the bag to reveal a Pokémon egg adorned with green patterns, pulsating with a dim glow. Cradling the egg, he whispered, "Little one, is it you who is calling?" After a prolonged silence, a faint, youthful voice echoed once more, confirming that the cry for help indeed originated from the egg in his hands. "Tsuyu, it is truly unfortunate this Pokémon egg possesses a powerful lineage, yet lacks the energy supply for hatching." At that moment, he could not ponder how he was able to hear the egg's voice instead. He recalled Miss Joy's words. This precious egg, for which he nearly sacrificed his life, was of exceptional quality, yet the inability to hatch it darkened his expression. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he quickly set the egg down, racing towards the door. Moments later, he returned, grasping several wild herbs. No, these were not mere weeds, they were ginseng, astragalus, reishi mushrooms, caterpillar fungus, and other medicinal herbs. Yet, In the presence of these wondrous ingredients, these once cherished herbs from his past life seemed to be discarded like common grass. He meticulously ground the herbs according to a specific formula, concocting a black ointment, which he evenly applied to the surface of the Pokemon egg. Then, he began to wait in silence. This black ointment, known as Solid Balm, was one of the formulas he had acquired from an elderly Taoist in his previous life, known for its restorative properties that strengthen the body. He had attempted to use it before, but to no avail. Of course, this could be attributed to the quality of the herbs in his past life. Wild and aged medicinal plants were rare, and he had only access to ordinary, artificially cultivated varieties. However, the herbs he had gathered now, though common in this world, were enriched by the favorable environment of the Pokemon realm, rendering their potency far superior to those he had encountered in his previous life, often surpassing those of several decades, even centuries. Time flowed inexorably, second by second, and Suyu found himself in a state of torment. Just as he began to lose hope in the solid ointment, he noticed that the black salve on the surface of the spirit egg was gradually lightening. Half an hour later, the once ebony ointment had transformed into a shade of gray, indicating that the essence within had been entirely absorbed by the creature inside the egg. In that moment, excitement flickered across Suyu's face, for it suggested that there was a significant probability of the spirit egg hatching successfully. When that time came, he would possess a spirit of exceptional quality. This advancement would place him on par with the scions of illustrious families or the direct descendants of the Alliance, narrowing the gap between them, and perhaps even surpassing some family offspring. After all, in the current realm of spirits, there exists no remedy for those eggs that, due to an overly potent bloodline, suffer from insufficient energy supply, rendering them nearly impossible to hatch. Unless one were to procure exceedingly rare treasures of heaven and earth, which are typically reserved for enhancing the powers of existing spirits rather than investing in an unknown egg. Alternatively, the primal forces of legendary divine beasts could replenish the energy of a spirit egg. For instance, in the Chengdu region, the 3 scorched spirits of the bell tower were resurrected by the Phoenix King utilizing its essence, subsequently breaking their limitations and significantly increasing in strength, ultimately evolving into the 3 holy beasts. A mere unhatched spirit egg, however, could still receive energy from a divine beast's powers, yet it was unlikely that such majestic beings would deign to appear for such trifles. Thus, under normal circumstances, those spirit eggs that were unable to hatch due to excessive bloodline strength and inadequate energy supply were left to await their demise. Chapter 2. Procuring Supplies. Mukur Mukur. The lively calls of Mukur echoed from outside the window as dawn began to break. Suyu slowly opened his eyes and gazed at the spirit egg on his bedside, which sparkled like a green gemstone, a smile inevitably gracing his features. "Is that you, Mukur?" He recognized the familiar calls, recalling some information about it. The ultimate evolution of Mukur is Muking, the iconic bird of the Sinnoh region, known not only for its formidable strength, but also for its striking appearance, embodying both beauty and power. Furthermore, Muking is quite particular about its looks, possessing an idol-like persona. As the saying goes, one may lose their head or bleed, but their hairstyle must remain intact. The integrity of its feathered crown must be preserved. Perhaps it is best to let this go. Initially, Suyu felt a twinge of desire at the thought of the magnificent and powerful Muking, but the reality of his meager finances quickly dampened his enthusiasm. With a silent sigh, he abandoned the impractical notion, for nurturing a spirit demands an inexhaustible amount of resources. Given his current financial situation, sustaining even a single spirit was a challenge, let alone 2. Moreover, selecting an exceptional Mukur from the multitude available was no small feat either. Except for those seasoned breeders and researchers who can, through years of experience, infer the potential of a Pokemon from its growth and skills, others can only rely on luck. Rather than such uncertainty, it would be wiser to nurture a Pokemon diligently in due time, with strength acquired. One could earn more money to purchase a Pokemon of exceptional quality or exchange it within the Alliance. Awakening promptly, Suyu washed his face and consumed a few slices of toast. He gazed thoughtfully at the Pokemon egg within the incubator, which intermittently flickered with a white light. "It seems this little one will hatch soon. I must prepare some supplies." Although he was unaware of the specific species, the verdant leaf-like patterns adorning the egg and Miss Joy's examination confirmed it was undoubtedly a grass-type Pokemon egg. With this thought in mind, Suyu took up his wallet, slung his cherished backpack over his shoulder, locked the door, and rode his beloved bicycle towards the commercial street of the town. Hongxia Town is situated in the Sinnoh region, nestled in the northern part of the Baidai Forest, with a coastal town to the left, gazing across the sea at Iron Island. Due to its proximity to the Baidai Forest, the area has flourished, boasting a Pokemon Center, restaurants, breeding houses, and a bustling commercial street. Upon arriving at a busy high-rise building, Suyu secured his somewhat antiquated bicycle and confidently entered, making his way to the third floor, where Pokemon were sold. Soon, he arrived at a Shop Maple Leaf general store. This establishment sold Pokemon food, items, and various Pokemon eggs. It was also the place where Suyu had once worked part-time. As it was still early, the spacious room was quiet, and Suyu's footsteps quickly stirred a drowsy middle-aged man behind the counter. "Oh, Suyu, what brings you here?" The man greeted with a smile, a jagged scar running from his forehead to his chin, lending him a somewhat fearsome appearance. "Uncle Lee, I've come to purchase some Pokemon supplies." Suyu, however, found the man quite endearing, as he had been well cared for during his time working at the store. "Have you truly decided to embark on a journey? Becoming a trainer carries its dangers. One misstep could be fatal," Uncle Lee cautioned, gesturing to the gruesome scar across his face. Once upon a time, Uncle Lee had been a trainer himself, but during his travels, he encountered a poaching gang. His Pokemon perished valiantly while protecting him, and he sustained grave injuries. Were it not for Jun Sha's timely arrival, he might have lost his life. Thus, he abandoned his journeys, returning to Hongxia Town to leverage connections and run a Pokemon general store to support his family. He even chose not to let his son tread the perilous path of a trainer, instead guiding him toward becoming a breeder. Indeed, in his mind, Suyu reflected on the arduous journey of acquiring the Pokemon egg. Had he possessed greater strength, he would not have been pursued by the Circle Bear, and it was only thanks to the timely arrival of a forest ranger that he was rescued. He was acutely aware of the numerous nefarious organizations lurking within the Pokemon world. Even remaining quietly in the city could lead to peril. Only by becoming a Pokemon trainer, with formidable companions by his side, could he safeguard himself. Moreover, having the rare fortune to enter the Pokemon realm, how could he possibly forego the opportunity to become a Pokemon trainer? "Ah, since you have made up your mind, I shall not dissuade you any further," Uncle Lee sighed, shaking his head. "You're familiar with the items here. Choose what you need. I can offer you a 70% discount. I truly hope you become a powerful trainer." "Thank you, Uncle Lee." After expressing his gratitude, Suyu proceeded to the section dedicated to Pokemon supplies, swiftly and adeptly selecting the essentials for his journey. He gathered a compact space backpack, cooking utensils, a single-person tent, insect repellent spray, healing potions, and antidotes. After a thorough selection process, Suyu quickly compiled the various supplies he required. Although they appeared somewhat worn, having likely passed through the hands of several trainers, he meticulously inspected each item to ensure their quality was intact. Clutching his chosen goods, Suyu approached the counter and said, "Uncle Lee, here you go. This is the payment for these items. Please count it to confirm." He placed 35,000 Alliance coins on the counter, fully aware of the prices within the general store, having calculated them carefully during his selection. "Do you think I would doubt you, young man? Off you go, off you go. I need to catch up on my sleep." Uncle Lee promptly tucked the money into the drawer, waving his hand to urge Suyu to leave. Suyu stowed his purchases into the compact backpack, hoisted it onto his back, and made his way to a shop on the third floor operated by the Silver Company. The Silver Company is a leader in the manufacturing sector of the Pokemon world, renowned for its innovations such as the fundamental technology behind Pokeballs and space backpacks, gaining fame throughout the entire Pokemon realm. His objective for this visit was to procure several Pokeballs and suitable Pokemon items, along with some Pokemon food to nourish the Suntobe hatch Pokemon. As for why he chose to buy the space backpack, single-person tent, and other items from the general store rather than the Silver Company's outlet, it boiled down to one word: poverty. A skilled artisan cannot create without materials. Chapter 3. When the flowers have withered, it is not that he does not desire to purchase a brand new spatial backpack or a solo tent. Rather, he is constrained by his meager finances and must exercise meticulous budgeting. After all, the latest compact spatial backpack in the Silver Company's store is priced at a staggering 50,000 Alliance coins. In contrast, the second-hand compact spatial backpack he acquired from Uncle Lee's grocery store is an outdated model. Although it bears the marks of wear and has changed hands several times, its fundamental functionalities remain intact. This pre-owned compact spatial backpack was merely 7,000 to 8,000 Alliance coins, a fraction of the price. As he gazed enviously at the rows of pristine Pokemon supplies, Suyu could not help but feel a pang of longing. Nevertheless, He remained cognizant of his purpose for being there. Quickly regaining his composure, he addressed a nearby attendant. "Hello. I would like to purchase a few bottles of Moo Moo milk and 3 Pokéballs. Could you assist me in fetching them?" He preferred not to retrieve them himself, fearing he might once again be tempted by the alluring Pokémon items. "Good day, sir. Unfortunately, we are out of Moo Moo milk," the attendant replied. "Out of stock?" Suyu furrowed his brow. For newly hatched Pokémon, Moo Moo milk is the finest source of nutrition. It is produced only after a female miltank has absorbed sufficient nutrients, and a single miltank can yield no more than 20 liters of milk per day. Rich in nourishment for both humans and Pokémon, Moo Moo milk is sourced from various ranches throughout the Pokémon world. For the first Pokémon he is about to hatch, Suyu believes that only Moo Moo milk will suffice. Fortunately, the attendant continued, "The next shipment of Moo Moo milk will arrive in 2 days. You may place a reservation now and leave your address, and we will deliver it to your door once it arrives. Could you please convey your message in one go? If it weren't for your being a young lady, I would have lost my patience by now," Suyu thought to himself. "Very well, I'll reserve a case. Please just hand me 3 ordinary Pokéballs for now." "Of course, sir. Please hold on." After a short while, the young attendant returned to the counter with 3 Pokéballs and handed them to Suyu. "Sir, your first Pokémon is about to hatch. I assent it. Would you like to prepare a gift for the soon-to-be-born Pokémon? It's a wonderful way to enhance your bond." The attendant smiled, taken aback by her question as he prepared to pay. Suyu reflected on the clever tactic employed by the attendant. How delightful. If he were a novice, he likely would have eagerly rushed off to select a gift. Ultimately, Suyu found himself accompanying the young attendant to the display case of Pokémon items, where he chose a particular item. Let there be no misunderstanding. It was not solely due to the fact that the attendant was a sweet and gentle young woman in her 20s. Rather, he genuinely wished to procure a gift for his soon-to-hatch first Pokémon. This was the truth of his intentions, devoid of any ulterior motives. He is, after all, a pure-hearted individual. "Mr. Suyu, the Moo Moo milk you ordered has arrived, and we shall deliver it to you at the earliest opportunity." The young shop assistant smiled as she escorted him out of the store. Touching his withered wallet, Suyu felt as if his heart were bleeding, unable to accept the stark reality of his impoverished state. At that moment, a singular thought consumed him: to return home and gaze upon his precious Pokémon egg. Only in this way could he find solace. Upon arriving home, Suyu hurried to his room, fixated on the incubator housing the Pokémon egg. He pondered what kind of Pokémon it might contain and what it would look like. During the agonizing days of waiting for the egg to hatch, he yearned for the moment he could finally welcome his first Pokémon. 2 days later, clad in black trousers and bare-chested, revealing his sculpted physique and six-pack abs, Suyu transported the pre-ordered Moo Moo milk from the delivery person into the hall. He was not one to flaunt his body, nor did he possess any peculiarities. The reason for his exposed upper body was simply that he had just finished exercising and felt a bit warm. Upon opening the box, Suyu meticulously inspected the contents and, upon spotting the Pokémon League's anti-counterfeiting mark on the bottles, breathed a sigh of relief. He recalled the incidents in which some individuals had secretly sold inferior Pokémon food, leading to the demise of several trainers' Pokémon. In response, the Pokémon League had implemented specific anti-counterfeiting measures to prevent such fraudulent schemes from reoccurring. Gazing at the glass bottle of Moo Moo milk in his hand, as pure and silky white as fine silk, his throat involuntarily moved, and he swallowed hard. Each bottle contained 250 milliliters and cost a staggering 500 league coins. Suyu had purchased an entire case, totaling 24 bottles, at the expense of 12,000 league coins. It is worth noting that ordinary workers in the Pokémon world typically earn only 4,000 to 5,000 league coins per month. This milk was exorbitantly priced. In his 15 years of life, Suyu had never dared to indulge in it, leaving him only to imagine its flavor through the accounts of others: fresh, sweet, rich, and lingering with a delightful aftertaste. Ultimately, with immense willpower, Suyu suppressed his desire to taste the milk and returned 1 bottle back to the box. It was not that he did not wish to indulge, but rather that circumstances did not permit. The newly hatched Pokémon would require a 7-day larval period. Only after this could it enter its growth phase and begin training and battling. The nutritional needs during the larval stage were paramount. Without sufficient nourishment, even the most gifted Pokémon would fail to reach their potential. Typically, a Pokémon in its larval stage required a minimum of 2 bottles of Moo Moo milk daily, with higher talents necessitating even more nutrition. Given the extraordinary potential of the egg in his possession, he could only wonder if this entire case would suffice for its needs. Thus, he could not afford to waste even a single bottle. The Alliance coins in Suyu's possession had dwindled to less than 3,000, which included his own sustenance. Should his resources prove insufficient, he would have to procure more, compelling him to suppress his desires. Once I have wealth, I shall fill my home with moo milk to quench my thirst, Suyu resolved, setting a modest goal for himself. The arrival of moo milk was merely an interlude as Suyu resumed his training. Despite having a Pokémon as a trainer, he would inevitably encounter various harsh environments during his travels. Thus, possessing a robust physique was indispensable. As another busy day concluded, Suyu finished his dinner and took a warm shower, feeling a refreshing clarity wash over him as he entered his room. He retrieved the Pokémon egg from the incubator, which had absorbed the nutrient solution, and gently wiped away the remaining mucus with a damp cloth, placing it upon a soft mat at his bedside. Chapter 4. Hatching. The incubator and nutrient solution could provide an optimal hatching environment for the Pokémon egg, yet it did not necessitate that the egg remain within the incubator at all times. The soon-to-be-born Pokémon possessed a nascent consciousness, sometimes able to sense its external surroundings. Prolonged confinement within the small incubator could lead to feelings of restlessness and melancholy, necessitating the careful observation of the egg's owner to remove it from the incubator at specific intervals. According to Suyu's observations, the egg in his possession showed no aversion to remaining in the nutrient-rich incubator during the day, but it experienced discomfort at night. Therefore, each evening, he would remove the egg from the incubator and place it at his bedside. "Good night, little one. I hope to see you open your eyes first thing in the morning." After conversing with the egg, Suyu, weary from the day's exertions, felt his eyelids grow heavy and succumbed to slumber. Unbeknownst to him, in the stillness of the night, the Pokémon egg at his bedside began to shake intermittently, emitting bursts of white light. A tender voice resonated in his mind, calling Mei Mei. In his dreams, Suyu envisioned obtaining his first Pokémon, overcoming numerous challenges to reach the stage of the Alliance Conference, where he triumphed over a multitude of opponents and ascended the champion's podium alongside his Pokémon. He was courted by various regional alliances and prestigious families, no longer burdened by the resources required for nurturing Pokémon. He rapidly advanced, defeating numerous Elite Four members and champions, ultimately becoming a master himself, and then marrying a beautiful maiden. Suddenly, the familiar call of a Mankey echoed, and the dazzling sunlight streamed through the bright glass, illuminating his face. At that moment, the Pokémon egg emitted a brilliant, resplendent white light, shattering Suyu's beautiful dream and rousing him from his slumber. He turned to behold the egg, which was slowly cracking open, and a look of anticipation spread across his face as he rubbed his hands together. After such a long wait, he wondered what kind of Pokémon lay inside. The white light gradually blossomed, stirring the tumultuous emotions within Suyu's heart. His obsidian eyes were fixated on the elfin egg, not daring to blink. With a heart filled with trepidation, he finally heard a cracking sound. He felt the brilliance engulf his gaze, and everything returned to tranquility. At that moment, the egg, adorned with a white base and green leaf patterns, was marred by spiderweb-like fissures, narrating the unfolding events. "Come on, little one," Suyu murmured softly, wary of disturbing the creature within the shell. He longed to pry open the cracks with his hands, eager to usher the little being into the world. Fortunately, despite his impatience, he retained a measure of reason and refrained from acting on his desires. The emergence of the spirit depended solely on its own strength. Any external interference could lead to dire consequences, ranging from premature demise to the loss of potential. Just as Suyu could hardly contain himself, his heart racing, a tender cry rang out, and a smaller spirit emerged from the egg, curiously surveying its surroundings. At first glance, excitement and exhilaration surged forth from his heart like a flood unleashed, overwhelming him. The creature had a coffee-colored shell, seemingly composed of earth, adorned with deep brown stripes and a prominent frame. It boasted a bright yellow jaw, large, dark, and profound eyes, and a verdant head speckled with coffee-colored spots, topped with a tiny sprout. Its stout, short limbs bore a hint of yellow. Undoubtedly, the spirit that had emerged from the egg was a grass starter Pokémon. The Turtwig. Suyu had envisioned various spirits that could inhabit the egg: the cherished Sharim, the bashful Budu, the fierce Gibble, the enigmatic Snorant, the vine-like Cacturn, and other regional grass-type spirits such as Oddish, Bellsprout, and Fungus, among others. Yet, he never dared to imagine that the spirit within the egg would be a grass type from the revered trio. Fate, however, played a jest upon him, bestowing upon him a remarkable gift. He had unexpectedly acquired a starter Pokémon from the trio, and he was on the verge of tears. The freshly hatched Turtwig was brimming with curiosity and liveliness, frequently sniffing around the room. When Suyu beamed at it, the little creature scampered towards him, nudging him with its sprout. "Haha, you finally hatched. I look forward to our journey together, Turtwig." Suyu chuckled, gently cradling the Turtwig in his arms. The newly emerged spirit would perceive the first creature it encountered as its guardian, and Turtwig was no exception. It seemed to have some inkling that this very person had saved it. To his astonishment, the Turtwig in his hands chirped joyfully, "Turtwig, Turtwig, Mama." For reasons unknown, Suyu felt as though he understood Turtwig's cries once more, but this time it left him utterly bemused. He is neither a father figure nor a turtle offspring. Although you appear quite adorable and charming, please refrain from mistakenly identifying parental figures. Suyu silently scoffed at this notion in his mind. Consequently, he gently set down the sproutling turtle he had been holding and patiently instructed, "Sproutling turtle, I am not your mother. You may call me Suyu." The newly hatched sproutling turtle, a delightful little creature, was utterly oblivious to Suyu's words, yet instinctively nodded and began to circle around his feet. It felt an undeniable warmth towards this person before it. After a brief educational attempt, as the sproutling turtle continued to call him mother, Suyu relinquished his efforts, choosing instead to document this early phase of the creature's life, hoping that when it matured, it would still find joy in these earlier moments of innocence. The newborn sprite still bore remnants of egg fluid upon its surface, warranting a gentle wash with warm water. Suyu, well versed in the fundamental care of small sprites, did not overlook this necessity. Soon, he brought the sproutling turtle to the bathroom, placing it in a basin of warm water he had prepared earlier, and meticulously cleaned off the egg fluid. The newborn sprite exhibited a natural curiosity and energy, and fortunately, the sproutling turtle possessed a gentle disposition, readily complying with Suyu, who was, after all, its caregiver. In scarcely any time at all, Suyu had it thoroughly rinsed. He then carried it into the bedroom, dried its damp body, and presented a gift he had procured for it, adorning its neck with a light yellow, oval-shaped miracle seed. This seed contained a gentle essence of grass-type energy, and upon being adorned, the sproutling turtle could not help but squint its eyes in delight, displaying a blissful expression. Do not be mistaken. The miracle seed that Suyu had purchased was a synthetic imitation crafted by a large family, alliance, or corporate entity, vastly different from the true miracle seeds nurtured by nature. In the realm of sprites, genuine miracle seeds are treasures, imbued with rich grass-type energy, serving as potent tools for sprites. Should the sproutling turtle absorb one, it could permanently enhance its grass-type abilities. Conversely, the artificial miracle seeds contained energy derived from powerful grass-type sprites of above-average caliber, providing only a limited boost in strength and could be used but once, barely effective. The sole assurance was that even once the grass-type energy within the artificial seed was depleted, the light yellow crystal miracle seed would remain, serving as a keepsake. Thus, Suyu playfully took advantage of the sproutling turtle's innocence and naivety, leading it into a web of playful deception regarding its newfound treasure. Not long after, the sproutling turtle suddenly sprang up, opening its mouth wide, and playfully bit down on Suyu's head. The Chikorita is a gentle Pokémon, and this is merely its way of expressing affection. It does not genuinely bite Suyu's head with any malice. Upon awakening, seeing Suyu, Chikorita's affection for him, already considerable, skyrocketed upon receiving a gift, reaching the pinnacle of intimacy. Pokémon are indeed creatures of formidable power. Although Chikorita is newly born, its bite strength is not insignificant. Had it truly bitten down hard, it could have easily caused severe injury to Suyu, resulting in a gruesome scene. Instead, the situation is rather lighthearted. "Haha, Chikorita, please let go of me. That tickles." Suyu struggled to support Chikorita's weight. Its small frame belied a surprising heaviness. With dozens of pounds pressing down on his head, it felt as though his neck might be compressed into a shorter length. Moreover, drool continuously dripped from Chikorita's mouth on his Suyu's head, creating an unpleasantly sticky and slimy sensation. After expressing its affection for its trainer, the newly born Chikorita's curiosity surged, leading it to explore the room with great enthusiasm. It nibbled on this and pawed at that, quickly transforming the once tidy space into a chaotic mess and damaging several items in the process. Suyu paid little mind to the disarray. Witnessing Chikorita's joyful antics filled him with happiness, and he eagerly explained the purpose of various objects in the room, such as the table, mirror, television, and lamp. Observing Chikorita's delight brought him joy, making him feel invigorated, despite being merely in his teenage years. After all, who among us does not possess a childlike spirit? As a newly hatched Pokémon, Chikorita's stamina was limited, and it soon grew fatigued. At that moment, Suyu retrieved a bottle of Moo Moo milk, which he had prepared for Chikorita, from the cupboard. He opened a bottle and poured it into its feeding bowl. "Here you go, Chikorita, after playing for so long. You must be hungry." This is for you. Give it a try. The rich, creamy aroma of the milk wafted through the air, enticing Chikorita's senses, which displayed a look of eager anticipation. It called out to Tsuyu Mei, "Mommy, I'm drinking milk. You should too." Although the little one was clearly tempted, it restrained itself, nudging Tsuyu's pants and nodding in a gesture that implored him to join in. Though he couldn't quite understand why he was able to comprehend Chikorita's intentions so frequently, he felt deeply touched. Gently, he placed the bowl of moo milk on the table and lifted Chikorita, encouraging, "This is prepared just for you. Come on, drink up. In that case, I shall indulge." Chikorita eagerly dipped its head into the bowl, drinking the milk with great gusto, occasionally displaying a look of bliss and emitting sounds of satisfaction. Before long, traces of the white liquid adorned its face. "Take your time, little one. No one is competing with you." As he gazed at the delightful appearance of the sprout tortoise, a chuckle escaped his lips. He took a piece of paper to wipe its face. He too caught a whiff of the tantalizing aroma of moo milk, which was indeed as alluring as rumored. He longed to partake in it. Before long, the bottle of moo milk was completely consumed by the sprout tortoise, which lay on the ground, belly up, radiating sheer joy. Having eaten and drunk to its heart's content, the now weary sprout tortoise began to succumb to sleep. After Tsuyu tidied up and cleaned the milk bowl, he discovered that the little creature had already nestled on the ground, snoring softly, deeply asleep. With a resigned shake of his head, Tsuyu lifted the little one and placed it in the cozy nook he had prepared for it that morning, tucking it in snugly. As the sprout tortoise occasionally let out adorable snores, its head, adorned with tender sprouts, bobbed up and down, exuding an irresistible charm. In that moment, Tsuyu felt an overwhelming sense of luck and joy at having arrived in the world of spirits and encountered this enchanting little creature. While the sprout tortoise slumbered, Tsuyu could not afford to be idle. Now that he had confirmed the embryo within the spirit egg was indeed a sprout tortoise, he needed to devise a comprehensive nurturing plan to ensure its talents were not squandered. Based on the creature's recent consumption, it was estimated that during its juvenile phase, it would require 3 to 4 bottles of moo milk each day. Thus, he would need to procure additional supplies of this precious milk. Moreover, in the latter days of the juvenile phase, it would be wise to supplement its diet with tree fruits, meats, and other nourishing items to ensure a balanced diet, thus facilitating a smooth transition through its early developmental stage. After some contemplation, Tsuyu realized that, if this continued, his finances would barely suffice for both his own needs and the nurturing of the sprout tortoise through its juvenile phase, leaving him quite impoverished. Alas, the weight of his financial situation weighed heavily upon him. With a sigh, Tsuyu lamented his lack of resources. However, he consoled himself with the thought that once the sprout tortoise matured through its juvenile phase, its skills would become apparent. With its innate talents, earning money to support them both would surely be a simple endeavor. Lost in these thoughts, he felt as if he were ensnared in the dream he had experienced the previous night, unable to break free. Slap. Get a grip. Tsuyu admonished himself with a sharp smack to the face, jolting himself awake. It was still daytime. He had just risen and could not afford to linger in dreams. Oh, indeed. He had only just awoken and had yet to have breakfast. No wonder he felt so weak and listless. With this in mind, Tsuyu tiptoed out of his room, gently closing the door behind him. He retrieved noodles, eggs, and tomatoes from the refrigerator and prepared himself a delightful bowl of tomato and egg noodles, savoring every bite. Chapter 6. Cultivating Interests After Breakfast. Tsuyu returned to his room and began to fervently pin down his advancement plan for the sprout tortoise. How did Team Rocket's motto go again? Tsuyu vaguely recalled something about earning plenty of money and swiftly rising to a leadership position. Yes, that was it. His goal was to nurture the sprout tortoise successfully, amass wealth, and ascend to the pinnacle of life, regardless of the challenges. Wait, what was he rambling about? I am Tsuyu. Which champion dares to challenge me and assist me in my quest to become a Pokémon master? The lovely maidens shall all fall into my grasp. While contemplating the nurturing of my Chikorita, I found myself indulging in whimsical thoughts, lost in a fit of laughter. The ultimate evolution of Chikorita, known as Torterra, boasts dual grass and ground attributes. This magnificent creature is large and cumbersome, lacking in speed. Consequently, when devising a training regimen for Chikorita, I must consider this aspect from its early stages, instilling in it a combat style that befits its future form as Torterra. It cannot afford to emulate the foolish antics of the anime's Chikorita, which relies on agility to vanquish powerful foes in its initial form, only to languish in a state of despondency after evolving due to an inability to adapt to its slowed pace. Of course, this predicament also arises from the incompetence of its trainer, who failed to establish a tactical framework tailored to their Pokémon. I must learn from this and not repeat the same errors. I diligently wrote and sketched, cataloging the skills Chikorita could learn, analyzing the merits and demerits of various battle strategies, and contemplating their integration into Chikorita's combat repertoire. Pages upon pages of densely packed text filled my drafts. Time flowed slowly as I pondered, and soon it was midday. Chikorita remained in a deep slumber while I reheated some leftover noodles for breakfast. After finishing my meal, I was invigorated and plunged back into the grand endeavor of researching Chikorita's nurturing methods, unable to extricate myself. My neck aches. I lost track of time, and after remaining in one position at the table for what felt like an eternity, I sensed stiffness creeping into my neck. I began to pat it gently, slowly easing the tension. At that moment, a rustling sound caught my attention. Turning towards the noise, I beheld Chikorita, sprawled on its back, seemingly awakening. It appeared quite dazed, with its shell pressed against the bed, and its stubby limbs trembled as it struggled to right itself, presenting a rather comical sight. With its limbs in the air, lacking a sense of grounding, it finally grasped the situation, overcoming its drowsiness. Its large eyes blinked open in bewilderment. Who am I? Where am I? It surveyed its surroundings, quickly spotting my figure. Our eyes met, one person and one Pokémon, exchanging wide-eyed glances. Upon seeing me, Chikorita sprang into action, flipping over and leaping onto my shoulder, opening its mouth to nibble at my head. "Chica, Chica," it exclaimed, as if calling for its mother. I couldn't help but feel exasperated, and after some coaxing, I managed to lift the drooling Chikorita off my head and into my arms. "How was your sleep, Chikorita?" I inquired, stroking its smooth shell, which felt pleasantly moist. "Oh, very healthy, Chica," Chikorita shouted, bursting with energy. It then turned its gaze toward a bottle in the room, which held half a bottle of Moo Moo milk. Unable to resist, he extended his tongue. Observing his demeanor, Suyu couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, he was quite the glutton. He pulled out a piece of paper to wipe away the remnants of milk from the little grass turtle's mouth. Having feasted to its heart's content, the grass turtle was now eager to cause mischief in the room. Noticing this, Suyu hastily set aside its milk bowl, swiftly intercepting it and gently stating, "Grass turtle, allow me to show you something." The newly born sprite was brimming with curiosity, and Suyu was keen to divert its attention before it turned the room into a chaotic mess. "What is it?" the grass turtle inquired, its eyes wide with innocent curiosity. Suyu quickly retrieved a roll of tape from the drawer and inserted it into the video player. The television flickered momentarily before revealing a scene. On an open field, two formidable sprites were engaged in a fierce battle. One sprite, predominantly green with a long tail, boasted sharp leaf-blade weapons on its arms and several yellow spheres adorning its back. The other sprite, clad in a thick, brown shell, sported two metallic cannons extending from its front, with stout blue legs, each bearing 3 toes, a cream-colored jaw, and triangular ears. These two sprites were none other than Lizard King and Blastoise, representatives of the esteemed starter Pokémon from the Hoenn and Kanto regions, respectively. Suyu intended to showcase the thrill of Pokémon battles to the grass turtle. Cultivating interest from a young age is essential, and the grass turtle, freshly hatched, was at the perfect stage for such nurturing. Moreover, as he aspired to become a Pokémon trainer, it was imperative that his sprite developed an affinity for battles, or at least didn't shy away from them. After all, sprites possess their own thoughts. Some may lack interest in battling, content to be mere bystanders, or prefer dazzling contests instead. Fortunately, for reasons unknown, the grass turtle seemed captivated by the intense clash between Lizard King and Blastoise, its eyes glued to the television screen as it sat on the floor, enthralled by the spectacle. On screen, Lizard King emitted a flash of white light and charged towards Blastoise at remarkable speed. Midway, a green glow enveloped its body, concentrating on its arms, causing the leaves to swell dramatically and elongate. With a fierce slash aimed at Blastoise, the sharp leaf blades cut through the air with a hissing sound. Employing its tremendous speed alongside the devastating leaf blade attack, Lizard King launched a surprise assault, executing its battle strategy with precision. Blastoise, however, was not to be underestimated. Realizing it couldn't evade Lizard King's onslaught, it transformed its defense into offense. With its head retracting into its shell, it spun wildly, creating a whirlwind to counter the descending Lizard King. The attack of Lizard King served as a formidable spear, while Blastoise stood as the strongest shield. As their forces collided, the result was a resounding crash. The Lizard King was sent soaring by the force generated from the water turtle's spin. Fortunately, its robust physique allowed it to adjust mid-air and land gracefully, stirring up clouds of yellow sand. Meanwhile, the water turtle, stunned by the powerful leaf blade attack from the Lizard King, found itself momentarily immobilized. Its head extending from its shell, dazed as if struck by the impact. Seemingly injured by the force, it appeared to see stars. The Lizard King was the first to recover from the shock, letting out a fierce roar as countless green leaves swirled around it, forming a hurricane of foliage that surged toward the water turtle. Chapter 7. Lifelong Companions. This was the grass type's ultimate skill, Leaf Storm. Clearly, the battle-hardened Lizard King seized the moment with precision, promptly unleashing its most powerful move, hoping to capitalize on the water turtle's vulnerability and defeat it in one fell swoop. Boom! The hurricane created by Leaf Storm struck with blinding speed, successfully hitting the water turtle before it could react. Each green leaf spun like a razor-sharp blade, slicing into the water turtle's body. Simultaneously, the residual force of the leaf storm wreaked havoc nearby. In an instant, dust and sand filled the air, obscuring the water turtle from view. After more than half a minute, as the dust from the leaf storm settled, the water turtle was revealed, lying motionless on the ground, covered in wounds. The previously pristine ground was marred by deep fissures, resembling a spider's web, a testament to the formidable power of the Lizard King's attack. Truly deserving of its title as a grass-type Pokémon's ultimate skill. Witnessing the water turtle down, the Lizard King, panting, wore a satisfied smile. Meanwhile, in front of the television, the Sprout Turtle, elated by the Lizard King's victory, leaped high in joy. Young and naive, it cheered for the Lizard King, its face lighting up with dreams of one day becoming as powerful as the Lizard King on screen. Sprout Turtle, you are still young. When you grow up, I will train you to be as strong as the Lizard King, or perhaps even stronger. Suyu reassured it. Sprout. It nodded eagerly, then urged Suyu to hasten and play the next Pokémon battle video. Subsequently, Suyu showed it several more videos of Pokémon battles, featuring grass types against various others, Venusaur versus Charizard, Serperior against Golem, and the final evolution of Sprout Turtle, Torterra, battling against the fiery Infernape. Each video filled the Sprout Turtle with excitement, as it danced around with joy. When it witnessed the grass type's triumph, it let out jubilant cries, jumping up and down with glee. Conversely, when they faced defeat, it was visibly distressed and angry. Particularly, witnessing his ultimate evolution, the Torterra, succumb to defeat due to the overwhelming prowess of the Infernape, left him seething with frustration. In a fit of anger, the tortoise charged at the television screen, nearly damaging the appliance. Reluctantly, Suyu resorted to gentle reassurances, investing considerable time to quell its fury. Gradually, he found himself slightly intimidated by the creature and refrained from showing it any more battle videos, opting instead for animated films featuring Pokémon adventures. The cinematic selections included Pikachu's great adventure, the world-saving Togepi, and the journey of Turtwig and its trainer to victory. Watching these films not only served to dissipate Turtwig's abundant energy, but also fostered its interest in exploration. In particular, the journey of Turtwig and its trainer to victory profoundly ignited Turtwig's enthusiasm. Its expression radiated a yearning desire to grow up swiftly and embark on adventures with its trainer. This narrative chronicles the journey of a trainer and their initial Pokémon, Turtwig, as they traverse various landscapes with the ambition of conquering the League, capturing a myriad of Pokémon, and defeating gym leaders to ultimately claim championship glory. Given that Turtwig is one of the esteemed starter Pokémon of the Sinnoh region, it is only natural for there to be a series of films dedicated to it. Each year, the Sinnoh League produces several films highlighting the strengths of the starter Pokémon, promoting league policies and the grandeur of the league tournaments. Additionally, these films encourage individuals to become trainers, acknowledging the inherent dangers of the profession, as many trainers embark on journeys only to meet untimely ends for various reasons. The league's demand for trainers remains significant, necessitating a continuous influx of fresh talent to sustain its vigor. The essence of such films revolves around the adventures shared by Pokémon and their trainers, depicting their mutual support, growth, and the forging of deep bonds of friendship. These serve as formative films for aspiring trainers. It wasn't until Turtwig's stomach growled that Suyu snapped back to reality, realizing that the day had turned to night, and they had spent the entire afternoon engrossed in cinema. All right, time for dinner, Turtwig. Suyu switched off the television and warmed 2 bottles of Moo Moo milk for Turtwig, ensuring it received the necessary nourishment. Sated and content, Turtwig soon drifted into a deep slumber. Newly hatched Pokémon require ample rest, and had it not been for its engrossment in battles and films, Turtwig would have succumbed to exhaustion long ago. After a hasty dinner, Suyu engaged in physical exercise once again. Thus, The days passed in a routine of watching films with Turtwig or exercising. During this formative stage, Turtwig occasionally expressed a desire to venture outdoors. However, considering Turtwig's status as one of the esteemed starters, Tsuyu remained cautious. Extremely precious and easily capable of inciting envy in others. It was with a heavy heart that Tsuyu declined its request due to its current lack of combat prowess. This continued until the 8th day after the grass seedling turtle's birth, when it finally transitioned from its larval stage into the growth phase. Upon entering this new stage, the grass seedling turtle noticeably enlarged, although it still remained smaller than its newly hatched counterparts. Typically, grass seedling turtles that have entered the growth phase stand at 4 meters tall and weigh 2 kilograms, while his grass seedling turtle measured only 3 meters in height and weighed 8 kilograms. Tsuyu surmised that this slight diminishment in size compared to its peers was likely due to an initial lack of energy supply. However, this was inconsequential. What mattered was that the grass seedling turtle was now ready to commence training. Having depleted his finances a few days prior, he had managed to scrape together a meager amount of money by taking on a part-time job while the grass seedling turtle slumbered during the day. Estimating that he could sustain himself for a few more days, he knew it was imperative to venture out with the grass seedling turtle to earn more. Over the past few days, he had come to comprehend his unique ability, not merely understanding the speech of spirits, but rather eavesdropping on their innermost thoughts. Grass seedling turtle, do you wish to become my lifelong companion? Tsuyu inquired, producing a red and white Pokéball and gazing at the grass seedling turtle with anticipation. May, I am willing. The grass seedling turtle fervently nodded, its youthful voice echoing in Tsuyu's mind. After this time spent together, their bond had grown immensely, reaching its zenith. A tacit understanding developed between them, allowing the grass seedling turtle to grasp Tsuyu's words to a significant extent. Very well, grass seedling turtle. Please step inside the Pokéball. Do not worry, it will only take a brief moment. Seeing the grass seedling turtle's acquiescence, Tsuyu activated the Pokéball. A beam of red light shooting towards the creature. In an instant, the grass seedling turtle's form diminished and was drawn into the Pokéball. It was astonishing to think that such a small sphere could contain a creature of such size. Unfazed by this marvel, Tsuyu smiled, murmuring to himself, grass seedling turtle. I have acquired my first spirit. The Pokéball shook slightly, as if in response to his words. Chapter 8. Exceptional Qualities? Within the forest outside Red Cloud Town, dense foliage shielded the brilliant sunlight, though a few mischievous rays managed to slip through the gaps, illuminating the ground beneath the treetops. Underneath a towering tree stood a tall and handsome young man alongside a quadrupedal creature, none other than Tsuyu and his initial spirit, the grass seedling turtle. Grass seedling turtle, are you ready? We are about to embark on rigorous training. Tsuyu gently addressed the eager grass seedling turtle standing beside him. May. Tsuyu, I am ready. Let us go. As the grass turtle enters its growth phase, it has become considerably more sensible, realizing how erroneous and shameful it was to have initially called Tsuyu mother. Grass turtle, curse you, author, for attributing such a scandalous label to me. Fortunately, only Tsuyu is aware of this. However, unbeknownst to the grass turtle, its trainer has already recorded everything, biding their time for an opportunity to tease it. Very well. Showcase the skills you possess and let me witness them. It is essential to note that during the juvenile stage, Pokémon lack sufficient internal energy to unleash their abilities. Only upon entering the growth phase can they do so. Thus, until now, Tsuyu has been oblivious to what skills the grass turtle is capable of. Here we go. With a call, the grass turtle extended a slender whip-like appendage from either side of its shell. With a sharp crack, it struck a nearby tree, leaving behind 2 faint marks. Witnessing the grass turtle execute the vine whip skill, Tsuyu was momentarily stunned. He recalled that, due to its anatomical structure, the grass turtle should not have been able to learn vine whip. Yet, here it was, performing the very skill he thought impossible. Was this the Pokémon egg that had nearly perished due to insufficient energy? Absolutely delightful. The surprises from the grass turtle did not cease there. The tender sprouts atop its shell began to emit a radiant glow, and several green leaves shot forth, spinning rapidly as they soared towards the tree trunk. However, midway through their flight, the leaves veered off course and went astray. In an instant, the previously proud grass turtle became despondent, its spirits dampened. Now, you've only just entered your growth phase and are attempting a skill for the first time. It's normal for such mishaps to occur, Tsuyu reassured, gently stroking its head. Tsuyu felt no surprise. Although the grass turtle's potential might be extraordinary, this was its inaugural attempt at using skills, and achieving this much was commendable. After all, innate talent must be cultivated into strength over time. All right, Let's continue. The grass turtle persisted, demonstrating its abilities: withdraw, tackle, and growl. With each skill it employed, Suyu's smile grew more radiant. Have you finished? He called out to the grass turtle. Yes, yes, the grass turtle replied. I feel there is one more skill within me, but I cannot seem to manifest it. After a moment of concentration, it was still unable to summon the skill, calling out in frustration to Suyu. Then let's wait until you have ample energy to unleash it. Suyu responded casually. At that moment, his thoughts were entirely consumed by the grass turtle's potential. Could it be that the grass turtle possessed exceptional aptitude? A wave of incredulity washed over Suyu's mind. Suyu was raised in the Alliance Welfare Institute, yet he was well aware of the information regarding Pokémon qualifications, which was readily accessible to the general public. According to his knowledge, Pokémon qualifications were categorized into 4 tiers: inferior, medium, superior, and exceptional. As for whether there existed qualifications beyond the exceptional tier, that was beyond Suyu's knowledge. Of course, a Pokémon's qualifications were not immutable. Various rare resources could enhance them. Moreover, each evolution of a Pokémon represented a significant leap in its life, a process of genetic reorganization. If a Pokémon was nurtured well and accumulated sufficient energy, there was a certain probability that its qualification would improve during evolution, rendering it even more formidable. Thus, for most Pokémon, their evolution and subsequent strength stemmed from intrinsic genetic selections. In the realm of animation, the instances of foolish trainers capturing unwillingly evolving Pokémon were merely exceptions. Each year, 15-year-old youths from various regions would receive starter Pokémon and a Pokédex from esteemed professors, embarking on their journey as trainers. Those who were granted starter Pokémon and a Pokédex by the Pokémon Alliance's professors could be considered direct descendants of the Alliance. To obtain a starter Pokémon, 2 requirements must be met. First, after turning 5, one must pay an annual fee of 100,000 Alliance coins to the Pokémon Alliance. Second, one's family must possess no criminal record within 3 generations. The starter Pokémon distributed by the Alliance were meticulously selected, ensuring that the Pokémon received would generally possess superior qualifications. In Suyu's recollection, these carefully chosen starter Pokémon typically could master no more than 4 skills upon entering their developmental stage. His Turtwig, however, had learned the previously unattainable Vine Whip and had acquired 6 skills, suggesting that it possessed exceptional qualifications, or perhaps even more. Observing Suyu's joyous expression and silly grin, Turtwig let out a resigned sigh. It had grown accustomed to its trainer's whimsical nature, often lost in frivolous laughter while discussing strategies like energy ball tactics and fixed turrets, concepts it could not comprehend. Turtwig patiently awaited, content to be a quiet and charming tortoise. Roused from his reverie, Suyu shook his head, musing that the true qualifications of his Pokémon would reveal themselves in due time, and there was no need for haste. A Pokémon's exceptional qualifications could be discerned through various indicators, such as a keen understanding, the ability to grasp skills more swiftly, its growth rate, and the energy it expended during its development, each traceable. All right, Turtwig, your qualifications are commendable, but rigorous training is essential for you to become even stronger. Are you ready? Suyu spoke with a serious expression. Although he indulged in the playful antics of the sprout tortoise, he could not tolerate any laziness during training. After all, given its exceptional talent, it was imperative not to squander such a gift. Upon hearing Suyu's words, the sprout tortoise responded earnestly, its youthful voice resonating with determination and fierce resolve evident in its large, expressive eyes. Clearly, it harbored an earnest desire to grow stronger. Witnessing this, Suyu nodded in satisfaction. However, upon catching a glimpse of the sprout tortoise's inner thoughts, he felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Once I become stronger, I'll teach that fiery monkey a lesson, thought the proud sprout tortoise. Evidently unable to forget the scene from the Pokémon battle video where the Terra tortoise was defeated by the flame monkey, Suyu could only pray for the flame monkey, hoping it would not suffer too grievously at the hands of the sprout tortoise. Despite his fondness for his senior brother, the welfare of his own Pokémon took precedence. Chapter 9. Commencing training sprout tortoise, do not halt, persevere. On a secluded patch of ground at the edge of the forest, Suyu led the way, with the sprout tortoise trailing behind. He was conducting stamina training, testing its physical limits to tailor future conditioning exercises. After half an hour, the sprout tortoise's pace gradually slowed, and it collapsed before Suyu. Sprout tortoise, do not lie down just yet. You've just exercised, stand up and walk a bit more. Following intense activity, it was crucial not to sit down immediately, as this could disrupt the sprout tortoise's internal energy, adversely affecting its body. In severe cases, this could lead to energy backflow, potentially harming the brain and hindering its potential. Therefore, upon seeing the sprout tortoise sprawled on the ground, Suyu promptly intervened. He also took notes in his notebook. Running, maximum of 10 laps. Evaluation, stamina is excellent. Well done. A quarter of an hour later, after consuming a blue-orange, the sprout tortoise regained its vitality and became lively once again. Sprout tortoise, are you ready? We are about to begin skill training. Suyu called out to the sprout tortoise basking in the sun. Upon hearing Suyu's voice, the sprout tortoise promptly rushed over. Very well, let us commence. Suyu drew a circle on the trunk of a large tree. Sprout tortoise, use leaf blade to strike within this circle. The seedling atop the sprout tortoise's head glowed with a white light, and with a confident toss of its head, several leaves shot forth in a straight line toward the circle. Thud! The leaves fell short midway. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept by, carrying the leaves that were still over half a meter away from the circle. Initially brimming with confidence, the sprout tortoise became disheartened after repeated failures. Do not lose heart. Sprout tortoise, try again. From a secluded area of the forest near the town, the sounds of Pokémon training and Suyu's encouraging shouts echoed through the air. For the grass seed tortoise, the flying leaf quick blade technique can falter midway, whether due to a sudden loss of force, being swept away by the wind, or missing the target entirely. Suyu has devised a solution. Instead of launching a multitude of leaves simultaneously, one should initiate with a single leaf, mastering it before gradually increasing the number. This approach from simplicity to complexity enhances the training's efficacy. However, Suyu refrained from articulating this immediately, harboring intentions for the grass seed tortoise to grasp the concept independently. After all, battles involving Pokémon are ever-changing, often necessitating that the creatures confront unexpected situations with their own judgment and decision-making abilities. Thus, Suyu observed the grass seed tortoise fail repeatedly yet persist in its attempts. Whenever it felt inclined to give up, Suyu was there, offering encouragement and solace. Eventually, after more than half an hour, the grass seed tortoise seemed to experience a moment of enlightenment. The sprout atop its head glowed with a brilliant white light, and a vibrant green leaf spun forth, akin to a razor-sharp dart, swiftly soaring toward the tree trunk marked with a circle. Thud! A dull sound resonated as the whirling leaf struck the center of the circle, embedding itself firmly in the bark. Seeing the leaf lodged precisely in the white circle, the grass seed tortoise blinked in disbelief, its large eyes wide. Well done, grass seed tortoise, Suyu praised, crouching beside it and gently stroking its head. The young creature, still a child at heart, reveled in Suyu's commendation, narrowing its eyes in delight and nuzzling against his hand. Grass seed tortoise, after such extensive training, do you not need a break? No. I wish to train diligently to master the flying leaf quick blade as soon as possible. Very well, let us attempt the flying leaf quick blade once more, but this time with a single leaf. As time progressed, noon approached. The grass seed tortoise, displaying remarkable aptitude, elevated its mastery of the flying leaf quick blade from 1 leaf to 3 within just one morning, showcasing budding prowess. All right, grass seed tortoise, it's lunchtime. Let us pause for a meal. The grass seed tortoise appeared so engrossed in its training that it paid no heed to Suyu's call until he unveiled a special treat. I have prepared your favorite moo milk. Only then did it dash to Suyu's side, its eyes wide with anticipation. All right, enjoy. Suyu retrieved the tortoise's food bowl from his backpack and poured the warm moo milk into it, adding several blue-orange berries. Although the grass seed tortoise had outgrown its juvenile stage, the moo milk still provided essential nourishment, while the berries would restore its energy for the afternoon training session. Suyu's own lunch was far simpler, a mere sandwich sufficing. After refueling and resting briefly, he encouraged the grass seed tortoise to resume training. To become a formidable Pokémon, relentless training day after day is indispensable. Suyu would not relax his demands on the newly hatched Turtwig, for in order to catch up with the elite of the Alliance, he must exert even greater effort. Turtwig, you have already mastered the technique for Leaf Blade. Now it is time to enhance your evasion skills. I will throw pebbles at you, and you need only to dodge them by the slightest margin. Let us begin. Suyu grasped a handful of polished, round pebbles and swiftly hurled them towards Turtwig. During the period of waiting for Turtwig's hatching and its subsequent juvenile phase, Suyu had consistently dedicated himself to physical training. Having experimented with the effects of solid ointment on Turtwig, he would apply the concocted balm after each workout to bolster his physique. At this juncture, his physical condition had improved significantly. Although he still fell slightly short of the newly hatched Turtwig, the difference was negligible. It is worth noting that in this world, Pokémon are extraordinarily powerful beings. Even a newly evolved Magikarp could shatter an adult skull with a single collision. One can imagine that Suyu's physique was remarkably strong. Aside from those endowed with psychic abilities or ancient martial arts, he could be regarded as a humanoid Pokémon infant. However, in a direct confrontation with Turtwig, the latter would undoubtedly emerge victorious, for Pokémon possess not only formidable physical attributes, but also an array of extraordinary skills. As the pebbles were thrown, Turtwig successfully evaded each one, yet Suyu's expression remained grim rather than triumphant. This was due to the fact that Turtwig was evading the projectiles with significant movement, completely disregarding Suyu's intention of employing minimal footwork. Although Turtwig was swift at this stage, once it evolved into a Torterra, its speed would not increase significantly. Suyu envisioned cultivating Turtwig's explosive power, leveraging the immense strength of Torterra's limbs to maneuver its substantial body and evade attacks by the narrowest of margins. It seemed that Turtwig required some lessons in discipline. Suyu mused inwardly, prompting him to quicken his pace. Soon, Turtwig discovered that the pebbles it had previously evaded with ease now demanded considerable exertion to dodge, and it was no longer as effortless as before. Before long, it was panting heavily, its shell dusted with debris from the barrage of pebbles. Chapter 10, Alliance Registered Trainer seeing Turtwig in such a state. Suyu halted to instruct and correct its behavior. Turtwig, do you understand why you have been struck by my pebbles? It is because I exhausted my stamina. Otherwise, you would not have been hit. No, that is incorrect. It is because your evasive movements were too exaggerated. Turtwig, visibly indignant, argued that it was only due to fatigue that it had been unable to dodge successfully, asserting that it could evade if given another chance. Observing the tenacious and competitive grass tortoise, Suyu immediately provoked. How about we try again once you regain your strength? Indeed, given the closeness between grass tortoise and Suyu, and the creature's reliance on him, Suyu could certainly correct grass tortoise's mistakes forcefully. However, this approach might incite a rebellious mindset within the creature, yielding counterproductive results. The most effective method lies in allowing it to recognize its own errors, for after all, Pokémon are sentient beings with their own thoughts and feelings. On the verdant grass, Suyu watched as grass tortoise, having restored its energy and brimming with eagerness, stood not far from him. He announced, "Grass tortoise, here I come." With swift precision, he hurled stone after stone towards the creature. Thud, thud, thud. Each stone struck grass tortoise at a breakneck pace, leaving it dazed and bewildered. Who am I? What am I doing? The confidence it had built from practicing Leaf Blade and initially dodging stones was ruthlessly shattered by Suyu's relentless onslaught. Look, grass tortoise, you failed to evade. Suyu halted and approached, addressing the creature. Is it truly my dodging technique that is flawed? It pondered. Indeed, shall we try my method? Suyu coaxed enticingly, resembling a cunning wolf luring an unsuspecting rabbit. All right. The scenario unfolded precisely as Suyu had envisioned, gradually leading grass tortoise into his trap. Unbeknownst to the creature, Suyu had unleashed an extraordinary force with his stone throwing. Evasion was nearly impossible. Yes, grass tortoise, just like that. You need to utilize explosive power from your legs. Suyu encouraged. That's it. Harness the strength of your limbs to dodge the stones. Reflect on what I previously conveyed. Through repeated attempts and corrections, grass tortoise slowly began to grasp the nuances. The training sessions intensified, increasing in duration and intensity, incorporating sprints to enhance explosive power, and practicing skills such as withdraw, leaf blade, and vine whip. Grass tortoise was gradually maturing and growing stronger. It was Suyu's guidance that profoundly influenced grass tortoise, laying the foundation for its future as a formidable force. Bathed in the gentle spring breeze, Suyu rode his dilapidated bicycle, with grass tortoise perched at the front, basking in the morning light that symbolized hope. Together, they journeyed toward the Pokémon Center. Along the way, passers-by turned their heads, captivated by the handsome and charming grass tortoise. Suyu's purpose for this excursion was to register grass tortoise's identity, formalizing its status as a Pokémon trainer. Given the immense power possessed by Pokémon, mismanagement could lead to significant dangers. Thus, regulation was essential within the town. Within the realm of the Pokémon League, the Pokéballs produced are equipped with devices for transmission and information recording, which compile the data of Pokémon at the Pokémon Center. Captured Pokémon must be registered at the Pokémon Center within 1 month of entering a town. Failure to do so may result in expulsion, fines, or even complimentary meals. As for aspiring trainers, registering is the foremost requirement for participating in gym battles and the Pokémon League tournaments. Only trainers affiliated with the Pokémon League are eligible to enter the league competitions. The Pokémon League tournament serves as a vital avenue for the selection of talent across various regions. After a span of over 10 minutes, Suyu arrived at the Pokémon Center, accompanied by his Turtwig. A grand edifice adorned with the iconic red and white Pokéball insignia loomed before him. "Welcome to the Pokémon Center." A voice resonated as the automated doors sensed his approach and opened wide. As the most significant structure in the town, and with the influence of the Joy family, the Pokémon Center exuded opulence, featuring a floor crafted from obsidian that shimmered brilliantly under the light. Pristine crystal chandeliers hung elegantly, and an array of high-tech devices dazzled his eyes, making Suyu feel like a country bumpkin. Though, to be fair, that was indeed the case. But without comparison, there is no harm in his embrace. Turtwig, witnessing so many people in such a spacious and brightly lit hall for the first time, looked around excitedly. "Hello, what brings you to the Pokémon Center today?" A young lady in uniform approached him with a sweet inquiry. This receptionist was not the Miss Joy he had encountered earlier. The Joy family is a prominent lineage in the Pokémon world, and each Pokémon Center employs members of their family. However, they are not easily accessible. Suyu had previously met Miss Joy because he was gravely injured and fortuitously crossed paths with her. Especially since the Joy of Hongxia Town was encountering a Pokémon egg with insufficient energy for the first time, which compelled her to assist him. In the animated series, Pokémon Centers serve merely as places for healing Pokémon and providing meals and lodging. In reality, however, the Pokémon Center stands as one of the most vital establishments in a town, functioning not only as a hospital but also housing a hall for trainers to undertake quests, a registration area for trainers, battle zones, and more. "I wish to register as a trainer," he declared. "Very well, the registration area is on the left." Suyu cradled Turtwig and approached the counter designated for trainer registration, stating, "Hello, could you please assist me in registering as a trainer?" "Certainly. Please present your identification and Pokéball." "Come back, Turtwig." Suyu returned Turtwig to its Pokéball and handed both his identification and Pokéball to the staff member. A cacophony of keystrokes and the rhythmic beeping of machine scanners filled the air as Suyu successfully registered as a trainer within the league, receiving 3 healing vouchers graciously bestowed by the Pokémon Center. These vouchers allowed him 3 complimentary treatments at the center, where the esteemed Joy family wielded remarkably advanced healing techniques. As long as a Pokémon was not facing certain death or enduring grievous injuries, it could typically be restored to health. This expertise has afforded the Joy family numerous alliances with formidable trainers, rendering them one of the most formidable clans in the Pokémon world. After all, one could never ascertain how many powerful individuals have benefited from the Joy family's benevolence. Thus, crossing them could provoke the ire of countless strong allies. Chapter 11. Accepting tasks naturally after utilizing the 3 treatments. Any further medical attention at the Pokémon Center would require out-of-pocket expenses. Trainers of the League, equipped with a Pokédex, enjoy a generous 50% discount on services at the center. The greater one's strength and status, the more favorable the treatment received. Following his registration, Suyu made his way to the League's task hall. Several days had passed since his Squirtle transitioned beyond its juvenile stage, and it was time for him to undertake tasks. Otherwise, he would lack the funds to provide necessary nourishment for his beloved Pokémon. While Squirtle could sustain itself through sunbathing for photosynthesis or scavenging for berries in the wild, such means would not suffice for rigorous training. Specialized energy cubes were essential for nutritional replenishment, alongside periodic visits to the Pokémon Center to treat any latent injuries sustained during training. The Pokémon League's task hall was established to facilitate trainers under its banner, allowing employers to post tasks and provide avenues for trainers to earn income, thereby assisting them through the initial challenges of nurturing their Pokémon. These tasks were generally not overly complex and bore minimal risk. However, the rewards for completion were correspondingly modest. In stark contrast, the Bounty Hunter Guild presented tasks of high peril, accessible only to elite trainers. The risk was proportional to the reward, with bounties far exceeding those of League tasks. Nonetheless, the League tasks offered a unique benefit unattainable through the Bounty Guild: the issuance of League honor points upon the successful completion of assigned tasks, which enhanced a trainer's standing within the League. These honor points could also be exchanged for various treasures held within the Pokémon League, making them highly coveted among trainers. The task hall was situated to the left of the Pokémon Center, a mere stone's throw from the registration counter. Suyu ambled a few dozen steps before arriving. The walls were adorned with liquid crystal displays, continuously scrolling with task information, allowing interested trainers to peruse each opportunity clearly. Beneath each display, there was a dedicated recognition device. Trainers wishing to accept or post tasks simply needed to place their identification cards into the designated slot to proceed. At this early hour, the number of trainers accepting tasks within the hall was rather limited. Each individual lingered beneath the LCD screens, meticulously selecting assignments. Task 1. I am the owner of a farm in Bachin Town. I will be away for several days and half a month, and am seeking a trainer of ordinary rank to care for the fruit trees and ensure their safety. It would be preferable if the trainer possessed a water-type Pokémon to assist with irrigation. Reward, 5,000 Alliance coins. Task 2. Assist in capturing a spiny bug. Reward, 1,000 Alliance coins. Task 3. Ghost-type Pokémon have been causing disturbances on Route 215. Local residents have united to request the assistance of trainers with exceptional Pokémon to drive them away. Reward, 10,000 Alliance coins. Task 4. Seeking to purchase honey from 3B Pokémon. Price negotiable. Task 10086. I am the owner of a villa on Route 216. My son has recently become a trainer and requires a match against a trainer of ordinary rank. Price negotiable. After perusing the myriad of tasks displayed on the screen, Suyu shook his head, bemused by the peculiarities of some assignments. It was astonishing that someone would offer 5,000 Alliance coins for a sharp beak, an item of considerable value that enhances the power of flying-type moves. Even the lowest quality sharp beak requires a flying-type Pokémon of exceptional rank to acquire, worth at least 30,000 to 40,000 Alliance coins. It was audacious for anyone to propose such a sum. After a moment's contemplation, Suyu opted to accept the task of capturing the spiny bug, driving away the large beaver that was pilfering from the farm, and the final task involving a Pokémon battle. The routes for these 3 assignments conveniently aligned, and he had ample time to complete them, with his Turtwig's strength sufficient for the tasks at hand. To streamline the process for trainers, the Alliance Hall allows multiple tasks to be accepted simultaneously, as long as they are completed within the stipulated time frame. Failure to accomplish them results in a deduction of the trainer's credibility points. Accumulating 3 points incurs a fine. This system prevents trainers from haphazardly accepting tasks and wasting the time and energy of task issuers. Suyu placed his identity card on the computer's scanner and selected the tasks that piqued his interest. Trainer Suyu, you have successfully accepted Task 2, Task 100, and Task 10086. Following a series of operations, a mechanical voice confirmed the successful acquisition of the 3 tasks. Having completed his formalities, Suyu had no intention of returning home immediately, since he was already in the town center. He decided to take his Turtwig out for some leisure and perhaps find a rival for a battle. After all, the tasks he had accepted required battles, and this would provide Turtwig with valuable experience. With this in mind, Suyu continued onward, quickly arriving at the backyard of the Pokémon Center, where numerous battle arenas awaited. Although it was still morning, a considerable number of trainers had already gathered, engaged in fierce battles. The opportunity to observe battles within the Pokémon Center is a privilege bestowed upon registered trainers. Suyu presented his trainer card, thus unlocking the entrance to the battle room. To participate in battles, one must pay a designated venue rental fee alongside maintenance costs. It is noteworthy that due to the formidable destructive power of Pokémon, engaging in battles within town limits is strictly prohibited. Battles may only occur in the wild. Designated battle arenas within the Pokémon Center or recognized battle clubs sanctioned by the League. Breaches of this rule, unless in emergencies, could result in fines or even imprisonment. Standing outside the battle arena, Suyu cradled his Turtwig, watching with keen interest. Although he had already viewed numerous battle videos, this was his first experience witnessing a Pokémon battle live, and Turtwig appeared equally captivated. However, after a short while, both Suyu and Turtwig felt a profound disappointment. The Pokémon of the trainers inside had only recently transitioned from their juvenile stage and lacked training. Their skills were poorly executed, and their power was unimpressive. This could hardly be called a Pokémon battle. It was merely a display of Pokémon squabbling. The trainers themselves exhibited a lamentable level of skill, shouting phrases like, "Dodge quickly, go for it, stand up, I believe in you." Did they truly think they could emulate Ash's passionate rallying cries to inspire their Pokémon to unleash their full potential and secure victory? After lingering for a while longer, finding the performance of these novice trainers painfully inadequate, Suyu, with a forlorn Turtwig in his arms, prepared to depart. Chapter 12. The first Pokémon battle. At that moment, with a resounding chime, the battle room door swung open. A youth with fair skin and a neat, chestnut-colored bob haircut, sporting a pair of black-framed glasses, strode in with an exuberant spirit. Beside him was a monkey-like Pokémon, its back ablaze with flames and predominantly orange in hue. "Hey, who are you? I didn't expect you to have one of the starter Pokémon. Let us battle." He spotted Suyu's Turtwig and quickly approached, extending an invitation to battle. Battle? Suyu glanced at the small, Flame Monkey at the newcomer's feet. Noting its flabby muscles, an indication of insufficient training. The boy's youthful demeanor, combined with the enthusiastic shouts echoing from the battle arena, drew attention. Wow, it's young Master Yasuji. Are they going to battle? Who will win? That essay given. Of course, it's young Master Yasuji. Why? The onlookers, a group of boys in the battle arena, turned their gazes toward a slender figure dressed in a linen shirt and glasses. Young Master Yasuji's Pokémon was a fire-type Chimchar, which had a type advantage against the grass-type Turtwig. Furthermore, it was evident that the Turtwig cradled by the boy in the white short-sleeved shirt was smaller than usual, suggesting it was not an official Pokémon distributed by the League, but rather acquired from the black market. The outcome of this battle was all but predetermined. Lastly, and most crucially, Master Yasuji is undeniably a prodigy. How could he possibly suffer defeat? As he spoke, the youth adjusted his glasses, which gleamed under the sunlight. Remarkable indeed. No wonder my Caterpie consistently falls short against your Bidoof. His confident and eloquent discourse, coupled with this signature gesture, nearly led Suyu to believe he had traversed into another realm. However, upon hearing his analysis, Suyu could only chuckle inwardly. And what of your Caterpie that can merely spin silk, paired with your lack of strategy? Are you not aware of your own shortcomings? Not everyone can triumph over you. Can they? Naturally, this was precisely what Suyu wished to witness. His own Turtwig appeared rather malnourished, easily evoking the notion that it had been procured from the black market. After all, while the three prestigious families are indeed rare, one can also acquire Pokémon through alternative channels, including the wild, Pokémon hunters, or the black market. However, Pokémon obtained through such means typically possess lower potential and are not significantly cheaper than those acquired through legitimate channels. It was precisely because Turtwig was small and seemingly undernourished, with poor aptitude, that he boldly paraded it around, intending to create an impression of having purchased it from the black market. Well, I refuse to battle you. Why? Are you not aware that declining a Pokémon battle is considered a disgrace for a trainer? Upon hearing Suyu's words, the youth, referred to as Master Yasuji, flushed with indignation, pointing an accusing finger at Suyu. I have to complete my league tasks and provide for my family. I have no time to indulge in your games. In that case, let us engage in a customary battle between trainers. Suyu understood well the notion of a challenge put forth by the trainer of the Chimchar. This entailed a battle between novice trainers. Wagering a certain sum of league currency, the victor would claim the stakes, making it quite popular among trainers. However, some unscrupulous trainers disguised themselves as novices to swindle money from them. Consequently, the League instituted a regulation stating that only battles held in designated locations could involve wagers. Prior to such battles, it was mandatory to invite League representatives to verify that both trainers' Pokémon were of comparable strength, ensuring the disparity was not excessive before proceeding with the wager. This, of course, pertained to novice trainers engaged in battles within towns. Very well. How much League currency can you wager? Seeing that the youth had finally taken the bait, Suyu felt a surge of triumph within and inquired. I possess ample funds. Name your figure. In that case, if you lose, you owe me 10,000 League currency. If I lose, I shall cover the costs of repairing the battle arena. After contemplating for a moment, Suyu proposed a figure he believed the youth would find acceptable, fearful of scaring him away. What? This is utterly unreasonable. The cost of the repair site is merely a few hundred alliance coins. Yet if I lose, I must pay you 10,000? Do you take me for a fool? Yasuji, you retorted with a scowl. Allow me to elucidate. It is you who wishes to battle me. Thus you must stake a greater wager. That reasoning is sound. Is it not? Furthermore, your Chimchar has an advantage over my Turtwig, placing me at a distinct disadvantage. Hence, it is only fair to demand a higher stake. And do you truly believe you will lose? I certainly cannot lose. Yasuji, you declared, brimming with confidence and vigor. Then, it is settled. Since you are so convinced of your victory, what difference does it make whether your wager is 10,000 alliance coins or merely a few thousand? It is merely a formality. Suyu cunningly led Yasuji into the trap he had set. Yasuji felt a surge of frustration, unable to counter the argument. At that moment, he fell silent, while several boys in the arena provided Suyu with unexpected support. Young Master Yasuji, agree to his terms. After all, you are the god of our battle arena. He cannot possibly defeat you. Indeed, show him what you're made of. Encouraged by the crowd of onlookers and the eager anticipation of Chimchar, Yasuji began to waver. At this juncture, a seemingly innocuous remark slipped from Suyu's lips. You wouldn't be afraid of losing to me due to type disadvantage, would you? The youthful bravado in his taunting words ignited Yasuji's anger, prompting him to bellow. Fine, I accept your terms. The two trainers, each accompanied by their Pokémon, approached the staff at the battle arena. After confirming that both Pokémon had recently transitioned from their juvenile stage, a battle arena was prepared for them. The match commenced with young Master Yusuji facing off against Suyu. Now, let us witness the battle between young Master Yusuji and Trainer Suyu, a one-on-one contest. Please present your Pokémon. The bespectacled boy, acting as the referee, announced at the edge of the arena. Chimchar, it's your turn. Teach that Turtwig a lesson. Yusuji commanded, his expression sour. Chimchar screeched, baring its teeth as it hopped eagerly into the arena. Hey, Turtwig, this is your first battle. Give it your all. The Turtwig replied, brimming with determination. I've long held a grudge against that Chimchar. I will teach it a lesson now, and later, I shall thoroughly trounce it. Suyu couldn't help but sigh at Turtwig's thoughts. It seemed Turtwig had not forgotten the moment when its pre-evolution was defeated by Chimchar. Chapter 13. The wealthy dog in the face of a confident and furious Yusuji. Suyu remained unfazed and composed. The Pokémon League had provided the starter Pokémon to novice trainers, all freshly emerged from their juvenile stage. Although immediate participation in battle is possible, the bond between the Pokémon and the trainer remains limited. It certainly lacks the profound connection that comes from the moment a Pokémon hatches from an egg and first gazes upon its trainer. Furthermore, this little Chimchar has not undergone any true training, having only engaged in a few subpar battles. Suyu is entirely confident that Turtwig will emerge victorious in this encounter, viewing the reward of 10,000 Alliance coins as a windfall. As both Pokémon took their positions on the battlefield, the bespectacled youth abruptly waved his hand and declared loudly, the match begins now. Chimchar, use Ember. Turtwig, dodge and use Sing. Despite having a type advantage over his opponent's Pokémon, Yusuji did not underestimate the situation. As soon as the battle commenced, he promptly issued an offensive command to Chimchar. While Suyu was confident in winning the battle, he simultaneously commanded Turtwig to act. And as the green energy flickered around Turtwig's feet, it swiftly moved several steps to the right. Being a Fire-type Pokémon and one of the starter trio, Suyu deduced that Yusuji's first command for Chimchar would undoubtedly be to use the Ember attack, which is effective against Turtwig. Indeed, a burst of flames erupted from Chimchar's mouth, shooting towards the position where Turtwig had once stood. Unfortunately, Turtwig had already vacated that spot. A piercing sound emanated from Turtwig's mouth, a shrill cry that reached an ear-splitting volume, nearly piercing the eardrums of those present. In the realm of gameplay, unlike reality, the move Sing is designed to lower the target's attack by 1 level. However, in actual battles, its primary function is to produce a high decibel sound that disrupts the opponent. Chimchar was immediately affected, halting its Ember attack, its furry hands covering its ears in distress. Yusuji clearly did not anticipate the tactical synergy and coordination that Suyu and Turtwig exhibited, leaving him taken aback. In Pokémon battles, the objective is to incapacitate the opponent's Pokémon, rather than engaging in a turn-based game. With Chimchar now distracted, Suyu seized the opportunity. Turtwig, use Leaf Tornado. The young shoots on Turtwig glowed with white light as a flurry of green leaves spun rapidly, whistling through the air towards the stunned Chimchar. The sound of the leaf tornado jolted Chimchar from the disorientation caused by the earlier cry, but what awaited it was a barrage of swirling leaves, instilling panic in the creature. The leaves struck, slicing into it as if it were being shredded by blades. Chimchar! Yusuji exclaimed in shock, snapping back to reality. Chimchar! Use Scratch to destroy the leaves. Under the command of Yusuji, the small fiery monkey regained its composure, enduring the slicing of the leaves. With a flourish, it wielded 2 gleaming blades, successfully striking the 3rd and 4th leaves, tearing them apart. The force of the impact caused it to stagger back a few steps, panting heavily. The youthful referee outside the ring, along with the other spectators by the fence, were taken aback. They had presumed that the fire-type small fiery monkey would dominate the grass-type sprout turtle, expecting a one-sided contest. However, to their astonishment, the small fiery monkey suffered significant setbacks in the very first round. Gazing at the scorched red rocks beneath and feeling the searing air ahead, Suyu wore a grave expression. He had not anticipated that the small fiery monkey, barely in its growth phase, could unleash such an intense flame attack. It seemed that this small fiery monkey possessed a rare treasure that enhanced its fire-type abilities. Realizing this, Suyu was resolute in preventing the sprout turtle from getting close to the small fiery monkey. From a distance, he intermittently unleashed a barrage of leaves toward the small fiery monkey, employing a kite-flying strategy to gradually wear down its stamina. Despite the formidable threat posed by the spark attack of the small fiery monkey, its other moves, such as claw strikes and glaring, held little effect against the sprout turtle. The small fiery monkey soon found itself at a disadvantage, its energy rapidly depleting. Suju, no fool himself, discerned Suyu's tactics. However, apart from the spark attack, the small fiery monkey's other moves were ineffective against the sprout turtle. If this continued, the small fiery monkey would inevitably exhaust its strength. Thus, he decided to take a risk. Gritting his teeth, he issued another command that made Suyu envious. Small fiery monkey, use dig. The small fiery monkey swiftly began to excavate, its hands frantically clawing at the ground, soon revealing a dark, profound hole. Suyu was taken aback. He had not expected Suju to be so generous. After all, the dig move was a ground-type technique that the small fiery monkey could only learn through a technical machine. The expenditure for this was not insignificant, rivaling the value of the rare treasure that enhanced its fire-type abilities. Shaking his head to suppress feelings of envy, Suyu refocused on the battle. It could be said that Suju's decision to have the small fiery monkey use dig was a grave miscalculation. The sprout turtle unleashed its most powerful vocal attack aimed directly at the hole. Watch out, small fiery monkey, come out quickly. Hearing Suyu's urgent command, Suju's expression changed drastically, and he shouted anxiously. However, it was too late. With a surge of power in its limbs, the sprout turtle swiftly reached the mouth of the hole, releasing a deafening roar into the confined space. In the narrow, dimly lit tunnel, the air reverberated with piercing roars, cascading layers of sound surging towards the small flame monkey within. The cacophony was unbearable for the creature, which summoned every ounce of strength before finally escaping the cavern and returning to the surface. At this moment, the sprout tortoise was already poised for action, its four limbs emanating a rich green glow that erupted instantly, sending the flame monkey hurtling through the air, crashing heavily onto the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust that obscured the spectator's view. As the dust settled moments later, the flame monkey lay unconscious, its eyes swirling in a vortex. This phenomenon occurred when a Pokémon's energy was fully depleted, a manifestation of its internal self-defense mechanism. After a period of rest, they would typically regain their former state. This protective mechanism ensured that during Pokémon battles, there would be no gruesome scenes of bleeding or severed limbs. However, the activation of this mechanism, indicated by the swirling eyes, also signified that the Pokémon had lost its combat capability and a subsequent attack could result in its demise. Therefore, it was strictly forbidden to assault a Pokémon that had lost its fighting spirit. Chapter 14. Energy Cubes with the Flame Monkey Incapacitated. The battle was won by the Sprout Tortoise. Upon witnessing the conclusion of the fight, the bespectacled youth outside the arena proclaimed loudly, "To think you would play the fool to deceive me." Suju exclaimed as he retrieved the flame monkey into its Pokéball and approached Suyu. His teeth clenched in frustration. He had initially hesitated to wager 10,000 alliance coins, but Suyu's incessant provocation, along with the praise from several youths, had swayed him. Furthermore, the flame monkey had absorbed a fragment of charred wood, significantly enhancing its fiery prowess and acquiring the ability to dig. Facing a malnourished sprout tortoise seemed like a guaranteed victory, yet he had fallen into Suyu's trap, which explained his current displeasure. A lesson learned. After this battle, you must realize that monetary power is not omnipotent. Substantial training is essential to convert a Pokémon's potential into strength. You have not squandered your money, Suyu imparted sagely, wearing an expression that suggested the immense wisdom he had just shared was a rare secret. This left Suju bewildered, wondering if he was expected to express gratitude for this predicament. To add insult to injury, Suyu leaned in closer, his fingers continually rubbing together. "So, when will you honor your wager, young Master Suju?" The implication was unmistakable. With a scowl, Suju tossed aside an unnamed alliance card and hurriedly departed, fearing that lingering any longer would drive him to exasperation. The incessant chatter, twisting truths into lies, and the patronizing demeanor of Suyu, who acted as if he were doing him a favor, was infuriating. Meanwhile, the sprout tortoise observed Suju's retreat with disdain, reflecting on the foolishness of such a trainer. A shadow enveloped the Turtwig, followed swiftly by a fist the size of a sand pot crashing down upon its shell. "Turtwig, you have changed. You once called me mother. How could you think so poorly of me? I am merely striving to provide for your sustenance. Is it easy for me?" "Turtwig, I never called you that. It wasn't me." Suyu, accompanied by Turtwig, made his way to the payment hall to settle the venue fees. As for Turtwig, it suffered no harm and required no treatment. A few blue-orange berries would suffice to restore its vitality. Naturally, he fed Turtwig artificially cultivated fruits, which, although inferior to those grown in the wild, were more than adequate for recuperation. If one berry was insufficient, two would do, as they were not particularly valuable. After completing the payment, Suyu pushed his dilapidated bicycle away from the Pokémon Center. At that moment, he appeared quite miserly, muttering, "Seriously, just for digging 2 holes? They demand 500 league coins? Why not just rob me instead? Digging 2 holes for 500 coins. Turtwig, why didn't you have it dig a few more? Why did you defeat it so quickly?" Turtwig, upon hearing this, internally exclaimed, "Goodness, that was your command. How can you place the blame on me?" At that moment, it felt quite exasperated. The more Suyu pondered, the angrier he became, his frustration reaching a boiling point. "Next time you see a Chimchar, make sure to give it a thorough thrashing." Turtwig replied eagerly, "I would relish that task." Having earned over 10,000 coins, he finally alleviated his financial strain. Today was a day worthy of celebration, and it was time to reward Turtwig for its diligent training. After all, he was not a trainer who merely exploited his Pokémon. "Turtwig, with all this money, I can buy you some delicious treats. Tell me, what would you like to eat?" he declared grandly as he rode his bicycle through the bustling streets of the town, gazing at the myriad of shops. "Really?" Turtwig exclaimed with delight, its sprout bobbing excitedly as it replied, "I want green tea-flavored puffs, vanilla-flavored candies, and chocolate. What are you thinking? With our economic situation, you can only choose one. Stop dawdling and tell me your top choice." Suyu interrupted its reverie. Turtwig protested, "Huh? No way. This is my hard-earned money. I want it all." "Child, wake up. Our financial capacity does not allow for that. We must be frugal." "Then let me have just one more," Turtwig pleaded pitifully, hoping for permission to purchase an additional item. "Only one. The remaining funds will be reserved for nutritional supplements. Once you grow stronger, you can have whatever you desire." "Is that so?" Turtwig pondered, filled with questions. "Of course, if it weren't for your rigorous training, would you have been able to defeat a Chimchar?" "Certainly not." Turtwig recalled the moment it first unleashed Leaf Blade, shaking its head in disbelief. "Therefore, would you like to engage in additional training? The more you practice, the quicker your strength will increase, allowing you to earn more money to indulge in exquisite treats for your Pokémon." With the temptation of food, the Chikorita blurted out eagerly. After a moment, it regained its composure, realizing it had been duped once again. This dog trainer truly did not treat it like a partner. Suyu, however, paid no mind to Chikorita's thoughts and excitedly headed towards a shop on the street that sold pocket puffs. He had long been enticed by the Moo Moo milk, but had refrained from purchasing a bottle for himself due to financial constraints. Now that he had earned a bit of money, treating himself to a pocket puff made with Moo Moo milk seemed reasonable, didn't it? "Chikorita, hurry up. What do you want to eat? If you don't choose, we're leaving," Suyu urged as he observed Chikorita's conflicted expression. Chikorita glanced at the shop selling chocolate, the one offering Moo Moo milk, and another that provided various Pokémon snacks, ultimately deciding on a vanilla ice cream. On a sweltering summer day, a bite of ice cream was pure bliss. Although it was a grass-type Pokémon and not susceptible to the heat, this warm weather posed no discomfort for it. Watching Chikorita savor the ice cream with a look of pure joy made Suyu crave a taste as well. "Chikorita, let me have a bite, just one," Suyu pleaded with a cheerful smile. It's all gone now." Chikorita quickly devoured the remaining ice cream in one go, raising its hands in exasperation. It indicated that Suyu's request had come too late, and it had already finished the treat, leaving no blame on itself. "I even shared a few pocket puffs with you, yet you treat me this way. How infuriating." After relishing their delightful snacks, Suyu prepared to take Chikorita to purchase energy cubes. Berries are a miraculous product within the Pokémon world, and utilizing a berry mixer, various berries can be blended, decomposed, and concentrated into a berry mixture, known as energy cubes. Depending on the degree of fusion and the energy contained within the different berries, the grades of the energy cubes vary. The quality of these energy cubes can be broadly categorized into 4 classes: basic, intermediate, advanced, and finally, gem grade. Chapter 15. The journey begins. Energy cubes are rich in nutrition and energy, significantly accelerating a Pokémon's growth rate. For instance, a Pokémon in the wild aiming to evolve into its final form may require over a decade or even longer to achieve such growth on its own. However, under the guidance of a trainer, with appropriate energy cubes, a Pokémon can reach its ultimate evolution in just a few years, or even a shorter period. Beyond restoring a Pokémon's stamina and extending training sessions, advanced energy cubes can also subtly enhance a Pokémon's abilities. Certain energy cubes can increase a Pokémon's stamina limit, while others may bolster its attack power or enhance its speed, among various capabilities. Thus, the price of energy cubes is quite steep. Many formidable trainers typically provide their Pokémon with specific energy cubes tailored to their training direction. Notable figures such as elite trainers and champions often employ specialized breeders to devise unique energy cubes for their Pokémon. A mere ordinary high-grade energy cube costs several hundred alliance coins, not to mention those specially customized for particular Pokémon. Consuming a single energy cube does not instantaneously augment a Pokémon's abilities. Rather, it necessitates prolonged and substantial consumption, which constitutes a considerable expenditure. This is one of the reasons many trainers embark on adventures each year, as nurturing Pokémon can be quite costly. Of course, this is not a concern for Tsuyu at present. He merely wishes to purchase basic energy cubes, which will not require a significant financial outlay. After all, with his Turtwig currently possessing only ordinary strength, daring to consume a high-grade energy cube could result in its body being overwhelmed by the contained energy. It is only when it attains elite status that it can withstand the energy embedded within high-grade energy cubes. Perhaps I could attempt to create energy cubes myself. Tsuyu pondered. His inclination towards crafting energy cubes stems from his remarkable mental acuity. With focused concentration, he can clearly perceive the trajectories of swiftly moving objects. The principle behind using a fruit mixer to produce energy cubes involves high-speed rotation to separate the incompatible energy impurities, from the fruits and other materials, allowing the remaining energy essence to merge and crystallize. Many breeders rely on their proficiency to gauge the process of merging fruit essences, often falling short compared to Tsuyu's extraordinary mental prowess, which affords him exceptional dynamic vision and an adept grasp of the separation of energy impurities and the fusion of fruit energy essences. This capability is a significant reason for his aspiration to create energy cubes. Additionally, should he succeed in manufacturing energy cubes, he could produce those required for Turtwig at a lower cost and potentially sell them to earn alliance coins for procuring better resources to nurture Turtwig. Of course, this remains merely an idea for now, due to time constraints. He has not yet acted on it, and plans to wait until he completes his assigned alliance tasks before attempting. After acquiring the necessary energy cubes, he passed by the Pokémon Paradise, observing Turtwig's envious gaze, and ultimately decided to spend some alliance coins, enjoying a day of play. Subsequently, he dined heartily at a unique Pokémon restaurant in the town. By the end of the day, his initial 10,000 alliance coins had dwindled to just over 4,000, and he returned home with Turtwig. That night, he did not schedule any training, but instead continued to watch movies with Turtwig. At the outset, the grass tortoise was utterly captivated by the myriad adventures of the various sprites depicted in the film, thoroughly engrossed in the delightful journey. However, halfway through, it succumbed to fatigue and fell asleep. Tsuyu engaged in his customary exercises and devised a training regimen before drifting into a fragrant slumber. Time slipped away swiftly. The gentle morning breeze dispelled the stifling heat of summer, heralding the soft light of dawn. A beautiful day was about to unfold. By this time, 3 days had elapsed since Tsuyu accepted his mission, and today marked their departure for Jike Town to fulfill their task. Amidst the rhythmic ringing of the Muker alarm clock, Tsuyu awoke punctually. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the grass tortoise basking in the sunlight on the windowsill. "Oh, grass tortoise, you are up quite early," Tsuyu jested. He was somewhat surprised. Typically, the grass tortoise would linger in bed for an extended period before rising. Yet today, it was up early and, upon noticing Tsuyu awake, promptly tugged at him, eager to rush out the door. "All right, grass tortoise, no need to hurry." Tsuyu chuckled helplessly, managing to persuade it to calm down. It was unexpected that the grass tortoise was so eager for its first journey away from home. After all, having watched numerous films featuring sprites and trainers embarking on adventures, it was only natural for it to harbor such aspirations. With the grass tortoise's eager gaze upon him, Tsuyu completed his morning routine, had breakfast, and set out with the grass tortoise. Jike Town, located at the lower right corner of Hongxia Town, was not far from the entrance of Baidai Forest, and it bustled with activity. Originally known as Jike Town, it was renamed due to its geographic significance, as it became a gathering place for numerous trainers venturing into Baidai Forest for adventures. "Mr. Ueno, I hope I haven't kept you waiting," Tsuyu said. After a journey of over half an hour to a bus station in the southern part of the town, accompanied by the grass tortoise, he was set to board Ueno Hirakawa's vehicle to Jike Town. At that moment, a somewhat portly middle-aged man clad in a gray short-sleeved shirt and adorned with a patterned sun hat leaned against an old jeep. "Haha, not at all. I just arrived not long ago." Ueno Hirakawa waved his hand and smiled. "Now that you're here, let us set off." "Great." Ueno Hirakawa, a local of Jike Town, routinely traveled to Hongxia Town to procure goods, which he would then sell at a premium to the trainers who settled in Jike Town, thus earning his livelihood. The journey from Hongxia Town to Jike Town spanned approximately 20 to 30 kilometers and took about half an hour. However, the route traversed some wilderness areas, where, Despite the League's periodic efforts to clear and drive away wild sprites, safety was not guaranteed. Occasionally, they might encounter wild sprites that had strayed from other locales, which could pose certain dangers. Therefore, each time Ueno Hirakawa commuted between Hongxia Town and Jike Town, he would graciously offer rides to trainers in need, ensuring their safety along the way. The aged jeep emitted a low rumbling sound, accompanied by the excited calls of a grass sprout tortoise, as it gradually departed from the bustling town, marking the beginning of Su Yu's inaugural journey. Chapter 16. The allure of honey to insects. Although Hongxia Town was merely half an hour's drive from Jike Town, the vintage vehicle's rapid pace produced a cacophony of roars that could potentially attract wild spirits. Thus, the duo slowed their speed, taking about an hour to finally arrive at Jike Town. However, even with this caution, the various spirit foods and items aboard the vehicle inevitably drew the attention of wild spirits. Fortunately, the spirits that approached were of lower strength, and the grass sprout tortoise swiftly drove them away. Upon reaching the designated location, Su Yu encountered a middle-aged man who appeared earnest and simple, anxiously awaiting alongside a young boy with short, chestnut hair. "Mr. Qing Feng, my apologies for the delay. Shall we set off now?" Su Yu approached the earnest man and presented his trainer card. "Let us depart at once. We must aim to capture one today." Before Mr. Qing Feng could respond, the eager young boy interjected. "Let us proceed as Zhuan suggested." Mr. Qing Feng affirmed. "Very well, let us commence our journey." Without any delay, the group set forth towards the Baidai forest. At this juncture, Su Yu's task was to assist in capturing a stinger bug. However, he would primarily serve as a stabilizing presence while Mr. Qingfeng's son engaged in the actual capture through Pokémon battles. After all, if Su Yu were to intervene directly, the defeated spirits would only acknowledge his prowess, disregarding Mr. Qingfeng's son. "By the way, Mr. Qingfeng, since you wish for your son to capture a stinger bug, I presume you are aware of its habitat? It is noteworthy that the stinger bug primarily resides in the Fanyuan region, with one of its final evolutions being the huntress butterfly. The huntress butterfly is an elegant and beautiful spirit, adorned with azure compound eyes, vibrant patterned wings, and a long proboscis. Although its strength is modest, its stunning appearance renders it quite popular among trainers, resulting in many spirit hunters illicitly capturing stinger bugs to sell in other regions. Conversely, the stinger bug's other evolutionary form, the toxic powder butterfly, is deemed aesthetically unpleasing by some trainers, leading them to release it. Thus, the stinger bug has begun to thrive and reproduce within the Sinnoh region. So Su Yu was not particularly surprised by its presence. The stinger bug population can be found in the central area of Baidai Forest, Mr. Qingfeng sheepishly remarked, scratching his head with a hearty smile. The central area? Upon hearing this, Su Yu could not help but furrow his brow, his expression darkening like stormy waters. It is indeed true that the Baidai Forest is rich in resources, yet it harbors its share of dangers. Numerous trainers meet their demise within its depths each year. The forest can be delineated into 3 distinct zones: the outer region, the central area, and the inner sanctum. As one ventures deeper, the abundance of resources increases, and consequently, the strength of the residing Pokémon also escalates. In the central area of Baidai Forest, the Pokémon typically exhibit prowess at or above the distinguished and elite levels. A mere ordinary level Chow Miao Gui would be courting death by recklessly entering this central zone. Should one encounter the ferocious and brutal Pokémon that dwell there, the influence of the Pokémon League would be of no concern. They would not hesitate to unleash their wrath. Noticing the sudden pallor of Su Yu's countenance, which signaled his inclination to withdraw, Qing Feng, the commoner, swiftly interjected, "Mr. Su Yu, fear not. The location of the stinging bug colony I discovered lies at the juncture of the outer and central regions. Without delving into the heart of the latter, as long as we proceed with caution, the dangers should remain minimal." Upon hearing his explanation, Su Yu's furrowed brow relaxed, and his expression brightened considerably. He replied calmly, "Very well. Should the situation diverge from your account, I shall take my leave." Su Yu resolved that if matters unfolded as Qing Feng had described, he would overlook the concealed information provided by him. However, if danger truly arose that surpassed his capabilities, he would not hesitate to prioritize his own escape, indifferent to the fate of the task issuer, for the League would not hold him accountable, given that it was Qing Feng's withholding of information that had led to the peril. Before long, the trio arrived at the entrance of Baidai Forest. Su Yu encountered Qing Feng's Pokémon, a rather diminutive and slender poison powder butterfly. "Let us proceed." Su Yu released his Chow Miao Gui to lead the way. After all, they were being compensated, and it would be unseemly to allow the employer to face all dangers alone. The morning forest was suffused with a refreshing aroma, a stark contrast to the clamor and bustle of the city. Within by Dai Forest, only the soft rustling of various wild Pokémon foraging at dawn could be heard. Upon entering, they soon encountered a rather reckless big-toothed beaver, which, upon noticing their numbers, swiftly darted away into a thicket, vanishing from sight. Pokémon that have long inhabited the wild tend to be quite astute, and, mindful of their natural predators, they refrain from launching attacks lightly. Moreover, with 2 Pokémon accompanying the trio, they were not without their own strength. The Pokémon of the outer region, disturbed by the presence of the 3, merely leapt away at a distance, retreating from them. After traversing the outer region for quite some time, they made their way safely across a significant portion of it. Soon, they crossed the boundary between the outer and central regions, advancing further into the latter. Thus, after approximately a quarter of an hour of careful navigation, they cautiously passed through a gathering of big-toothed beavers and another cluster of Gugu Pokémon. With no incidents to mar their journey, the trio ultimately arrived at a dense thicket near a small slope on the right side of the boundary between the outer and central regions. A collection of creatures, their bodies adorned in vibrant red and white, with spiny backs reminiscent of caterpillars and large, expressive eyes, rested upon various sections of the tree trunk. Among them were a few that exuded the scent of hunting butterflies. "Now, Mr. Suyu, please assist us. We shall lure out the spiny-tailed caterpillars and tame them," said Qingfeng Shuren, his face alight with anticipation as he spoke softly to Suyu. Very well. Soon, the trio distanced themselves slightly from the gathering of spiny-tailed caterpillars. Qingfeng Shuren produced a jar of sweet honey, carefully applying it to a stout tree trunk to entice the creatures. Under the alluring spell of the honey, it wasn't long before several spiny-tailed caterpillars began to emerge, weaving silken threads as they swayed through the forest, drawn to the honey-coated trunk to indulge in its sweetness. Occasionally, they glanced around, displaying a heightened sense of alertness. Indeed, in the harsh wilderness, a moment's inattention could render one prey to other creatures. And it was no wonder these spiny-tailed caterpillars were so vigilant, likely having learned this lesson through the grim fates of their companions. Chapter 17. Surrounding way to rescue Zhao. Which one has caught your eye? Qingfeng Shuren inquired of his son, Qingfeng Zhuan. Although Qingfeng Zhuan was filled with excitement, he found himself at an impasse, unable to choose among the similar spiny-tailed caterpillars. Suyu, too, noted this hesitance. It was indeed challenging to ascertain the potential of wild creatures based solely on their appearance. He found himself envying trainers who possessed Pokémon encyclopedias, as a mere glance could reveal the skills a creature had mastered, sparing them such arduous deliberation. As this was Qingfeng Zhuan's first Pokémon, he naturally wished to capture one with superior potential to ensure it could keep pace with his evolving strength. However, this was not the time for indecision. Lingering too long could attract more creatures, for the sweet honey was not solely favored by the spiny-tailed caterpillars, since he was uncertain which to choose. A battle would reveal the skills possessed by the spiny-tailed caterpillars. Those capable of mastering skills would likely possess commendable potential. Suyu offered this suggestion, which the father and son found agreeable. It was indeed the optimal solution. Under Qingfeng Zhuan's command, gusts of air converged on either side of the wings of the poisonous powder butterfly, which then beat its wings with great force. Swift and fierce, the violent gust struck the spiny-tailed caterpillars indulging in the honey, knocking them to the ground, rendered incapable of further combat. Clearly, they were no match for Qingfeng Zhuan's selection. Subsequently, Suyu instructed the grass turtle to ensnare the incapacitated spiny-tailed caterpillars with vine whips, hiding them within the foliage. The father and son then reapplied the sweet honey, continuing to attract more spiny-tailed caterpillars. After several trials, a few displayed promising abilities, showcasing the moves of tackle and silk spitting, yet their performance remained lackluster, failing to capture Qingfeng Zhuan's interest. Until it nearly incited a commotion among the nearby population of the spiny-tailed worm, he finally found one that met his satisfaction. This particular spiny-tailed worm was distinctly different from the others, appearing somewhat more robust, while some appeared malnourished and smaller in size. Its eyes radiated a glimmer of vitality, and its spines were polished smooth, shimmering with a radiant brilliance as the sunlight filtered through the gaps in the forest. When a fierce gust from the poison powder butterfly struck, this spiny-tailed worm remained composed, employing its silk-spinning skill to swiftly weave a web of silk between the branches and trunk before it, thereby mitigating the damage from the gale. It then emitted a piercing chirp, calling forth the nearby spiny-tailed worms, while it continued to utilize its silk-spinning skill in an attempt to flee. "Ah, it's you," exclaimed Qingfeng Zhuan, his face alight with joy. "Poison powder butterfly, utilize your poison needle skill to sever its silk." Upon hearing Qingfeng Zhuan's exuberant voice, The poison powder butterfly displayed a fond smile. As a sprite nurtured by Qingfeng-jun since childhood, it had watched him grow over the past decade. That little boy, once snot-nosed and playing with it, had now matured into a young man on the verge of embarking on a journey. Qingfeng-jun's desire for a spiny-tailed worm as his initial sprite was not solely influenced by his family's financial constraints, but also by the profound bond he shared with the poison powder butterfly. Naturally, it would not disappoint him. Streams of violet light coalesced in its mouth, forming elongated purple poison needles that shot forth like a torrential downpour. The spiny-tailed worm, seeing this, also attempted to unleash its poison needle skill, but alas, it was merely a minor player compared to the might of the poison powder butterfly. The deluge of poison needles swiftly severed the spiny-tailed worm's silk, causing it to plummet from midair. Immediately thereafter, the melodic calls of myriad birds resonated throughout the area, as golden currents of electricity, akin to a web, ensnared the spiny-tailed worm under the control of the poison powder butterfly. This was precisely the electric net skill that Qingfeng-jun's poison powder butterfly had mastered. The intense currents coursed through it, soon rendering it incapacitated. Go, Pokéball! A red and white Pokéball was hurled by Qingfeng-jun, striking the spiny-tailed worm with precision and capturing it within. At that moment, as the spiny-tailed worm emitted its chirp, Suyu arrived with his grass turtle at a thicket not far from the spiny-tailed worm's colony. Indeed, a splendid hunting butterfly was gracefully fluttering towards the direction of the sound. Upon exiting its habitat, the hunting butterfly noticed its kin under attack by a human trainer and was immediately filled with fury. With the currents of air swirling around its wings, it prepared to soar like a beam of white light. Now was the opportune moment for Suyu to act. He watched as several leaves twirled, slicing through the air like flying daggers, striking the hunting butterfly and interrupting its movement. Stung by the assault, the hunting butterfly let out an angry cry, as if expressing its ire and summoning other hunting butterflies in the vicinity to relay the message. Simultaneously, the vividly patterned wings flapped fiercely, conjuring a tempest that swept toward the grass seedling tortoise. This was the flying-type skill, Raging Storm, which the grass seedling tortoise dared not confront head-on. Nor was it necessary to do so. It merely needed to delay the attack. In a flash, it transformed into a beam of white light, evading the onslaught, a skill it had inadvertently comprehended during its training in burst speed, known as Flash of Lightning. At the same time, the grass seedling tortoise unleashed its leaf blade skill once more, disrupting and obstructing the hunting butterfly, preventing it from interfering with Qingfeng-jun's capturing battle. Accompanied by the harmonious chorus of 1,000 birds and the flickering of golden lightning, a booming laughter ensued. Suyu realized that Qingfeng-jun had successfully concluded the capturing battle and was not inclined to linger, preparing to dispatch the hunting butterfly before him. Otherwise, he would face the wrath of the stinging worm clan, a burden far beyond his fragile physique. With a swift motion, silver steel balls were continuously shot from Suyu's hand. The White Day's forest harbored numerous dangers. Thus, Suyu had meticulously crafted these steel ball projectiles and diligently honed his throwing skills, and now they were proving their worth. The steel balls, imbued with tremendous speed and force, struck the hunting butterfly entangled with the grass seedling tortoise with great impact. Clearly taken aback by the audacity of this human trainer, the hunting butterfly, momentarily caught off guard, faltered and emitted a mournful cry before plummeting from the sky. Seizing the opportunity, 2 green vine whips shot forth from the grass seedling tortoise, ensnaring the hunting butterfly and forcefully slamming it to the ground, rendering it incapable of battle. At that moment, 2 more ordinary high-tier hunting butterflies from the stinging worm clan approached. Suyu bellowed, "Grass seedling tortoise, throw!" Understanding his command, the grass seedling tortoise hurled the incapacitated stinging worms from the thicket high into the air, scattering them in all directions. Chapter 18. Let us go home. Faced with Suyu's ruthless maneuver, the 2 hunting butterflies, drawn by the sound of the insects, dared not hesitate and swiftly retaliated. They either employed Raging Storm to gently lower the stinging worms to the ground or used their silk to pull them down. They could not afford to pursue Suyu and the grass seedling tortoise, who were escaping at this opportune moment. It was crucial to note that these stinging worms, having lost their combat ability, had triggered their protective mechanisms. Without this layer of defense, falling from such heights could indeed crush them to a pulp. Thus, the 2 hunting butterflies could only watch helplessly as the duo of human and tortoise made their retreat. "Mr. Suyu, you have finally returned. Let us leave quickly," exclaimed Qingfeng-jun and his son, anxiously observing Suyu's safe approach. Though some distance away, Suyu had witnessed Qingfeng-jun's process of capturing the stinging worm, and surmised that the captured stinging worm likely possessed commendable qualities. After all, that hedgehog-like creature appeared far more astute than its companions, having mastered skills such as chirping, silk spinning, and venomous spines, and perhaps even the art of impact, which it had not yet displayed. Judging solely by these abilities, the creature he had captured likely possessed mid to even high-tier potential, which explained the urgency of the two. Well, let us proceed. Suyu nodded in agreement. Not long after they set off, upon reaching the boundary between the outskirts and the central region, a cacophony of intense insect calls, bear roars, and fierce combat echoed from the vicinity where they had captured the hedgehog-like creature. The grand tumult of battle and the familiar bear roars instantly seized Suyu's attention. He decisively retrieved a telescope from his backpack and gazed towards the source of the commotion, spotting a circle bear engaged in combat with a swarm of hunting butterflies. It became clear to him that the circle bear had been lured by the sweet honey smeared on the trees, only to encounter the furious hedgehog-like creatures and the hunting butterflies, leading to their confrontation. Considering the circle bear's foraging traits, coupled with the fact that it was currently battling, Suyu felt an irresistible urge to speak a few words to the father and son duo of the Qingfeng family before parting ways to retrace his steps. The duo, indifferent to Suyu's intentions, were solely focused on safely returning to Jike Town with their captured Pokémon. Fortunately, although Suyu was no longer accompanying them, the Qingfeng family had previously managed to locate the gathering place of the hedgehog-like creatures, proving their capability to navigate safely from the outskirts of the Baidai Forest. Before entering the Baidai Forest, Suyu had already shut down his abilities to avoid being disturbed by the myriad voices of the Pokémon within. Now, in order to seek out the Circle Bear's den, he required the assistance of these Pokémon, prompting him to reactivate his powers. In an instant, a certain onlooker among the Pokémon remarked, "Heh, that mad bear has stumbled upon a horde of crazed hedgehog-like creatures. This should be quite the spectacle." Another, awakened from slumber, complained, "How annoying. That circle bear is once again disturbing my peaceful dreams. It seems it is time to relocate." Meanwhile, a Pokémon accustomed to being bullied by the circle bear grumbled, "Go ahead and fight. I hope they drive that circle bear away, always stealing my food." The cacophony of voices nearly overwhelmed Suyu. Fortunately, after expending some effort, he finally gleaned information regarding the circle bear's den. Consequently, with a decisive thud, a large beaver, resting concealed in the grass, was subdued by Suyu's grass tortoise and ultimately capitulated, leading him to the circle bear's lair. Of course, Suyu did not forget to spray some insect repellent on himself to fend off the wild Pokémon. After all, the den of the round bear, situated in the central region of the White Deer Forest, may not be particularly deep, yet it is still possible to encounter some formidable and numerous ordinary-level Pokémon. A little less danger and trouble would be welcome. After swiftly advancing for more than 10 minutes, Suyu, guided by the great tooth badger, arrived at the entrance of the round bear's lair. The den was nestled within the heart of a colossal ancient tree, its core hollowed out to reveal a wooden door fashioned from planks, imprinted with the paw prints of a large and a small bear. Suyu remained exceedingly cautious. Refraining from approaching the tree hollow, he instructed his grass seedling turtle to gently pry open the wooden door with its vine whip. Picking up a stone from the ground, he tossed it into the hollow. Thud, thud, thud. After a few resonating sounds, silence enveloped the space. Before long, Suyu heard a series of childish voices echoing in his mind. Why is the door open? Didn't Daddy just step out for a moment? I really want to go out and play, but I should wait for Daddy to come back first. I'll just take another nap." A rustle followed, and the wooden door was closed once more. Upon hearing this, Suyu sighed in relief. The owner of the innocent voice was none other than the bear cub. He rewarded the great tooth badger with a few tree fruits before sending it away and led his grass seedling turtle towards the tree hollow. Creak. The unusual sound of the wooden door startled the bear cub awake. Rubbing its bleary eyes, it gazed towards the entrance. To its dismay, blinding sunlight poured into the den, revealing two shadows, one large and one small. The bear cub's heart sank, as if shrouded by dark clouds, and it felt a chill. "Wah, Daddy, where are you? A human trainer has come to steal our home." Despite feeling a tinge of fear, the bear cub mustered its courage, putting on a fierce demeanor and letting out a growl, roar. However, the childish tone, coupled with the crescent-shaped white mark on its head, rendered the display of ferocity rather endearing and somewhat silly. Ignoring the bear cub's attempts to intimidate him, Suyu scanned the interior of the tree hollow and quickly discovered numerous treasures obscured by dry branches. Just as he had hoped, this bear cub possessed a collecting trait, having amassed such an assortment of items, likely due to the round bear's influence. Now, it seemed that fortune smiled upon Suyu. Blue-orange fruit, Zero residue fruit. Apple wild fruit. A golden orb. Could it be a gold pearl? A black stone, perhaps a hard rock? And what felt like soft sand? As well as claws and feathers from avian Pokémon. All of these brought a look of astonishment to Suyu's face. Based on his knowledge of various Pokémon items, the fiery red crystal in his hand bore a resemblance to a fire stone, yet the fire energy within seemed significantly diminished, leaving him uncertain about its true nature. Nevertheless, it mattered little. It appeared to be a remarkably precious fire-type treasure. My warm hand treasure. Upon seeing Suyu clutching the artifact, the bear cub grew anxious. This is indeed its most cherished treasure. Holding it in winter banishes the chill. However, glancing at the grass tortoise, which glares at it fiercely, brings back the painful memory of the earlier lash from the vine whip. The little bear can only watch helplessly as Suyu crams the precious items it had painstakingly gathered into his backpack. Chapter 19. The silk vest. As the little bear gazes up with a helpless, pitiful expression, Suyu does not dare to underestimate it. Despite the bear's adorably explosive exterior, it is, in fact, a fierce sprite. At present, the bear has only just reached the ordinary initial stage of strength, and even with its item-gathering prowess, collecting such a multitude of treasures proves to be quite a challenge. Most of these treasures were likely seized from other wild sprites, taking advantage of the intimidation posed by its father, the circle bear, in this vicinity. At this moment, Suyu can distinctly hear the unabashed malice emanating from the bear's heart. Cursed human trainer, just you wait. I have memorized your scent. When my father returns, you shall weep. With narrowed eyes and a smirk playing on his lips, Suyu remains undeterred and commands, Grass Tortoise, incapacitate the little bear. Upon hearing Suyu's words and witnessing his stern demeanor, the little bear feels a sudden chill of foreboding. No longer inclined to conceal its intentions, it reveals its ferocity, summoning 3 beams of white light from its right paw, ready to launch an assault on Suyu. However, it stands no chance against the grass tortoise. With a brutal charge followed by a flurry of leaf blades, the little bear is swiftly rendered dazed, its eyes swirling in confusion. By the time the little bear regains consciousness, Suyu has long vacated the tree hollow, leaving it ensnared by the grass tortoise's vine whip. Hanging from a tree and experiencing the sensation of swinging in the air. This indignity infuriates the little bear, once a tyrant of the outskirts of the white date forest. It now finds itself humiliated, suspended by an inexperienced human trainer. It senses the mocking gazes surrounding it, a stark reversal of fortune. As it has always been the one to toy with others, the little bear vows to track down Suyu, to exact a gruesome revenge for this affront. Suyu remains oblivious to the bear's thoughts. Following the righteous act of reclaiming the treasures, he receives rewards from the sprites that the little bear had bullied and robbed, enabling him to procure a plethora of supplements for the grass tortoise. With its innate potential and diligent training, coupled with the training plans Suyu has devised, once the grass tortoise has absorbed these gains, its strength will undoubtedly surge. At that point, not only the little bear, but even its father, the circle bear, may find themselves on the receiving end of a thorough beating. Why would one concern themselves with a bear that relies on its father's intimidation? Having departed from the circle bear's hollow, Suyu proceeded cautiously along his journey, opting to take obscure paths to avoid encounters with fairies, thus ensuring no combat would ensue. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. Merely a few minutes from the exit of the Bidai forest, he unexpectedly crossed paths with a feline creature of formidable strength, hovering just a step away from reaching the esteemed rank. In the midst of his travels, Suyu retrieved an energy cube from his backpack to replenish the stamina of his grass tortoise, ensuring it remained in optimal condition. Yet this action caught the keen attention of the cat-like beast, which lay in ambush among the underbrush. Fortunately, despite his urgency, Suyu maintained his vigilance and swiftly detected the threat. The grass tortoise, not lacking in prowess, combined with Suyu's adept use of finger flick techniques to launch silver steel beads, enabled them to drive the creature away, albeit with some difficulty. And they safely emerged from the forest. Ah, Mr. Suyu, you have finally returned. Upon witnessing Suyu's safe arrival, Qingfeng, a commoner, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although Suyu had ventured deep into the forest on his quest, and any misfortune would not directly concern him, the timing, just prior to the task's verification, might slightly tarnish his reputation. Furthermore, Suyu had successfully defended them against the encroaching hunting butterfly, which allowed Qingfeng Jun to capture a high-potential spine-tailed worm. Out of concern and obligation, he felt anxious for Suyu's safety. Mr. Suyu, it's nearly noon. Perhaps you would consider having lunch here before you depart? Qingfeng suggested amicably. No need. Suyu waved his hand. Please hand me the verification of the completed task. so I may proceed to the Pokémon Center to finalize the mission. Having scavenged numerous treasures from the Circle Bear's Hollow, including some unfamiliar items, he was eager to reach the Pokémon Center to clarify matters and had no time to linger. Upon hearing Suyu's response, Qingfeng continued, "Very well. I shall provide you with the verification right away." He then handed Suyu the mission certificate along with a delicate white silk vest. "What is this?" Suyu inquired, puzzled. "This is a silk vest I crafted myself. It is the extent of my skill. Consider it a token of apology for the concealment of the task conditions and a gesture of gratitude towards you, Mr. Suyu," Qingfeng replied, his face beaming with appreciation. Qingfeng owned a silk shop in Jike Town, where he specialized in acquiring the silk produced by insect-type Pokémon to fashion and sell garments. This vest was made from the silk spun by his poison powder butterfly. While it was not particularly lucrative, he could still afford to invest in a few thousand to purchase a Pokémon egg from the Alliance's breeding house. Given the inherent dangers of being a trainer, he wished to dissuade Qingfeng Jun from embarking on that path. However, as children grow, so too do their aspirations. And Qingfeng Jun was resolute in his desire to become a trainer and embark on his journey. The growth period of insect-type sprites is brief, allowing for rapid enhancement of their combat capabilities. This particular stinger bug possesses commendable qualities, enabling it to be trained swiftly into a formidable force to bolster Qingfeng Jun's defenses and ensure his safety. Consequently, it appears that Mr. Qingfeng will receive more gifts. After some polite exchanges, Suyu accepted the silken vest made of silkworm fibers. Aside from their formidable destructive potential, the materials derived from many sprites are also quite beneficial to humanity. For instance, the shed skin of the Abba monster can serve as a medicinal ingredient. The mushroom spores from Paras may be utilized in longevity elixirs, and the stinger of the Beedrill can be crafted into defensive venomous needles. The silken vest, crafted from the threads of various insect-type sprites, is well known to Suyu for its ability to provide warmth in winter and coolness in summer. Of course, this pertains to normal temperature variations. Expecting to wear this vest in extreme environments such as volcanoes or the peaks of Tianguan Mountain and remain unscathed would be unrealistic. Moreover, the silken vest offers a degree of protection against certain types of damage. However, having undergone extensive training and absorbed considerable solid essence for body refinement, Suyu's physical prowess far exceeds that of an ordinary sprite, rendering such protection unnecessary and thus unprepared for him. Chapter 20. Fire Energy Crystal. After bidding farewell to the commoner Qingfeng, Suyu proceeded to the task hall of the Sprite Center. Upon completing his task, he successfully received a reward of 1,000 Alliance coins. "Hello, could you please assist me in appraising these treasures?" With thoughts of the numerous treasures he had gathered from the Circle Bear's Tree Hollow, Suyu approached the appraisal window in the side hall. "Certainly. Please place the treasures you wish to appraise on the device." A sweet-looking young lady in a blue uniform gestured. This device recorded extensive information about various treasures. As long as they were not artifacts left by divine beasts or relics from ancient times, it could generally identify them. Suyu had no doubt that the treasures scavenged from the Circle Bear's Hollow would fall well within the detection capabilities of the Sprite Center's appraisal machine. Beep, beep. As the machine emitted a series of beeps, the red light indicating processing extinguished, and a list of appraised treasures slid from the printer beside the machine. The staff member's voice resounded again. "Mr. Suyu, here are your appraisal results. A collection of tree fruits, golden pearls, hard stones, soft sands, fire energy crystals, and mook bird feathers." As Suyu held the treasure list, he murmured to himself, his face illuminating with delight. While he was not particularly concerned about the other treasures such as golden pearls and tree fruits, the fire energy crystals, hard stones, and soft sands intrigued him greatly. The fire energy crystal shone with a brilliance akin to that of a ruby, dazzling and thumb-sized, containing an abundance of fire energy. When held in his hand, a warm current radiated through him, enveloping his entire being in a soothing embrace, akin to basking in the gentle rays of the sun. Within the depths of the firestone vein, the energy emanating from the firestone has crystallized over time. This crystal harbors a substantial amount of fire-type energy, which, upon refinement by fire-type Pokémon, can significantly enhance their internal fire energy. Although it may lack the miraculous ability of firestones to facilitate the evolution of specific Pokémon, its value is nonetheless considerable. The sturdy rock left behind by an elite-level Onyx, when refined by rock-type Pokémon, can slightly amplify the potency of their rock-type skills. There exists also soft sand, which, when refined, can augment the power of ground-type abilities. The feathers of the Muckaroo, when ground into powder and combined with various flying-type materials, such as berries, can be transformed into energy cubes suitable for flying-type Pokémon. Despite not knowing where the bear cub amassed such an array of precious treasures, Tsuyu was aware that this clever maneuver had yielded him considerable gains. Until the grass turtle reached elite status, he no longer needed to worry about resources. As Tsuyu was perusing the treasure appraisal list, the glass doors of the Pokémon Center swung open, revealing an elderly gentleman dressed in a meticulously tailored high-end suit. His hair neatly styled, yet touched with gray at the temples. Upon noticing the faint red glow emanating from the appraisal counter, a spark of interest flickered in his murky eyes as he hurriedly approached Tsuyu. "Good day, sir. May I take a look at your fire-type crystal?" Snapped from his reverie, Tsuyu regarded the well-groomed elder and, after a moment of contemplation, handed over the fire-type energy crystal. The crystal, rich in color and devoid of any impurities, pulsed with a vibrant energy, reminiscent of the essence released from a mid-grade firestone. The elder examined the fire-type energy crystal with meticulous care, his serious demeanor shifting as a smile graced his lips. "Good sir, I shall offer you 100,000 alliance coins for this exquisite fire-type energy crystal." Surprised by the offer, Tsuyu was taken aback, not due to the price being low, but rather because it was exceedingly generous. Typically, low-grade firestones fetched around 130 to 140,000 alliance coins in various markets or the Alliance's exchange listings. The value of this fire-type crystal could only be half that of a firestone, perhaps selling for no more than 70 to 80,000 alliance coins. To receive an offer of 100,000 alliance coins from this gentleman suggested he was indeed a person of considerable means. Unable to refuse, Tsuyu promptly agreed, and the two completed the transaction on the spot. With money exchanged for goods, both parties were exceedingly satisfied. "Sir, might you be interested in the sturdy rock left by the onyx or the soft sand? I can offer you a discount." Tsuyu remembered to promote his other treasures. "No, thank you. My young master is only interested in fire-type Pokémon. Other Pokémon items hold no value for him." The elderly gentleman in a suit waved his hand in refusal, stating, "This is the old man's contact number. Should Mr. Tsuyu acquire any fire-type spirit items in the future and wish to part with them, he may reach out to me." While declining, the elder did not forget to produce a small purple card, which he handed over. "Qingchuan Hao Yuan." Gazing at the contact information and address inscribed on the card, Tsuyu felt a sense of familiarity. Upon further reflection, he realized that this was indeed the address mentioned in the task he had undertaken, specializing in fire-type spirits. It appeared that a challenging battle awaited him. Observing the elder's retreating figure, Tsuyu mused silently. "Very well. The grass seed tortoise has encountered a few battles since its emergence, but all have been smooth sailing without any setbacks. A memorable experience would serve it well to prevent excessive pride and inflated confidence." Nevertheless, he acknowledged that he ought to provide the grass seed tortoise with some rigorous training to learn additional skills, for he certainly did not wish to taste the bitterness of defeat. However, he resolved to first address the treasures before him. Regaining his focus, Tsuyu addressed the lady responsible for appraising the treasures. "Miss Audu, I would like to sell these treasures to the Spirit Center. Could you kindly calculate their value for me?" Aside from retaining the tree fruit for future energy cube production, Tsuyu opted to sell all the other treasures to the Spirit Center, including the soft sand that enhanced ground-type skills. After all, the grass seed tortoise could only amplify ground attributes upon evolving into its final form, the earth tortoise. Thus, it was of no use at this stage. By the time the grass seed tortoise evolved into the earth tortoise, its strength would likely be at least elite level. While the soft sand only benefited spirits below the excellent tier, there was no need to retain it. Selling it for some money to purchase other nutrients seemed far more practical. "Very well, Mr. Tsuyu," replied Aoda Natsuko sweetly. "According to the League's regulations, the acquisition price for these treasures is 80%. With a flurry of keystrokes, Natsuko's voice chimed in again. "The total comes to 89,000 League coins. Do you agree to this? Let us proceed with your proposed price." Though the price was 2/10 lower than the original value of the treasures, it was important to consider that the Spirit Center provided appraisal services, which incurred a fee amounting to 1/10 of the treasure's worth. By selling to the League, one could avoid appraisal costs altogether. When calculated, this meant the treasures were sold for 90% of their value. Even if one attempted to sell them on the black market or at other shops, the price would hardly be higher unless one fortuitously encountered a trainer in need, allowing for a higher sale price. This would be a considerable waste of time. Thus, selling to the Spirit Center was indeed the more economical choice. Chapter 21. Special training in a secluded training room within the Spirit Center. The temperature within the room was exceedingly high, even with his bare torso exposed. Tsuyu found sweat incessantly cascading down, cooling at his feet before evaporating under the intense heat. Before him stood the grass tortoise, its foliage wilting and yellowing from severe dehydration, accompanied by a furnace radiating intense warmth. Suyu had undertaken a task that involved battling the son of the owner of the Qingchuan villa. From the words of the villa's steward, who had procured a fire-type energy crystal from the boy, it was evident that the young lad was a trainer of fire-type spirits. Given his background and the description of the task, it was clear that this boy had triumphed over many trainers of ordinary strength, prompting the villa's master to issue a challenge for someone to temper his arrogance. It was evident that the boy's prowess was formidable, far surpassing that of Yu Sujiyu. At that moment, the grass tortoise lingered at the pinnacle of the intermediate ordinary level, barely brushing against the high ordinary level. Confronted with an opponent of superior strength and a type advantage, defeat was inevitable. Consequently, Suyu specifically rented a training room at the Pokémon Center, subjecting the grass tortoise to rigorous training, hoping to elevate its strength and broaden its repertoire of skills before undertaking this battle. Presently, he was conducting resistance training, not expecting the grass tortoise to completely withstand fire-type attacks, but rather to enable it to endure to some extent during the impending confrontation. Suddenly, the sound of an alarm clock pierced the air. Suyu promptly extinguished the furnace, and the heat dissipated. The grass tortoise could not help but exhale in relief. "Come, grass tortoise, eat these." Immediately after the training concluded, Suyu offered the grass tortoise several blocks of lush energy and a few bottles of moo milk. As it savored the invigorating energy coursing through its body and the sweet aroma of the milk, the grass tortoise squinted its eyes in bliss. In that moment, it felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Alas, such indulgence could only be enjoyed after arduous training. Nevertheless, it embraced the rigors of its training, fully aware that a formidable opponent, one with a slight advantage over it, awaited. Moreover, its time in the growth phase was still brief, rendering its current strength somewhat lacking. It could only compensate through extensive and arduous training, striving for a breakthrough before the battle. It was a fiercely competitive spirit. Having once watched a battle video where the Turtwig narrowly lost to a fire monkey due to its type disadvantage, it harbored a deep-seated resentment. It could not tolerate the notion of succumbing to a type disadvantage. Though exhausted, it found joy in the struggle, expressing its determination. As long as it did not collapse, it would train with fervor. Enduring hardship is the path to growth. An hour later, once the grass tortoise had sufficiently rested, it was time for skill training. The grass tortoise had mastered 8 skills: growl, tackle, withdraw, leaf blade, vine whip, quick attack, poison sting, and one move that it could not yet utilize due to insufficient energy. The skill venomous strike was acquired by the Turtwig after undergoing rigorous physical training, while the toxic move was learned through a skill disc purchased from the marketplace after Suyu sold some treasures. At this juncture, with less than half a month remaining for Suyu to complete this task, it would be quite an achievement for Turtwig to surpass the ordinary high tier. Learning additional skills within this time frame would be impractical, and thus, the focus would solely be on mastering one more skill. After careful contemplation, Suyu opted for the formidable venomous strike. The opponent's Pokémon was of the fire type, whereas Turtwig belonged to the grass type. And among the skills available for learning, few would be effective against fire-type Pokémon. Victory could only be achieved through unconventional means. Therefore, Suyu considered the venomous strike a poison-type skill that Turtwig could learn from a technical machine. After all, poison-type moves are notoriously troublesome. In his previous life, Suyu had heard of a particularly insidious strategy known as the substitute toxic tactic. As the name suggests, it involves the application of 3 moves: substitute, protect, and toxic. The aim is to inflict severe poison on the opponent's Pokémon while using moves like substitute and protect to evade their attacks, thereby exhausting their energy and rendering them incapable of battle. Another similar strategy is the seed toxic or seed protect, which merely substitutes the protect move with moves like leech seed, which drains the opponent's vitality, or replaces substitute with leech seed. Although these tactics may seem somewhat underhanded, they were indeed well suited for Suyu's Turtwig. However, due to time constraints, Turtwig had not mastered moves like substitute, protect, or leech seed, and learning them on short notice would be unfeasible. Hence, Suyu chose the venomous strike skill. Notably, Suyu's Turtwig was distinct from others, as it could learn the whip leaf move, which was unexpected. In his vision, as long as Turtwig became proficient in the venomous strike skill and combined it with the whip leaf move to create the toxic whip, it could strike the enemy and potentially inflict poison. Once the opponent was poisoned, during the intense battle, the toxin would spread swiftly, depleting their stamina. At that point, Turtwig could rely on its speed and endurance to outlast the foe, ultimately securing victory in the battle. Alright, Turtwig, Do you understand my intentions? Suyu conveyed the training plan to Turtwig, indicating that if it successfully executed this strategy, the likelihood of triumphing over the opponent would be significantly enhanced. The confident Turtwig nodded assertively and struck its chest with its whip leaf, assuring Suyu of its commitment to flawlessly accomplish the task. Yes, I believe you can do it. Witnessing Turtwig's confidence, Suyu offered timely encouragement, recognizing that self-assurance was advantageous. Now, let us begin practicing the venomous strike skill, striving for proficiency and swiftness in its execution. In the enchanting realm of Pokémon, the existence of skill machines, marvelous devices capable of embedding techniques within the innate abilities of Pokémon, does not guarantee their flawless execution. After all, these machines merely imprint the energy pathways of the techniques into the Pokémon's consciousness. Continuous practice is essential for the Pokémon to form muscle memory, enabling them to unleash these techniques swiftly and proficiently during battles, while also enhancing their potency. Thus, the diligent Turtwig followed the training regimen devised by Suyu, striving to master this set of strategies. Suyu, too, was not idle. As Turtwig trained, he utilized the various apparatuses in the training room, sweating profusely to strengthen his physique. The heavy sounds of his labored breaths echoed through the spacious training facility. In the ensuing days, Suyu and Turtwig engaged in a repetitive cycle of training. Each day commenced with high-temperature resistance exercises, followed by proficiency training in toxic skills, and culminating in various combination drills. Given Turtwig's innate talent, the progress was commendable. It gradually began to grasp the nuances of training, significantly reducing the time required to unleash its skills while consistently augmenting their power. A week later, "Thank you, Nurse Joy." Suyu expressed his gratitude as he received Turtwig, now healed from its injuries, from the cart pushed by the Chansey. "It's no trouble at all. It's my duty," Nurse Joy replied with a gentle smile. Though her expression turned serious as she cautioned, however, for the next few days, refrain from continuing Turtwig's resistance training. While its physique is robust, it has reached its limits. During the intensive training week, Turtwig had, in its eagerness to excel, neglected its own capacity, resulting in burns from the high temperatures emitted by the training room's furnace. Coupled with the extreme training in a short time frame, this could potentially harm its body, leaving behind hidden injuries. Consequently, Turtwig frequently visited the treatment room, becoming a regular at the Pokémon Center. This situation had drawn Nurse Joy's attention, leading her to suspect that Suyu was mistreating Turtwig. An investigation revealed that it was Turtwig's own pursuit of extreme training that was to blame. Recognizing the strong bond between Turtwig and Suyu, as well as Turtwig's exceptional talent, Nurse Joy took extra care of him, personally overseeing each of Turtwig's treatments. Otherwise, it would have been exceedingly difficult for Suyu to gain an audience with Nurse Joy. Understood. Without needing further prompting from Nurse Joy, Suyu acknowledged that Turtwig's resistance training had indeed reached its limit. Any further training would necessitate a breakthrough to a higher level of strength. "Come, Turtwig. Let us indulge in a meal as a reward for your efforts." Upon exiting the Pokémon Center, Suyu addressed Turtwig. "Me? I would like to dine at the Pokémon restaurant." Turtwig responded eagerly. The grass turtle lifted its head in surprise, gazing at Suyu. A couple of days ago, while dining at the food street, it had spotted an advertisement for a newly opened Pokémon battle restaurant, renowned for its exquisite offerings such as scallion duck, Quintero steak, steamed crab claws, and giant wing soup. Just the thought of it made its mouth water. However, as anticipated, dining at such an establishment proved to be exorbitantly expensive, costing tens of thousands in a single meal. Did Suyu think money grew on trees? Suyu shattered its fantasies. "Weren't you the one who took the bear cub?" "What do you mean took? That sounds so harsh. I prefer to call it upholding justice. It was a reward," Suyu replied, firmly pressing down on its head, muttering under his breath. "Surely, I deserve some credit." The grass turtle protested. "What credit do you claim? If it weren't for my initiative to raid the Circle Bear's den, would we have reaped such rewards?" Faced with the shamelessness of its trainer, the grass turtle found itself at a loss for words. It seemed it had to resort to its ultimate tactic. It had heard that the battle restaurant was running a promotion. If the Pokémon won a battle, they could receive a discount. The grass turtle confidently stated that it could participate in the battle, minimizing their expenses, thus not spending too much money. "Ah, is there a silver lining? Then let us hasten." Suyu called out to the grass turtle, striding forward. This left the grass turtle bewildered in the wind. It had expected to exert some persuasive effort to convince its trainer, which was quite different from the script it had envisioned. "Little one, you think you can outsmart me? You are still too naive," Suyu thought to himself, secretly reveling in his triumph. In truth, just days prior at the food street, Suyu had noticed the grass turtle's restlessness, aware of its cravings for the culinary delights of the Pokémon battle restaurant. Today, he had taken it out with the intention of treating it to a feast. Although this meal might cost several tens of thousands of Alliance coins, they were financially stable at the moment. If they ran out of money, they could always return to the bear cub for a bit of autumn wind. Initially, he merely intended to tease it, but to his surprise, the grass turtle volunteered to help save some funds. Such a considerate Pokémon was not something Suyu could easily refuse. He accepted with a suppressive smile, realizing it was not about exploiting his Pokémon, but rather that it had matured and learned the value of frugality. As Suyu pondered this, he meandered through the winding streets, and soon enough, the Pokémon battle restaurant came into view. A towering, luxurious hotel adorned with gleaming golden characters that read Star of Hope, leading the grass turtle inside. They were greeted by a waiter clad in a formal hotel uniform, who approached with a single-handed bow and said, "Welcome. Hello. I believe you are hosting a battle discount promotion here?" Suyu inquired directly. The waiter smiled gently. "Indeed, sir. Would you like to participate in this event?" "Yes. Please make the arrangements for me." Suyu nodded. "Please hold on a moment, sir. I will make the necessary arrangements," the waiter replied, feeling a bit flustered by Suyu's confident demeanor. This is merely a promotional tactic employed by their restaurant. To receive a discount, one must engage in a battle against a sprite of equal strength, possessing attributes that somewhat counterbalance each other, and emerge victorious. Observing Suyu, it was evident that he had only recently become a trainer. He had little faith in Suyu's capability to triumph. The middle-aged man wore a confident expression. Yet if he were to lose, it would indeed be quite embarrassing. Nonetheless, since the guest had proposed the challenge, he could not refuse. He escorted Suyu to a private room, confirmed the sprite he would use in battle, and tested the strength of his Turtwig with a device. After providing them with snacks to pass the time, he hurriedly excused himself. A few minutes later, a well-dressed gentleman in his 40s, dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, entered the room. "Haha, young man, so you wish to battle, do you? Your courage is commendable." He laughed heartily, slapping Suyu's shoulder with his large palm. "Heh, if you win, you'll receive a discount. If you lose, it's not a loss either, as your sprite will gain valuable battle experience. What is not to like?" Suyu shrugged, indicating that he was merely a novice, eager to give it a try. "Mr. Seek, the arena is prepared. You may commence your battle." The waiter interjected politely, interrupting their conversation. Guided by the waiter, they made their way to the battle arena. The battle room in the restaurant bore no substantial difference from those found in Pokémon centers. It was simply a more spacious area. "Are both of you ready?" The waiter, assuming the role of referee, inquired formally as he took his place at the judging table. "Haha, let us begin, young man. Show me your prowess." "Mr. Seek chuckled, releasing his sprite. As he did, a wave of heat rushed forth. The sprite he summoned was an evolved form of Eevee, a fire type. With a coat of vibrant red skin and a large, fluffy yellow tail, tufts of yellow fur adorned its neck and forehead. Observing the fire type's somewhat dull fur and its overall strength, Suyu shook his head in disappointment. This fire type seemed underwhelming. When sprites evolve, their strength typically increases significantly. Yet this particular fire type was only at the intermediate level of the ordinary stage. This indicated that the sprite likely evolved using a fire stone before fully realizing its potential. Otherwise, it should have reached at least the excellent tier. This phenomenon is common among many wild sprites. The harsh conditions of their natural habitats often compel them to evolve prematurely, even if they possess high potential, in order to survive against formidable foes. Consequently, this early evolution can squander their innate abilities, resulting in a scarcity of sprites that can transcend the king level in the wild. Flame Burst. Although the reason for Suyu's momentary distraction was unclear, he did not dwell on it, and promptly issued a combat command to the fire sprite. The fire sprite opened its mouth wide, channeling energy within, as red flames coalesced, transforming into a column of fire that surged forth towards the grass tortoise. However, the fiery projectile, although swift and searing, was easily evaded by the grass tortoise, which deftly sprang away using its powerful limbs. Regaining his focus, Suyu began to deliver further commands. Flash of lightning, followed by a charge. As soon as his words left his lips, the grass tortoise became a streak of white light, darting forward with the speed of lightning, arriving at the fire sprite's side in an instant. Before Qing Shui Guangyuan could instruct the fire sprite to evade, the grass tortoise collided with it, sending the fire sprite crashing against the wall and leaving a spiderweb-like crack in its wake. Qing Shui Guangyuan was taken aback. Yet the fire sprite managed to partially evade the blow, avoiding a direct hit to its head. Nonetheless, the combination of the lightning speed and the force of the charge inflicted severe damage upon its side, causing its eyes to bulge slightly in pain. Suyu did not anticipate that a single strike would defeat the fire sprite. He had just begun to command the grass tortoise to employ its toxic skill to assess its effectiveness over time when he heard, "I concede." Qing Shui Guangyuan hurriedly rushed to the fire sprite's side, expressing concern for its injuries. Observing this, Suyu could not help but pause. It became evident to him that Qing Shui Guangyuan bore significant responsibility for Eevee's premature evolution using a firestone, squandering a great deal of potential and resulting in its current status of merely being average. Qing Shui Guangyuan was not a suitable trainer. The moment his Pokémon was injured, he could hardly contain himself. One must question how such a person could bear to train their Pokémon. The Firestone, when administered to Eevee, would forcibly trigger its evolution without waiting for the necessary internal energy to reach the standard, thus rapidly enhancing its strength. For someone like him, acquiring a Firestone for Eevee was an immediate decision, hastily boosting its power. Alas, it was unfortunate for Eevee to encounter such a trainer. Whether it was luck or misfortune remains uncertain. At that moment, footsteps approached from afar, and the door swung open. A tall female trainer, with a high ponytail and an elegant visage, entered and approached Qing Shui Guangyuan. "Uncle Qing, the fire sprite is still able to fight. You should not interfere with its battle," she admonished, a mixture of frustration and exasperation on her face. Qing Shui Guangyuan, a burly man, stood there, cowed and unable to retort against the reproach of a seemingly frail woman. This battle had been thoroughly observed by Shan Chuan Lai through the surveillance cameras in the combat room. Originally, Suyu's opponent was not Kiyomizu Mitsuyoshi, but a specialized trainer within the restaurant. However, coincidentally, Kawakawa Reiko had just returned from her vacation at the Kyoto Academy and was taken aback to see Kiyomizu Mitsuyoshi still maintaining his old ways, treating his Eevee as a mere pet, refusing to train it, and even hastily evolving it with a firestone. This nearly infuriated her. Just then, she encountered Suyu, a seemingly inexperienced trainer, who had come to challenge. She decided to let Kiyomizu Mitsuyoshi take the stage, hoping to provide him with a first-hand experience of Pokémon battles, thereby altering his misguided belief that training could lead to injury, relegating Pokémon to mere pets. However, she was utterly unprepared for Suyu's prowess. With a single strike, he severely injured Kiyomizu's fire Pokémon, shattering the fragile confidence he had begun to rebuild. With a scowl, Reiko approached Suyu, her eyes blazing with indignation as she regarded the jubilant Turtwig beside him. "You, young man, possess quite the formidable Turtwig. I am Kawakawa Reiko, a student of the Tian Crown Academy, and I challenge you to a duel. What say you?" Surprised, Suyu paused. He was well aware of Tian Crown Academy, an esteemed institution nestled within Tian Crown Mountain, renowned as the premier trainer school in the Sinnoh region. The academy was perpetually blanketed in snow, its climate bitterly cold. Graduates from Tian Crown were typically elite trainers, and though Reiko had not yet completed her studies, her skills were undoubtedly beyond his reach as a novice trainer. It was evident that Reiko harbored ulterior motives, and Suyu, not one to willingly submit to humiliation, promptly declined her challenge. Realizing her initial frustration, Reiko quickly recalibrated her approach. "If you lose, the previous terms apply, a 50% discount. Should you win, I shall cover your entire meal today. What do you think?" She was confident that Suyu would find this offer alluring. If he lost, he faced minimal consequences, but a victory would grant them an extravagant feast. The nearby waiter, stifling a chuckle, felt a twinge of sympathy. After all, Reiko was the owneress' daughter, and her whims were not to be challenged. He harbored a nagging suspicion that Reiko might indeed falter against Suyu, yet he rationalized that as a student of Tian Crown Academy, it seemed implausible for her to lose to a trainer who appeared so inexperienced. Perhaps it was merely his imagination. Chapter 24. The interconnected web. Suyu inwardly marveled at the lengths to which she would go to best him. Nevertheless, he remained resolute in his refusal. Just as he was about to voice his rejection once more, Turtwig sprang into action. "Wait, does that mean we can indulge to our heart's content?" What a delightful surprise. The grass seed turtle was previously torn between selecting various dishes, fully aware of its trainer's limited financial resources. Although it had made a considerable profit from the bear cub, that sum was earmarked for future training expenses and could not be squandered on gourmet delights. Now, presented with the opportunity for a sumptuous feast, how could it not be elated? There was no need for selection. The grass seed turtle fixed its piercing gaze upon Suyu, conveying a clear message. It yearned for an extravagant meal. Understanding the grass seed turtle's intent, Suyu could only helplessly rub his forehead. The female trainer before him was a student of the Sky Crown Academy, a prestigious institution in the Sinnoh region. The trainers who gained admission to such an elite academy were far from ordinary. Even the most commonplace student possessed exceptional abilities. Moreover, this young lady operated a battle-themed restaurant, suggesting her prowess was formidable, likely beyond what the grass seed turtle could withstand. Indeed, the allure of fine cuisine was captivating, and for the sake of food, the grass seed turtle feared nothing. Reluctantly, Tsuyu attempted to dissuade the grass seed turtle from its reckless pursuit, but he could not redirect its enthusiasm. He decided to let the grass seed turtle experience the harsh realities of human nature. Did it truly believe in the existence of free lunches? The grass seed turtle stood resolutely on the battlefield, gathering energy with fervor, its eyes ablaze with determination, fixated on the opposing arena. Meanwhile, after a moment of preparation, the trainer, Lai Z, released her Pokémon, a small, cloaked creature. Phew! Relieved, Tsuyu sighed softly upon sensing the Pokémon she had summoned. Although Lai Z intended to teach the grass seed turtle a lesson, she retained some decorum and only unleashed a standard high-tier snow fairy. The snow fairy, a Pokémon that thrives in frigid caves, can endure temperatures as low as -100°C. Female snow fairies can evolve into snow maidens using an awakening stone and possess skills such as powder snow, iron head, and double team. Information about the snow fairy flashed rapidly through Tsuyu's mind. Unlike the fire-type Pokémon of Qing Shui Guanyuan, the snow fairy was more powerful than the grass seed turtle and had a type advantage over it. Tsuyu promptly issued his command, Leaf Blade. As soon as the words left his lips, the grass seed turtle swung its head vigorously, unleashing a barrage of green leaves that sliced through the air, hurtling towards the snow fairy's face. Facing the swiftly spinning, dart-like leaves, the snow fairy concentrated, swaying deftly at Lai Z's command, skillfully evading the grass seed turtle's assault. Tsuyu murmured in surprise. Although the snow fairy had successfully dodged the leaf blade due to its superior strength, Tsuyu detected a flaw. The snow fairy hesitated for a brief moment while executing Lai Z's command. The bond between them did not seem particularly strong. Had it only recently been captured? Tsuyu pondered thoughtfully. Wild spirits, accustomed to freedom, possess their own thoughts. When faced with an assault from an opponent of lesser strength, these wild spirits view the attack as a provocation, choosing not to evade but instead to unleash more powerful techniques to vanquish their adversaries. The brief hesitation exhibited by the snow child serves as a testament to this notion. Nevertheless, a further test is warranted. Tsuyu mused inwardly, and then commanded, Turtwig. Employ Leaf Blade once more, but with greater speed. Under Tsuyu's directive, Turtwig reduced the number of leaves by half, causing the velocity of Leaf Blade to increase significantly. The snow child dodged the first and second leaves, but ultimately, bang bang, the third and fourth leaves struck the snow child, sending it sprawling to the ground. Did you notice? Such keen observation, exclaimed Lai, adding, in that case, let us try this technique. Snow child, use shadow clone followed by iron head. The snow child executed a nimble flip to regain its footing, then a flash of white light enveloped it, resulting in multiple snow child figures appearing throughout the battlefield. With a series of swift motions, the clones surged towards Turtwig like streaks of light. The myriad of figures moved so swiftly that Turtwig could hardly discern the genuine from the illusions. In that case, withdraw into your shell, Tsuyu shouted decisively. Just as Turtwig retracted into its shell, the real snow child collided forcefully with it, sending Turtwig tumbling backwards. Lai, sensing her advantage, prepared to command the snow child to execute Iron Head once more. Turtwig, ensnare the snow child with Vine Whip. Tsuyu's unexpected command left Lai in disbelief. How could Turtwig possibly learn Vine Whip? As she pondered whether this was part of Tsuyu's strategy, two green vines, tinged with hints of purple, suddenly emerged from Turtwig's shell, swiftly capturing the snow child. Pull it in and deliver a powerful impact. Tsuyu issued another command. The snow child, about to unleash a lesson upon Turtwig as its head glimmered with white energy, found itself bound and unable to move. Meanwhile, Turtwig landed on the ground, the vines exerting force, pulling the snow child closer for a tremendous collision. Yet, the snow child, having survived in the wild for an extensive period, instinctively reacted in this dire situation without Lai's prompting. A surge of white energy coalesced in its mouth, and a wave of tiny blue ice crystals surged forth, resembling a blue galaxy cascading towards Turtwig. Bang! The snow child was forcefully propelled backward, landing on the opposite side of the battlefield, stirring up clouds of dust. Turtwig, too, was not unscathed. Struck at close range by the ice-type move, Powder Snow, it trembled in place, attempting to shake off the chill. Snow child, are you all right? Lai exclaimed, having regained her senses from the astonishment of Turtwig's unexpected Vine Whip. As the smoke dissipated, although the snow boy remained unharmed. He was intermittently engulfed in a haze of purple, indicating a state of poisoning. Was he poisoned? When did this occur? Lizzie cast a puzzled glance at Suyu. And then, as if a realization dawned upon her, she confidently declared, the flying leaf quick blade, the vine whip, and the final impact? Indeed. Suyu nodded in agreement. During the training of the vine whip and the venom skill combination, the grass seed tortoise seemed to have stumbled upon a trick, successfully integrating the venom into the flying leaf quick blade. Coupled with the toxin from the vine whip and the application of the venom during the final impact directed at the snow boy, the trio of attacks resulted in the successful poisoning of the snow boy. Chapter 25. The Power of a Glutton. What an impressive newcomer. Lizzie couldn't help but applaud Suyu's meticulous strategy, her face lighting up with a smile. However, how will you respond to this situation? At that moment, the area on the grass seed tortoise's back, struck by the snow boy's fine snow skill, emanated a chilling aura. The fine snow skill has a 10 chance of freezing the target, and the grass seed tortoise, unfortunately, triggered this probability upon being hit at close range, succumbing to a frozen state. The abnormal condition would interfere with the Pokémon's actions, hastening the depletion of its stamina, for such states are indeed a form of injury. Suyu noted the grass seed tortoise's predicament, yet he felt little regret. There was no alternative. Despite the snow boy being newly captured by Lizzie and still retaining some wild Pokémon habits, his strength surpassed that of the grass seed tortoise, and he held an advantage in attributes as well. Furthermore, Lizzie was an outstanding student from the Heavenly Crown Academy. Her prowess as a trainer and her experience were formidable. For the grass seed tortoise to claim victory, it could only rely on inducing a state of poisoning in the snow boy, gradually wearing down his health. However, whether through the combination of the flying leaf quick blade and venom or the vine whip and venom, the grass seed tortoise was not particularly adept. To ensure that the snow boy would succumb to poisoning, Suyu refrained from having the grass seed tortoise slam the snow boy to the ground with the vine whip upon capturing him. Instead, he executed a feint and employed the venom skill at close range. The outcome, as anticipated, successfully poisoned the snow boy. Yet, the grass seed tortoise's luck was not fortuitous either, as it encountered the 10 freezing probability from the fine snow. The scales of victory had returned to their initial balance, and the grass seed tortoise's concealed vine whip strategy was now exposed. Given this, let us engage in a fair and square battle. Grass seed tortoise. Unleash a flash of lightning combined with the impact move. Excellent. This is precisely the kind of battle Lizzie desired. If one is a true warrior, let it be a clash of strength rather than resorting to underhanded tactics. She is no coward. With a hearty laugh, Lizzie clenched her fists and shouted, "Snow boy, do not falter. Let us unleash the indomitable Iron Head technique." In a flash, amidst the clamor of battle, the snow sprite and the grass tortoise had exchanged multiple blows, each showcasing their formidable techniques. Amidst the swirling dust, the two little spirits staggered apart, each bearing numerous wounds and panting heavily. Speed was the grass tortoise's advantage, yet it found itself at a disadvantage against the snow sprite due to its lower strength and the debilitating effects of frostbite. A chilling aura enveloped its back, gradually encasing its body in a thick layer of ice, which increased its burden and hastened its fatigue. At this moment, the grass tortoise lay defeated on the ground, shivering from the cold, while the snow sprite, though still breathless, gathered enough strength to deliver a final blow, solidifying its impending victory. "Huh! It seems this match is mine to claim," Lili exclaimed with delight, commanding, "Snow sprite, show your opponent some respect and finish it off with your final Iron Head." With small, determined steps, the snow sprite moved toward the grass tortoise, not so much running as advancing with a resolute gait. Losing, it seemed, was not entirely a bad outcome. However, Suyu suddenly called out to the grass tortoise, "If you win, all the savings will belong to you." As soon as the words left his lips, the grass tortoise, its consciousness fading under the freezing grip, appeared to respond to some unseen stimulus. A green light emanated from the sprout atop its head, and a surge of grass-type energy flooded in from all directions, enveloping its entire form. The thick ice on its back shattered, and in that instant, the grass tortoise's spirit surged. Has it activated its verdant trait and achieved a breakthrough? So you thought. Filled with joy, the grass tortoise was already on the brink of a breakthrough. With just a few days of consuming energy-boosting grass-type cubes, it could successfully elevate to a higher tier. Unexpectedly, spurred by Suyu's words, the grass tortoise had activated its verdant trait, absorbing a significant amount of grass-type energy from the air, completing its breakthrough even as its stamina waned. Is this the power of faith, or rather, the power of a foodie? After the breakthrough, The grass tortoise regained some stamina, and under the influence of its verdant trait, the potency of its grass-type moves increased by half, illuminating the path to victory for Tsuyu. Leaf Blade, he commanded decisively. With a resounding step, green leaves shot forth, hurtling toward the Snow Sprite and colliding with its head, resulting in a fierce standoff. Snow Sprite, push through with all your might, Lili urged, her fists clenched in anticipation. She could hardly believe that the grass tortoise had managed to defy the odds, successfully breaking through and activating its verdant trait. It is important to note that while traits are unique abilities inherent to the Pokémon, they are not easily triggered. Typically, they can only be faintly sensed once the Pokémon reaches a commendable level of strength. To truly master one's inherent qualities and evoke them at any moment, one must ascend to the elite level. This is the hallmark of a true elite sprite. Bang! Ultimately, the Chikorita prevailed, as the last few leaves of its leaf tornado sent the Snow Child flying. Just a step away, the Snow Child thought, as it fell heavily to the ground, its eyes swirling. If only it had been able to collide with the Chikorita, it would have emerged victorious. Alas, this was merely a small step, yet a chasm separating triumph from defeat. Witnessing the Snow Child's loss of combat capability, the Chikorita too succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing onto the ground, yet not forgetting to cast a knowing glance at Tsuyu. You understand, this is my own money, all mine, do not abscond with it. Soon after, its eyes also spun, losing the will to fight. This meaningful glance left Tsuyu both bemused and exasperated. Was he truly the type to withhold the fruits of a sprite's labor? What an extraordinary battle it was. You have won, he declared. Lili approached and said, let me heal your sprite. Come forth, Roserade. A humanoid sprite, adorned with a mask and cloak reminiscent of a masquerade ball, appeared in the arena, holding a blue flower in its left hand and a red flower in its right. Roserade used sweet scent and grassy terrain. An invigorating fragrance emanated from Roserade's hands, while rich green light points radiated from its form, continuously flowing into the battlefield below. In the next moment, an abundance of grass sprouted from the earth like mushrooms after rain, quickly growing to the height of Tsuyu's knees. A vibrant green luminescence spread across the meadow, infusing the incapacitated Snow Child and Chikorita with revitalizing life energy. In no time, the Chikorita broke free from its frozen state, regaining some vitality and bouncing back to life. Chapter 26. Recruitment. The awakened Chikorita cast a defiant glance at the Snow Child, which was glaring back at it, then turned to Tsuyu with an expression that spoke volumes. Rest assured, Tsuyu replied with calm assurance. I, Tsu, always honor my word and do not default. He had a firm grasp on the Chikorita's motivations as a foodie. You two share quite the bond, Lili exclaimed, before inquiring, by the way, will you be participating in this year's Lily of the Valley Conference? The Lily of the Valley Conference? Tsuyu pondered for a moment, responding with uncertainty, perhaps. Currently, he possessed only the Chikorita, and to reach the finals of the Lily of the Valley Conference, a minimum of 6 elite-level sprites was requisite. As it stood, he was leagues away from that goal and was unlikely to attend this year's conference. After all, since one must participate in the Alliance Conference, the goal should be to aspire for victory. Otherwise, one might as well be akin to a mere fish out of water. Of course, should fortune smile upon him, and he experiences an extraordinary encounter, enabling him to cultivate 6 elite Pokémon, even those of gym-level caliber, before the Lily of the Valley Conference commences. Then perhaps the scenario would be different. Very well, I shall await your arrival at the Lily of the Valley Conference, where I will showcase my true prowess. With those words, Lili hastily departed with her snowy child. To be defeated by a newcomer would be a significant humiliation. Rigorous training for the snowy child is imperative. Mr. Tsuyu, please follow me. A nearby waiter guided Tsuyu to the dining area, his expression a tapestry of complexity, harboring silent concerns. Their young mistress had been vanquished, and to add insult to injury, it was at the hands of a grass-type Pokémon, the Chikorita, which, despite its disadvantage in attributes and slightly inferior strength, had somehow mastered the Vine Whip technique. Yet, a defeat is a defeat, and the waiter wore a troubled expression, pondering how to report this predicament to the superior without incurring his wrath. Time to eat. The Chikorita incessantly urged Tsuyu to hasten. Mr. Tsuyu, please enjoy your meal. The round glass table was laden with an array of exquisite dishes, each more visually appealing and aromatic than the last. The fiery shrimp from the scorching desert, vibrant red and merely the size of an adult thumb when shelled and cleaned, was placed in the refrigerator to chill for half an hour. Dipped in a hint of vinegar, it could be savored raw. A burst of icy freshness erupted on the palate, accompanied by a warm flow circulating through the body, providing a delightful contrast of sensations. The black pine mushroom soup, crafted from a rare black fungus sourced from the black pine forest, not only boasted abundant nutrition, but also enhanced the body's immunity and vitality, making it a favored delicacy among the affluent. There were also cream puffs made with moo moo milk, truffle ice cream, blackberry juice, and a plethora of other culinary delights. The splendid array was intoxicating, causing the chikorita's eyes to gleam with desire as it salivated profusely. As soon as the waiter stepped away, it swiftly utilized its vine whip to seize plate after plate, voraciously consuming the delectable offerings. Meanwhile, in the curtained city, within a lavish mansion, a plump middle-aged man in his 40s reclined in a lounge chair, a suction cup doll massaging him from behind. He hummed a cheerful tune, his right hand caressing the soft, sleek fur of his beloved feline companion. This man was Tekao Uakawa, the father of Lilizi and the proprietor of the Hope Star Battle restaurant. Recently, he had been preoccupied with the restaurant's affairs, leaving him utterly exhausted. Now that the establishment had found its footing, he seized the opportunity to indulge in a moment of leisurely respite. Once Lilizi graduates from the Tianguan Academy, I shall entrust the restaurant to her management, allowing me to live a life of leisure. He mused, just as the abrupt sound of a phone ringing shattered his reverie. The familiar tone prompted a sigh from him, as he recognized it was a call from the restaurant. Could it be that yet another troublesome matter has arisen? The suction cup doll. Astonishingly, the phone, under the control of the suction cup doll's extraordinary abilities, soared from the table to his ear. The voice of the restaurant manager resonated through the line. Boss, Miss Lili. What has happened to Lili? Shang Chuan Juanxiong abruptly opened his eyes and sat upright. Lili was his cherished daughter. Could something be amiss? However, was she not studying at the Tianguan Academy? How could news of her reach him from the battle restaurant? Boss, isn't the restaurant currently running a discount event for battles? I am aware of that. What is it? The young lady arrived at the restaurant not long ago and happened to encounter a trainer who came to challenge her. She took to the stage to battle. The manager, with an anxious expression, explained the reason for the call. Oh, Shang Chuan Juanxiong's interest was piqued. Who possessed such remarkable prowess to bring Lili to her knees? Lili was a top student at the Tianguan Academy. Who could possibly defeat her? The manager offered a wry smile. It is a trainer who has only recently registered. What? Just as Shang Chuan Juanxiong took a sip of tea from the cup handed to him by the suction cup doll, he nearly spat it out in disbelief. What nonsense was this? How could a newly debuted trainer defeat Lili? Was this some sort of jest? Fortunately, before he could erupt in anger, the manager promptly divulged Su Yu's information in detail. A grass starter with vine whip, and it has activated the overgrow ability? Shang Chuan Juanxiong stroked his chin, revealing a look of keen interest. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Have Guan Yuan try to recruit that young man. Although Su Yu's current strength was not formidable, he had already demonstrated considerable potential. As long as he did not falter, it would not be a problem for him to become an elite trainer or even a gym leader in the future. For such talent, Shang Chuan Juanxiong naturally wished to recruit him, making an early investment with the hope of reaping substantial rewards later. It is said that the Ice King Kina from the Kanto region, prior to becoming a champion, exhibited remarkable trainer talent and received support from the Twin Islands, which enabled her to ascend to the champion's position. As a champion, she reciprocated by becoming a prominent figure for the Twin Islands, significantly contributing to their development and prosperity. Yes, boss. A series of beeping sounds echoed from the phone. In a private room of the Hope Star Battle restaurant, the grass starter contentedly patted its belly, a glint of mischief in its eyes. Beside it stood towering stacks of empty plates, piled high. Chapter 27. Commencing production. What an audacious grass starter. Daring to scheme against him. Gazing at the lengthy bill, Su Yu could not help but feel a surge of frustration, gritting his teeth in vexation. Although the exact costs of the battle restaurant remain unknown, Su Yu found himself in a rather advantageous position. The complimentary meal at the Hope Star Battle restaurant was indeed delightful. However, prior to the battle, Su Yu had promised the Chow Meow turtle that half of the savings would be allocated for its own use. Little did he anticipate that after feasting, the turtle would overindulge, consuming 5 extravagant cakes specially prepared by the restaurant's trainers, leaving it plump and sprawled on the floor, seemingly unbothered by the risk of overindulgence. The more it consumed, the greater the potential return. After all, one must admit, Su Yu was indeed shrewd at times, yet foolish at others. Nevertheless, there was no recourse. The consequences of his words were his alone to bear. Fortunately, the Pokémon he raised was not a gluttonous Snorlax. Otherwise, he might have become the first trainer in the Pokémon world to face bankruptcy due to an insurmountable debt to Pokémon. Feeling frustrated, Su Yu glanced at the Chow Meow turtle, which was secretly reveling in its gluttony, now resembling a ball and evidently unable to digest its feast anytime soon. Angered, he chose not to carry it away, but instead confined it in a small dark room. After all, once it evolved into a Torterra, it would need to spend considerable time inside, so he thought it best to let it acclimatize early. Ignoring the turtle-esque complaints, Tsuyu secured it in the small dark room and prepared to leave. Just as he stepped out of the restaurant, a familiar voice called out to him, "Mr. Tsuyu, may I have a moment of your time?" Turning around, he was greeted by the earnest face of Shimizu Keijin Sure. Tsuyu shrugged nonchalantly. Although he was unaware of the reason for Shimizu's approach, a brief stroll after his meal sounded pleasant. "Mr. Tsuyu, your performance today was remarkable. Quite unlike a novice trainer who has just recently embarked on this journey." Shimizu Keijin remarked with a hint of admiration and perhaps a touch of envy. "Haha, Mr. Shimizu, you flatter me," Tsuyu replied, somewhat surprised yet maintaining a humble demeanor. The path of a trainer is fraught with challenges. Nurturing Pokémon demands substantial resources, and Mr. Tsuyu does not possess significant advantages. Shimizu paused, glancing at Tsuyu before continuing. "I wonder if you would be open to accepting an investment from our Hope Star restaurant?" Shimizu Keijin wasted no time, directly expressing his intent. At this moment, Tsuyu understood the underlying motive. The owner of the Hope Star Battle Restaurant perceived potential in him and sought to invest resources while he was still on the rise, anticipating a return once he became a formidable trainer. Such practices were commonplace in the Pokémon world, with many renowned trainers having experienced similar propositions, and Tsuyu had certainly heard of them. However, despite the familiarity, Tsuyu felt he had not yet reached the point where he required external assistance to nurture his Pokémon. His current abilities were sufficient for the effective care of Chow Meow Turtle. Moreover, his journey as a trainer has only just commenced. How could he so easily contemplate surrender? He did not wish to shackle himself from the outset, and besides, he possessed his own unique advantages. Setting aside his extraordinary abilities, if he could successfully create energy cubes, he would be able to amass the funds necessary for nurturing Pokémon without relying on anyone else. Apologies for my idleness, but such is my nature. Thus, when approached by Shimizu Keijin, Tsuyu felt compelled to politely decline. Within merely the span of a meal, they had discerned Tsuyu's background, uncovering that he hailed from the Alliance's welfare institution. It was unexpected that Tsuyu could withstand their enticements. Momentarily, Shimizu Keijin found himself at a loss for words. Fortunately, at that moment, they arrived at the entrance of the Pokémon Center. "I shall not intrude any further, Mr. Tsuyu," Shimizu Keijin said with a smile. "Should you require anything, do not hesitate to visit us. By the way, as a reward for your success as a challenger, our restaurant offers you a 50% discount membership card. Please accept it." As he spoke, Shimizu Keijin presented Tsuyu with a black and gold card inscribed with the word Star of Hope. Tsuyu did not refuse it, having declined once already. He felt it would be rather impolite to decline a second time. Besides, it was merely a membership card. If he chose not to use it, it would not matter much, as he was not lacking in funds for discounts. After parting ways, Tsuyu strode directly into the Pokémon Center, while Shimizu Keijin made a phone call. "Boss, how did it go?" the languid Uchikawa Toshio inquired. "The young man has dreams and desires not to be confined. He has declined our offer," Shimizu Keijin replied. Uchikawa Toshio nodded in understanding. "I see," he said before hanging up. His interest in recruiting Tsuyu was merely a fleeting whim upon hearing that Tsuyu had triumphed over his daughter. Being rejected was of no consequence. How many gifted trainers manage to persevere until the end, becoming gym leaders or even champions? Most succumb to the perils of their journey, returning to the city in defeat. Regarding the subsequent conversation between the two, Tsuyu remained oblivious, or rather, even if he were aware, he would not have concerned himself. A little over 10 minutes later, within the confines of the Pokémon Center's room, the Turtwig lay sprawled on the sofa, digesting the food hastily fed to it. Meanwhile, Tsuyu busied himself with a machine, a flicker of excitement illuminating his face. Indeed, it was the small berry mixer he had just rented from the Pokémon Center, and he was preparing to attempt the creation of energy cubes. The prospect of energy cubes had lingered in Tsuyu's mind for some time. With Turtwig having successfully evolved and a little extra money in hand, he finally had the opportunity to pursue this long-held ambition. After all, the ability to transform relatively inexpensive berries into highly nutritious energy cubes, which would greatly benefit Pokémon, was an exhilarating thought for Tsuyu. He does not aspire to create exquisite, gem-like energy cubes that would lead to sudden wealth, but rather aims to produce intermediate energy cubes for his sprite, thereby addressing the resource needs for sprite cultivation. Returning to the matter at hand, Tsuyu quelled the excitement on his face. Remain composed. Let the creation of the energy cubes unfold first, for this marks his inaugural attempt at crafting such items. One must not harbor excessive hopes, lest disappointment ensue. In his mind, several recipes for basic energy cubes surged forth, and soon, Tsuyu selected one. The low-tier energy cube, known as the blue-orange energy cube, is primarily made from blue oranges, supplemented with phoenix pears, vanilla, and pure water, and serves to restore a sprite's stamina. The blue-orange fruit can be consumed directly to rejuvenate a sprite's energy, and Tsuyu always kept a stock of them in his spatial backpack. Vanilla enhances the aroma of both food and energy cubes, readily available in the cafeteria of the Sprite Center. Tsuyu spent several hundred alliance coins to acquire a substantial quantity of phoenix pears, which were spoils from his encounters with bear cubs. Thus, all the materials required to create the blue-orange energy cube were assembled, and the moment to witness a miracle had arrived. Would this trainer truly lament a slight monetary loss? Tsuyu let out a few excited yells, drawing the attention of the grass tortoise. Thankfully, he had not lost his mind. After observing him for a brief moment, the grass tortoise diverted its gaze, returning to its own entertainment, watching the film Detective Grass Tortoise. Simultaneously, Tsuyu found himself with a delightful dilemma: how to spend his newfound wealth. With resolve, Tsuyu commenced the creation of the energy cubes. The first step involved thoroughly washing the fruits and chopping them into small pieces, discarding the seeds. Whoosh, swish, swish. He tossed the fruits high into the air, deftly wielding a knife in his right hand, showcasing his exceptional knife skills. In a matter of moments, he skillfully extracted the seeds without any waste. Next, he poured the fruits into the fruit mixer. Following the prescribed steps, Tsuyu added the chopped fruits into the machine and activated it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound of the machine slicing echoed as the fruit was rapidly pulverized, with juices blending and settling into a pulp. Tsuyu promptly pressed the stop button, lifted the lid, added the finely ground vanilla, and poured in an appropriate amount of pure water. Restarting the machine, he cranked the speed to maximum. His eyes fixated on the fruit puree within the mixer. As the speed increased, the temperature within the mixer rose, transforming the pulp from a gritty substance into a gelatinous form. Over time, this gelatinous mass began to shed impurities, becoming increasingly crystalline and translucent. Tsuyu watched the gelatinous substance intently, not daring to blink. Now was the moment. Upon noticing the gelatin's clarity, he decisively pressed the stop button. Then, he activated the final button to cool and set the gelatinous mass. Splash! A plume of white vapor erupted from several small apertures of the tree fruit mixer, gradually subsiding, until a diminutive, square object plummeted forth. Tsuyu gazed upon the half-black, half-blue object, momentarily at a loss for words. This was evidently not an energy cube. Even the most rudimentary energy cubes are composed of pure, translucent crystals. Although their appearance may not be particularly appealing, they were certainly more aesthetically pleasing than the peculiar object before him. Indeed, this was unmistakably a concoction of dark culinary artistry. However, since one half of it bore the semblance of an energy cube, it seemed it was not an utter failure. Perhaps it was time to sample it and discern where the mishap lay. Tsuyu pondered for a moment, casting his gaze towards the grass turtle sprawled languidly on the sofa. Although human trainers could indeed consume energy cubes, this particular specimen seemed far from successful, and he was uncertain of the consequences it might yield. It would be prudent to offer it to the grass turtle instead, for its robust physique would likely withstand any adverse effects. Clearing his throat to attract the grass turtle's attention, Tsuyu approached and gently prodded its rounded belly, presenting the half-black, half-blue energy cube before it. Here, partake of this energy cube I crafted to aid digestion. The grass turtle regarded him with skepticism, yet seeing his serene demeanor, it hesitantly opened its mouth. With a swift and precise motion, the energy cube was deftly tossed into the grass turtle's throat, where it was promptly swallowed. The grass turtle's countenance was one of confusion as it pondered what had just transpired. Soon after, a sharp cramp seized its abdomen, causing it to spring up and dash towards the restroom with remarkable speed, entirely devoid of any semblance of having overeaten. Indeed, Pokémon are wondrous creatures. Tsuyu mused inwardly. Wait, something felt amiss. Perhaps his focus had strayed. Was it truly a failure? He scratched his head, contemplating a return to the machine. Just then, a sound of rushing water emanated from the restroom, and the grass turtle emerged, irate, directing its indignation towards Tsuyu. How could you? It seemed to exclaim, clearly miffed at being subjected to such treatment for merely indulging a bit too much, costing him a small sum in the process. Look, did it not assist in your digestion? Tsuyu replied nonchalantly, gesturing towards the grass turtle's now flat belly. Oh, indeed, the grass turtle acknowledged. lifting its feet to inspect its rounded abdomen, now noticeably deflated. It realized it was no longer bound to the sofa, but could move about freely. Poor grass turtle. This was not merely digestion completed, but rather, it had fully evacuated its contents. Moreover, was not the creation of this energy cube intended for its future consumption? How could this be considered a betrayal? Thus, with just a few words, Suyu had effectively pacified the grass turtle's ire. Suyu poured out the remnants of fruit puree from the fruit mixing machine, meticulously cleaned the apparatus, and commenced the production of energy blocks for the second time. A single failure was of no consequence. After all, every breeder knows that success in crafting energy blocks comes only after numerous attempts. Suyu did not harbor any illusions of achieving instant success. If it were that effortless, energy blocks would not command such a high price. He pondered over the intricate steps of the process, considering whether the machine's stirring speed had been too rapid, resulting in insufficient energy fusion among the fruits. If he had missed the optimal fusion time, or if complications had arisen during the final cooling and shaping phase. Half an hour later, having drawn his conclusions, Suyu began the second attempt at producing the energy blocks. This time, while it ended in failure, the blue portion dominated the composition, occupying a considerable majority, with the black segment taking up a third. On the third attempt, he again faced failure, though the black section had diminished to just a small fraction, indicating he was drawing closer to success. As he consumed more fruits, it seemed that Suyu gradually grasped the nuances of the craft. Each energy block he created exhibited improvements over its predecessor. Ultimately, just as his eyes began to blur from fatigue, a sudden clatter signaled the conclusion of his efforts. A pure, translucent blue energy block fell from the machine. Holding it in his palm, he felt a refreshing chill emanating from it. Under the sunlight, the jelly-like substance shimmered, its pale blue exterior exceptionally smooth. A faint, pleasant fragrance wafted from within. Undoubtedly, Suyu had finally succeeded in crafting his first energy block. Although it was merely the most basic variant, it marked the difficult yet essential beginning. This heralded the promise that, should he persist, higher-tier energy blocks might not be so distant after all. Chapter 29. The Roadblock of Troubled Youth. As the gentle dawn light bathed the earth, it cast reflections of two figures, one large and one small, Suyu and his Chikorita. 3 days had passed since he had created the energy block, during which Chikorita had proficiently mastered the combination of Leaf Blade, Vine Whip, and Toxic skills, having fulfilled the objectives of their special training. Suyu had no reason to linger in Celadon City. He checked out of the Pokémon Center early, preparing to tackle the remaining 2 league tasks. A soft breeze stirred the air, rustling the withered yellow leaves along the asphalt road. In the distance, several beavers could be seen darting across the end of the road, displaying a boldness that hinted at their habitual mischief. Soon, Suyu crossed the road cleared by the league and ventured onto a secluded, tranquil path. Before long, a group of youths with vibrant, multicolored hair emerged from the nearby bushes, adorned with black earrings, cigarettes dangling from their mouths, and adorned with circular bear tattoos. They leapt out with defiant expressions, their eyes gleaming as they fixated on Chikorita at Suyu's feet. TSK, look at that Chikorita, one of the starter Pokémon, one of them remarked. At the forefront stood a young man named Yufeng, clad in a brown short-sleeved shirt, a pair of black sunglasses perched atop his head, whistling while greed gleamed in his eyes as he cruelly declared, "Kid, it seems you are quite the affluent one. Leave your backpack and Pokémon behind, and you may depart unscathed. Otherwise, in this desolate wilderness, do not blame us for our ruthlessness." Being a Pokémon trainer is a profession that demands substantial financial investment. Skill discs, Pokémon food, energy cubes, and healing supplies all require considerable funds. Suyu's first Pokémon, a Turtwig with exceptional qualities, coupled with his training and resources pilfered from a bear cub, ensured that he was not lacking in wealth for the time being. However, for many ordinary trainers, their initial Pokémon often lack superior qualities, making the early costs of Pokémon development a burden beyond their means. Although the Alliance occasionally issues numerous tasks to support trainers through their initial hardships, allowing them to obtain resources to nurture their Pokémon, not all trainers are diligent in undertaking these quests. Many, relying on their prowess or banding together in groups, resort to alternative means of acquiring wealth. Rather than engaging in the perilous pursuits of hunting or capturing Pokémon for sale, they prefer to rob newly minted trainers who boast substantial fortunes. This method is not only safer, but also promises considerable gains. Suyu, concerned about sustaining hidden injuries while training his Turtwig, often chose to recuperate at Pokémon centers, a routine that had long been under the watchful eyes of this unscrupulous group. "So, kid, have you made your decision?" a boy with a scarred face inquired. a cruel smile creeping across his visage as he observed the silent Tsuyu. The trio's Pokémon, a Bibarel, a Rattata, and a Zubat, spread out in a triangular formation, effectively encircling Tsuyu and his Turtwig, cutting off any avenue of escape. The Black Bear Gang was no stranger to such acts of robbery against trainers. They had no intention of letting Tsuyu slip away. Once he relinquished his Pokémon, he would likely meet his end in the wilderness. Get lost. Tsuyu shot a cold glance at their Pokémon, raising his head defiantly. Seems you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Yufeng's expression darkened at Tsuyu's audacity, and he commanded his Pokémon, Rattata, use quick attack. Zubat, employ supersonic. Bibarel, tackle him. The remaining two boys, seeing their leader issue commands, followed suit, instructing their Pokémon to attack Tsuyu and Turtwig. To them, Tsuyu appeared no different than any other newly inducted trainer. Despite possessing a Turtwig, one of the chosen starters, they believed that he could not withstand their combined assault. Capturing Tsuyu would be as easy as taking candy from a child. Turtwig, use Leaf Blade on Zubat, then follow up with Quick Attack on Rattata and Bibarel. Gazing at the oncoming Rattata and the Diggersby, alongside the Soundwave Bat gathering its sonic attack, Tsuyu's eyes revealed a hint of disdain as he swiftly issued commands. Though he was uncertain why the small Diggersby had evolved into Rattata so swiftly, its aura, merely that of an ordinary mid-tier Pokémon, gave him little concern, especially compared to his meticulously nurtured and rigorously trained seedling turtle. The remaining Diggersby and Soundwave Bat, both of ordinary initial tier strength, were insignificant in his eyes. With a swift whoosh, the sharp flying leaves struck the Soundwave Bat, disrupting its sonic attack and sending it crashing to the ground. Witnessing the Soundwave Bat fall, the seedling turtle, gleaming with a radiant light, charged towards Rattata. The frail-looking trainer of Diggersby urgently commanded, Diggersby, redirect your attack towards the seedling turtle's trainer. In the blink of an eye, the seedling turtle collided forcefully with Rattata, propelling it away with tremendous force. The leader of the unruly boys, Yufeng, wore a sinister grin, seemingly unfazed by the turn of events. Meanwhile, Diggersby had reached Tsuyu, poised to attack him. However, what transpired next astonished them all. Instead of evading, Tsuyu boldly advanced, lifting his right foot and delivering a powerful kick forward. Huh, you fool, daring to confront Diggersby with your bare flesh? Have you lost your mind? They jeered, reveling in the spectacle. Yet, the outcome defied their expectations. Tsuyu stood firm like an unyielding mountain, while Diggersby was sent flying by his kick, stumbling back towards the trio. Subsequently, the seedling turtle launched a decisive charge, incapacitating Rattata. Who are you? They stammered, bewildered by the unprecedented encounter of a trainer clashing head-on with a Pokémon, left in a state of shock and disbelief. Without a word of explanation, Tsuyu approached them, delivering swift strikes that rendered them unconscious. Seedling turtle, bind them with Vine Whip. He harbored a deep disdain for such brigands. Secretly knowing how many fledgling trainers had fallen victim to their thievery, now, it was their turn to face consequences. After recalling the incapacitated Pokémon into their Pokéballs, Tsuyu rummaged through their belongings before departing, not forgetting to call Miss Junsha. Chapter 30. Underlying currents as for whether these delinquents would encounter peril. Tsuyu felt no concern. The vicinity was close to Jike Town, and with Miss Junsha's responsible attitude, she would undoubtedly respond promptly to any emergency call. Of course, should they encounter ferocious wild Pokémon and find themselves in danger, it would be entirely their own doing. They roamed the streets, robbing trainers of their riches, committing heinous acts, and perhaps even causing the demise of some trainers at their hands. Whether falling victim to wild Pokémon or these ruffians, it was a fate they deserved. According to the League's laws, Tsuyu, as the robbed party, would bear no responsibility for their demise. Capturing them would earn him a commendation, potentially even a reward. This band of miscreants possessed some fine treasures. As Tsuyu strolled along, he tossed an unremarkable oval stone in his hand. This stone, known as the Everstone, though not a Pokémon relic, could enhance a Pokémon's prowess. It allowed the bearer to suppress their energy, thus preventing evolution. It was indeed a precious item, valued at around 30 to 40,000 League coins, particularly for trainers in need of it. Evolution is a leap in life. Wild Pokémon, upon reaching the threshold of evolution, would never suppress it. Instead, they would evolve immediately. After all, evolution significantly boosts a Pokémon's power, a tremendous boon for those living in the wild and facing natural enemies. Thus, they would never hinder their innate instincts. Yet, many trainers often delay the evolution of their Pokémon that meet the criteria, establishing a solid foundation first, thereby reaping greater benefits and enhancements during the evolution process. As an aspiring trainer, Tsuyu shared this sentiment. wishing to cultivate a perfect foundation for his Turtwig. He had initially planned to purchase an Everstone when his Turtwig showed signs of evolution, but unexpectedly, an opportunity had presented itself. Could it be that he was meant to stand up for the Pokémon bullied by the bear cub and bring these ruffians to justice, rewarded for his good deeds? Perhaps favored by the goddess of fortune? Shaking his head, Tsuyu dismissed the thought, secured the Everstone, and continued along the path toward his destination. In Jike Town. Shortly after he reported the incident, Miss Junsha rushed in with a Houndour, hastening to the location Tsuyu had mentioned. In a corner of a street, two youths clad in camouflage stood facing each other, whispering furtively. "Captain, why is Miss Junsha involved? Has she discovered our actions?" murmured a man with a scarred face, displaying signs of anxiety. "I don't know, but we are merely small fry. Even if she uncovers something, it's unlikely we would face dire consequences," replied a younger youth nonchalantly. "However, we should still lay low. By the way, didn't you say you spotted a trainer's Turtwig that possesses the Vine Whip skill? Let us seize his Pokémon. A Turtwig with Vine Whip is unheard of and should fetch a handsome price." The youth inhaled deeply, a greedy glint lighting up his face. "Very well, Captain." The imposing figure of a man, marked by a grotesque scar upon his visage, responded affirmatively, stating, "I shall have someone trace this fellow's whereabouts." After uttering these words, the burly man proceeded with a series of actions. Moments later, he spoke again. "Captain, this individual departed from the town not long ago, but his destination remains unknown." "Useless. You cannot even manage a trivial task." The young captain erupted in a fit of exasperation, berating his subordinate without restraint. "Calm down, Captain. Allow me to ascertain his whereabouts immediately," the robust man urged, striving to placate him. Internally, however, he harbored a growing frustration, lamenting Tsuyu's reckless decision to wander rather than remain in the town, thus subjecting him to the captain's wrath. Just days prior, he had fortuitously gleaned this information from a waitress at the Star of Hope, intending to relay the news to the young captain and earn his favor. Little did he anticipate that a moment's oversight would result in the loss of Tsuyu's trail. At that very moment, the unaware Tsuyu was traversing the path, oblivious to the encroaching danger that loomed ever closer. A single phone call of his had unwittingly summoned predators, eager to seize his cherished seedling turtle. Within the inner regions of the White Dye Forest, the underbrush towered at nearly half a man's height, while the trees loomed even taller and more robust. Viewed from above, it resembled a verdant dome of greenery, enveloping the area. The resources here were plentiful, featuring sand-scaled fruits, all fruits, wastewood fruits, prism melons, fortune fruits, and flat cherry fruits, materials capable of concocting advanced energy blocks that could enhance the energies of poison, ground, and flying-type Pokémon. Consequently, the Pokémon inhabiting this area were exceptionally formidable and fierce, engaged in perpetual battles for precious fruits, challenging one another to hone their skills and bolster their strength. At this juncture, a group of over a dozen human trainers clad in camouflage, equipped with a variety of modern high-tech devices, advanced deeper into the forest, each accompanied by a powerful Pokémon, Snorlax, Pidgeot, Charizard, Houndoom, and others. Each of these Pokémon exuded a potent aura, with their power levels not dipping below the elite tier, effectively driving away numerous wild Pokémon drawn by their commotion, thereby safeguarding their safety. "Hey boss, look, there are sand-scaled fruits," exclaimed a young man wearing sunglasses, spotting 5 sand-scaled fruits high in a tree. He immediately felt the urge to rush forward and gather the fruits. However, their actions had already stirred the guardian Pokémon of the sand-scaled fruit tree, a colossal, entirely purple centipede known as the Centipede King, who regarded the group of powerful trainers with grave concern. "Stop. We have pressing matters to attend to. Do not provoke trouble," the one referred to as the boss, a one-eyed youth, stated coolly, his tone leaving no room for dissent. However, the young man wished to retort, but upon encountering the icy gaze of his superior, he instinctively recoiled, refraining from further speech. Others, though somewhat envious of the sand-scaled fruit, dared not provoke the one-eyed youth. Thus, the Centipede King narrowly escaped disaster. The group traversed the White Dye Forest, gradually venturing deeper into its heart. Chapter 31. The return encounter. More than a day later, at the junction of Road 216, Tsuyu emerged from the dense thicket, looking utterly disheveled and gasping for breath. "It's all your fault, grass seed tortoise." Insisting on pursuing the honey of the 3 honeybees, Tsuyu gasped, not forgetting to voice his grievances against the grass seed tortoise. "How can you blame me? It's the irresistibly delicious honey produced by those 3 honeybees that ensnared my feet," the grass seed tortoise retorted, seemingly helpless, lamenting how the delectable honey had bewitched it, along with its uncontrollable limbs. Since venturing into the wild, the grass seed tortoise appeared to have shed its inhibitions, darting about in search of culinary delights, occasionally pilfering food from wild Pokémon. Initially, Suyu did not intervene, considering that engaging with wild Pokémon could enhance the grass seed tortoise's battle experience. However, the carefree escapades took a turn when, upon reaching the habitat of the 3 honeybees, the audacious grass seed tortoise brazenly infiltrated their nest to steal their honey, provoking a hornet's nest. Fortunately, upon witnessing this, Suyu immediately fled to the lair of the round mage, who had a rivalry with the 3 honeybees, cleverly instigating a conflict between the 2 parties to facilitate his escape. Observing the grass seed tortoise, which displayed a nonchalant demeanor, persistently acting cute and shirking responsibility, Suyu sternly declared, "Since you refuse to acknowledge your mistake, do not blame me for confiscating 2,000 alliance coins as a warning." This incited the grass seed tortoise to erupt in indignation, exclaiming, "How dare you, you scoundrel, target my money?" Nevertheless, Suyu remained unyielding, promptly recalling it into its Pokéball for confinement, ensuring it would recuperate energy for the upcoming Pokémon battle. Half an hour later, Suyu leisurely arrived at the final task location of this journey, the Clear Spring Villa. Rather than a mere mansion, it resembled an expansive castle. Through the grand entrance, one could behold a garden spanning over 100 square meters, with the fragrant aroma of flowers wafting from the courtyard, where several Pokémon resembling blossoms displayed a variety of colors. Madame Flower Cleansed, a garden Pokémon, possesses the ability to transform land into a blooming paradise. Consequently, many past castle owners would open their courtyards to allow Madame Flower Cleansed to cultivate gardens. This Pokémon can absorb the energy released by the flora, converting it into its own strength, and can also manipulate the flowers it nurtures. Although Lady Flower seems to embody the grass type and possesses numerous grass type abilities, she is, in fact, a fairy type Pokémon. At the same time, sensing the presence of a stranger, 2 large canine-like Pokémon sprang forth from either side of the gate. One was adorned with a fluffy flaxen coat, its body marked by tiger-like black and orange stripes, with fur covering its feet and a long tail that seemed to meld with the wind, exuding an aura of justice, dignity, and striking beauty. This was a loyal and reliable companion to trainers, the Swift Wind Speed Dog. The other, however, bore large, curved horns atop its head, an orange snout, and an orange underbelly, with its body cloaked in dark gray. Pale gray, bone-like structures encircled its back and neck, and similar pale gray formations adorned its feet, complemented by a long, inverted triangular tail. In stark contrast to the dashing appearance of the Wind Speed Dog, this canine Pokémon presented a menacing visage. Once regarded as a harbinger from the depths of hell, it was the dark and fire-type Pokémon, Black Lugia. Additionally, the yard was home to various other wondrous Pokémon, including Pidgeot, Golem, Nidoqueen, and Nidoking. Sigh, how affluent indeed. Gazing at the array of precious Pokémon, Suyu could not help but express a sense of envy. Just as the Wind Speed Dog and Black Lugia roared upon noticing the intruder, the elderly gentleman in a suit, Sato Hiro, whom Suyu had previously encountered in Jike Town, approached, having heard the commotion, and soon spotted Suyu. "Ah, Mr. Suyu, what brings you here?" Sato Hiro inquired with a hint of surprise, signaling for the Wind Speed Dog and Black Lugia to cease their growling, and inviting him into the courtyard. "Mr. Sato, it is a pleasure to see you again," Suyu greeted. "I wonder if you still recall the training task I posted at the Pokémon Center?" "A training task?" Sato Hiro pondered for a moment, before realization dawned upon him. "Could it be that you are the trainer who accepted the task, Lord Suyu?" Suyu nodded and replied, "Indeed, that would be me." With that, he retrieved the task voucher from his pocket and presented it to Sato Hiro. After a thorough examination, Sato confirmed the authenticity of the voucher. He then appeared somewhat embarrassed and said, "Mr. Suyu, your timing is rather unfortunate. Just a few days ago, my young Master-S Pokémon happened to reach an excellent level of strength, and I fear this task." Upon hearing this, Suyu's expression fell. An excellent level fire-type Pokémon would prove formidable, even against a grass-type like Turtwig, leading to an inevitable defeat. It seemed this journey had been in vain. However, his spirits lifted instantly upon hearing Sato's next words. "This is our oversight. We failed to cancel the task in a timely manner, causing you to make a fruitless trip." Sato paused momentarily before speaking again. "Although this task may not be completed, we will still compensate you for your efforts. We won't let your journey be in vain." While it was indeed a pity that Suyu could not engage in battle, the prospect of receiving a reward for a task without any conflict was rather enticing for him. Naturally, the absence of a battle meant that the reward would not be substantial, though the price was said to be negotiable based on the outcome of the battle. A nominal sum of 10,000 Alliance coins was symbolically forwarded to the Pokémon Center. Once Suyu returned to the center, he could claim his reward. For Suyu, this was a lucrative deal. Truly, as expected from a wealthy family, they readily offered him 10,000 Alliance coins. Subsequently, the events unfolded without further elaboration. Sato presented Suyu with a certificate of task completion, and Suyu made his way home. In a secluded forest, two young men clad in camouflage were directing their Pokémon to attack a swarm of Beedrills. Suichi Weasel, use water gun. Stinky Weasel, deploy acid bomb. A Pokémon adorned with a yellow swimming ring around its neck, blue fins on its forearms, and two black stripes beneath its eyes unleashed a water jet as thick as an arm, charging towards the frenzy of Beedrills. Meanwhile, a Stinky Weasel released a burst of green acidic substance, which exploded upon impact, incapacitating several Beedrills. Chapter 32. Daring yet, this did not deter the frenzied Beedrills, who continued to advance towards the two trainers. Captain, these Beedrills have gone mad. What should we do? The young man with a scarred face displayed a look of fear. Damn it. How could they attack us upon spotting us? The other camouflaged youth cursed under his breath and declared, now is not the time to engage with them. We must retreat. Unbeknownst to them, Suyu had passed through the forest with his Turtwig, inadvertently disturbing the Beedrill colony while foraging for honey. This provoked a conflict with the Beedrills, resulting in significant losses for their group. Now, encountering these two human trainers, the Beedrills assumed they were yet another pair of honey thieves, launching themselves at the duo without hesitation. Upon receiving the order to retreat, the scarred-faced youth wasted no time. Under his command, the Stinky Weasel opened its mouth wide, releasing a thick cloud of black smoke that enveloped the two trainers. By the time the tempest stirred up by the Beedrills dispersed the smoke, the duo had vanished without a trace, panting heavily after distancing themselves from the Beedrill swarm. The camouflage-clad captain leaned on his legs, gasping for breath. Captain, it's that kid, exclaimed the surprised voice of the scarred-faced youth's companion. He lifted his head and followed the direction indicated by his comrade. Before them approached a young boy dressed in a moon-white short-sleeved shirt, accompanied by a lively and well-trained Turtwig. At this moment, although Suyu was preoccupied with the disgruntled grass turtle, he discerned sounds emanating from ahead. Following the source of the noise, he discovered two individuals clad in camouflage attire, their gazes fixated not on him, but rather on the grass turtle beneath his feet. Their expressions mirrored that of individuals who had stumbled upon a great treasure, revealing an unabashed covetousness. Accompanying them was a swimming weasel, its aura surpassing that of the grass turtle, and a skunk of comparable strength to the turtle. It became immediately apparent to Suyu that these newcomers harbored ill intentions. He swiftly called to the grass turtle and prepared to flee. Swimming weasel, block them with water gun. With the youth's commanding shout, a robust column of water surged forth, intersecting in front of Suyu and thwarting his and the grass turtle's movements. The stream then shifted behind him, effectively severing his escape route. Gentlemen, what is the meaning of this? Suyu inquired with a slight furrow of his brow. Kid, I've heard that your grass turtle has learned Vine Whip. The youth directing the swimming weasel gazed at Suyu with malicious intent. Upon hearing this, Suyu's heart stirred, yet he maintained an impassive facade, replying coolly, you must be joking. How could a grass turtle possibly learn Vine Whip? Internally, however, he pondered how these two could possibly be aware of his grass turtle's Vine Whip skill. He realized that the only grass turtle capable of learning such a move was the one he possessed. Hence, he had exercised extreme caution, rarely revealing the grass turtle's Vine Whip ability in public. The only exceptions were during his assistance to Qingfeng Zhuan in detaining the hunting butterfly and during the battle at the Star of Hope restaurant. The distance during the incident with Qingfeng Zhuan had been considerable, and both Qingfeng Zhuan and Qingfeng Shuren had been focused on the stinging bug, thus oblivious to the event. This led him to conclude that the leak must have originated from the restaurant. In an instant, Suyu grasped the source of the issue, suspecting that the battle restaurant had betrayed his information. However, he quickly dismissed this suspicion. If the Star of Hope battle restaurant coveted his grass turtle, they could have eliminated him outside of Jiketown the moment he exited, seizing the grass turtle without delay. There was no need for them to wait until now to act. For a moment, Suyu found himself ensnared in confusion. Heh. The fact that we could find you means we have long possessed your information. There's no need for this charade, sneered the scar-faced youth, his expression dripping with derision as he observed Suyu feigning ignorance. Given that they had sought him out, regardless of the truth of this information, they would not let Suyu escape. A starter Pokémon could fetch a handsome sum. Realizing the gravity of his predicament, Suyu acknowledged that he could not simply extricate himself from the situation. The path leading out of the dense forest was obstructed by the two individuals. compelling him to venture deeper into the heart of the Bidai forest. Yet, it was evident that these two would not simply allow him to flee, especially with the formidable swimming weasel and the ordinary high-tier skunk lurking menacingly. The prospect of escape appeared increasingly bleak. In this moment of crisis, Suyu remained composed, his mind sharpening with clarity. Then, a flash of inspiration struck him, as if he had conceived a rough escape plan. Resolutely, he declared, "Grass Seed Tortoise, Leaf Blade." The bond between Suyu and Grass Seed Tortoise was impeccable. Upon receiving the command, Grass Seed Tortoise swiftly whipped its head, launching a flurry of sharp leaves towards the young man with the swim gas weasel. The power of the Pokémon's attack was formidable, and in battles between trainers, it was forbidden to direct Pokémon to assault their trainers. However, faced with an adversary intent on seizing his Pokémon, Suyu was not one to show mercy. Before the young man could issue a command, the swim gas weasel's tail erupted with brilliant white light, indicating it was well-trained and instinctively protective of its master. An invisible shockwave emanated from its tail, colliding with the incoming leaf blade. Bang! With a resounding explosion, the leaf blades were shattered, and the sonic attack from the swim gas weasel was nullified. What a decisive young man. I truly underestimated you. The young man was taken aback by Suyu's audacity. As a newly minted trainer commanding his Pokémon to attack was unexpected, it seemed he had indeed misjudged Suyu. Nevertheless, they held the advantage in both numbers and strength, and thus felt no fear of Suyu's Grass Seed Tortoise. Yet, Suyu was acutely aware of his predicament and understood that Grass Seed Tortoise was weaker than the swim gas weasel. So he did not harbor any illusions that the leaf blade would prove effective. He had a backup plan in store. Grass Seed Tortoise, continue using leaf blade against him. While also employing Vine Whip, Suyu commanded without hesitation. The leaf blade surged once more towards the young man, while two purple-tinted Vine Whips struck out towards the scar-faced thug Skuntank. Indeed, it was the Vine Whip. The young man and his scar-faced companion rejoiced simultaneously, commanding their respective Pokémon to intercept Grass Seed Tortoise's assault. A barrage of silver star-shaped energy attacks obliterated the leaf blade, continuing their momentum towards Grass Seed Tortoise. The Skuntank's claws ignited with brilliant light, extending dramatically and effortlessly tearing the Vine Whip in two. However, just as Grass Seed Tortoise launched its next attack, Suyu made his move. Unbeknownst to him, he had already seized two metallic silver balls, which he swiftly propelled forward. The targets were none other than the young man and his scar-faced henchman. Chapter 33. The Battle Within the Forest. Whoosh, whoosh. Suyu seized the moment perfectly, catching the two opponents as they attempted to shield against Grass Seed Tortoise's attack. The two silver balls soared like cannonballs, striking fiercely at the duo. They had not anticipated that Suyu was a skilled practitioner. This concealed weaponry was no less potent than the strikes of many ordinary mid-tier Pokémon. Even the scar-faced young man, seasoned in battle, could not evade Suyu's assault. The steel ball struck his arm with tremendous force, leaving him bloodied. The young captain, clad in camouflage, though somewhat disheveled, exhibited the prowess of a formidable initial-level swimmer, successfully deflecting the steel pellets aimed at him without sustaining any injury. This unexpected turn of events startled both him and his companion, prompting them to hastily retreat behind their respective Pokémon, wary of a potential ambush from Suyu. "I did not anticipate your strength, but let us see how you fare now," the young captain sneered, commanding his swimmer to launch an assault on both the grass turtle and Suyu. Meanwhile, the skunk stood firm, acting as a bodyguard to shield them from further surprise attacks by Suyu. In their estimation, the swimmer possessed a slight advantage over the grass turtle. Even with a disadvantage in attributes, it was deemed sufficient to subdue them. However, this aligned perfectly with Suyu's intentions. His ambush was designed to instill a sense of trepidation in them, thereby restricting the skunk's movements. Otherwise, under the relentless assault of the swimmer and the skunk, the grass turtle would struggle to endure for long. "Swimmer, use water gun," the camouflage-clad captain commanded decisively. Under Suyu's guidance, the grass turtle retaliated fiercely against the swimmer. In no time, a fierce battle erupted between the two sides. Within the depths of White Dye Forest, a group of trainers donned in camouflage arrived near a grove of waste fruit and all fruit trees. The waste fruit, when consumed, augments the power of ground-type moves, while the all fruit enhances poison-type skills, proving immensely beneficial for Pokémon growth. Consequently, this area was dominated by a Nidoking and its semi-legendary guardian, a Nidoqueen, making it a rare sight devoid of other Pokémon or human trainers. "Let us proceed," commanded the one-eyed camouflage captain, gazing intently at the precious fruit trees. Following his directive, his subordinates dispersed, opening the boxes they carried to reveal firearms that unleashed beams of white light. These beams, imbued with tremendous destructive force, obliterated the trees and stones in their path, hurtling towards the entrance of a nearby cave. A thunderous roar erupted from within, and a powerful beam of destructive energy shot forth from the cave, instantly annihilating the incoming attacks and racing towards the group of camouflaged humans. Charizard unleashed Flamethrower. Snorlax utilized Destructive Beam. The trainers similarly commanded their Pokémon to counter the onslaught. The attacks collided, generating massive shockwaves that stirred up clouds of dust, obscuring the sky. As the dust settled, a colossal purple beast emerged from the cave, the reigning monarch of the region, Nidoking. Additionally, other members of the Nidoking family, including Nidoran and Nidorino, responded to Nidoking's summons, gathering around their leader. Is it only Nidoking? It seems the intel was accurate. The one-eyed youth expressed his elation, murmuring to himself. He was the leader of a band of elf poachers, and their presence here was due to the intelligence they had received regarding the weakened state of a female Nidoking within the depths of the White Daitai Forest, which had recently given birth. Their objective was the precious eggs that she had laid. It is well known that Nidoking is a monarch-level Pokémon, possessing extraordinary strength, and the female Nidoking is nearly of the same caliber. Their noble lineage guarantees that the resulting eggs would exhibit exceptional qualities, with a high probability of yielding top-tier Pokémon. Such elite Pokémon, given ample resources, may not have a 100% guarantee of ascending to monarch level, but there remains a 70 to 80% chance. At the very least, they could secure a Pokémon of gym-level prowess. This was precisely why they dared to provoke Nidoking's wrath. Nidoking let out a furious roar. Its formidable prowess and keen intellect allowed it to discern the intentions of these intruders as they approached, initially believing they were merely passing through. Now, it would not hold back. Opening its mouth, it unleashed a devastating beam of destruction, incinerating one unfortunate poacher into ashes. However, the remaining hunters were undeterred by its fierce attack. They retaliated with their weapons, firing beams of white energy to hinder Nidoking's advance. Enraged, Nidoking lifted its foot and stomped down heavily. The ground trembled violently, cracking open as countless fragments of stone surged upward like a tempest. In an instant, dust and debris filled the air, obscuring the sky. Simultaneously, Nidoking harnessed the power of the earth, manipulating the debris at its feet into sharp projectiles that it hurled towards the throng of poachers. Yet, instead of confronting it head-on, the humans summoned their flying Pokémon, soaring high into the air to evade Nidoking's onslaught. They redirected their firepower, unleashing a barrage of energy beams targeting the Nidoking and Nidoking's lesser kin. The potency of these energy beams was formidable, far beyond what the lesser Nidokings could withstand. One after another, the hapless Nidokings succumbed, their eyes swirling in confusion before they were reduced to ashes beneath the relentless rain of energy. Nidoking succumbed to a furious rage, gathering and surging with energy as massive boulders plummeted from above, crashing down upon the poachers. Observing this, the one-eyed youth issued a few commands. Among the crowd, two individuals clad in camouflage stealthily maneuvered to the sides, utilizing the falling boulders to conceal their movements as they quietly advanced past Nidoking's defenses, aiming to infiltrate the cave. The remaining members hastened their assault, drawing Nidoking's ire and attention. Meanwhile, a surge of water enveloped the surroundings of the aquatic weasel, soaking the ground and transforming it into a quagmire, thereby impeding the speed of the grass turtle. Immediately, the tail of the aquatic weasel flashed with a brilliant white light, swinging forcefully as waves of sonic attacks surged toward the grass turtle. Yet, despite this onslaught, it was in vain. The grass turtle struck the ground with its vine whip, leveraging the recoil to propel itself high into the air, evading the incoming sonic booms. Subsequently, a flurry of leaves spiraled forth, retaliating against the aquatic weasel. Chapter 34. Uprising and Escape. The moon hung high, stars twinkling in the night sky. The Daitai Forest, once serene, now lay shrouded in turmoil beneath the cloak of night. One could faintly sense the earth trembling, as if a dragon raged and rolled beneath. In the distance, the rapid, hurried footsteps echoed, accompanied by cries and wails that darkened the atmosphere. Suyu, accompanied by the grass turtle, fled swiftly, having crossed the threshold between the outer and central regions of Daitai Forest, venturing deeper within. Close behind him were two relentless pursuers, nearly closing the distance multiple times. Yet the steel beads Suyu shot forth under the cover of darkness provided him with a fleeting respite. However, the grass turtle's stamina was nearing its limit, nearly depleted. Yet, Suyu reached his anticipated destination without hesitation. He hurled a smoke bomb into the air. The black smoke billowed forth, enveloping the vicinity in an impenetrable darkness, rendering visibility to naught. Still struggling in vain, scoffed the young leader in camouflage. The two pursuers, not far behind, witnessed Suyu's actions. This marked the third smoke bomb he had deployed within the hour. Regrettably, once the smoke dissipated, they managed to close in on him once more. The two were unhurried, resembling hunters patiently observing the desperate struggles of their prey. Alas, fate would not favor them. Before long, the ground erupted with the sound of thundering hooves, instantly alerting the youth. Within the depths of Baidai Forest, in the territory of the Nidoking clan, the once majestic and verdant trees lay in ruins, a scene of utter devastation. The ground was strewn with incapacitated, endangered fairies. The clans of Nidoking, including Nidoran and Nidoqueen, along with other fairies drawn by the commotion, such as the Great Hound, Houndoom, and Persian, gathered amidst the chaos. After half a day of fierce combat, even the formidable Nidoking displayed signs of fatigue, far removed from its initial vigor. Their dwelling, a once protected cave, had been reduced to rubble, while Nidoqueen, cradling 3 fairy eggs, leaned against Nidoking, having eluded the poacher's grasp. Yet, they were merely clinging to life in a desperate struggle, surrounded by a cadre of elven hunters. King Nido and Queen Nido found themselves besieged, while the remaining 2 or 3 hunters brandished an abundance of Pokéballs, striking down upon the incapacitated Pokémon. Now that they had arrived, these elves would not let the opportunity slip away. Selling them would yield a substantial fortune. Witnessing his kin being captured by these hunters, King Nido's eyes turned crimson with fury as he unleashed a mighty roar. Gathering a multitude of earthy yellow orbs in his grasp, he propelled them towards the relentless hunters with the force of cannonballs, executing his signature move, Mudshot. Huh, even amidst such peril, you still exhibit compassion? Scoffed a one-eyed youth. He activated his energy gun once more, releasing a searing beam of white energy. A barrage of energy beams erupted from all directions, obliterating the clods of mud hurled by King Nido. The surrounding Pokémon, in a frenzy, retaliated with their own attacks, further exacerbating King Nido's plight. In response, he summoned massive boulders using Rock Slide to shield himself from the onslaught. The hunters, rather than confronting King Nido head-on, opted to harass him whenever he attempted to rescue his kin or break free, gradually wearing down his strength. Concurrently, the traps they had set upon entering the Baidai Forest commenced their grim work. In the central region of the forest, hordes of Pokémon, their eyes glowing a fierce red, surged towards the outskirts, inciting chaos. In another area of the central region, upon the camouflage-clad captain ordering his aquatic weasel to dispel the black smoke, they were taken aback by the scene before them. In the skies, a multitude of Murkrows fluttered their wings, their eyes ablaze, hurtling towards them with alarming speed. Not only that, but on the ground, the Bidoof, round wizards, Diglets, and various other Pokémon seemed to have lost all rationality, charging wildly towards the forest's exterior. Trees and obstacles in their path were obliterated. This is bad. The Pokémon have gone berserk. Run. Without a moment's thought for Suyu's whereabouts, the two immediately turned and fled towards the outer region. Amidst the cacophony of rustling leaves and the thundering of footsteps, Suyu and his Turtwig found refuge within the hollow core of an ancient tree, which appeared intact on the outside but was cavernous within. As the tumult subsided into the distance, they exchanged a relieved glance. The reason Suyu and Turtwig could safely navigate within the ancient tree without causing harm lay in Turtwig's unique ability, Secret Power. This skill was innate to the grass seedling tortoise since its birth. However, it was unable to manifest due to its previous lack of strength. Only after breaking through to a higher tier of power did it fully master this ability. Suyu recalled that the skill's Secret Power could only establish a hidden base in the game within specific bundles of grass, trees, or mountains. Yet, in the realm of reality, there were no such specific conditions for its use. As long as a Pokémon had mastered this skill and was proficient in it, they could create a secret base at any time and place. If a trainer's Pokémon could harness the power of Secret Power to establish a hidden base, it would indeed become an essential skill for both home and travel. When Suyu discovered that the grass seedling tortoise could create a secret base, he was immensely thrilled. This meant that during his future journeys, he could reside within the hidden base created by the grass seedling tortoise, significantly enhancing his accommodation conditions and safety during travel. However, unexpectedly, the first use of this ability was not during a journey, but rather to evade the pursuit of enemies. His initial escape plan involved using smoke bombs to confound the two pursuers, then relying on the grass seedling tortoise to establish a secret base among the trees, where they could hide and evade detection. While formulating his escape route, he inadvertently activated his ability to eavesdrop on the thoughts of Pokémon and discovered that many Pokémon were filled with fear and were fleeing from the depths of the White Days forest. It seemed that something significant had transpired deep within the forest, prompting their exodus. Thus, Suyu, guided by the voices of the fleeing Pokémon echoing in his mind, assessed their distance from him and continually adjusted his escape plan and route, ultimately establishing a secret base before encountering his pursuers. By leveraging the fleeing Pokémon, he successfully drove away the two who were in pursuit. This escape plan could be deemed remarkably successful, as his enemies were repelled. Yet, Suyu's face bore no signs of elation after escaping. Rather, it was marked by a grave expression. In his mind, he could vividly sense the departing Pokémon had lost their sanity, their thoughts overtaken by a violent consciousness filled with hatred towards humans, relentlessly charging towards human settlements. Furthermore, it seemed that an even greater chaos was unfolding deeper within the forest. Grass seedling tortoise, quickly consume this energy cube. We must leave this place at once. Suyu dared not delay any longer and retrieved several glistening intermediate blue-orange energy cubes to hand to the grass seedling tortoise. These were among the few intermediate quality energy cubes he had painstakingly crafted after countless attempts. Now, in order to swiftly restore the grass seedling tortoise's condition, he could not afford to be concerned about waste. Under the shroud of night, a stout, bearded man, burdened with a canvas travel backpack, traversed the path from the White Deer Forest to the bustling town of Jike. In his hand, he clutched a deep green crystalline object, his face radiant with joy. This rotund mountaineer was an intrepid explorer, a Pokémon trainer dedicated to delving into the perilous realms of the Pokémon world in search of treasures. Close by, a peculiar, uneven gray stone sphere trailed him, adorned with two pairs of arms, one long and one short, and two sturdy, short legs. This was his initial Pokémon, Geodude. Geodude, a rock and ground-type Pokémon, delighted in rolling down steep slopes, recklessly crashing into any obstacles like trees and boulders that obstructed its path. Once we return to Jike, I shall sell this deep green crystal to procure a sturdy rock that Geodude has shed, the mountaineer declared. Geodude responded with a cheerful grunt. Geodude, did you hear that sound? As he spoke, the mountaineer seemed to notice something, his brow furrowing in curiosity. Before Geodude could respond, a cacophony of thuds emerged from behind, growing increasingly louder. Turning to look, he beheld a pair of crimson eyes racing toward him through the night. What is this? Initially perplexed, the mountaineer expression shifted dramatically. Oh no, it's a Pokémon riot. Geodude, we must flee. Despite his stout stature, years of survival in the wild and scaling peaks had endowed him with remarkable speed. He hastily dialed Miss Junshaw's number. Hello, is this Miss Junshaw? I believe a Pokémon riot has erupted in the White Deer Forest, just outside Jike. Are you certain? In the police station, Miss Junshaw, clad in her uniform, rose sharply, her demeanor grave as she inquired. I saw it quite clearly. They came bursting out of the White Deer Forest, each with glowing red eyes. The mountaineer gasped as he ran. Oh no, Geodude, they are gaining on us. Use rock throw. With that exclamation, the call was abruptly severed. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Miss Junshaw began to assemble her team and local trainers to intercept the rampaging Pokémon before they could reach the town. Meanwhile, as Geodude rolled away in panic, it heard its trainer's command. Suddenly halting, it pivoted, and sharp shards of stone materialized around it, spinning rapidly. Then, with a powerful thrust of its arms, the sharp stones flew forth, targeting a few wild Butterfree and Mankey that were not far behind, sending them crashing to the ground. Yet, this momentary reprieve did little to deter the frenzied Pokémon, as more continued to charge relentlessly from behind. Nevertheless, it afforded the mountaineer a brief respite to continue his desperate dash toward Jike. Within Jike, the Pokémon Center's lights flickered brightly as ever, with a few trainers still milling about the bustling hall. At that moment, the alarm within the Pokémon Center blared, instantly rousing the trainers in the hall and provoking a wave of startled exclamations. What was happening? Why was there an alarm? A trainer seated on a bench, awaiting the treatment of their Pokémon, inquired. Another novice trainer speculated. Could it be an attack on the Pokémon Center? How could that be? Who would dare to do such a thing? Instantly, a commotion erupted among the trainers in the Pokémon Center. Fortunately, at that moment, a Miss Junshaw, clad in uniform and accompanied by several subordinates, pushed open the doors of the Pokémon Center and entered. Ladies and gentlemen, for reasons unknown, the Pokémon in the Bidai Forest have gone into a frenzy. All trainers must accompany me immediately to the outskirts of Jike Town to fend off these rampaging Pokémon. As soon as she finished speaking, the Pokémon Center was once again filled with uproar, the cries even more intense than before. A Pokémon riot? Does that not spell our doom? Isn't the safeguarding of the town's security the duty of your guard team? Why should we be tasked with resisting these violent Pokémon? Silence. The cacophony of voices instantly gave Miss Junxiao a headache, prompting her to raise her voice. There are too many rampaging Pokémon, and our manpower is insufficient. Hence, we seek your assistance. Miss Junxiao paused briefly before continuing. Rest assured, this summons will reward you with adequate alliance contribution points commensurate with your contributions. So your efforts will not be in vain. Upon hearing this, some trainers in the hall began to ponder. If there are rewards involved, that changes things. The alliance possesses numerous treasures, and exchanging them typically requires a substantial amount of contribution points. However, acquiring a significant number of contribution points is exceedingly challenging, attainable only through specific alliance tasks. The current Pokémon Riot presents an excellent opportunity to amass a considerable amount of contribution points. After a moment of contemplation, a trainer quickly spoke up. Miss Junxiao, my Abra possesses commendable strength. Count me in. A bespectacled young man adjusted his glasses and declared, count me in as well. And me. Following Miss Junxiao's mention of rewards, the atmosphere shifted dramatically as trainers eagerly clamored to participate in the operation. Very well, you shall depart at once. Miss Junxiao instructed one of her subordinates, Yuichi, take them to provide support. Understood. Yuichi of the guard team acknowledged the order and turned to lead the eager trainers away. Miss Joy, the matters concerning treatment are entrusted to you, Miss Junxiao said to the already prepared Joy. No problem. It is our duty, Joy replied. Beside her stood the staff of the Pokémon Center, accompanied by their Pokémon, Chansey, Cleffa, Bellossom, and Jigglypuff, among others. These sprites have mastered one or even multiple healing techniques, which are of utmost importance during battles, enabling them to swiftly restore their injuries. Now, let us hasten our departure. Given the urgency of the situation, Junxiao refrained from any further pleasantries, directly instructing Joyton to lead the personnel from the Pokémon Center to the outskirts of Baidai Forest. Outside Baidai Forest, approximately 1 kilometer from Jike Town, several members of the security team, clad in matching uniforms, erected an extensive barricade. Before them surged a throng of enraged Pokémon, including the crimson-eyed Dedab Beaver, a Bagua, hunting butterfly, and Circle Bear, all launching a frenzied assault. An unremarkable member of the security team commanded a great hound to defeat one Abagua, and, tossing a Pokéball, inquired of a middle-aged man with a square face beside him, Captain, when will reinforcements arrive? I'm on the verge of collapse. With swift and decisive action, he managed to capture the subdued Abagua just in time to prevent it from being trampled to death or succumbing amidst the chaos of battle. Do not fret. Miss Junxiao has already sought assistance. We merely need to hold our ground, replied the middle-aged officer, Kawasaki Toshihiko, as he directed his Mook Eagle to utilize Thunderbolt, propelling the surrounding wild Pokémon away and clearing a space. However, just as his words fell, a heavy footfall echoed from the exit of Baidai Forest, followed by a terrifying aura and a blinding beam of light illuminating the night sky. Kawasaki Toshihiko's expression shifted dramatically as he bellowed, "This is disastrous. It's the destructive Death Ray." The newly emerged Circle Bear was capable of unleashing such a formidable skill, indicating that its strength had reached the elite level. And judging by its power, it likely surpassed the mid-tier elite. Should this blow land, it was unlikely that any of those present would survive. The defensive line would collapse, and the rampaging Pokémon would soon surge into Jike Town. In a moment of desperation, he could only command his Mook Eagle, which had just broken through to the elite level, to intercept this attack. Mook Eagle, swiftly employ Sky Attack. Instantly, Mook Eagle seemed to don a golden armor, transforming into a streak of golden light as it charged fiercely towards the approaching white beam. A violent force erupted, creating shockwaves that radiated outward. For a brief moment, dust billowed, and the nearby frenzied Pokémon were struck down by the residual force, alleviating some of the pressure on the defenders. Yet, as the dust settled, it revealed Mook Eagle's battered form, its wings flapping slowly in the air as it struggled to maintain stability. Although it successfully intercepted the Circle Bear's destructive death ray, it had sustained immense injuries, evidently suffering a significant loss of strength. Although the Circle Bear momentarily found itself immobilized due to the effects of the destructive death ray, once it regained its composure, it seemed that no one would be able to impede its advance. "Mook Eagle, are you all right?" shouted Kawasaki Toshihiko, who then promptly issued a command for an attack. "Mook Eagle, strike with close combat after a flash of electricity." It was evident that Kawasaki understood only the elite Mook Eagle could contend with the Circle Bear. Without regard for Mook Eagle's injuries, he immediately commanded an assault. Upon receiving the order, POKÉBALL suppressed its pain and transformed into a streak of white light. Its entire form appeared to morph into a myriad of weapons, relentlessly pummeling the circle bear. The close combat fighting techniques were particularly effective against the typically weaker circle bear, mercilessly battering it and distorting its bear-like visage. Yet, due to the disparity in strength, coupled with POKÉBALL's injuries from the destructive death ray and the backlash from its own powerful strike, it was unable to vanquish the circle bear. Instead, after a barrage of blows, the circle bear regained its ability to move. With a thunderous roar, the circle bear raised a robust arm, its palm glowing with white light as it unleashed the arm hammer technique. The forceful and weighty punch struck POKÉBALL, sending it hurtling backward and carving a long groove into the ground. POKÉBALL. The battle was far from over. The circle bear, akin to an impending volcanic eruption, retaliated fiercely, swinging its heavy fists down onto the ground, sending debris flying in all directions. Seizing stones with its powerful arms, the circle bear hurled them towards the onlookers with tremendous speed, caught completely off guard by its unexpected assault. In a moment of chaos, the gathered individuals scrambled to command their Pokémon to defend. However, the circle bear's counterattack occurred so swiftly that the Pokémon present were unable to react in time. Just as it seemed disaster was imminent, urgent cries rang out from behind. Corvus Head, use Shadow Ball. Armor Bird, Metal Claw. With relief washing over them as the incoming stones were shattered by various skills, the arrival of reinforcements also brought smiles to their faces. Above the birch forest, a colossal avian Pokémon soared through the sky, heading towards the rampaging creature within the depths of the forest. As it passed over a grove of white birch, a soft gasp escaped its beak, prompting the bird to alter its course and descend below. Within the birch forest, Tsuyu tread cautiously alongside his grass tortoise. Ahead of them were two youths clad in camouflage, bound tightly. They were the same individuals who had pursued him not long ago. It seemed their luck had run out. Having just discovered the rampaging Pokémon, they attempted to flee, but were swiftly overtaken, with their Pokémon, Swimming Weasel and Stinky Weasel, rendered incapable of battle. Fortunately, they carried a bottle of insect repellent, which they sprayed on themselves, driving away the unpleasant scent that sent the sprites scurrying into the underbrush, allowing them to escape momentarily. They soon encountered Tsuyu and the Chow Meow turtle, who were also making their way toward the outskirts of the White Dye Forest, and captured them. After apprehending the two, Tsuyu subjected them to rigorous interrogation and finally learned the reason behind their pursuit and the cause of the current sprite unrest. Consequently, he decided to take them along on his journey back to Jike Town to hand them over to Miss Junsha. Kid, what are you doing here? A fierce wind seemed to sweep past, followed by a massive shadow that enveloped Tsuyu, accompanied by a familiar voice. Chapter 37. Interrogation. Upon raising his head, Tsuyu beheld a colossal and majestic Beedrill gracefully descending from the sky, from which a middle-aged man clad in a green uniform dismounted. Recognizing the figure, Tsuyu gasped in surprise. What a coincidence to meet again. The person was none other than Sun-E, the forest ranger who had previously rescued him from the clutches of wild sprites and brought him to the Pokémon Center. Uncle Sun-E, what brings you here? Tsuyu inquired, only to realize the answer immediately. As a forest ranger, Sun-E would undoubtedly be investigating the cause of the Sprite Rebellion. Indeed, as the ranger of the White Dye Forest, Sun-E had taken notice of the unrest among the sprites and was on a mission to uncover its cause and resolve the situation. However, unexpectedly, he encountered the reckless youth he had saved and two camouflaged young men bound by vines, which prompted him to halt his journey. His intuition suggested that this encounter might yield some valuable clues. I am here to investigate the cause of the Sprite Rebellion. What are you doing here? And what is the story behind these two? Sun-Yi's gaze fixed intently on Tsuyu, seemingly trying to discern something. In response to Sun-Yi's inquiry, Tsuyu candidly revealed the circumstances of his presence and the origins of the two captives. Are you certain they know the reason behind the Sprite Rebellion? Sun-Yi's expression brightened with hope. According to my interrogation, it seems to be linked to a poaching group, but I cannot ascertain the truth of their claims. Tsuyu contemplated before speaking to Sun-E. Then let me confirm, Sun-E declared, releasing a nocturnal owl. What is that? Tsuyu wondered, his mind racing as he connected the dots. As he had anticipated, the nocturnal owl employed hypnosis on the two captives. The owl's eyes glimmered with a purple light as it directed its hypnotic gaze at them. The camouflaged youths struggled violently, attempting to avert their eyes from the owl's mesmerizing light, but their efforts proved futile. Soon, under the powerful influence of the owl's psychic prowess, they succumbed to hypnosis and were drawn into the depths of their subconscious. Thus, Sun-E began to inquire about the two individuals, asking questions such as their origins, their purpose for visiting the Baidai forest, and the reasons behind the recent turmoil among the spirits. After the interrogation, Senyi found himself in a state of perplexity. Spirit eggs? He murmured to himself. After pondering for a while without any clarity, he relinquished his thoughts and addressed Suyu, saying, "All right, lad, this place is too perilous. You take these two outside while I investigate further inside." After issuing this directive, Senyi departed, continuing deeper into the forest. While Suyu escorted the two individuals towards the forest's edge, outside the Baidai forest, with the support of numerous trainers, they finally managed to contain the rampaging spirits. What exactly has caused these spirits to revolt? Miss Junsha from Jike Town inquired of her assistant, Kudoshiro. "I don't know. It seems the magnetic field in this vicinity has been disrupted, and we are unable to establish contact with our personnel sent in," Kudoshiro replied with a wry smile, pointing to the snowy static on the communication device in his hand. "Then hurry and send someone in to investigate the malfunction," Miss Junsha retorted, her face flushed with anger. Yes. Kudoshiro hastily ran off to arrange for assistance. In the face of Miss Junsha's ire, Kudoshiro bore no resentment. After all, he was merely an employee. Should they fail to uncover the cause of the spirit upheaval in a timely manner, leading to greater losses, Miss Junsha, protected by the Junsha family, might escape unscathed. But they, the workers, would likely bear the brunt of the blame. Therefore, regardless of the dangers lurking within the forest, he felt compelled to lead a team into the depths to ascertain the reason behind the turmoil. However, shortly after they entered the Baidai forest, circumstances took a turn. "Captain, look!" a voice exclaimed with excitement. Following the direction indicated by the speaker's finger, they noticed a disturbance in a nearby thicket. A Budu was valiantly defending itself against a swarm of Caterpie, while three figures were seen fleeing, two of whom had their hands bound. Just as they caught sight of Suyu, he too recognized them, shouting, "Help!" Despite the Budu's attempts to create a secret base in the trees. Its low strength rendered it unable to hold out for long, and ultimately, the agitated Caterpie discovered its location. They relentlessly pursued the fleeing figures, but fortunately, Suyu had prepared ample supplies, enabling them to reach just beyond the entrance of the Baidai forest. Black Houndum, unleash a flamethrower. A searing column of flames swept across, incinerating a multitude of Caterpie, allowing Suyu and the other two to breathe a sigh of relief. Before they could ask questions, Suyu spoke up, "Call them. They might know the reason for the spirit uprising." Upon hearing this, Kudoshiro's face immediately lit up with joy. To their surprise, their luck was quite favorable. They had barely entered when they had already accomplished their task. "Let us depart from this place," Kudoshiro exclaimed, glancing at the incessantly surging influx of elves. He beckoned a few companions and, accompanied by two young members of the poaching group, made his exit. Shortly thereafter, Kudoshiro returned before Miss Junsha, leading two bound youths clad in camouflage alongside Suyu. "Miss Junsha, I have uncovered the cause of the elven uprising," Kudoshiro declared with evident delight. They belong to the poaching group. Within the forest, they have been illicitly harvesting elven eggs. "Are you certain?" Miss Junsha inquired, her demeanor serious. "Indeed," Kudoshiro affirmed with a nod. "This is Suyu. He recently encountered Ranger Marichi, who has already interrogated the two and is now headed deeper into the forest." "Very well, take them below and employ hypnosis for further questioning," Miss Junsha instructed. Turning to Suyu, she added, "As for you, Suyu, I regret to impose upon you. Please remain here and do not wander." Her tone was one of professionalism, not easily swayed by Suyu's words. "Understood," Suyu replied without objection, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the two hapless poachers. Just recently, they had endured the effects of hypnosis, and now they were to face it once more. It is worth noting that the skill of hypnosis can inflict some harm upon humans. Excessive use within a short time frame may lead to irreversible damage to the brain. Chapter 38. The visit after the hypnosis confirmed the identities of the two poachers. Suyu was no longer restricted. He refrained from lingering at the defense line, and, after allowing Miss Joy to attend to the injured Chow Miaogui, made his way towards Jike Town. After all, with the capabilities of Chow Miaogui, there was little assistance it could provide. His presence was inconsequential. And following a day filled with battles and travel, he was thoroughly exhausted, longing only to return to the Pokémon Center for a refreshing bath and a restful sleep. Regarding the unfolding events, given the magnitude of the incident, the Alliance would undoubtedly issue an official report. He could simply catch the news later to ascertain the complete truth. Before long, Suyu found himself back in Jike Town, when suddenly a familiar voice called out, "Brother Suyu." Turning around, he spotted Qin Fengjun waving at him from around the corner. "It's quite late. Why are you wandering about instead of resting?" Suyu inquired as he approached. Hesitant, Qing Fengjun stammered, I heard that a multitude of elves has surged out of Baidai Forest, along with a swarm of stinging caterpillars. Is that true? With numerous trainers summoned to the Pokémon Center and the rumbling sounds echoing not far from Jike Town, the townsfolk had already gleaned some information about the situation. Fortunately, they held considerable faith in Miss Junsha and her team, preventing any unrest from arising. Having caught wind of certain rumors regarding Qing Fengjun, Suyu found it rather amusing. The emergence of the spiny-tailed insects and hunting butterflies could not possibly be a result of us having stolen their companions, could it? Qing Fengjun inquired nervously, casting a glance at Suyu. So it was due to this matter. Suyu chuckled and replied, What are you pondering? It is merely a spiny-tailed insect. In the wild, countless companions are devoured by natural predators each day. How could they possibly revolt and attack a town over such a triviality? Rest assured. Upon hearing Qing Fengjun's words, Suyu comprehended his concerns. It appeared that over the past few days, he had gained a clear understanding of his spiny-tailed insect's potential. Otherwise, he would not be so anxious. Your spiny-tailed insect possesses considerable talent. You must nurture it well, Suyu advised, glancing at the shiny, oily spiny-tailed insect perched on Qing Fengjun's shoulder. This particular insect had only recently been tamed for a few days and was already showing signs of evolution. While the trainer's cultivation may have accelerated its growth somewhat, it was evident that insect-type Pokémon had remarkable potential. Indeed, for many ordinary individuals, the rapid growth rate of insect-type Pokémon could swiftly translate into formidable combat power. I will diligently train Xiaohong. Qing Fengjun sighed in relief after hearing Suyu's response, smiling sincerely. Xiaohong and I share a great bond, don't we, Xiaohong? The spiny-tailed insect affectionately nuzzled Qing Fengjun's neck. Haha, Xiaohong, stop it. That tickles. Well, it's quite late. You shouldn't wander about alone. You should head home. Suyu advised as he sent Qing Fengjun on his way and continued his solitary stroll through the streets. Ah, by the way, let's give you a name. Grass Seed Tortoise. Suyu suddenly exclaimed, struck by inspiration. The grass seed tortoise lifted its head, eyeing its trainer with curiosity, wondering what mischief he was concocting this time. Since your spiny-tailed insect has a hint of red and is named Xiaohong, how about we name you Xiao Lu? Considering the green on your head? Or perhaps Xiaoqing, the grass seed tortoise. Haha. It was obvious to it that this trainer harbored ill intentions. Although it did not fully understand, its instincts warned it to reject the trainer's suggestion outright. Thus, it chose to remain silently aloof, pretending to be an indifferent gentleman. Observing the grass seed tortoise's lack of reaction, Suyu pressed on. Since you are such a glutton, how about the name Foodie? Or perhaps Gluttonous Tortoise? The grass seed tortoise remained unfazed, leisurely continuing its path ahead. You can say whatever you like. It goes in one ear and out the other. I want to take you seriously. Speak to the air instead. Despite Suyu's relentless banter, the grass seed tortoise remained impervious to his attempts, prompting Suyu to abandon his notion of teasing it further. Grass seed tortoise. Just listen to this trainer. Is he even human? He only thinks of ways to trick his own Pokémon. How absurd. After a long day of adventures in the wilderness, Suyu returned to the Pokémon Center in Jike Town, utterly exhausted. He immediately indulged in a warm bath with his beloved grass tortoise, washing away the fatigue and leaving only a sense of refreshment. Following this, he ordered dinner via his mobile device and prepared to watch a movie with grass tortoise while awaiting the arrival of their meal. A few minutes later, a knock resonated at the door. Oh, is the delivery here already? Suyu mused, a hint of surprise in his voice. Grass tortoise, could you please open the door? Upon hearing that the food had arrived, grass tortoise sprang from the couch and dashed toward the entrance. Such a foodie, Suyu thought, shaking his head in bemusement. Hearing about food makes you more enthusiastic than training. Grass tortoise, what are you doing? Suyu called out, but when no response came, he rose to investigate. Upon reaching the door, he was met by the sight of a rather rotund middle-aged man, who was locked in a curious stare-off with grass tortoise. The creature looked back at Suyu, its expression filled with confusion, as if to ask, is this chubby fellow the delivery you mentioned? May I inquire if you are Mr. Suyu? The portly man outside inquired. Who are you? Suyu responded, perplexed by the unexpected visitor at such a late hour. I am Akagawa Junshion, the owner of Hope Spring Restaurant and the father of Lilai. Suyu recalled that the reason two members of a poaching group had been tracking him was due to grass tortoise mastering the vine whip technique. This information had inadvertently leaked from an employee of the restaurant, and now the source had come to his door. How remarkably swift the news travels. Before Suyu could voice his inquiries, Akagawa Junshyong's apologetic tone filled the air. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Suyu. Due to a lapse in our restaurant's management, one of our employees, while inebriated, inadvertently disclosed information regarding your grass tortoise. I hope this has not caused you any trouble. While unsure of the repercussions this information leak might have had on Tsuyu, Akagawa felt compelled to visit after hearing the news, as such a disclosure could severely tarnish the restaurant's reputation. Without waiting for Tsuyu's response, Akagawa produced a beautifully crafted box, opened it, and presented it to him. This is our compensation for you, a gesture of our restaurant's sincere apologies. As the box opened, a vibrant energy emanated from within, enveloping Tsuyu in a sense of rejuvenation. Inside lay a green crystal, a treasure with which Tsuyu was familiar, akin to the fiery energy crystal he had previously acquired, but this one was a grass-type energy crystal. Compared to the fire-type energy crystal he initially acquired, it is evident that this grass-type energy crystal possesses a superior grade, proving to be immensely beneficial even for elite-level Pokémon. Tsuyu felt a twinge of anger upon realizing that his Pokémon's information had been leaked. However, upon reflection, he recognized that once he showcased his grass turtle's vine whip technique in a public setting, exposure was inevitable. Moreover, since the revelation stemmed from an unintentional slip of the tongue by a staff member of the Hope Star Battle Restaurant, he refrained from blaming the establishment. Unexpectedly, the owner of the Hope Star Battle Restaurant came to apologize in person. Mei. Before Tsuyu could utter a word, the grass turtle called out. Its gaze fixated intently on the grass-type energy crystal nestled within the box held by Kamikawa Juinshio. Had it not been for the imposing presence of Kamikawa's feline companion by his side, coupled with some remnants of rational thought in its mind, the grass turtle would have likely dashed forward to seize the crystal. Regaining his composure, Tsuyu discerned the eagerness in the grass turtle's expression and realized that refusing was not an option. He chuckled heartily. Since this was merely an inadvertent action by your esteemed restaurant's employee, I shall not pursue the matter further. I hope your establishment will refrain from such oversights in the future. With a bit of understanding from Mr. Tsuyu, I assure you I will manage my staff diligently. Seeing Tsuyu accept his apology, Kamikawa Juinshio exhaled in relief, a smile breaking across his face. Unbeknownst to Tsuyu, when his grass turtle's information was initially disclosed, Kamikawa had not taken it seriously and had no intention of offering an apology. After all, he was merely a novice trainer, and they were not of the same caliber. However, at the defensive line outside Jike Town, there were trainers employed by the Hope Star Battle Restaurant. They had witnessed Tsuyu emerging from the white dye forest, binding two young men clad in camouflage, and the news swiftly reached Kamikawa's ears. Kamikawa, having established such a prominent battle restaurant, possessed considerable connections. Upon further inquiry, he discovered the gravity of the situation. Tsuyu had uncovered the cause of the Pokémon uproar in the white dye forest. His timely information proved invaluable, earning him the esteem of Miss Junsha in Jike Town and branding him a local hero. Realizing the potential fallout, Kamikawa could no longer contain himself. If this information were to leak, the reputation of the Hope Star restaurant in Jike Town would be irreparably tarnished. Thus, he felt compelled to apologize. Yet, Tsuyu remained oblivious to all of this. Moreover, the two members of the poaching group were unlikely to emerge, and by the time they did, Tsuyu would have already grown stronger. Consequently, he was not particularly concerned about the leakage of his grass turtle's information. The impact on him was minimal. He merely felt as though he had fortuitously acquired a grass-type energy crystal, and so, each harbored their own thoughts, believing they had gained something from the encounter. Half an hour later, Tsuyu called out once more, "Grass turtle, it's time to eat." The grass tortoise reluctantly set down the grass energy crystal in its grasp. It is quite amusing, for in the past, the grass tortoise was always the most eager during mealtime. Yet now, it took several calls from Tsuyu before it sluggishly approached the dining table. However, it is understandable. This grass energy crystal is toxic, and even before Tsuyu could grasp it, he could sense the rich grass energy emanating from it. As a grass-type Pokémon, the allure and impact of this energy crystal on the grass tortoise is immensely profound, stemming from an instinctual pull within its very bloodline. Merely absorbing the grass energy from the crystal would significantly enhance its own energy levels. No wonder it behaved so unusually. After all, simply lying down would allow it to gradually augment its strength. Of course, excessive reliance on the grass energy crystal could lead to superficial strength, necessitating extensive training to master the absorbed energy. Tsuyu, aiming to establish a solid foundation for the grass tortoise, would not overlook this aspect. He decided to allow the grass tortoise to absorb the energy from the crystal throughout the night, planning to assign it tasks the following day to expedite the absorption process and elevate its prowess. After all, Tsuyu felt his own strength was still inadequate. Just 2 peripheral members of a poaching organization had nearly cost him his life. 3 days later, in a training room at the Pokémon Center, the grass tortoise was fervently running on a treadmill, occasionally glancing back. Meanwhile, Suyu sat nearby, toying with the grass energy crystal. Enough looking around. Focus on your training, Suyu urged. If you don't complete your training, I'll absorb the energy from this crystal myself. Upon hearing this, the grass tortoise redoubled its efforts in training. At that moment, a news bulletin on the room's television caught Suyu's attention. Today, a riot of Pokémon erupted in the White Days Forest, launching an assault on Jike Town. Fortunately, the police in Jike Town responded promptly, and with the assistance of numerous trainers, they successfully quelled the Pokémon riot. It is reported that the riot was instigated by a poaching group attempting to steal the offspring of a Nidoking residing in the forest. Most members of this poaching group have been defeated by Mr. Alu, one of the Elite Four. Only the leader of the poaching group managed to escape and is currently at large. The police urge the public to report any sightings of this notorious leader. Goodness! This poaching group is audacious, daring to provoke even elite-level Pokémon. After watching the news, Suyu comprehended why this group had incited a Pokémon riot. They sought to pilfer the offspring of the elite Nidoking. Speaking of which, the information I provided should prove useful, right? I wonder what kind of reward the Alliance will bestow upon me, Suyu mused inwardly. As these thoughts crossed his mind, anticipation bubbled within him. Suddenly, there came a series of knocks at the door. Suyu opened the door to find Miss Junsha from Jike Town standing before him. Could it be that she had come to present him with a reward? Indeed, she wasted no time in stating, Mr. Suyu, it is thanks to your information that we were able to apprehend the poaching group in its entirety, thereby safeguarding the Nido royal family and the numerous elves dwelling within the forest. In recognition of your contributions, the Alliance has prepared 2 rewards for you. Curious about the nature of these rewards, Suyu eagerly rubbed his hands together, exclaiming, what might those 2 rewards be? The first reward is a class-based reward. The second reward grants you the privilege of becoming a core trainer of the Alliance, Junsha revealed without hesitation, disclosing the 2 rewards bestowed upon Suyu. Although Suyu had managed to capture 2 peripheral members of the poaching organization, the police had gleaned only limited information from them. They were aware that the group sought to steal elf eggs, but could not specify which particular elves or their eggs were targeted. The accurate details were gradually deduced by the police. Thus, Suyu's achievements were commendable, yet not of the highest caliber. Nonetheless, the rewards from the Alliance remained exceedingly generous. It is essential to note that the tier of item rewards from the Alliance corresponds directly to that of the elf treasures, categorized into 3 distinct classes. From highest to lowest, they are Class A, Class B, and Class C. Class A items, such as premium evolution stones that enhance elf qualifications or high-grade elf eggs, are particularly sought after. While it is true that elves have a chance to elevate their qualifications during evolution, the probability is rather slim, at only 20. Conversely, premium evolution stones guarantee a 100 enhancement of qualifications during the evolution process, albeit only applicable to elves that evolve using such stones. They are, nonetheless, extraordinarily valuable. An elf meeting the criteria for high-grade qualifications, when utilizing a premium evolution stone, is assured to achieve exceptional status. This translates to the acquisition of an elf with exceptional qualifications, likely ensuring a battle prowess at least on par with that of a gym leader. Class B items include those that augment the potency of elf skills or formidable skill learning machines, such as powerful clay that boosts ground-type skill efficacy or learning machines for devastating moves. Class C encompasses a broader range, including contribution points to the Alliance and cash rewards. Naturally, these rewards are designated for trainers below the champion level, while those above this level may receive even more prestigious rewards, such as high-grade qualifications for quasi-divine elf eggs or treasures that assist elves in breaking through to the champion level. Such distinctions are beyond the current comprehension of Suyu. The 3 categories of rewards from the Alliance correspond to its 3 task levels, aligning with the capabilities of trainers who can undertake tasks at Gym Leader, Elite, and Outstanding levels. Only trainers who meet the requisite standards and complete tasks of the corresponding level may acquire rewards of the same tier. If the contributions to the Alliance from the trainers are substantial, they may also be exchanged for Alliance contribution points, albeit at the cost of double the points. This means that the initial category of rewards bestowed upon Suyu by the Alliance is exceedingly generous, equivalent to the remuneration earned by an elite trainer upon the successful completion of a major Alliance task, not to mention the privilege of being promoted to a core member of the Alliance. Although the Pokémon world is rife with various nefarious organizations such as Team Rocket and Team Aqua, none have been known to operate openly under the Alliance's scrutiny. Thus, the Alliance undeniably stands as the preeminent power within the Pokémon realm. Initially, Suyu's aspiration before becoming a trainer was to become a core member of the Alliance. Previously, if he had wished to apply for such a position, he would have had to wait until he attained elite trainer status. However, now he is able to enjoy the benefits of being a core trainer ahead of schedule, receiving a fixed monthly stipend of 10,000 Alliance coins, complimentary accommodation and care at the Pokémon Center, and the privilege to exchange for various rare Pokémon treasures curated by the Alliance. Otherwise, he would only be able to redeem more common and ordinary Pokémon items, lacking access to the rarer artifacts. This arrangement significantly benefits his future development. Thus, upon hearing Junshayu's words, Suyu couldn't help but beam with joy. Now, this Pokémon wristwatch is exclusively for core members of the Alliance, Junshayu said as she handed him a wristwatch-sized device. It comes with a user manual. Simply follow the instructions. As for the category of rewards designated for you, you will need to log into the Alliance's website and make your selections. Once you finalize your choices, the Alliance will dispatch them to your local Pokémon Center within 7 days. After delivering Suyu's rewards, Junshayu did not take her leave. Instead, she produced a small booklet and handed it to him. What is this? Suyu inquired, a hint of uncertainty reflected in his eyes, unsure of Junshayu's intentions. Noticing his confusion, Junshayu took a moment to explain. While they had successfully thwarted the poaching team this time, she and the forest ranger of Baidai Forest had undeniably been somewhat remiss in their duties. Otherwise, they would not have allowed such a large number of individuals to infiltrate Baidai Forest unnoticed. Had it not been for the fortuitous presence of one of the Elite Four, Alu, in the vicinity, the poaching group might have succeeded in their endeavors. Consequently, Junshayu faced considerable repercussions. Fortunately, Suyu had managed to extract 2 members of the poaching group in time, allowing them to deduce the group's intentions, which could have otherwise led to their success. Thus, Suyu had indeed assisted Junshayu. Moreover, having learned some details about Suyu's grass tortoise from her friend Xiao Yitong, she viewed this as a small investment in him. Here, young man, this is a personal reward from me, Junshayu said, patting Suyu on the shoulder. I hope it proves beneficial to you. After speaking, Junshayu departed. The Intermediate Breeder's Manual? Suyu flipped through it, his eyes revealing a hint of surprise. The grass seedling turtle. Upon absorbing the energy crystals of the grass type and undergoing a period of training, could successfully advance to the excellent tier. At that point, only the intermediate energy cubes would be beneficial for the grass seedling turtle. Yet Suyu only possessed the low-tier breeder's manual acquired from the orphanage, and he had intended to purchase an intermediate manual when the time came. Little did he expect that it would be conveniently provided to him, saving him a sum of money. After securing the breeding manual, Suyu began to explore the operational methods of the Pokémon wristwatch, unable to resist checking the Alliance's treasury to redeem his rewards. After a series of operations, Suyu successfully authenticated his Pokémon wristwatch and accessed the Alliance's website, gradually perusing the treasures starting from the lowest tier. Low-grade evolution stones, various beginner energy cubes, and skill learning machines, among others. Oh, there was also the exchange for the Pokémon Encyclopedia, within the lowest tier of treasures. Suyu noticed the exchange price for the Pokémon Encyclopedia, 100,000 Alliance coins. It was not exorbitant, even somewhat affordable, yet after contemplation, Suyu ultimately decided against it. At this juncture, he had no necessity for such an item, and it would be unwise to expend money in that manner. Moreover, once the grass seedling turtle achieved excellence, expenses would undoubtedly escalate, so it was prudent to reserve funds for its training. Chapter 41. The so-called breeder. Browsing through the exchange list on the Alliance's internal website, Suyu was dazzled, nearly salivating. Fragrant sea tide, flame pearls, charred wood charcoal, droplets of heart-s water, and a plethora of other treasures capable of enhancing Pokémon strength were available. Truly, it was no surprise that this was the foremost power in the Pokémon world. The inventory was overwhelming, making it exceedingly difficult for him to make a choice. Suyu contemplated saving this opportunity for future exchanges, but after consideration, he selected a skill disc inscribed with the technique guard as a reward from the Alliance. This skill disc granted 3 usages, allowing 3 Pokémon to benefit. Furthermore, skill discs redeemed from the Alliance were of far superior quality compared to those sold externally, with clearer energy operation methods for the skill techniques. After redeeming his reward, Suyu exited the exchange list. Watching numerous treasures while being unable to redeem them was a form of torment. Seizing the opportunity while the grass seedling turtle continued its training, he delved into the Intermediate Breeder's Manual in his possession. The role of a breeder encompassed a wealth of knowledge, not only concerning the living habits of Pokémon and their preferred flavors of food, along with the creation of energy cubes, but also encompassed a thorough understanding of their health status. A breeder must be adept at devising tailored training methods and growth paths based on the distinct characteristics of Pokémon before and after evolution to unearth their true potential. An exceptional breeder possesses the remarkable ability to discern the quality of a Pokémon's upbringing by observing its appearance, fur, and physique, thereby assessing its strength. Among trainers and breeders, a well-known adage circulates within the alliance: a top-tier breeder is invariably a top-tier trainer. Yet a premier trainer does not necessarily equate to a premier breeder. Why is this sentiment expressed? In truth, there was a time when trainers and breeders were inextricably linked, representing a singular concept. This notion can be traced back to the era preceding the establishment of the Pokémon League, when Pokémon were not fully embraced by humanity and were still referred to as magical beasts. During that epoch, Pokémon wielded astonishing powers, capable of summoning torrents, unleashing flames, altering landscapes, and toppling mountains, while humans existed at the lowest echelon of the world. Only a select few among humanity possessed extraordinary abilities, such as psychic powers and aura manipulation, enabling them to rival these magical creatures. These individuals, known as beast tamers or Pokémon tamers, could control the magical beasts through their unique skills. Additionally, some ordinary humans, unwilling to accept mediocrity, devised tools that allowed them to tame these creatures, successfully subjugating a number of Pokémon to harness their powers. This, however, incited conflict and animosity between humans and Pokémon. After all, Pokémon are sentient beings with flesh and blood, and the act of subjugating them as instruments of war provoked their ire. It was only when the hidden divine beasts emerged that those ambitious individuals, intent on controlling Pokémon through various magical devices, were reduced to dust beneath the wrathful meteors summoned by these deities. This event compelled the surviving humans to profoundly understand the true power of Pokémon, igniting their curiosity and desire to explore. Thus, a group of dreamers, driven by the quest to uncover the mysteries of Pokémon, embarked upon their journey of exploration. Throughout this endeavor, they discovered the Pokémon's extraordinary evolutionary capabilities, along with evolution stones such as the Fire Stone and Water Stone, as well as treasures like flame orbs, charred charcoal, and heart drops that could enhance Pokémon abilities. More significantly, these adventurers uncovered the marvelous fruits that grew in the wild, which, after undergoing a series of mixtures and refinements, crystallized into what is now known as energy cubes. Through their experiments, they found that energy cubes had a more profound effect on Pokémon than mere fruits, accelerating their growth. Consequently, they devoted their energies to the production of various energy cubes. After enduring numerous failures, they crafted an increasing array of energy cube recipes. Coupled with the wealth of knowledge and experience regarding Pokémon they acquired, trainers among humanity rapidly evolved. They forged powerful bonds with Pokémon. And with this new generation of skilled trainers, humanity gradually gained the means to contend with the divine beasts that resided at the pinnacle of the Pokémon realm. After a protracted series of battles and negotiations, the divine beasts finally acknowledged the status of humanity, coupled with a newfound respect from humans towards the spirits, who were no longer viewed merely as tools. An accord was established between the two parties, enabling a peaceful coexistence. The initial trainers fervently propagated the ideology that spirits are companions to humanity, and the concept of harmonious living between humans and spirits ascended to prominence in the spirit realm. Ultimately, they collaboratively founded the most formidable human organization within the spirit world, known as the Spirit Alliance. It can be asserted that these pioneering trainers were not only exceptional in their prowess, but also in their cultivation abilities. It was through their exploration of knowledge, methods, and experiences in nurturing spirits that they attained the status of elite trainers. Thus, the early spirit trainers could also be regarded as spirit cultivators. This is why it is often stated that the foremost cultivators must inherently be the foremost trainers, as the two disciplines are interdependent and inseparable. After all, top-tier cultivators can tailor premium energy blocks for spirits, and with the extensive nurturing of these energy blocks, a spirit's strength is bound to flourish. As for why elite trainers do not necessarily excel as cultivators, this leads to a discussion about the Spirit Alliance. Gradually, as the alliance began to fragment, the roles of cultivators and trainers became distinct concepts. Trainers primarily focus on enhancing a spirit's strength and commanding them in battles, while cultivators specialize in nurturing spirits and managing their health. While trainers are not oblivious to spirit cultivation, their emphasis is predominantly on training and combat, and thus their knowledge in nurturing aspects is not as profound. Reflecting on the evolution of cultivators, Suyu returned to the cultivator manual before him. Compared to the beginner's manual he had received at the orphanage, the intermediate manual was undoubtedly more comprehensive, detailed, and rich in various cultivation knowledge and recipes for energy blocks. For instance, the beginner manual merely outlines the treatment for a spirit afflicted by a burning status in a general manner. However, there are distinctions in the burning state. The burns caused by a fire-type spirit's flare charge differ from those inflicted by a ghost-type spirit's will-o-wisp, necessitating different treatments. One is a result of the sheer ferocity and extreme heat of a fire-type move, while the other is compounded by the corrosive energies of the ghost-type. To remedy the burns caused by the flare charge, one simply needs to crush a berry, extract its juice, and combine it with powdered lychee leaves and frost grass to create an effective potion. Conversely, treating the burning state inflicted by will-o-wisp cannot be approached so directly, otherwise, the ghostly energies may infiltrate the spirit's body, resulting in secondary damage. To dispel the corrosive energy of the ghost type, one must first utilize the fruit of the Buddha's hand in conjunction with the powder of the evil gem. Subsequently, a juice made from crushed berry fruit, combined with the powdered essence of the clear frost grass, is required for healing. Naturally, the method of treatment varies subtly depending on the elemental attributes of the Pokémon affected by the burn status. This is knowledge that can only be found within the advanced manuals for breeders. Chapter 42, The Obstructive Geodude as Dawn Broke. The calls of the muckaroo echoed in the air, soaring gracefully on the gentle breeze. Early in the day, Suyu roused his sleeping grass turtle, and after a refreshing wash, he shouldered his backpack and made his way to the station in Jike Town. Today marked the day when Suyu and his grass turtle would embark for Baidai City to participate in the monthly Pokémon breeder examination. The impetus for this endeavor stemmed from the recent advancement of his grass turtle to the remarkable level, which led to a substantial increase in daily expenses. To avoid depleting his resources, he had procured a significant quantity of berries to craft energy cubes, intending to sell them on the Alliance's website. It was then that he suddenly realized a crucial detail he had overlooked. To sell energy cubes through the Alliance's official channels, one must possess a breeder's certification. This realization brought about an awkward predicament. The considerable stock of energy cubes consumed a large portion of his funds, and without the ability to liquidate them, he and his grass turtle would be left in dire straits. Thus, he hastily browsed the internet and confirmed that the breeder examination for this month had yet to commence, prompting him to swiftly purchase a ticket to Baidai City. Although it was still early, a fair number of passengers had already gathered at the station bound for Baidai City. Noticing that time was still on his side, and at the fervent insistence of his grass turtle, Suyu acquiesced and took it to a nearby food street. There, a variety of delectable snacks awaited, including tailworm pizza, Snorlax tail skewers, and Kingler sushi. Given his grass turtle's requests, Suyu found it difficult to refuse, especially since the grass turtle was currently his creditor. Moreover, the expenses for the ticket to Baidai City, as well as accommodation and meals there, relied heavily on the funds provided by the grass turtle. Though he could enjoy complimentary lodging and meals at the Pokémon Center, the culinary offerings were merely sufficient to satiate hunger, lacking in flavor and nutrition. However, with newfound wealth, both Suyu and his grass turtle had developed discerning tastes. Since they had the means, it was only fitting to indulge themselves. After all, sustenance is of utmost importance to both humans and Pokémon alike. With money in hand, Suyu could not impose restrictions on his grass turtle's expenditure. It was better to let it spend freely, alleviating the need to revisit this matter daily. Baidai City is situated to the right of Baidai Forest, separated by Route 205. Jike Town lies in the northern vicinity of Baidai Forest, not far from Baidai City. By following Route 205, they would reach their destination by afternoon. On the bus, Suyu gazed out at the swiftly passing scenery, occasionally startled by the sounds emitted by the vehicle, which roused a variety of whimsical sprites. Gradually, a sense of drowsiness overcame him. To dispel this fatigue, he felt compelled to apologize to his grass turtle. "Attendant, could I please have a grapefruit coconut milk ice cream?" "Certainly, sir." One must admit, although this bus appeared modest, it was remarkably well equipped. The services on board were quite comprehensive, offering an array of beverages and snacks, with attentive service to match. The grass turtle's Pokéball began to shake incessantly. "This dog trainer is definitely doing this on purpose, flaunting in front of me, because I can't come out," protested the grass turtle. "Enough of that, grass turtle. Just quietly enjoy the view outside," Suyu replied, disregarding its complaints as he turned the Pokéball around, aligning the central opening towards the window. The bus traveled steadily and swiftly along the routes established by the League. Suddenly, the bus emitted a piercing, shrill whistle before abruptly halting, leaving behind long, dark skid marks from the tires on the pavement. Bang! Ouch! Ah! Suyu, who had been on the verge of slumber, was jolted forward by the sudden braking, colliding forcefully with the back of the seat in front of him. The half-finished drink on the tray spilled, soaking his shirt. "That hurts," he exclaimed, clutching his reddened forehead, instantly shaken awake and losing all trace of sleepiness. He bent down to retrieve the Pokéball that had fallen near the window and stood up, peering through the front glass of the bus. Before them, 3 rotund creatures with arms were blocking their path. The bus driver had released a Snivy, directing it to confront the obstructive Geodudes. "What should we do? The Geodudes are overwhelming in number. Surely our driver can't defeat them?" A young woman with long blue hair in the seat ahead spoke up, visibly anxious. "Don't worry, he has done this route countless times," reassured a middle-aged man seated to her right. "Mr. Jack has ample experience dealing with wild Pokémon blocking the way. He'll resolve it swiftly. We just need to remain calm and wait on the bus." At that moment, Suyu felt a surge of determination, unfastening himself from his seat and making his way towards the door. "Young man, don't go out there. It's too dangerous," cautioned a concerned passenger. Ignoring the warning, Suyu hastened his steps and swiftly exited the bus, approaching driver Jack. "Mr. Jack, stop. I believe these Geodudes mean no harm." The reason Suyu descended was that he had overheard the innermost thoughts of the small punch stones. Realizing their intent to obstruct their passage, Punch Stone number 1. "We cannot allow them to proceed. The tunnel is on the verge of collapsing." Punch Stone no. 2. "Brother Onyx is struggling to hold it up. If only these humans could lend a hand." Punch Stone number 3. "Woe is me, it hurts." With a cluster of small punch stones blocking the path, how could there be no malice? The bus driver bellowed, "Servine, use your poison tail to send these bothersome punch stones flying." Suyu's attempts at persuasion fell on deaf ears. Driver Jack still commanded Servine to attack the small punch stones, who simply dodged without retaliating. Obeying the order, Servine swiftly slithered across the ground and positioned itself before one of the punch stones, raising its razor-sharp tail, glistening coldly with purple venom, and struck down fiercely. The punch stone, weaker than Servine, had evaded the previous attacks but could not escape this lethal blow. Just as Suyu prepared to release his Turtwig to shield the punch stone from the impending strike, a voice resonated from behind him. Chapter 43, The Observer's Heartwood Silcoon. Spin Silk. Turning around, Suyu caught a fleeting glimpse of a being clad in garments fashioned from leaves, which emerged and unleashed several delicate white threads that swiftly ensnared Servine's sharp tail. With a dull thud, the unprepared Servine lost its balance and crashed to the ground. Hissing, it quickly regained its footing, furiously glaring at the Silcoon that had ambushed it from behind. Were it not for its training under driver Jack, instilling obedience to commands, it would have charged forth to retaliate against the Silcoon. "Damn it, what are you doing?" Seeing Servine being ambushed, driver Jack also turned around, glaring at the newcomer with fury. "Do you not realize that these punch stones are our enemies?" The newcomer, a tall young man dressed in a black shirt, appeared to be in his 20s, and like Suyu, was also a passenger on the bus. As Suyu disembarked, he too stepped off to investigate the reason behind the punch stone's obstruction. "My friend is correct. The punch stones harbor no ill intent," the young man stated. "Nevertheless, their presence on the roadway necessitates their removal, otherwise, we cannot proceed." Jack, displaying a modicum of insight, recognized that the young man's Silcoon was not to be underestimated. Refraining from a direct confrontation, "Feiyun City, Heartwood," the young man nodded at Suyu and spoke. "May I inquire your name?" Ignoring the blusterous Jack beside him, he turned his attention to Suyu. The mention of Feiyun City took Suyu by surprise. If he recalled correctly, Feiyun City was the largest city in the United Regions, as well as its core metropolis. Shimu nodded with a smile, affirming this. He had long grown accustomed to Suyu's tone of astonishment. After all, for many who had never ventured beyond the Sinnoh region, the United Regions were indeed a distant and unfamiliar territory, making their surprise quite understandable. "Oh, I am Suyu from Hongxia Town in the Sinnoh region," he introduced himself. From his friend's earlier words, Shimu inferred the reason behind the small onyx blocking their path. "Indeed," Suyu nodded, stating, "If my assumptions are correct, the small onyx must have encountered some trouble, or perhaps there is a danger ahead. It seeks to warn us." Shimu concurred, nodding in agreement. "Indeed. I share the same sentiment. All right, are you two done? How long will this chatter continue?" Jack, the driver, who had been ignored, finally expressed his impatience as he watched the two engrossed in conversation, treating him as if he were invisible. He was eager to resolve this inconvenience and reach Baidai City sooner, without time to waste on their trivial exchanges. "Let us first address the matter at hand." Shimu realized it was not the time to delay any further, prompted by Jack's urging. Suyu echoed this thought. Approaching the group of small onyx and producing several blue-orange energy cubes to nourish them. Shenmue observed this action with keen interest. "May I see that energy cube?" he inquired, drawn to the item Tsuyu had produced. Although unsure of the reason behind Shenmue's request, Tsuyu had no qualms about granting it. The cube was vibrant in color and crystal clear. Shenmue examined it carefully before breaking off a small piece to taste. It was sweet and rich. Brimming with energy, this was indeed a medium energy cube. After savoring it, Shenmue displayed an expression of delight, exclaiming, "So, you are a medium breeder? No wonder you could discern the issue with the small onyx." Tsuyu humbly replied, "Not at all. I am not even a primary breeder yet. My purpose for this journey is to participate in the breeding exam in 2 days." In his mind, however, he thought, "A medium breeder, hardly. I am merely an unlicensed novice, not even qualifying as a primary breeder. Are you imagining things too much? Moreover, I could identify the small onyx's issue because of my luck." "What? You're not even a primary breeder?" Shenmue exclaimed in admiration. "It seems that a position among the elite breeders is destined for you." With a more formal introduction, he added, "I am a Pokémon observer." As Tsuyu listened to Shenmue's increasingly exaggerated praises, he felt at a loss for words. It was as if they were elevating him to the heavens. Yet, he soon found himself intrigued by the title of observer. Among the Pokémon observers, what left the deepest impression on Tsuyu was a companion named Xiaojian, whom Ash encountered during his journey through the Orange Islands. Xiaojian was the first Pokémon observer to appear in the anime. Like Pokémon trainers and breeders, Pokémon observers constitute a profession primarily focused on the observation and study of Pokémon. Their subjects of observation mainly include Pokémon captured by trainers, wild Pokémon residing in nature, and their own Pokémon. It is no wonder that he could immediately discern something amiss with the Geodude. If he were indeed an observer, it would all make sense. Noticing that Shenmue was about to say something further, Tsuyu quickly interjected, "All right, let us resolve the issue with Geodude promptly. We can discuss the rest on our way to Baidai City once this matter is settled." Hearing Tsuyu's words, Shenmue regained his composure, understanding that the problem with Geodude was indeed urgent and needed addressing. Without further delay, the two followed Geodude into the dark tunnel ahead. The tunnel was vast and dimly lit, creating an eerie atmosphere that even caused Tsuyu's Turtwig, usually brave, to feel apprehensive, clinging tightly to Tsuyu's pant leg. As they ventured deeper, they encountered more Pokémon, including Zubat, Geodude's evolved form, Golem, and others. The sides of the tunnel were marked with uneven holes and scattered rubble, clear remnants of the Pokémon that dwelled within. Tsuyu felt no surprise. Route 205's tunnel was originally a gathering place for Pokémon. During its construction, the Pokémon had even staged a revolt, but the might of the Pokémon League had quelled their efforts, forcing them to leave in search of new habitats. Yet, once the tunnel was completed, those Pokémon returned to reclaim their home. The League did not forcibly evict them all. Rather, they periodically drove away the more aggressive Pokémon that might threaten the tunnel's stability. Chapter 44. The Marvelous Uses of Earth's Power. In fact, the League occasionally provided resources to the Pokémon inhabiting the tunnel, nurturing them to ensure their protection of the tunnel's safety. Over time, this place had transformed into a veritable paradise for Pokémon. Many trainers passing through the tunnel would stop to select and capture their desired Pokémon. As they delved deeper, Tsuyu and Shenmue finally heard a series of hurried breaths. "What is that sound?" Shenmue whispered, turning to Tsuyu. "It might be the sound of onyx," Tsuyu replied gravely, quickening his pace toward the source of the noise, ultimately discovering its origin around a bend in the tunnel. Through the aperture of the tunnel above, a radiant light illuminated the scene where Tsuyu and Xianmu discovered a formidable onyx. The creature stood almost upright, its rocky head braced against a massive boulder overhead. Its tail was ensnared amidst a heap of rubble, and the surroundings were in disarray, littered with debris and tinged with a faint metallic scent of blood. It appeared that a fierce battle had transpired here not long ago, breaching the tunnel, and the onyx, in a valiant effort to prevent the colossal stone from crashing down, supported it with its own body while driving away any intruding humans, represented by the small Geodudes. Tsuyu scanned the environment, envisioning the chaotic events that must have unfolded. Noticing the onyx's precarious condition, Xianmu instinctively moved forward to assess the situation, which inadvertently provoked the ire of the two graveler nearby, who bared their teeth and growled in hostility. Clearly, the arrival of the two was met with suspicion, and Xianmu attempted to pacify the gravelers, assuring them of their benevolent intentions. However, the gravelers grew increasingly agitated, directing their furious glares not only at Xianmu but also at the three Geodudes, as if blaming them for bringing the humans to this precarious scene. "Onyx, your condition is dire. You may not be able to hold on much longer. We are here to assist you," Suyu expressed, observing the tremors coursing through the onyx's massive form, which betrayed the strain of supporting such a heavy boulder. The onyx and the two humans exchanged glances for a moment, before its gaze shifted to the nearby metapod, which prompted a relaxation of its vigilance. As the dominant force in this tunnel, the onyx sensed the elite-level aura emanating from the metapod, recognizing that even at its peak, it might struggle to contend with such power. This realization indicated that the two were indeed devoid of hostility. With a commanding roar from the onyx, the two gravelers retracted their aggression and cleared a path. Seizing the opportunity, Suyu and Xianmu approached the onyx, meticulously examining its injuries. They noted the numerous scars adorning its body, including a deep gash along its back, reminiscent of a vicious laceration. Additionally, the wound was tainted with a significant amount of toxin. Fortunately, the onyx's rock-like physique, coupled with its elite-level strength, had allowed it to endure thus far. While the injuries on the onyx were concerning, the true peril lay with the immense boulder overhead. Mr. Xianmu, I wonder if you have any solutions? Suyu inquired. Within Suyu's backpack lay antidotes and healing potions capable of treating the injuries of the onyx. However, if the massive boulder could not be secured and were to fall, they would be unable to traverse the tunnel. Thus, Suyu turned his gaze towards Xianmu. Leave this colossal stone to me, Xianmu declared after observing the boulder resting atop the onyx. The caretaker bug can emit adhesive silk. Perhaps it can temporarily affix this boulder and free the onyx. With that, he instructed the caretaker bug to commence its task. After a considerable effort, the caretaker bug produced a copious amount of sticky silk, filling the crevices between the boulder and the tunnel's ceiling, successfully securing the stone. At last, the onyx was liberated, allowing for its wounds to be treated. However, such a massive boulder could hardly be held by the mere strands of the caretaker bug. Xianmu had evidently miscalculated. Just as the healing process was underway, a strange noise echoed from above, indicating that the silk had lost its efficacy and the boulder was once again threatening to descend. Seeing this, the onyx, still prone, attempted to rise once more to brace against the stone. Enough, onyx. Your injuries are not yet healed. Do not strain yourself. Allow me to take charge, Xianmu interjected, producing a black Pokéball adorned with golden red patterns. This was a luxury ball, in a flash of white light. A creature composed of a massive core and 4 deep blue boulders, adorned with numerous sharp, orange crystalline formations, materialized before them. Suyu was no stranger to this Pokémon. Like the caretaker bug, it hailed from the Unova region, Gigalith. Gigalith could harness the sunlight through its myriad orange crystals, generating a reaction within its core that amplified its power. Additionally, it could directly utilize its core to create a compressible explosive energy capable of shifting mountains. Gigalith, it's your turn, Xianmu commanded, gesturing towards Gigalith. Employ the power of the earth to meld the boulder above with the surrounding rocks. A deep voice resonated through the tunnel. Immediately, Suyu beheld the orange crystals on Gigalith's body glow, illuminating the entire tunnel. Subsequently, earthy energy coalesced around Gigalith's limbs and surged towards the boulder above. Under the influence of this energy, the boulder appeared to merge seamlessly with the tunnel's ceiling, rendering its previous fractures nearly imperceptible. What is this? Suyu wondered, observing Gigalith, now fatigued, its orange crystals dimmed, panting heavily after the exertion. He turned to Xianmu with a puzzled expression. Come back and rest, Gigalith. Xianmu recalled Gigalith before explaining to Suyu. This is the application of the power of the earth. Through Gigalith's energy, the boulder has temporarily fused with the tunnel's ceiling, effectively repairing and securing it. If the golem were to possess the strength of a monarch-level being, the power of the earth could restore the colossal stone to its original state. Unfortunately, my golem lacks sufficient strength and can only rely on the enhancement of the orange crystal to forcibly secure it. However, this suffices. As long as no external force disrupts it, it should hold for a day or two without issue. Chapter 45. The City of Vanished and Forgotten History. Shinmu articulated an extensive explanation, and Suyu grasped the essence of his words. In the mythology of the Pokémon world, Groudon is revered as the creator of the land. It wields formidable control over light and heat, capable of evaporating flood-ravaged areas or inducing volcanic eruptions to forge new land. Groudon possesses the ability of primal reversion. In this state, it expels the energy that envelopes its form as magma. It is said that with each step taken post-primal reversion, new land is fashioned. Shinmu intended to convey that the golem's use of earth power bears a remarkable resemblance to Groudon's creation of land. However, the golem's strength is insufficient, and the energy of the earth power it can unleash is only fleeting. to restore the shattered boulders and the openings of the tunnels to their original state. Akin to Groudon's creation, a strength surpassing that of a monarch-level being is required. From his words, Tsuyu inferred some lesser-known abilities of monarch-level Pokémon. He was inclined to inquire further, eager to delve into this knowledge, yet they had only just met. And such information regarding the capabilities of monarch-level Pokémon was undoubtedly precious, making it difficult to broach the subject. Under the influence of the golem's earth power, they successfully resolved the issue with the boulder. After treating the injuries of the Onyx, they departed amidst the heartfelt gratitude of the Pokémon in the tunnel. The bus traversed the tunnel, resuming its journey toward Bidai City. After a lengthy journey, the bus finally arrived at Tsuyu's destination, Bidai City, in the evening. Bidai City is an ancient metropolis that showcases the remnants of a fading and forgotten history, home to one of the 8 prestigious gyms of the Sinnoh League, renowned throughout the Pokémon world. Its geographical position is advantageous, with the evergreen Bidai Forest to the left and the snow-capped Tian Crown Mountain to the right. It is precisely for this reason that the Breeder Association of the Sinnoh region is situated here. As soon as Tsuyu disembarked, the grass-type Turtwig, which had been confined within its Pokéball for a considerable time, could no longer contain itself and sprang forth, as if it would burst if held any longer. After parting ways with Shinmu, Tsuyu wandered through the streets of Bidai City. Towering glass skyscrapers stood proud, and vibrant neon lights illuminated the contours of the massive Bidai building at the city's heart, reflecting upon the water. At first glance, one could immediately sense the bustling vitality of this thriving city. Yet, simultaneously, there seems to be an ability to perceive the traces of history. A subtle sense of oppression interwoven with the grandeur, evoking an exceedingly peculiar sensation. The pedestrians traversing the streets induce in Tsuyu an illusion, as if he has returned to a past life. Before long, he arrived at the Breeders' Guild. Is this indeed the Breeders' Guild? Gazing upon the vast and opulent edifice before him, Tsuyu felt a twinge of astonishment. Despite having gathered information from various sources and possessing memories from a previous existence, he was still awestruck by the grandeur of the Breeders' Guild. Indeed, the energy cubes are a lucrative enterprise. Upon entering the Breeders' Guild, one could observe that the interior was equally lavishly adorned. Numerous elves were scattered throughout, while breeders diligently took notes, observing and documenting the elves' information. Tsuyu approached a counter in the hall, prepared to submit his personal information for registration and verification of his examination eligibility. It was evident that after a day of toil, the staff's faces bore visible signs of fatigue, yet there lingered a hint of joy. After all, the busy work was nearing its end, and the vibrant nightlife awaited. In Hongxia Town, Tsuyu had made an online reservation for the junior breeder examination scheduled for the morning after next. The staff responsible for registration returned Tsuyu's trainer card, along with a brochure detailing relevant information about the breeder examination. As a direct descendant of the league, Tsuyu's first participation in the breeder examination was complimentary, thus saving him 1,000 yuan in registration fees. After receiving the examination voucher, Tsuyu, feeling financially constrained, made his way to the Pokémon Center to secure a complimentary room and completed the check-in process. A night passed in silence. Early the next morning, Tsuyu, accompanied by his Turtwig, began to explore Bidai City. As one of the most bustling cities in the Sinnoh region, Bidai City is renowned for its 8 gymnasiums and several famous attractions. The first stop for Tsuyu and Turtwig was the Bidai History Museum. However, upon his eager arrival at the museum, hoping to view the legendary treasure, the Diamond Soul, he was informed, "Sorry, all visiting slots for this month have been fully booked. It is currently closing time. If you wish to visit the Bidai History Museum, you can make an online reservation for next month's slots." The receptionist, a beautiful girl clad in athletic wear, skillfully recited this lengthy response as soon as Tsuyu expressed his desire to visit. Clearly, he was not the first to make such an oversight. This rehearsed dialogue was second nature to her. Although unable to visit the Bidai History Museum was somewhat disappointing, Tsuyu did not dwell in despair. Since the visit was not possible, he resolved to explore other places of interest. Besides the Bidai History Museum, there were 2 additional locations that piqued his curiosity. Firstly, there is the Bidai Building, and secondly, 2 enormous statues situated in the eastern part of Bidai City. Within the game, the Bidai Building serves as one of the headquarters for the Galactic Team. Although Tsuyu harbored an interest, he did not possess a desire for danger and merely wished to observe from the outside. Thus, he and his companion, the Turtwig, made their way to the front of the colossal sculptures in the eastern part of Bidai City. Perhaps no one had truly seen the likeness of Dialga and Palkia, for the metallic statues bore a significant disparity from Tsuyu's recollections of these legendary beings. It would be inaccurate to claim any resemblance. Rather, the connection seemed non-existent. Of course, it is possible that some may have once glimpsed the true forms of Dialga and Palkia, yet those accounts have faded into the annals of history. Present-day individuals could only strive to recreate the statue's appearances based on ancient engravings and records, ultimately resulting in the peculiar forms before them. The statues of Dialga and Palkia were once the heart of various celebrations in Baidai City, yet with the passage of time, the associated festivals and cultures have gradually disappeared. When Suyu arrived, the place was desolate, with scarcely a soul in sight. Chapter 46, Written Examination. The birth of Dialga grants us time. Whether we laugh or shed tears, time flows equally, all bestowed upon us by Dialga's gift. The birth of Palkia creates countless spaces. Whether we exist in this world or become dust, we inhabit the same realm, all thanks to Palkia's creation. On the stone tablet nestled between the two statues, these inscriptions are carved. As Suyu caressed the weathered and faded engravings, which seemed to blur under the passage of time, his thoughts began to drift further afield. Compared to the inhabitants of Baidai City or the Sinnoh region, Suyu possessed a far greater understanding of Dialga and Palkia. Nonetheless, he found it difficult to believe that merely two Pokémon could have crafted the Pokémon world, let alone the people residing in Baidai City. It is no wonder that the once vibrant cultural center of Baidai City has become so forlorn. Could these two Pokémon truly be so extraordinary as to create the world? Turtwig inquired curiously, circling around the statues and looking to its trainer for answers. Perhaps this notion was somewhat exaggerated. Yet there was no denying the immense power of these two Pokémon. Suyu snapped back to reality and replied. At that moment, a short, unremarkable youth adorned in lavish attire strolled by, overhearing Suyu's words, and mockingly remarked, "Haha, truly a fool to believe in such trivial legends." The insolent tone nearly provoked Suyu to confront him, but he ultimately chose to refrain. Beside the youth stood a fiery chicken, its diminutive stature rendering it unassuming. He could only watch, looking rather foolish, as it strutted away with great confidence. It is no wonder the young man would mock so. After all, in the realm of Pokémon, legendary creatures exist merely as myth. While the upper echelons of the Pokémon League may encounter these divine beasts, for the average human, they remain a distant legend, an unreachable aspiration. It is only natural to harbor such thoughts. Young man, do you too believe in the existence of these mythical Pokémon? A resonant, aged voice inquired, startling Suyu, who turned to behold a venerable elder, his hair a cascade of silver, scrutinizing him with keen eyes. Of course, Suyu replied, allowing his shoulders to droop slightly as he spoke with calm assurance. Given that such legends persist and information regarding them continues to circulate, they cannot be mere fabrications. Furthermore, if the world can host such wondrous Pokémon, the existence of the time-space deities should hardly seem extraordinary. Indeed, such a straightforward notion. Yet lamentably, the people of Baidai City are less discerning than even an outsider like you, the elder murmured, his tone tinged with a hint of melancholy and disappointment. Can you discern that I am from outside? Suyu inquired, his curiosity piqued. The elder shook his head. Aside from those like you, few outsiders ever venture here. With that, he took his leave. After visiting the statues of the time-space deities, Suyu spent the morning wandering through Baidai City with his Turtwig before indulging in a hearty meal at the local food street in the afternoon. He then returned to the Pokémon Center to prepare for the examination scheduled for the following day. In the Breeder Association, on the first floor hall, room 101. Suyu found himself at the venue for the breeder examination. Though he had lived a second life, he was not exempt from the rigors of testing. Fortunately, after a day of exploration, he had alleviated the anxiety associated with the examination and felt at ease. The exam was set to commence at 9 o'clock, and with half an hour remaining, candidates began to trickle in. Unlike the stringent requirement for aspiring trainers to be at least 15 years of age, the league had considerably relaxed the criteria for breeders. One only needed to be 10 years old to register for the examination. Thus, at 15, Suyu found himself among a crowd of participants, not particularly remarkable, but not wholly insignificant either, as he noted several middle-aged individuals also present for the assessment. Entering room 101, Suyu glanced at the door number, presented his examination credentials, and stepped inside. The classroom already housed a dozen candidates. After surveying the room, he located his designated seat and settled in. As time passed, more candidates filled the room, and by 10 minutes before the examination began, all participants had arrived. My name is Joyshan, and I am the invigilator for this examination. At that moment, a woman with long pink hair entered the room. Unmistakably a member of the Joy family. Suyu was not particularly surprised by this. After all, the Joy family is well known throughout the Pokémon world. and it is not unusual for an invigilator to belong to this esteemed lineage. In the final 10 minutes, Joyshan elucidated the pertinent details regarding the examination. The regulations she articulated were already outlined in the booklet distributed during Su Yu's registration for the exam, and most candidates were somewhat familiar with them. Before long, those 10 minutes elapsed under Joyshan's guidance, and the time for the examination swiftly arrived. The papers were soon distributed, and Su Yu cast a cursory glance over the entire sheet, instantly feeling a sense of assurance regarding this written test. The examination duration was set for 2 hours, with the questions categorized into 3 main types: multiple choice, fill-in-the-blank, and essay. The total score was 100 points, with 10 multiple-choice questions worth 3 points each. 30 points allocated for 10 fill-in-the-blank questions, also worth 3 points each, and 2 essay questions, each valued at 20 points. Achieving a passing mark of 60 points on this initial written test would allow candidates to progress to the subsequent round. The simplicity of the questions was striking. After thoroughly reviewing the test items, Su Yu commenced his responses. The first question was a straightforward one, assessing the traits of the Pokémon, Caterpie. Anyone who had diligently perused the Beginner Breeder's Handbook could easily respond. Among the 4 options presented, which one is not a trait of Caterpie? Intimidate, flame body, justified, or stubborn? Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yu decisively marked his answer. The second question, what is the secondary type of the Pokémon shown in the image, Infernape? Apart from its fire type, ground, psychic, fighting, or dark? The third question, what effect does Lumberry have? Antidote, restores stamina, thawing, or relieves paralysis? Su Yu's speed was remarkable. Within 2 or 3 seconds of reading each question, he had selected the correct answers. He swiftly completed the multiple-choice section. Chapter 47. The examination in progress. Just as Su Yu was about to finish the fill-in-the-blank section, Joyshan's cold voice echoed through the classroom. Candidate number 33. Your examination qualification has been revoked. Please leave the examination venue immediately. The abrupt announcement startled Su Yu and the other candidates, prompting them to look up. There, beside Joyshan, the floating bellosum emitted a purple glow, and moments later, the paper of a candidate in front of Su Yu was confiscated. You cannot do this. Candidate number 33 is a 16-year-old boy, he exclaimed, his face flushed with indignation as he stood up. Bellosum. Before he could finish, Joyshan called out again. Under the enchanting control of the wind chime, a mobile phone floated out from the boy's embrace, displaying a series of text lines. It was evident, without further elaboration, that he had been caught cheating by Miss Joy. With the evidence laid bare, the boy was left speechless and exited the classroom in disgrace. The penalties imposed by the Alliance on those who dare to cheat during formal assessments are exceedingly severe. Not only is there a 2-year prohibition from participating in the breeding examinations, accompanied by a hefty fine of 10,000, but following the drastic example made of candidate 33. Even those present who might have entertained similar deceitful thoughts were compelled to abandon their schemes. How naive some individuals are to believe they could escape unscathed. After a moment of reflection, Su Yu returned to his examination. If the multiple-choice questions presented a mere gamble, wherein one could randomly select an answer with a 1 in 4 chance of success, the fill-in-the-blank questions truly tested the candidate's reservoir of knowledge. The first question, the Turtwig is a Pokémon exhibiting sexual dimorphism, adorned with a tree-like structure and 3 rocks upon its shell. When motionless, it appears as an integral part of the terrain rather than a slumbering Pokémon. Consequently, smaller Pokémon sometimes gather around the still Turtwig. This question was rather fortuitous, leading Su Yu to speculate whether the examiner had intentionally eased the difficulty. As a starter Pokémon from the Sinnoh region's grass-type trio, Turtwig enjoys considerable popularity among trainers, and many are well acquainted with the final evolution, Torterra. Not to mention, Su Yu's own initial Pokémon was Turtwig, rendering this question exceedingly simple. He effortlessly secured 3 points. The second question, certain Pokémon inhabit diverse regions, resulting in variations in their attributes. For instance, the Geodude from the Kanto and Johto regions is a rock ground-type Pokémon, while the Alolan Geodude is a rock-electric type. The inquiry posed was, what are the attributes of Alolan Dugtrio, and what causes such attribute variations? This question posed no great challenge. The differing attributes of Pokémon across regions can largely be attributed to their environmental conditions. In the Alolan region, with a prevalence of water and grass-type Pokémon, Dugtrio had to adapt by altering its attributes and primary habitat for survival. Moreover, beyond environmental factors leading to attribute variations among similar Pokémon, a different phenomenon arises, the coveted shiny Pokémon, often pursued by trainers. Shiny Pokémon stand out in their groups and may face ostracism from their kind. However, for trainers, They are exceedingly rare treasures, said to possess unique abilities, which accounts for the fervent pursuit of shiny Pokémon. Certainly, this assertion has not been substantiated. After all, the number of trainers capable of obtaining a shiny Pokémon is exceedingly rare. Even if one were to succeed, they would likely keep such news clandestine, quietly amassing wealth. Upon completing the second fill-in-the-blank question, Tsuyu proceeded to tackle the third, fourth, and fifth questions. At this juncture, the significance of daily accumulation of knowledge became apparent. While some candidates were still pondering their answers, Tsuyu swiftly navigated through the questions with remarkable ease, comfortably completing the remaining fill-in-the-blank items. Regarding the written examination, Tsuyu harbored little concern, beyond the solid foundation he had established during his time in the welfare institution. His formidable mental prowess endowed him not only with exceptional dynamic vision, but also with a robust memory. The knowledge requiring rote memorization had long been firmly etched in his mind, forming an encyclopedia of information. Aside from a few straightforward questions, there were also several that contained traps. For instance, while Zubat, Swablu, and Noivern are all capable of emitting ultrasonic waves, many would erroneously assume that they all produce these waves from their mouths. In truth, apart from Zubat, Swablu generates ultrasonic waves by rapidly flapping its wings, while Noivern emits them from its ears. Although these questions may seem obscure and of little consequence, they truly reflect the fundamental proficiency of a Pokémon breeder. After all, in the profession of breeding, the multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions did not consume much of Tsuyu's time. Since the commencement of the exam, merely 10 minutes had elapsed, and he had already completed the preceding questions, arriving at the final 2 essay questions. Despite the total score of the exam being 100 points, strictly speaking, the actual maximum score amounts to only 80 points. Within the 2 essay questions, only 10 points pertain to knowledge applicable to novice breeders, while the remaining 10 points necessitate a synthesis of diverse knowledge that extends beyond the outline of a beginner breeder. Thus, the final essay questions serve as the critical assessment, designed to filter out outstanding breeding talents. Candidates are asked how to teach a fire-type Pokémon the following moves: Flamethrower, Fire Wheel, Fire Punch, Heat Wave, Inferno, Flame Vortex, and Smokescreen. The term Pokémon breeder inherently conveys a wealth of meaning. In addition to nurturing a Pokémon's diet and health, skill development ranks among the foundational competencies of both breeders and trainers. This question does not specify a particular fire-type Pokémon or skill. Yet Tsuyu comprehended that it assesses the candidate's breadth of knowledge regarding fire-type Pokémon and their corresponding moves. This aspect is left to the discretion of the examinee, as one must avoid committing fundamental errors, such as suggesting that a cold turtle should learn Fire Punch. Moreover, when selecting various fire-type skills for discussion, it is evident that if the level of explanation remains constant, abilities such as Flame Vortex and Fire Blast would undoubtedly score higher than the skill of Flamethrower. After contemplation, Tsuyu ultimately chose to elaborate on the skill of Flamethrower. The reason is quite straightforward. Flamethrower is an advanced skill derived from the basic move Spark. The Spark skill is a fundamental ability that many fire-type Pokémon can master shortly after their emergence. Chapter 48. The Young Evaluator. As for fire-type Pokémon, I shall commence the discussion with Flareon, one of Eevee's evolutionary forms. After pondering for a few minutes, Tsuyu began to write. The Spark skill, as the most rudimentary fire-type move, is characterized by its scattered, cluster-like flames. In contrast, Flamethrower, also known as Fire Stream, is a continuous emission of high-temperature fire columns, representing a more concentrated and ferocious energy of the fire type. To enable Flareon to learn Flamethrower, 2 approaches can be adopted. The first is the indispensable training regimen. Flareon must dedicate considerable time to compressing and consolidating the flames emitted by the Spark skill to meet the requirements of Flamethrower. This training process can be conducted in a volcano rich in fire-type energy, allowing Flareon to comprehend the essence of flame and expedite the training. The second approach pertains to diet, utilizing energy cubes to accelerate the learning process. Flareon possesses a fire sac within its body, which serves as its source of power. Thanks to this fire sac, the flames released by Flareon can reach temperatures as high as 1,700 degrees Celsius. By slightly modifying the energy cubes, specifically the fire source energy cube that Flareon consumes regularly, one can increase the proportion of spicy berries, enhancing the cube spiciness to stimulate the fire sac within Flareon. This would provide a greater supply of fire-type energy in a short period, extending the training duration. By combining both methods, Flareon can master the Flamethrower skill in a more efficient time frame. Upon completing the first essay question, Tsuyu did not waste any time and turned his attention to the final question. Discuss With illustration, the face of the swimmy weasel exhibits a pale blue hue, displaying signs of distress, with its joints aching. How should this situation be addressed? The breeder examination has been held for many years, and the patterns of the questions have become well understood, leading to a standard approach to answering them. Suyu has also reviewed numerous past examination questions and discerned the patterns employed by the examiners. However, a written examination is ultimately just that. Knowledge acquired through mere theory is inherently superficial. In real-life situations, the ability to remain composed and respond appropriately to unexpected circumstances is far more challenging. The swimmy weasel, with its pale blue face and painful expression, suggests it has succumbed to an abnormal state, such as paralysis, burns, poisoning, or some form of injury. After careful consideration for an extended period, Suyu began to write. Having sustained injuries and experiencing joint pain throughout its body, the state of the aquatic creature, Suyu, closely aligned with that of an entity under attack. He was almost immediately inclined to record that the aquatic creature, Suyu, had been assaulted. However, upon further reflection, he noted that the creature's beige visage was tinged with a pale blue hue, indicating a detrimental substance had likely impacted its health. Consequently, the likelihood of it having sustained physical harm could be dismissed, while the possibility of it being in a state of poisoning appeared far more plausible. The assessment for novice breeders would not present overly challenging questions, primarily revolving around well-known Pokémon from the Sinnoh region. As a water-type Pokémon, the habitat of the aquatic creature predominantly encompasses rivers and lakes nestled within forests. Thus, the initial candidates for possessing poisonous capabilities would be bug-type and grass-type Pokémon. The first to come to mind was the series of creatures known as the Caterpie, yet upon contemplation, he promptly eliminated this option. The imagery presented in the question depicted no visible wounds on the aquatic creature, signifying it had not been subjected to the direct effects of bites or poison stings. Therefore, the poisoning must have occurred via the inhalation of toxic spores. The venom from the hunting butterflies manifests as a brownish-yellow symptom, while that of the poison powder butterfly presents as a red with purple undertone, neither of which would result in joint pain for the aquatic creature. Thus, these species could be ruled out. It became evident that the culprit behind the aquatic creature's poisoning could be identified as the grass-type mushroom Pokémon. Although the symptoms induced by the mushroom's toxins did not entirely align with those exhibited by the aquatic creature, it is capable of releasing toxic spores. Inhalation of these spores would lead to widespread joint pain, matching the condition demonstrated by the aquatic creature in the examination prompt. Crucially, the mushroom thrives on leaf litter that accumulates to form humus, preferring the damp forest floor, which coincides with the environments surrounding the rivers or lakes where the aquatic creature resides. This line of reasoning allowed for the pinpointing of the critical aspect of the question, the toxic spores. Having identified the source of the aquatic creature's poisoning, the query was only half answered. The assessment would further test the breeder's ability to neutralize the toxins within the creature's body and restore its health. Many might hastily conclude the remedy was to administer an antidote or provide the creature with a Pfft berry. However, Suyu responded differently. First, he would ensure the aquatic creature ceased all movement to prevent the spread of toxins, then gently compress the yellow flotation device around its neck. Once its complexion shifted to a deep blue, he would then administer the calming herb known as the tranquil watergrass. Indeed, it was neither the Pfft berry nor the conventional antidote that proved most effective, but rather a herbal remedy native to riverbanks, the tranquil watergrass, specifically optimal for alleviating the poisoning afflicting water-type Pokémon. At this moment, the treatment was essentially complete, and the toxins within the swimming weasel had been nearly eliminated. There may still linger slight traces of poison within its energy, but with the creature's robust physique, these would be purged in a matter of days. However, if there were lingering concerns, the swimming weasel could continually employ water-type abilities to expel any residual toxins along with its energy. As Suyu penned the final word, a sigh of relief escaped him. At this juncture, there remained half an hour until the conclusion of the examination. Suyu dedicated 5 minutes to meticulously reviewing his paper, making necessary corrections before he could truly consider the written test finished. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed several youths had completed their answers long before him, and due to the regulations against early submissions, they languished on their desks in boredom. Time passed imperceptibly, yet some candidates in the examination hall yearned for additional moments. Alas, their wishes were unfulfilled. Ding! With a resonant chime, the wind chime unleashed a surge of psychic energy, collecting all the examination papers. The exam has concluded. All candidates, please exit the classroom and await the results outside. Scores will be announced in half an hour. Only those who attain a score of 60 or above may proceed to the practical examination, Joy Shan's cool voice reverberated in the quiet classroom. As her words settled, all stood and made their way toward the exit. Occasionally, sighs echoed through the room, clearly from those who had not completed the entire paper. Were the questions this difficult? We'll have to wait for the next opportunity, someone lamented, shaking their head. What is there to fear? It's just a matter of retrying next time. I didn't even glance at the beginner's breeding manual before coming to the exam, another responded calmly. One could easily tell he was an optimist. Young man, even the carefree river spirit is not as joyful as you. Someone joked. By the way, how did the swimming weasel get poisoned in the final essay question? Others, unable to wait for the results, directly inquired of their peers. You don't know something so simple? Clearly, it was the toxic spores from Paris. One candidate asserted confidently. You are mistaken. It was the toxic spores from Shroomish, Suyu thought impassively. Chapter 49, Energy Cube Manufacturing Assessment. Half an hour swiftly elapsed. The results are out. A voice shouted, and the large screen in the hall of the Breeder Guild displayed a series of names. These were the participants of the written test along with their scores. 90th place, 60 points. My heavens, I finally passed the written test. An elderly man with graying hair exclaimed joyfully, tears of happiness welling in his eyes. 59 points, just 1 point short of passing the written test. I prepared for so long, and yet it all amounts to nothing. A middle-aged man in his 30s, having failed the exam, turned away quietly, leaving behind a desolate figure. I have seen my results, 72 points, placing me 53rd. Following the announcement of the scores, emotions ran high. Some rejoiced while others despaired, illustrating the myriad facets of life in this moment. Seated in his place, Suyu also heard the commotion in the hall. He lifted his gaze, fixating intently on the screen where the scores were continuously emerging. At last, he beheld his own result. Suyu, with a written examination score of 95 points, ranked 3rd. Above him, 2 scores remained. The top candidate was a member of the Joy family, Joy Xiao, who achieved a perfect score of 100. The Joy family monopolizes the healing business in the entire elven world. Their kin, despite being merely 11 years old, had managed to secure a full score in the cultivation examination. Suyu was not particularly surprised by this. However, the second-place candidate, Shan Chuantaku, scoring 98 points and of similar age to Joy Xiao, was unfamiliar to him, which sparked some astonishment. Yet, there was no need for him to inquire further, as the individual in question approached him directly. Well, who would have thought a fool like you would snag 3rd place? Alas, you still remain beneath me. Came a somewhat familiar, arrogant voice from behind Suyu. Turning around, he found himself face to face with none other than the youth who had mocked him yesterday in front of the statues of Dialga and Palkia. They say youthful bravado is common, but this lad merely exhibited a lack of common sense, evidently in need of a good lesson. Who does this guy think he is? It's just 2nd place. Why act so superior? Remarked someone nearby, clearly displeased by Shan Chuantaku's pretentiousness. However, he was quickly silenced by a companion who cautioned him, Brother, tread carefully. This kid is favored by Master Chuyuan. He may soon take him as his disciple. Only then did Suyu comprehend why Shan Chuantaku carried himself with such arrogance. As a top-tier breeder, Master Chuyuan's influence among all breeders is comparable to that of the Elite Four and champions among trainers. To become a prospective disciple of Master Chuyuan is an achievement in itself. No wonder he walked with such pride. Shortly after the results were announced, the invigilators entered the hall, guiding the successful candidates to prepare for the second examination. All right, those who passed the written test, follow me. Those who did not may leave and await the next opportunity, he stated before turning to lead the way to the examination room. Returning to his senses, Suyu moved forward with the crowd. Before long, the more than 90 successful candidates arrived at a room filled with equipment. The apparatus on the table was familiar to Suyu. It was a fruit mixer. It seemed that the second examination would assess the candidate's proficiency in crafting energy cubes. For Suyu, this test appeared to be a certainty for success. He possesses the remarkable ability to craft intermediate energy cubes. As the staff announced the commencement of the examination, his suspicions were validated. However, this was a conventional and popular examination topic. After all, many aspiring breeders primarily seek to obtain their breeding qualifications, enabling them to sell energy cubes legitimately and reap substantial profits. Furthermore, the increasing number of individuals choosing to become trainers has led to a heightened demand for energy cubes, coupled with stricter regulations in this domain. Consequently, the final practical assessment involved the creation of energy cubes, which did not come as a surprise to most breeders. There were, of course, additional reasons for this. With the discovery of an ever-growing variety of Pokémon, the League's understanding of these creatures has expanded significantly. Various potions, such as antidotes, burn healers, paralysis cures, and healing potions have been researched and developed. Thus, even if a Pokémon sustains injuries in the wild, as long as these potions are on hand, they can generally be stabilized until they reach a Pokémon center for treatment. Additionally, many Pokémon possess healing moves, leading to the gradual phasing out of practical assessments that simulated treating injured Pokémon in the wild. Naturally, for breeders aspiring to work at Pokémon centers, proficiency in energy cube production is secondary. The primary focus is on mastering the healing of various Pokémon injuries. Without further ado, after the staff escorted the candidates to their respective positions, the assessment officially commenced. The energy cube in question was not one commonly found on the market, but rather a popular energy cube recently developed by a breeding master from the Breeders' Guild. This energy cube is suitable for Pokémon of all types and can slightly accelerate their growth rate. The raw materials for crafting the energy cubes, known as tree fruits, were supplied in unlimited quantities by the Breeders' Guild. The candidates were required to successfully create an energy cube that would satisfy the examiner within 1 hour. It is noteworthy that the examiner for this assessment, in addition to being a mid-level breeder, was accompanied by a Pokémon. Each candidate randomly drew a Pokémon and was tasked with crafting energy cubes tailored to their chosen Pokémon's preferences. Suyu's luck was neither particularly fortunate nor unfortunate. He drew an electric-type Pokémon, Pikachu. Upon receiving Pikachu's Pokéball, Suyu released it but did not immediately begin crafting the energy cube. Instead, he allowed Pikachu to select from the fruits laid out on the table. Although these Pokémon had been nurtured by the Breeders' Guild, Pikachu emerged from its Pokéball appearing quite timid. After a considerable wait, Pikachu finally mustered the courage to choose a Zapberry and a Peach Berry, happily consuming them. Suyu attempted to approach for a closer observation, but Pikachu maintained a demeanor that suggested it was wary of strangers. Is this Pikachu inherently timid? Suyu pondered, observing its behavior. Pikachu, an electric-type Pokémon, naturally opts for the electrifying Plasberry, which enhances and invigorates its internal energy. However, its timid demeanor, coupled with a preference for the sweet Peachberry, gradually led Suyu to a revelation. Indeed, the flavor preferences of Pokémon can often be discerned from their elemental attributes. For instance, Fire-type Pokémon favor the spicy chili berry, while electric types are drawn to the numbing Plasberry. Yet, this is but one facet. The unique personalities of each Pokémon must also be taken into account when determining their tastes. Given that Suyu's assessment Pokémon, Pikachu, possesses a timid nature, it is evident that the energy cubes he crafts must incorporate a degree of sweetness. Chapter 50. Awakening and Exploiting Opportunities. After a meticulous observation, Suyu commenced the preparation of the energy cubes. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed that many candidates had hastily begun their creations without thoroughly assessing their Pokémon's personalities to ascertain their flavor preferences. It appeared they were oblivious to these concealed pitfalls, instead becoming ensnared by the allure of the provided energy cube recipe. After all, this was a novel energy cube formula. It is worth noting that numerous breeders possess unique recipes that are kept under tight wraps, rarely shared with outsiders. Participating in an assessment and acquiring a recipe for free could easily lead to oversight in such matters, which is somewhat understandable. He hoped that in due course, they would come to their senses. Otherwise, their chances of passing the evaluation might be in jeopardy. Conversely, some breeders, like Suyu, were not in haste to begin crafting. They observed carefully, confirming their Pokémon's natures, and remained unfooled. Suyu had previously concocted numerous energy cubes and was well versed in the crafting process. Although this specific recipe was new to him, after several attempts, he successfully produced the energy cube according to the proportions indicated. Yet, this was merely the original formula. While effective for Pikachu, the flavor required refinement. The true test of a breeder's prowess in energy cube creation lay ahead. The original recipe comprised Huangli berries, orange berries, Jiaxin berries, and peach berries in a ratio of 1:3:2:1, combined with ground vanilla to create the mixture. Deviating from this ratio, whether by excess or reduction, could result in inadequate energy fusion within the cube, leading to failure in production. After considerable contemplation, Suyu finalized the revised recipe. The Huangli berry, essential for harmonizing the energies of the various fruits, could not be substituted. Moreover, since the energy cubes not only provided nourishment but also replenished stamina, the orange berry, known for its restorative properties, was equally irreplaceable. The Jiaxing fruit, however, proved to be of little significance. It seemed to be a suitable substitute for the plasma berry, which aligned with Pikachu's attributes. Thus, Suyu finalized the recipe for the revised energy cube, comprising the phoenix pear, orange fruit, plasma berry, and peach fruit. As for the proportions of the various fruits, These would need to be adjusted during the crafting process, based on the continually evolving product derived from the modified energy cube recipe. Once the formula was established, Tsuyu embarked on his attempts to create it. Within mere minutes, he produced the first iteration of the revised energy cube. Its hue appeared rather dull, and when he presented this energy cube alongside the original version to Pikachu, it was ruthlessly swatted away. The initial endeavor ended in failure. The second attempt also resulted in disappointment, though the quality of the outcome showed slight improvement. Undeterred, Tsuyu continued to adjust the ratio of peach fruit. With the third attempt, failure ensued once more. As an hour slipped by, Tsuyu lost count of how many times he had tried, yet he remained elusive to the threshold of success. The products consistently fell short compared to those crafted from the original recipe. Frustration began to creep in, leading him into a vicious cycle. Fortunately, upon recognizing his emotional turmoil, he paused, inhaled deeply, and endeavored to restore his composure. The universal energy cube, he murmured to himself. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. This was merely the assessment for novice breeders. It could not be that difficult. Clearly, he had strayed from the right path from the outset. While substituting the ineffective jiaxing fruit with plasma berries was undoubtedly correct, the only variable that might have gone awry lay in the proportions of the ingredients. The optimal ratios had been derived from countless experiments conducted by seasoned breeding masters. It was evident that he had acted hastily. To enhance the sweetness of the energy cube, he could not rely solely on the peach fruit ratio. Thus, there was but one solution: to incorporate vanilla powder. In an instant, thoughts cascaded through Tsuyu's mind. He returned to the original proportions and steps to recreate the energy cube, but during the addition of the vanilla powder, he wisely infused a splash of sweet peach fruit juice to balance and enhance the flavor of the energy cube. The first attempt, regrettably, also ended in failure. However, when he presented this failed product alongside the original successful version to Pikachu, it hesitated for a considerable time before ultimately opting for the original. This indicated that Tsuyu's approach was on the right track. With each subsequent attempt, the second, third, and fourth, he persevered. At last, with merely half an hour remaining before the examination, Tsuyu successfully crafted an energy cube that was even more enticing to Pikachu than the original recipe. As Tsuyu completed the creation of his energy cubes, he did not depart, for he had merely crafted the most rudimentary varieties. The ultimate assessment score would indeed take the quality of the cubes into account. The higher the quality of the energy cubes produced, the greater the final score would be. Furthermore, since the fruits used for this evaluation were provided by the Breeders' Guild, and the regulations did not stipulate that the energy cubes produced during the assessment could not be retained, Tsuyu, after conferring with Pikachu, embarked on a plan under the pretense of striving to concoct superior quality energy cubes to achieve a higher score. On the podium, the supervising intermediate breeder initially smiled at Tsuyu for being the first to successfully complete the assessment. However, upon overhearing a whispered conversation between Tsuyu and Pikachu, aided by the nearby suction cup puppet, his smile faltered and his lips twitched slightly. He contemplated intervening but realized that the assessment time had not yet concluded, and Tsuyu's actions were within acceptable bounds. He had no grounds to object, merely watching as the fruits on Tsuyu's table were continually consumed. Neatly stacked on the desk were numerous completed energy cubes. As time passed, several breeders began to complete the assessment. Some noticed the impressive pile of energy cubes amassed before Tsuyu. "What on earth is he doing?" one inquired, observing Pikachu's expression of evident satisfaction with the energy cubes produced. "He could have already passed the assessment. Why does he continue crafting energy cubes?" "Perhaps he aims to create intermediate energy cubes," one breeder suggested. "But it feels like he's merely taking advantage of the situation," came a hesitant voice from within the classroom. "Indeed, how did I not realize this sooner? A miscalculation." Suddenly, those breeders who had been idly glancing around came to the same realization and joined in the endeavor to capitalize on the situation. Chapter 51. Rising fame to those followers among the breeders, Tsuyu merely smiled indifferently. While he certainly harbored intentions to exploit the opportunity to benefit from the Breeders' Guild, he also aspired to forge energy cubes of superior quality. It is worth noting that the breeders' examinations garnered significant attention from the Alliance. Should he manage to produce intermediate energy cubes during this assessment, it would not only showcase his talent, but also elevate his reputation. Consequently, once the examination concluded, he would be able to swiftly liquidate the energy cubes in his possession, rapidly recouping his investments. Otherwise, as merely a novice breeder who had just passed the initial examination, parting with the substantial quantity of energy cubes he held would consume an inordinate amount of time. Others perceived only the surface and believed Tsuyu to be exploiting the situation. Yet his true aim was purposeful, to enhance his crafting skills and strive to produce intermediate energy cubes before the assessment's conclusion. Time flowed gently, and finally, with just 5 minutes remaining before the examination concluded, the square-shaped fruit mixer where Suyu was stationed came to a halt, emitting a considerable amount of white smoke. Beneath the machine's outlet, a fragrant, translucent, and enticing energy cube lay quietly. Pika pika. As Suyu grasped the energy cube from the outlet box, the Pikachu sprawled on the table sprang to life, exclaiming eagerly. Upon witnessing the finished energy cube, a glimmer of surprise mingled with his weariness. Hold on, don't rush. Suyu hastily restrained Pikachu's exuberance. The energy cube, in terms of both color and aroma, could almost certainly be classified as a medium-grade energy cube. However, as this was an examination, it required verification through specialized instruments. Without hesitation, Suyu placed the energy cube into the nearby detection device. Beep. The energy cube detection apparatus illuminated with a vibrant green light, capturing the attention of all the breeders in the classroom. They were astonished that within the 2-hour assessment for novice breeders, someone had managed to produce a medium-grade energy cube. Remarkable. A genius indeed. The youth is formidable, remarked a 30-something candidate. Having studied breeding knowledge for 5 or 6 years, he had only just succeeded in creating an energy cube in this assessment. Yet, Suyu, so young, was able to craft a medium-grade energy cube on his very first attempt with the formula, showcasing his exceptional breeding talent. Others around him nodded in agreement, clearly impressed. Interesting, yet another prodigy? The examiner on the podium noticed the commotion from the detection machine and smiled. All right, the practical assessment for energy cubes concludes now. The 26 successful breeders, please follow me to complete the formalities. He decisively announced the final results of the assessment and departed with the successful candidates. The remaining unsuccessful candidates seized this opportunity to exchange insights about breeding. Naturally, Suyu, having created a medium-grade energy cube, became the focal point of admiration from the other successful breeders. After all, with the talent Suyu displayed, he could very well become a future master breeder. Establishing a good rapport now, if not for future benefits, would at least ensure familiarity. Suyu, welcoming their camaraderie, recognized that these successful breeders might possess hidden depths. Forming alliances with them could only serve to his advantage. Each harbored their own thoughts as conversations flowed warmly. Meanwhile, Shanchuan Tumu, who had initially mocked Suyu, turned green with envy upon witnessing Suyu surrounded by admirers. After the written examination results were announced, Suyu faced ridicule. However, he unexpectedly secured first place in the subsequent assessment. Left to linger alone in the background, it wasn't long before the invigilator reappeared, wearing a warm smile. Congratulations to all for successfully passing the assessment and becoming certified novice breeders. Your information has been updated and can be accessed at the Pokémon Center's computer or on your personal wristwatch. We hope that in the days to come, you will ascend further, evolving into intermediate and advanced breeders, or even breeding masters, contributing to the development of the Alliance. With that, he departed. Once the proceedings concluded, Suyu bid farewell to the numerous breeders and made his way out. However, before he could reach the Pokémon Center, he was approached by several trainers clad in suits who swiftly encircled him. Young man, I am the owner of the 100 Generations City-Winged Bird Breeding House. I would like to invite you to become our energy cube manufacturer, and we can negotiate the price, a middle-aged man in his 30s, somewhat balding, said with a smile. Don't listen to him. His breeding house is rather insignificant and lacks scale. Why not join our department store in Weimu City instead? Remarkably, mere moments after the breeder assessment concluded, these individuals had already received word and came to recruit him. Nevertheless, Suyu outright declined their offers. He was content as an official member of the Alliance and felt no need to tether himself to any families or organizations. Here, young man, take my business card. If you change your mind, you can contact me. The Winged Bird Breeding House will always welcome you, said one of them. And me too, seeing Suyu refuse. The others did not relent, pressing their business cards into his hands before departing to seek out other successful candidates to entice. Suyu continued his journey towards the Pokémon Center. Despite his formidable mental prowess, he was utterly exhausted after crafting numerous energy cubes and yearned for a quiet place to rest. Who is this person? Why are so many representatives from large companies and families vying for him? A male trainer named Hai Yen observed the scene and turned to his companion for clarification. I just saw the announcement on the breeder's official website. He seems to be Suyu, a candidate who participated in today's breeder assessment. It is said he produced intermediate energy cubes, his companion replied, gazing enviously at Suyu's departing figure. Is that possible? The formula for the practical examination of energy cubes is something candidates encounter for the first time. How could anyone produce intermediate energy cubes on their first attempt? Haiyan expressed his disbelief. The news just released on the breeder's official website cannot be false. As the information about the breeder assessment spread, Suyu instantaneously rose to fame. His desire to make a name for himself has indeed been fulfilled. Chapter 52. The Public Battle at the Dojo. In a room within the Pokémon Center, Suyu let out a sigh of relief after seeing off a customer. Following the explosive news on the Breeders' Guild website regarding Suyu's successful creation of intermediate energy cubes during the assessment, trainers flocked to the Pokémon Center, eager to commission or purchase energy cubes from him, nearly tripping over the threshold in their haste. Under such circumstances, the batch of energy cubes he had accumulated was swiftly sold out. While energy cubes were also available in shops and alliances across various towns, the demand from trainers was overwhelming, and the supply of intermediate and higher-level energy cubes was woefully insufficient, vanishing almost as soon as they were released. Although Suyu was merely a novice breeder, the fact that he managed to craft intermediate energy cubes within just 2 hours of acquiring the formula attests to his exceptional skill. Thus, it was reasonable to assume that he could produce intermediate energy cubes from the common formulas available on the market. Additionally, as a novice breeder, the cost of commissioning him for intermediate energy cubes was significantly lower than that of seeking out a mid-level breeder capable of the same. Naturally, they would not let such a golden opportunity slip away, rushing towards his residence in a frenzy. Suyu's aim in obtaining his novice breeder certification was to sell energy cubes and amass wealth to nurture his sprout tortoise. This was undoubtedly a fortuitous opportunity for him. Consequently, he could only accept, both pained and pleased, his new role as a tool for profit. Just as Suyu closed the door behind him and turned to resume his work on the energy cubes, he was met by Sprout Tortoise, who had paused its training and growth skills to approach him. Having come into money, shouldn't it be time to settle accounts? Sprout Tortoise called out twice, its beady black eyes fixed on Suyu. The expression conveyed a clear message that Suyu understood. It was here to demand its share of the earnings from the energy cubes sold. Ah, Sprout Tortoise, let me manage your funds for you. Having money is of little use to you. If you desire something, I shall procure it for you, Suyu implored, hoping to dissuade Sprout Tortoise from its intentions. His aim was not to greedily keep the money, but rather to maintain some control over Sprout Tortoise, ensuring it wouldn't turn lethargic after completing its daily training. This was simply unacceptable. However, despite his persuasive efforts, Sprout Tortoise remained resolute in its desire to reclaim its money. Sprout Tortoise seemed to scoff internally, as if thinking, "Do you take me for a fool?" It displayed a contemptuous expression, the source of which was a mystery. Suyu felt an urge to give it a good thrashing, but alas, his own frail physique rendered him incapable, forcing him to relent. "Very well. I shall return your money to you. But pray tell, where do you intend to conceal it?" Suyu inquired, expressing his skepticism. The grass seed tortoise emitted a sound, beckoning Suyu to follow, and promptly turned towards the room. Upon entering, the grass seed tortoise gestured towards the computer screen with its vine-like appendage, signaling Suyu to take a look. As Suyu leaned closer, a mere glance turned his expression dark. "Is this truly what you wished for me to see?" Suyu glared at the grass seed tortoise, his eyes ablaze with indignation, as if he were about to devour it whole. To his astonishment, while he toiled diligently crafting energy blocks, the grass seed tortoise had been secretly plotting against him. The grass seed tortoise, perplexed, wondered what warranted such anger. It then hopped onto the table to view the screen itself, only to realize the content was far from what it intended to show Suyu. The crimson text on the computer screen was enough to ignite fury on how to outwit your silly trainer, and what to do when your trainer continually exploits their Pokémon. Wait, this is all a misunderstanding. The grass seed tortoise panicked, swiftly closing the webpage to reveal what it genuinely wanted to share with Suyu. It displayed an image of a mobile phone, a bank card, and a takeout photo of a Muku bird. Clearly, the grass seed tortoise sought Suyu's assistance in obtaining a card to transfer money, which it intended to use to purchase a phone, thereby enabling it to order delicious food online. Furthermore, having a phone would eliminate the need for that cumbersome computer. One could only imagine the trials the grass seed tortoise had endured during Suyu's arduous quest to earn money. After a lengthy negotiation with the grass seed tortoise, Suyu ultimately acquiesced to its request. However, due to its clandestine machinations against its trainer, he deducted 1/5 of its debt. The grass seed tortoise was naturally reluctant and threw a fit, yet under the threat of not receiving the money for the phone. It had no choice but to endure its trainer's merciless exploitation. Urged by the grass seed tortoise, Suyu took it to the Baidai City department store to purchase the latest model of a smartphone and a bank card, the latter acquired under his own identification. However, no new SIM card was procured, meaning the grass seed tortoise phone would only function in areas with network coverage within the town. In the wilderness, should the grass seed tortoise wish to access the internet, it would have to rely on Suyu's phone, and it would need to beseech him for assistance. No matter how much the grass seed tortoise struggled, it remained firmly under Suyu's control. Hurry, hurry! The gym battle is about to commence. Two trainers brushed past Suyu, leaving behind those words in the air. Wait, did you say there's a gym battle to watch today? Upon hearing this, Suyu immediately called out to the two figures who had not yet departed. Are you not aware? Today is the day of the public gym battle. After answering the trainer's question, the trainer hastened their pace to depart. The public battle competition at the gym refers to an event where, with the challenger's consent, the gym leader sells tickets to allow other trainers to witness the duel between the two. This serves as a source of income for various gyms. Naturally, the consent of the other participant, the trainer challenging for badges, is required for this event to take place. If the challenger emerges victorious in this public battle, not only will they receive a badge to participate in the league conference, but they will also gain additional rewards from the gym trainer. These rewards encompass a variety of items, including but not limited to skill discs and insights on Pokémon breeding. However, only those trainers confident in their abilities would agree to such a public confrontation. Notably, even some elite trainers often decline to engage in public battles, as their primary motivation for challenging gyms is to compete in the league conference. They prefer not to expose the strength of their Pokémon under the watchful eyes of the public. They are more interested in showcasing their talents at the league conference and reaping its rewards, rather than concerning themselves with minor gains at present. Chapter 53. The top 16 contestants having stepped outside, Suyu had no intention of retreating to his room just yet. After tirelessly crafting energy cubes day and night, he found himself somewhat weary. At this moment, he encountered the opportunity to observe a public battle at the gym, and he was eager to witness the match between the gym trainers. Let us go, Chow Miao Gui, he called out, heading towards the location of the Baidai gym. As Suyu gradually receded from view, Chow Miao Gui bit down on its phone and hurriedly followed suit. Upon arriving at Baidai gym, Suyu was met with a sea of spectators already gathered in the viewing area. People were frequently on their phones, calling friends to come and watch the match. After all, public battles at the gym are a rare occurrence, happening only a few times a year, making this an exceptional event for many citizens of Baidai City. In addition to the throngs of trainer spectators, there were also some Pokémon released to watch the competition, such as Pikachu and Aipom. Of course, only smaller Pokémon were permitted to be present, as larger ones like Onix, Nidoking, and Tyranitar were not allowed. This was the first time Chow Miao Gui had seen such a multitude of Pokémon, and it was so excited that it neglected its newly acquired phone. Looking around in wonder, little did it know that once it evolved and grew larger, its days of carefree exploration would soon come to an end. As time passed and the competition drew nearer, the venue buzzed with noise and excitement. Which trainer is challenging Miss Kaizong this time? I don't know, but I heard it's a peak elite trainer, who seems to be the 16th place contestant from last year's Linglong Conference. Alas, the Lily of the Valley Conference. How I yearn to secure a place among the top 16. Yet, you, a mere novice who has only recently acquired your Pokémon, have yet to even pass the preliminary rounds. Perhaps it is best to abandon such dreams. Amidst the conversations of numerous trainers surrounding him, Suyu gradually gleaned some information regarding the challengers of this competition. Soon enough, the contest commenced. The gym leader of Baidai City, Kai Zhong, and the challenger, Ishihira Tohei, ascended to the battlefield. The battle rules were set as 3 versus 3, with Kai Zhong dispatching her Pokémon first, followed by the challenger. The referee proclaimed the commencement of the duel. As the battle began, Kai Zhong swiftly threw a Pokéball, releasing her first Pokémon, the formidable Gigavine. Gigavine, predominantly deep blue in hue, boasted 3 finger-like vines and stout, short appendages, resembling a vine-like Pokémon. Is Gigavine her first Pokémon? Ishihira Tohei pondered as he released a Fire Rock Mouse. A stark comparison between the two Pokémon revealed that the imposing aura exuded by Kai Zhong's Gigavine was decidedly more formidable. However, the event organizers had measures in place to address the disparity in strength between the gym leader's Pokémon and that of the challenger. The referee produced a remote control and pressed a button. It appeared as though a transformation occurred on the battlefield, instantly equalizing the auras of the two Pokémon. This was the effect of an instrument designed to regulate Pokémon's strength within the gym, calibrating Gigavine's power to match that of the Fire Rock Mouse. This was a standard procedure. Considering the challenger was only of elite rank, it would be quite unjust for Kai Zhong to unleash her full potential, thereby nullifying the purpose of the competition. Nonetheless, while Gigavine's strength was curtailed from its peak elite status to that of mid-elite. The device could only suppress the energy available within Gigavine. Its stamina and battle experience remained at the pinnacle of elite level, elements that could not be restrained. However, the challenger's side also possessed advantages. After all, the strength of the gym leader's Pokémon was publicly available on the league's website, allowing the challenger to prepare accordingly based on the types of Pokémon in the gym. Thus, the disparity in strength was not as vast as one might presume. The outcome of the match would hinge upon the tactical command, experience, and situational awareness of both parties. Once the referee issued the command to commence the battle, Ishihira Tohei decisively instructed, "Fire Rock Mouse, unleash Flamethrower." A robust pillar of fire erupted from the Fire Rock Mouse, swiftly surging towards Gigavine on the opposite side of the field, a fervent greeting indeed. The speed of the flamethrower was remarkable, given Gigavine's cumbersome frame and short legs. Evading this assault would undoubtedly prove challenging. Ishihira Tohei's commands were sound. Yet, being a Pokémon raised by a gym leader, Gigavine possessed ample experience to contend with such rapid attacks. Without the need for command from the sprout, the Colossal Vine unleashed a rock collapse skill, causing a massive boulder to plummet from the sky, effectively obstructing the fiery onslaught. However, while this immense stone shielded the vine from the threatening flames, it also obscured its view, making it challenging to observe the movements of the Fire Rock Mouse on the battlefield. As anticipated, the Fire Rock Mouse seemed to have anticipated the actions of the Colossal Vine. Seizing this fleeting moment, it frantically dug into the ground, utilizing its burrowing skill to emerge on the opposite side of the field. Yet, the instant the Fire Rock Mouse surfaced, it was left bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? Instead of encountering an unsuspecting Colossal Vine, it was met by a dozen identical vines, all grinning at it. Colossal Vine, use Vine Whip. Thick tendrils extended from the Colossal Vine, lashing out at the Fire Rock Mouse. The situation instantly reversed, with offense and defense swapping roles. Fortunately, Shigehai Ishiguro, being an elite-level trainer, was not to be underestimated. He decisively commanded the Fire Rock Mouse to employ Shadow Clone skill, creating several illusory duplicates to evade the strike. However, it was not over yet. While the Vine Whips missed the Fire Rock Mouse, they crashed heavily against the massive boulder on the battlefield. The boulder summoned by the rock collapse was instantly shattered, sending countless fragments flying and obliterating the Shadow Clones, revealing the true form of the Fire Rock Mouse. "Oh, rocks are flying our way." Some spectators in the front rows gasped in alarm as they saw the debris hurtling toward them. However, their concerns were unwarranted. Before the shards could travel far, they were intercepted by a transparent shield. "Truly impressive, Miss Sprout," exclaimed an admirer of the Sprout in awe. "Shigehai Ishiguro is no slouch either," another trainer chimed in. Meanwhile, both the Sprout and Ishiguro had concluded their probing tactics and commenced an intense battle. Flamethrower, Earthquake. Ishiguro once again opted for a fire-type move, particularly effective against the grass-type Colossal Vine. Yet, the Sprout adapted, choosing not to evade but to retaliate in kind. The searing pillar of fire scorched the Colossal Vine, eliciting a cry of pain. Nevertheless, the Colossal Vine gritted its teeth, its bulky form crashing down upon the ground of the battlefield. The earth trembled. The immense force caused the ground to shatter like a spider's web. Centered around the Colossal Vine, the violent tremors also struck the Fire Rock Mouse, with debris raining down upon it. The relentless barrage of fragments pounded against the Fire Rock Mouse, prompting it to emit sounds of anguish. In this confrontation, neither side gained a clear advantage. However, such a head-on clash was undeniably exhilarating, igniting the fervor of the spectators. "This is the allure of Pokémon battles," Shigehiro Teppei exclaimed with fervor. "Fire Rock Mouse, use Flame Wheel." With a resounding cry, Fire Rock Mouse rallied its spirits, exhaling searing flames as its body rolled forward, enveloped in a blazing wheel, resembling a fierce sun charging towards the giant vine. The challengers, brimming with such enthusiasm, inspired the grass-type gym leader, Kai Zhong, to match their zeal. Despite the inherent disadvantage of grass against fire, she resolutely commanded the giant vine to withstand the attack head-on. Giant Vine, Seed Machine Gun. Seeds erupted from the mouth of the giant vine, their velocity surpassing that of a machine gun, relentlessly bombarding the Fire Rock Mouse, which was encased in flames. Although the fire surrounding Fire Rock Mouse posed a challenge to the grass-type Seed Machine Gun, the seeds exploded before being incinerated, releasing considerable force and momentarily slowing Fire Rock Mouse down. From the audience, Suyu displayed a look of astonishment. His keen insight allowed him to discern that as the seeds detonated, fine, crystalline powder dispersed, only to be swiftly consumed by flames. If his judgment was correct, The giant vine had masterfully fused the powder-based technique with the seed machine gun. Had the opponent not been a fire-type Pokémon, it might have already been ensnared. However, a more surprising event unfolded. Despite the seed machine gun's efforts to diminish Fire Rock Mouse's speed, the flame will still collided heavily with the giant vine, the searing flames wreaking havoc and inflicting immense pain. In that moment, the already corpulent form of the giant vine swelled even further, resembling a deep blue round ball of yarn. "Oh no, Fire Rock Mouse, quickly!" Shigehiro Teppei exclaimed in alarm. Before he could finish, Kaijong issued her command. "Giant vine, it's time to counterattack. Use strong whip." With the flame wall having just struck, the distance between the two Pokémon was minimal, leaving Fire Rock Mouse no opportunity to evade. Consequently, the giant vine's two robust tendrils lashed out fiercely at Fire Rock Mouse, rendering it dazed and incapacitated. Outside the battleground, the referee promptly announced, "Fire Rock Mouse is unable to continue, and Giant Vine emerges victorious. Please, Shigehiro Teppei, send forth your next Pokémon." The audience erupted in thunderous applause. "Marvelous. Miss Kaijong, what an exhilarating battle. Miss Kaijong, I adore you." A peculiar voice of adoration from an ardent fan of Kaijong seemed to blend into the chorus of cheers. Takahiro Ishiguro withdrew his incapacitated Fire Mouse, expressing his confusion. When was the growth move utilized? The colossal vine suddenly expanded, owing to the activation of the growth technique, which significantly amplified the potency of its powerful lash. The proximity between the Fire Mouse and the colossal vine was the final straw that led to the Fire Mouse's defeat. This transpired when the colossal vine first endured a barrage of flame attacks. Kaijong did not hesitate to elucidate the situation. It was evident that Ishiguro had underestimated his opponent. During his last acquisition of the 100 Generations badge, his strength was inadequate, merely challenging the staff of the 100 Generations gym. This time, as an elite peak trainer, he believed that his Fire-type Pokémon's advantage over Grass-type Pokémon would allow him to breeze through the challenge. However, experience prevailed, despite the type disadvantage. The gym leader imparted a valuable lesson. Had he discerned the colossal vine's intentions earlier and employed a kite-flying strategy with the Fire Mouse, the outcome might have been different. "Ishiguro, please send out your second Pokémon," the referee urged. Ishiguro stood still, contemplating his shortcomings. Only upon the referee's prompt did he release his second Pokéball. His second Pokémon was a psychic and flying type, a natural bird of elite peak caliber. Another type advantage? Kaijong mused silently, issuing commands to the colossal vine. "Colossal vine, use Sunny Day." Since the opponent's Pokémon was not fire-type, Kaijong's battle strategy shifted, aiming to initiate a tactical synergy for his grass-type Pokémon. A white orb of light materialized in the colossal vine's mouth and soared into the sky. In an instant, the sunlight intensified, causing the temperature within the gym to rise sharply. Ishiguro did not intend to halt the colossal vine. Instead, he commanded the natural bird to execute a move that would usurp the colossal vine's enhanced state, effectively turning it into a beneficial sacrifice. This was the psychic-type skill, Power Swap. This was also the rationale behind his decision to deploy the natural bird early in the battle. As a purple beam shot from the natural bird's eyes, striking the colossal vine, Kaijong's expression shifted. He promptly commanded, "Colossal vine, use grassy terrain." Unfortunately, Ishiguro had no intention of granting the colossal vine another opportunity. Under his command, the natural bird flapped its white wings to unleash a fierce blade of air, directly incapacitating the exhausted colossal vine and reclaiming a point in the match. "It has been a long time since I encountered such a formidable opponent," Kaijong remarked as he recalled the colossal vine and released his second Pokémon. "Unleash your charm, Roserade." With a mask and cloak, holding a rose, the cool holiday rose made its grand entrance. "Ah, it is Miss Kaijong's holiday rose, truly magnificent." The fans erupted in cheers. "Go, natural bird, defeat that Roserade." Meanwhile, Shigekuro Tetsuhira's performance also garnered him a few supporters, though most of them were trainers who had previously suffered defeats at the hands of the Bidai Gym. Chapter 55. A challenge unfolds. Natural bird, an exquisite fusion of psychic and flying types, possesses a significant advantage over grass types, coupled with the formidable psychic abilities. Suyu held little optimism for Kaijong's prospects in this second battle. While trainers specializing in a single type possess a well-established nurturing system and experience, enabling them to cultivate powerful Pokémon more swiftly with equivalent resources, the drawbacks of such specialization are equally pronounced. They are often vulnerable to type disadvantages. Take, for instance, the Kanto Elite 4-member Ryudo, who, despite multiple attempts to become the Kanto champion, was consistently thwarted by Kanna, ultimately relocating to Chengdu. where he claimed the championship. As Suyu observed the Pokémon on both sides, the battle resumed. Magical Leaf. Kaizhong initiated her assault without hesitation. Under her command, Roserade unleashed dozens of ethereal blue leaves, slicing through the air toward the airborne natural bird like a swarm of blades. The magical leaf attack is infallible, and Shigekuro Tetsuhira would not permit Natural Bird to evade this strike. Instead, he commanded Natural Bird to utilize the air slash technique once more. On the battlefield, Natural Bird flapped its wings vigorously, creating air blades that shattered the magical leaves into fragments. Aware of her disadvantage, Kaizhong chose not to confront Natural Bird head-on. After Roserade launched the magical leaf attack, she promptly ordered it to employ grassy terrain. Recognizing her inferiority in raw strength, she opted for a war of attrition, a tactical approach against a flying-type Pokémon. Roserade had mastered this technique, as tender green shoots sprouted from the ground, radiating a vibrant green light. On the opposite side, Shigekuro Tetsuhira was equally determined not to allow the grassy terrain to take shape. With another powerful flap of its wings, Natural Bird executed a fierce air slash, striking Roserade, who was unable to evade due to its ongoing grassy terrain activation. Instantly, the battlefield echoed with Roserade's cries of anguish, revealing pain etched upon its face, its body marred with wounds. Evidently, this blow had not been without consequence. Fortunately, Roserade did not falter in its actions and successfully summoned the grassy terrain. A rich green light surged from the tips of the grass, enveloping Roserade and steadily replenishing its vitality. Damn, just a moment too late, Shigekuro Tetsuhira mused silently. Before Kaizhong could issue another command, he preemptively directed Natural Bird to employ the quick attack technique. The Natural Bird transformed into a streak of light, appearing behind Roserade with a speed that was blindingly swift. However, Roserade was enveloped by a shimmering blue barrier in advance, causing the Natural Bird's aerial attack to merely create ripples upon impact with the protective shield. Seed Bomb. At this moment, Roserade launched a green seed that rapidly spread into numerous tendrils, attempting to ensnare the Natural Bird. Yet, in a critical moment, a ripple of space emerged, and the Natural Bird's form reappeared in the distance, having utilized teleport to narrowly evade the impending strike. Before the Natural Bird could regain its footing, a blazing white beam erupted from the blue petals in Roserade's grasp, instantly sending the Natural Bird plummeting from the sky. This was the grass type's ultimate move, Solar Beam. Under the blazing sun, Roserade required no accumulation of energy to unleash this powerful technique instantaneously. Fortunately, as a grass-type move, its potency against a flying type like the Natural Bird was somewhat diminished, allowing it to endure the assault. As a Psychic-type Pokémon, the Natural Bird excelled in psychic moves. Shigehiro Tetsuhira had always aimed to defeat Roserade with flying-type techniques, yet he found himself at a disadvantage. However, after being struck by Solar Beam, he reconsidered his approach, abandoning the pursuit of aerial attacks in favor of utilizing the Natural Bird's most adept psychic capabilities, Psyshock. A tangible wave of psychic energy shot forth, hurtling toward Roserade. Needlearm. Just as the Psyshock arrived, a barrage of sharp needles erupted, colliding with the formidable psychic assault. For a moment, the two attacks were locked in a stalemate, neither able to overcome the other, until both forces dissipated into nothingness. Surprise attack. At that moment, the Natural Bird had stealthily approached, exploiting Roserade's moment of vulnerability to strike fiercely. Just in time to evade a fatal blow, Roserade was sent hurtling away, crashing repeatedly onto the ground before finally regaining its balance. Then, a radiant green light emerged from the grass, enveloping Roserade and replenishing its strength. Final impact. In the next instant, the Natural Bird was encased in a sphere of white light, diving from the sky with a speed that surpassed Roserade's reaction time. Delivering a powerful blow, Roserade rolled several times before managing to dissipate the immense force of the impact. Just as it planned to capitalize on the Natural Bird's momentary vulnerability following its attack, a solidified milky white beam struck Roserade, rendering it incapable of continuing the battle. Unbeknownst to them, the Natural Bird had successfully employed the move Future Sight to secure Roserade's defeat. Roserade has lost its fighting capability. Please send out your third Pokémon. After a prolonged and intense battle, Shigehiro Tetsuhira achieved victory in the second match, leaving only one final step to defeat the opponent, Nijong. The last Pokémon in Nijong's arsenal was her initial and trump card, the formidable Torterra, possessing gym-level strength. Stealth Rock. Switch. Both competitors issued their commands simultaneously. Nijong opted to deploy Stealth Rock, which would inflict damage upon Shigehiro's next Pokémon, while Shigehiro chose to transfer the boost from his Natural Bird to the next Pokémon entering the fray. The natural bird transformed into a radiant white light, returning to its Pokéball, making way for a striking ice blue fox adorned with 9 tails, the illustrious 9 tails. As soon as 9 tails appeared, massive clumps of gravel surged towards it, while hail the size of thumbs began to fall from the sky, causing a sharp drop in temperature within the gym. Clearly, 9 tails possessed the ability Snow Warning. Freeze Dry. Shigehiro promptly initiated his offensive. However, before 9 tails could unleash its attack, Torterra let out a thunderous roar, forcibly ejecting 9 tails from the battlefield, causing the half-formed ice pillars to vanish. The natural bird re-emerged in the arena, only to be bombarded by the incoming gravel. Damn it! Shigehiro's expression soured as he realized Torterra had mastered Roar, compelling 9 tails to exit the field, leaving both Pokémon vulnerable to the Stealth Rock's assault. Chapter 56. Reflections. After watching the match, a brilliant white light illuminated the battlefield, its dazzling radiance enveloping the entire gym. Fortunately, Tsuyu reacted swiftly, closing his eyes to avoid the blinding glare. However, for the spectators who remained fixated on the clash between Torterra and 9 tails, the experience was torturous. The glaring light brought tears to their eyes. Amidst the flash of the dazzling move, Torterra launched another offensive against 9 tails. A barrage of sharp stones rained down, and 9 tails, just regaining its vision, was caught off guard and struck by the jagged projectiles. The sharp stones pierced 9 tails' form, leaving it marred with several wounds and gasping for breath. Clearly, Torterra's assault had dealt significant damage. Fortunately, a shimmering barrier composed of auroras enveloped 9 tails, mitigating the physical damage inflicted by the sharp stones. Otherwise, the sheer force of the attack would have severely harmed 9 tails. After all, Nijong's mastery of rock-type moves with Torterra was unparalleled, delivering a formidable onslaught. Even the natural bird couldn't withstand the relentless barrage of Torterra's rock-type moves for long, ultimately succumbing to defeat. Though 9 tails had endured a blow, it quickly prepared to retaliate. A luminous, icy blue radiance coalesced within its mouth, aimed directly at the Torterra, unleashing a frigid breath attack. While the power of the icy breath was moderate, it possessed the potential to strike a critical point. Kaijong, unwilling to let Torterra endure such an assault, promptly commanded it to employ the move Rock Tomb, summoning a stone to shield itself. Ice 9 tails unleashed Blizzard. Yet, this was not the end. Seizing the opportunity while the last remnants of hail lingered, Pfft urged Ice 9 tails to execute its ultimate move. The fur of Ice 9 tails radiated a chilling azure glow, its 9 fluffy tails swirling, releasing waves of extreme cold that caused the temperature on the battlefield to plummet rapidly. In the next moment, a fierce blizzard took shape, swirling around the arena under the influence of the hailstorm. Faced with the inevitable onslaught of this blizzard, Kaijong could only instruct Torterra to activate its defensive move. Naturally, in the face of the persistent damage reduction brought about by the hail, Kaijong had previously attempted to wrest control of the weather from Ice 9 tails. Unfortunately, against the snow-inducing abilities and mastery of hail possessed by Ice 9 tails, Torterra stood no chance in the contest. A blue barrier enveloped Torterra's colossal form. As the biting blizzard lashed against the barrier, creating ripples that suggested it might shatter at any moment. Fortunately, the defensive move proved its worth, successfully absorbing the lethal attack from Ice 9 tails. In a flash of electricity, Ice 9 tails was enveloped in a brilliant white light, transforming into a bolt of lightning that instantly appeared before Torterra. 3 of its fluffy tails rose, glinting with a metallic sheen, and struck down upon Torterra. Endure it and use brute force. At Kaijong's command, Torterra disregarded Ice 9 tails' actions, allowing the 3 iron tails to crash heavily against it. This was due to Ice 9 tails being so close that Torterra could scarcely evade, unless it were to deploy the defensive move once more. However, having already used it once, the success rate of a second attempt was not guaranteed, bearing the risk of failure. Thus, Kaijong opted for an aggressive strategy, trading defense for offense. Ice 9 tails' iron tails struck Torterra in the same spot, inflicting immense pain, yet it still managed to maintain its composure. The immense weight of Torterra sent Ice 9 tails flying, crashing onto the icy surface. Ice 9 tails, quickly use Protect, Pfft shouted anxiously. Before Ice 9 tails could rise, Torterra seized the moment to attack. The ice beneath Torterra shattered, as stout tree roots surged forth like earth dragons, roaring towards Ice 9 tails. Summoning all its strength, Ice 9 tails attempted to activate Protect. But the protective shield was only half-formed when Torterra's frenzied plants engulfed it. Boom! Ice 9 tails was propelled backward with incredible force, a thunderous sound echoing as it was struck by the rampant flora, shattering the protective barrier of the arena and crashing into the wall beneath the audience's seats. Crack. A tremendous impact caused a fine crack to appear on the wall. Fortunately, the construction of the Baidao gym was not a shoddy endeavor, and with the cushioning provided by the light shield, it remained unscathed. Nonetheless, the entire gym fell into a stunned silence. Yet, in the next moment, a cacophony erupted. Truly, Miss Saijong performed splendidly. This match was extraordinarily thrilling. As the Turtwig stood resolutely in the arena like a divine warrior, it effortlessly defeated both the natural bird and the ice nine-tail. Suyu's Turtwig also emitted a fervent cry. On the battlefield, the referee promptly announced the outcome. The challenger, Ishikuro Tetsuhira's Pokémon, had all succumbed to defeat, granting victory to Miss Saijong, the gym leader of Baidao. Return, Ninetail, you have worked hard, Ishikuro Tetsuhira said as he recalled his Pokémon. It had been an exhilarating duel, and you are worthy of this forest badge. After the referee declared the result, Saijong gracefully approached Ishikuro Tetsuhira and handed him a badge. It was a light green emblem shaped like a forest motif. However, Ishikuro Tetsuhira did not accept the badge but solemnly replied, Miss Saijong, please hold on to this badge for now. I will only accept it once I have earned it in a gym battle. With that, he bid her farewell and hurriedly departed. After the battle concluded, the audience began to exit the venue. What a remarkable gym battle. The ticket was worth every penny, exclaimed a male trainer in his 20s. Indeed, I wonder when the next public gym challenge will be. All right, Turtwig, let us take our leave. Suyu called out to his Turtwig, intending to depart. However, despite his calls, Turtwig remained motionless, rooted to the spot. Do not disturb it. Just as Suyu was about to reach out to Turtwig, a voice called out from behind. Miss Saijong. Turning around, he saw the gym leader, just finished with her battle, approaching him alongside her Turtwig. Your Turtwig is in the midst of comprehending a skill. If you touch it now, it may fail, Saijong explained, her gaze fixed intently on Turtwig. Comprehending a skill? Suyu echoed, his eyes alight with joy. He had merely come to watch a match, but unexpectedly, he might gain something valuable. Chapter 57. Selecting Berry Seeds. Please continue reading. After about half an hour, Turtwig finally emerged from its trance. The seedling atop its head began to glow, and strands of sunlight converged upon it. Is this photosynthesis? Suyu's face lit up with delight as he witnessed Turtwig's display of skill. However, before he could fully relish the moment, a green seed was ejected from the seedling, transforming into several vines. Leech seed. Suyu's eyes brightened. He had not anticipated that the seedling tortoise had comprehended the skill of parasitic seeds. Naturally, amidst his joy, he harbored some conjectures. While it was plausible that the insights were derived from the grass-type spirits associated with seed cultivation, it was perhaps more likely that the seedling tortoise's own absorption of energy from the crystal of grass-type energy had played a significant role. It seemed that these skills were on the verge of mastery, and coupled with its exceptional understanding, it had drawn inspiration from battles to truly grasp these abilities. You've trained your seedling tortoise remarkably well, remarked Kai Zhong with a smile upon witnessing the display of its skills. Not at all. It has simply put in considerable effort, Suyu replied nonchalantly. By the way, here is something for you. I hope it aids your seedling tortoise, Kai Zhong said, pulling a small booklet from his pocket and handing it to Suyu. I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. With that, Kai Zhong hurried off. Gazing at the seedling tortoise cultivation manual in his hands, Suyu paused momentarily before realization struck him. Could it be that his striking looks had caught Kai Zhong's attention? Suyu mused, somewhat vainly. However, he quickly dismissed the notion, for it was evident that Kai Zhong had recognized his identity as the breeder who had crafted a mid-level energy cube during the breeder assessment. Moreover, the seedling tortoise's innate talent likely impressed Kai Zhong, prompting a preemptive investment. Didn't Kai Zhong have a female soil tortoise? Perhaps he should encourage the seedling tortoise to interact with it more, to see if something could blossom. Suyu thought to himself. Suddenly, an ominous feeling washed over him, as if someone were targeting the seedling tortoise. The creature looked up in confusion, surveying its surroundings but finding nothing amiss. After casting a glance at the contemplative Suyu, it resumed joyfully playing with its newly acquired mobile phone. Had Suyu glanced down at that moment, he would have undoubtedly seen a series of texts on the screen. How to persuade trainers to prepare gourmet food for their Pokémon. After departing from the 100 Generations gym, Suyu made his way to the Breeder Street in 100 Generations City, intent on purchasing some berries. Berries, as vital raw materials for energy cubes, were an invaluable resource, akin to strategic development resources such as oil, coal, and natural gas in his past life. Each town featured designated trading spaces for such commodities, and 100 Generations City, situated advantageously between the 100 Generations Forest and Crown Mountain, served as the headquarters for the Breeder Guild. Here, one could find a plethora of berries, both wild and cultivated. "Excuse me, do you have any berries?" Suyu inquired at a stall marked by a logo of a green pine tree, known as the Green Pine brand. This brand was quite renowned within 100 Generation City. A product of collaboration between the brand and the Blackwood Research Institute from the Sinnoh region, known for its decent quality and reasonable prices. However, the variety of berries was somewhat limited, as only those suitable for grass, water, and fire-type Pokémon were offered. The proprietor of the stall was an affable middle-aged man who, upon hearing Suyu's inquiry, promptly retrieved a wooden crate emblazoned with the emblem of the Ching Song brand from the back storage. With a deft flick of a small knife, he pried open the box, revealing an entire collection of blueberries adorned with green leaf patterns before Suyu. "Dear customer, I have been conducting business on this street for over a decade, and I can assure you of the quality. You can rest easy," the jovial middle-aged man exclaimed, laughing heartily as he produced one of the berries. "Observe the green veins on this blue skin. It is undoubtedly the result of meticulous cultivation. You must know that the Blackwood Research Institute—" "Stop," Suyu interjected, interrupting the man's self-praise. He picked a berry from the crate and examined it closely, rolling it between his fingers. As a novice breeder, Suyu possessed the ability to discern the quality of berries. In terms of appearance, this batch of berries indeed qualified as premium. Yet, Suyu was eager to taste one. "May I sample one?" he inquired. "Of course," the middle-aged man replied with a smile, handing him a small knife. Suyu carefully sliced the berry open, revealing the deep green flesh within, and took a piece to taste. The texture was rather firm, accompanied by a hint of bitterness. "Ugh," he spat out the chewed remnants, tossing the remaining berry to the eagerly awaiting grass-type Turtwig beside him. Based on his experience, the flavor, color, and overall appearance were commendable, while not the finest berries. They were certainly of decent quality. "How much for this crate of berries?" Suyu asked directly. Hearing this, the middle-aged man beamed and responded. "This crate contains 30 berries and is priced at 15,000 Alliance coins. Calculating the cost, each berry came to 500 Alliance coins, which was reasonable considering the meticulous cultivation and the excellent quality and appearance of the berries." After considering the number of energy cubes consumed daily by his Turtwig, Suyu asked, "How many crates do you have available?" "3 crates. "Very well, I will take them all. Please hold on, sir. I will fetch them for you right away." The proprietor, beaming with joy, hurried back to the storage room to retrieve the goods. This was a significant sale. 3 crates totaling 45,000 Alliance coins meant a tidy commission of 10% for him as a salesperson for the Ching Songberry brand. For families in challenging financial situations, this would equate to nearly a month's income. Suyu paid the full amount up front, leaving his room number for delivery, instructing that the Pokémon Center staff should sign for the shipment. He then continued to wander through the breeding street, planning to procure additional varieties of berries to prepare energy cubes for those trainers who had placed orders. Certainly, there is no need to utilize the fruits cultivated in those grand research institutions for the creation of energy cubes. A reduction in quality is warranted. The fruits at these stalls are quite costly. Thus, he opted to select from the wild fruit area. The quality of wild fruits varies greatly, with some being remarkably superior to those cultivated in research facilities. Regrettably, the majority are of poor quality, barely sufficient to satiate the hunger of wild sprites, and fall short of the standards required for energy cube production. Chapter 58. Tattered pages. After wandering through the fruit stalls for over 2 hours and meticulously selecting, Suyu finally gathered the requisite fruits. He disregarded the grass seed tortoise's desire to return to their room and continued to stroll along Breeder Street. Since he had made the trip, he was determined to explore and broaden his horizons. Beyond fruits and energy cubes, Breeder Street offered a plethora of useful items for sprites. He observed several stalls showcasing potions crafted by breeders, such as those that temporarily enhance a sprite's attack power or bolster their stamina. The variety was vast, with prices ranging from several thousand to tens of thousands. Suyu couldn't help but marvel at the breeder's ability to amass wealth. Before the prevalence of energy cubes, these potions commanded a substantial share of the market for nurturing sprites. However, as energy cubes gained popularity, many began to abandon potions. Yet none dared to underestimate the status of the potion masters. It is said that a renowned master once concocted an exceptionally powerful potion that enabled sprites below the champion level to glimpse the secrets of the champion tier. Despite its side effects, which could confine a sprite permanently at the champion level without further advancement, many trainers were drawn to it. After all, achieving the champion level is no simple feat. Without significant opportunities, it is exceedingly challenging for their sprites to ascend. Furthermore, Possessing a sprite of champion-level prowess ensures access to resources, allowing them to invest additional time in nurturing another talented sprite. This creates a virtuous cycle, albeit at the expense of the sprite, whose potential has been exhausted. Though intrigued by these potions, Tsuyu had no intention of spending excessive time in that realm. The responsibilities of being a breeder were already quite demanding. Were it not for the substantial fortune that energy cubes promised, coupled with his shortcut in their creation, he might not have dedicated himself to the breeding profession. More likely, he would await the enhancement of the grass seed tortoise's strength before undertaking league missions to acquire resources. Ah, what is this? After passing several stalls, Tsuyu came to a halt at one particular stall. What captivated his attention at the stall were several fragrant, stove-like objects. He had only encountered these in books, and this was his first experience witnessing them in reality. The floral incense, utilized by grass-type Pokémon, enhances the potency of grass-type moves. If energy cubes are products affordable to ordinary trainers, then incense is a luxury reserved for the affluent. Much like the charred charcoal and miracle seeds, which are treasures that elevate a Pokémon's move power, incense, unlike the aforementioned treasures that provide permanent enhancements, offers only a fleeting boost to move efficacy. It is a consumable item. In legitimate Pokémon battle arenas, its use is prohibited. One thing is certain, despite its high cost, long-term utilization of incense can amplify a Pokémon's sensitivity and mastery over the corresponding energy, aiding in the comprehension of certain techniques. The craftsmanship of incense is said to have been inspired by perfumes. Among the most renowned is Eliga, the gym leader of the Rainbow Gym in the Kanto region, celebrated as a prodigy in the art of incense making. She ingeniously extracted the ingredients for her perfumes from the noxious nectar of her Pokémon, the Stunky. The allure of incense held little temptation for Tsuyu. After merely glancing at it, he prepared to depart. At that moment, the Turtwig piped up, "Hey, this smells delightful. Why not buy one for me? This is far too expensive, and it requires continual use. You should forget about it." Tsuyu resolutely declined Turtwig's request, as his funds did not come easily. However, he added, "But you have over 10,000 coins. You can buy it yourself." He secretly hoped Turtwig would spend its own money on the floral incense, as that might motivate it to train harder once its funds dwindled. "But look at this." Turtwig pointed to the artificial miracle seed adorning its chest. "This is a gift I gave you." Tsuyu retorted, "Are you saying your training time has been too short, and your mind can't keep up? Come on, let us hurry back to training." With that, he attempted to drag Turtwig away. "You dare deceive a newly hatched baby with a counterfeit? Are you even human?" Turtwig protested, rolling on the ground in a fit, drawing the attention of other trainers and Pokémon. Though he was indifferent to their gazes, it was ultimately his fault, and he had to acknowledge his mistake. Reluctantly, Tsuyu reached into his pocket and purchased the floral incense as a form of compensation for having initially deceived Turtwig's feelings. Had he known then, he would have refrained from buying this counterfeit and instead procured a few Pokémon dolls. Nevertheless, since Turtwig chose to revisit old grievances, he could hardly fault him for it. Remember, there are videos on his phone of the grass turtle calling for its mother. Perhaps they could be used to leverage some pressure. Tsuyu mused inwardly. The grass turtle, inhaling the fragrant aroma of blooming flowers, wore a joyous expression, blissfully unaware that its secrets were held in another's hands. The breeder's street was not particularly vast. Tsuyu's observant gaze traversed the surroundings swiftly, and soon, he reached the street's end. Just as he was about to depart, a tattered, yellowed piece of parchment on a stall to his left caught his attention. The stall also displayed a few trinkets, all appearing quite dilapidated, with scant few curious onlookers. "Hello, may I take a look at this parchment?" Tsuyu inquired as he approached the stall. "Feel free," the young vendor replied lazily, his voice youthful and his attire quite ordinary, looking a couple of years younger than Tsuyu. As Tsuyu picked up the aged parchment, he glanced over it to find it densely inscribed with unfamiliar characters and some formulas. It appeared to be an ancient script of considerable antiquity. "What does this parchment say?" Tsuyu asked without hesitation. Noticing someone taking an interest in his wares, the young vendor stood up, casting a glance around before saying, "Sir, you truly have an eye for treasures. I seldom share this with others. This is a formula that can enhance a spirit's power." Seeing the boy's face light up with the expression of someone who recognized his fortune, Tsuyu couldn't help but feel bemused. "Aside from this parchment, which is intact, the rest of your goods are mere scraps, devoid of value. Isn't that evident to anyone with discernment?" Disregarding the young man's display, Tsuyu asked directly, "How much for this parchment?" 5,000. The vendor blurted out with audacity. Upon seeing Tsuyu's impassive expression, he nervously added, "How about 3,000 instead?" Just as the young vendor, anxious about the sale, contemplated further reducing the price, Tsuyu appraised him and replied, "Very well, let it be as you say." Thank you. Take care. After Suyu settled the payment, the young man hastily gathered his belongings and fled with remarkable speed, even quicker than the swiftest of hounds. Suyu took a few steps, seemingly recalling something, and was about to turn back when he noticed that the stall was now empty, the young vendor having already vanished. "Young man, you seem to have been deceived," remarked an elderly gentleman passing by, observing the familiar parchment in Suyu's hand, shaking his head. "Oh, why do you say so?" Suyu's curiosity was piqued by the old man's words. The young lad, named Yoichi Yokoi, had set up a stall filled with discarded items that he had scavenged in hopes of striking luck. "Do you know whose belongings these might be?" Suyu inquired of the old man, turning back to ask about the origins of these items. He was taken aback to find that the boy had vanished in an instant. The old man pondered for a moment, shaking his head as he recalled. "I believe it belonged to a family renowned for their expertise in potion making. What was it called again? Something with soup in the name?" He furrowed his brow, deep in thought, yet the name eluded him. With a sigh, he lamented, "Alas, with age, one's memory falters. I can't even recall a single name." He then departed. Potion making? Reflecting on this, Suyu left the street of cultivators and headed in another direction. The Baidai City Library, a repository of numerous historical texts, also housed knowledge pertaining to the realm of spirits. After conversing with the old man, Suyu felt a strong inclination that the parchment he possessed contained significant information regarding potions. His purpose for visiting was to seek out literature related to ancient scripts documented on that parchment. The Baidai City Library spanned 3 floors, its vast expanse filled with towering shelves brimming with a myriad of books. Aside from historical texts, there was an abundance of literature concerning cultivators and trainers. However, accessing the books within proved to be quite challenging. Yet, as a member of the Alliance's direct lineage, Suyu had the privilege to consult ancient historical documents, a coveted status sought after by many trainers due to the substantial advantages it conferred. After what felt like an eternity, as the library's bright lights illuminated the interior, Suyu finally discovered a book on a distant shelf that seemed to pertain to the parchment in his possession. The tome, titled An Analysis of the Development, Differences, and Connections Between Ancient and Modern Scripts, was authored by researcher Zheng Hui, who would one day be known as Dr. Zheng Hui. Though the title sounded grand, it was essentially a dictionary for querying ancient and contemporary characters. With the appropriate material in hand, Suyu exhaled in relief and made his way to the lending desk. "Hello, I would like to borrow this book." However, he was swiftly met with a refusal from the staff. "This book can only be consulted within the library and cannot be taken out." Disheartened by this news, Suyu returned the book to its place and prepared to leave. The volume was thick, and deciphering the characters on the parchment would require considerable time and effort. He had no choice but to temporarily abandon his quest for decoding. Yet, as he stepped into an area devoid of people, where surveillance cameras could not capture him, a staff member approached him. The original copy of this book could never be taken outside. However, if one truly desires it and is willing to pay a certain price, "I can assist you in printing a copy," the staff member whispered. Judging by his demeanor, it was evident that he had engaged in such dealings quite frequently. Naturally, Suyu would not decline the staff member's proposition. To him, spending a little money to gain convenience was certainly worthwhile. After conversing for a brief period and agreeing upon the remuneration, they exchanged contact information, and Suyu departed with his sprout tortoise. The amount he spent was somewhat substantial. After deducting the cost of printing the book, a considerable sum remained. This leftover amount was, of course, the staff member's reward for his efforts. After all, without any benefit, why would he take the risk to assist Suyu out of goodwill? Once Suyu left the library, he treated himself and his sprout tortoise to a meal before returning to his room at the Pokémon Center. As it was still early, Suyu did not retire for the night, nor did he continue crafting energy cubes. Instead, he took out the seed cultivation manual for his sprout tortoise and began to study it meticulously. Meanwhile, upon returning to the room, the sprout tortoise was mysteriously engrossed in playing on its phone. Flipping open the cultivation manual, Suyu found an illustration of the sprout tortoise, which appeared quite adorable. Within this manual were detailed records of the skills that the sprout tortoise could learn through self-training. For instance, it elaborated on the understanding of the absorb move, progressing to the advanced super absorb, and finally the ultimate understanding of absorb. The information was exceedingly thorough, covering the optimal hours for photosynthesis, how to enhance skill proficiency, as well as dietary recommendations. It was evident that the author, a grass-type gym leader, possessed profound knowledge of grass-type Pokémon. In addition to the training methods for grass-type moves, the manual also included 2 troublesome habits that the sprout tortoise could learn: bite and crunch. Furthermore, it provided personal suggestions and lessons learned. One key piece of advice was to strive to enhance its strength during the sprout tortoise stage, allowing it to evolve only when it could no longer contain its energy. According to the seed cultivation expert, this approach significantly increased the likelihood of improving the Pokémon's qualities during evolution. As for each Pokémon's limits, that was a matter for the trainer to manage, as each Pokémon's maximum potential varied. Of course, Tsuyu had already considered this. He intended to elevate his sprout tortoise to elite-level strength before permitting its evolution, thereby capitalizing on the opportunity for substantial absorption of natural energy during the evolution process to achieve a remarkable breakthrough in power. After meticulously perusing the cultivation manual until he felt somewhat fatigued, Tsuyu carefully stored the manual away and lay down, drifting off into a peaceful slumber. Chapter 60, Yamanashi Research Institute. A piercing scream echoed through the tranquil woods. A veil of white mist enveloped the surroundings, through which a humanoid silhouette could be faintly discerned. A plaintive cry echoed through the air. Mei, Mei, Mei. This duo, a person and their pet, consisted of Tsuyu and his grass sprout turtle as they journeyed towards Jinsha Town. Is it truly your fault? Am I to blame? Tsuyu glared menacingly at the innocent-looking grass sprout turtle. This unexpected turn of events cannot be attributed to me. The grass sprout turtle, undaunted by Tsuyu's fierce demeanor, emitted a sound of resignation. Silence. Tsuyu, feeling a pang of regret for allowing the grass sprout turtle to lead the way, grumbled. Stay close to me and do not stray even a step. Otherwise, I shall confiscate your phone. With that, he selected a direction and strode forth. How splendid it would be to have a flying-type Pokémon right now. Tsuyu mused as he observed the grass sprout turtle scanning its surroundings. Given the grass sprout turtle's nature, it seemed likely that future troubles were on the horizon. Thus, addressing the issue of acquiring a flying-type Pokémon appeared to be of utmost urgency. Were he to possess such a creature, even if lost, he could soar high above to seek the correct path, avoiding the predicament of being directionless in an area devoid of phone signal. Alternatively, he could aspire to learn a supernatural ability to levitate himself. Was it not said that those with profound mental strength possessed exceptional supernatural talents? However, after a moment's contemplation, Tsuyu dismissed the thought. After all, he had no means to acquire the tomes necessary for cultivating such powers. A week had elapsed since Tsuyu obtained the parchment in Baidai City, and just 2 days prior, he stumbled upon a mission posted by the Yamanashi Research Institute, available exclusively to members of the League. To his astonishment, his application was accepted. Thus, he and the grass sprout turtle took the high-speed train to Zhuqing City, opting to traverse the wilderness on foot rather than taking the bus along Route 202, which connected Zhuqing City and Jinsha Town. After all, as a trainer, the thrill of outdoor exploration was immensely enjoyable. However, due to the grass sprout turtle's erratic movements through the forest, they inadvertently attracted the attention of the wild Pokémon residing within, causing them to lose their way. After half an hour, the mist within the woods began to dissipate, revealing a blinding light in the distance. We are almost there, grass sprout turtle, hurry. Tsuyu called out, hastening towards the light. Before long, he emerged from the dense forest, only to be greeted not by his intended destination, but by a serene lake, its center adorned with an island. See, I told you I should choose the route. The grass sprout turtle exclaimed, its expression one of vindication. Ignoring the creature's teasing, Tsuyu retrieved his phone to consult the map he had previously downloaded. After meticulously comparing the surrounding landscape with the map, he finally confirmed that they had arrived at Lake Heart-Chi, one of the 3 Great Lakes of the Sinnoh region. It is said that the legendary Pokémon of emotions, Emolga, resides in this lake. For the inhabitants of the Sinnoh region, it is merely a myth. However, Tsuyu knows the truth. This lake is indeed the homeland of Emolga. Initially, he planned to complete his tasks at the Yamanashi Research Institute before coming here to test his luck in encountering Emolga. To his surprise, by a twist of fate, he found himself here while lost. Could this be his opportunity? With this thought in mind, Tsuyu decided to stay and began to search the area diligently. After an exhaustive search, however, he found not even a trace of Emolga, nor any Pokémon at all. Hey, what are you doing? The grass tortoise exclaimed, gazing at Tsuyu with a look of bewilderment as he appeared to be engaged in a battle of wits with the air. I've heard that a brick to the head can make someone smarter. Should I give it a try? The grass tortoise pondered, its gaze shifting to a nearby stone. Eager to act, hearing the grass tortoise's inner thoughts, Tsuyu's expression darkened immediately. After lingering for a while longer without any sign of Emolga, he decided to take the grass tortoise along Route 201, on the right side of Lake Shinshi, towards Masago Town. What Tsuyu did not notice was that shortly after he and the grass tortoise began their journey, a strange wind swept across the lake's surface. rising a thick white mist. The surface of the lake rippled, and a petite figure emerged from the water. It was a small, gray, fairy-like Pokémon with two tails, each adorned with a red gem at the tip. On its purplish-red forehead rested a ruby, complemented by four naturally drooping, purplish appendages. Had Tsuyu been present to witness this sprite, he would have recognized it as the lake's legendary Pokémon, Emolga. Emolga gazed in the direction Tsuyu had departed, a flicker of interest flashing in its eyes. It was the first time it had encountered such an intriguing human. Unbeknownst to Tsuyu, the moment he awakened his latent abilities, the emanating waves caught Emolga's attention. In the next instant, the mist dissipated and Emolga vanished from sight. As the sun began to set, Tsuyu, weary yet determined, finally reached his destination, Masago Town, renowned for its sandy terrain and maritime atmosphere. The Yamanashi Research Institute. The town's most famous landmark was located not far from the western entrance of Masago Town, visible as soon as Tsuyu entered. Grass tortoise. I hope you remember what I said, Tsuyu instructed. Within the Yamanashi Research Institute, all Pokémon belonging to trainers departing from Masago Town were stored, including many formidable creatures. Tsuyu aimed for the grass tortoise to greet the Pokémon within the institute and learn some skills from them. Pfft. The grass tortoise looked at its trainer with disdain, thinking, how stingy can you be? Ignoring the naive and inexperienced Turtwig, one cannot truly grasp the arduous nature of earning money without being in charge. Ding ding ding. The doorbell of the Research Institute chimed. Shortly thereafter, a young man in his 20s, donned in a white lab coat with a green hedgehog hairstyle, opened the door. You must be Tsuyu. I am Kurizaki Junsuk, a researcher at the Yamanashi Institute. Pleased to meet you. After exchanging pleasantries, Junsuk guided Tsuyu into the depths of the institute. As a Pokémon professor from the Sinnoh region, Dr. Yamanashi's research facility was vast, occupying nearly a third of the territory of Masago Town. Following closely behind Junsuk, Tsuyu ventured further inside, where an array of Pokémon came into view. A flock of Murkrow soared gracefully against the horizon, while shroomish and beautiful flowers danced in the sunlight, and Snorlax lay sprawled on the ground, blissfully asleep. Tsuyu was truly awestruck. Although he had previously seen images of these Pokémon, witnessing them up close filled him with exhilaration. Chapter 61. Daily Life at the Institute. Seeking continued reading. In the early morning, the backyard of the Yamanashi Institute resembled a grand mountain more than a mere garden. Truly befitting an Alliance professor's establishment, it boasted an artificial volcano crafted from fire stones, tailored for fire-type Pokémon, an ice mountain transformed with millennia-old unmelting ice for ice types, and an electrifying area abundant with electric stones, accommodating Pokémon of various types. The opulence of the Institute was palpable. As dawn broke, Tsuyu ventured to the rear mountain with Turtwig, preparing breakfast for the Pokémon in the Institute. This task was one of his responsibilities. During his days at the Yamanashi Institute, Tsuyu had learned why he was chosen for this duty. Fortune favored him, as this task was originally intended for Dr. Yamanashi and the Joy family, in collaboration with Master Akawara, as a gesture of goodwill for their kin or disciples, specifically for Joy Hikari and Takomi Yamakawa, who were taking the same breeding exam as Tsuyu. Luck was on his side, as he had distinguished himself during the breeding assessment, and his timely information had aided the Pokémon in the 100 Generations forest. Dr. Yamanashi had formed a favorable impression of him. Embracing the notion that whether one shepherds a single sheep or two, adding another to the fold would not be detrimental, he invited Tsuyu to join. Once all the Pokémon had finished their breakfast, Tsuyu, adhering to the training plans left by their trainers, initiated their independent training sessions. This granted him some leisure time. He retrieved a piece of parchment and a printed dictionary, preparing to translate the ancient script inscribed upon it. Through his relentless efforts, he had successfully deciphered a significant portion of the text, revealing information that detailed a potion capable of enhancing a Pokémon's attack power. In contrast to the energy blocks that require prolonged and substantial consumption to enhance a Pokémon's attack power, this particular potion yields results more swiftly. However, this potion is not without its flaws. Each Pokémon is limited in the number of times it can consume the potion, primarily dependent on its innate qualities. The higher the Pokémon's aptitude, the more frequently it can partake, and the more pronounced the effects. Undoubtedly, this potion serves as a rapid means to augment a Pokémon's prowess, unlike the energy blocks. Nonetheless, the ingredients necessary for concocting the potion are exceedingly rare. Before Tsuyu could fully translate the recipe, he noticed several extremely precious components required: vitality roots, dragon-s blood herb, and water nymph shells, among others. Vitality roots are a small segment of a tree root that only ancient trees over a millennium old produce, possessing a bitter flavor. The dragoness blood herb is a rare medicinal plant that can only be cultivated through the continuous infusion of blood from a dragon-type Pokémon of gym-level strength. As for the water nymph shells, they can only form in regions of the deep sea abundant with water energy. Tsuyu acquired information about these precious materials from the library of the Yamanashi Research Institute. As a Pokémon Alliance researcher, the library is replete with an extensive collection of books and various resources, including some studies conducted by Dr. Yamanashi on Pokémon evolution, far surpassing the scale of the Baidai City Library. Seizing the opportunity, Tsuyu frequented the library almost daily, absorbing knowledge like a sponge. His primary interest lay in Pokémon-related knowledge. However, sadly, he could not locate any texts concerning breakthroughs at the champion level. Perhaps these tomes were not accessible to him. Or perhaps the knowledge was too valuable to be documented in written form, instead passed down orally. Before Tsuyu could delve too deeply, a sound of footsteps broke his concentration. Upon lifting his gaze, he beheld the audacious youth, Takumi Yamakawa. He harbored a strong resentment towards Tsuyu for achieving first place in the energy block production assessment by crafting an intermediate energy block beyond his level, attributing it to Tsuyu's age advantage. He believed that had he been of Tsuyu's age, he would have undoubtedly become a high-level cultivator. Ever since Tsuyu arrived at the Yamanashi Research Institute, Takumi had persistently sought to challenge him once more. However, Tsuyu, uninterested in the boy's brashness and competitive spirit, chose to ignore him. "Get lost, don't bother me." Before Takumi could speak, Tsuyu waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly, and turned his attention back to the book in hand. "Tsuyu, are you afraid? Too timid to face me in a challenge?" Takumi persisted, lingering by Tsuyu's side and incessantly chattering. "If you're too afraid, just admit that you're not as good as I am." Despite the provocations of Yamazawa Takamoku, Tsuyu remained indifferent, treating him as nothing more than a bothersome fly buzzing in his ear. Engaging in a contest with him would yield no benefits. It would merely squander precious time. Winning would only result in whispers of bullying a child, while losing was a scenario Tsuyu found utterly implausible. Pfft. Observing Tsuyu's unwavering demeanor, Yamazawa Takamoku unleashed another verbal barrage, claiming, "Is this all you can do? You've truly embarrassed the title of trainer by refusing to accept a challenge." With that, he attempted to turn away. Upon hearing this, Tsuyu could no longer restrain himself. While he could concede that his knowledge as a breeder paled in comparison to Takamoku's in certain aspects, to question his identity as a trainer was a direct affront. "Wait." Tsuyu closed the book in his hands and called out to the departing Yamazawa Takamoku. "Since you believe I've shamed trainers, let us battle and see who is truly worthy." Takamoku froze on the spot, taken aback. He had merely intended to provoke Tsuyu, never expecting him to accept the challenge. However, as a mere breeder, engaging in a trainer battle with Tsuyu was nothing short of inviting trouble. Furthermore, at the tender age of 11, he had yet to reach the minimum age required to become a trainer. Of course, the elite families had their means of circumventing the league's regulations. They could allow their offspring to acquire Pokémon early on without officially registering them, thus sidestepping the league's stipulations. Yamazawa Takamoku had obtained his first Pokémon at the age of 10, but it remained unregistered in his name, leaving him unable to formally accept Tsuyu's challenge. This predicament left him in a tight spot. "Ah, you think you can challenge me?" Tsuyu, well acquainted with the league's rules, regarded Takamoku with a teasing glint in his eyes. Chapter 62, A Solitary. Stubborn figure, seeking continued reading. Noticing the teasing look in Tsuyu's eyes, Takamoku's face flushed with embarrassment, prompting him to stammer. Just then, a clear voice interrupted him. "Tsuyu, something's wrong." The hurried footsteps belonged to Joy Xiao of the Joy family. "What is the matter? Why the rush?" Tsuyu inquired, puzzled by Joy Xiao's frantic demeanor. It seemed as though she had just recalled something. Could it be? Indeed. Tsuyu, the Chikorita got into a fight. At this, Tsuyu instantly understood. Once again, Chikorita was causing trouble. Just 2 days prior to their arrival at the Yamanashi Research Institute, Chikorita had been relatively obedient, learning skills from the grass-type Pokémon and other creatures residing in the mountains behind the institute. However, mere days later, the words of Tsuyu were forgotten. He gathered a few equally mischievous and troublesome sprites from the back mountain and stealthily ventured beyond its confines to torment the wild spirits. They euphemistically termed it an expedition to level up by battling monsters. On one occasion, they encountered a formidable aber creature of unknown origin, narrowly escaping being devoured. Fortunately, the vigilant Mook Eagle, tasked with guarding the back mountain, detected their movements and swiftly intervened, rescuing them from the clutches of the Aber clan. Following this incident, Tsuyu lured a Heracross from the back mountain with some honey, instructing it to keep a constant watch over the Chikorita. Now, however, It seemed something was amiss. Could it be that Heracross was indulging itself, feasting without performing its duty? Let us investigate, Suyu declared, and under the guidance of Qiao Yishao, he hurried toward the location of Chikorita. Shortly thereafter, the two of them, accompanied by the curious Takamu of the mountains, arrived at a slope adorned with crimson rocks. There, they beheld a Pokémon with orange fur, featuring a light yellow face, external ears, abdomen, palms, and soles, with flames erupting from its rear. Indeed, it was the fire-type starter from the Sinnoh region, the Chimchar. It was brandishing fists engulfed in flames as it charged toward Chikorita. Nearby was a throng of spectators, Piplup, Piku, Magnemite, and Pachirisu, all mischievous sprites who had been charmed by Chikorita, cheering and applauding in encouragement. As the furious Chimchar barreled towards it, Chikorita remained unfazed, unleashing a vine whip that ensnared the Chimchar's legs and yanked it down. The fiery punch it had summoned dissipated into nothingness. Undeterred, the Chimchar promptly regained its footing, once again channeling energy into its fists. This time, it was not a fiery punch, but rather a thunder punch crackling with blue arcs of electricity. In response, Chikorita refrained from using Vine Whip again, instead tossing forth a flurry of verdant leaves that soared toward the Chimchar. Faced with the barrage of razor-sharp leaves, the Chimchar swung its fists to deflect them, inching closer to Chikorita. Yet, a few leaves struck it fiercely from behind, causing it to stumble once more. The Chimchar, stubborn as ever, refused to retreat until it rose again, this time manifesting tendrils of brown energy in its grasp. What is this? Suyu exclaimed in astonishment. Is that an enhanced punch? My goodness, as a fire-type Pokémon, why resort to physical moves against a grass-type like Chikorita? Are you aspiring to be a champion boxer? Suddenly, a realization struck Suyu, and he paused for a moment to regain his composure. He had come to ascertain the situation, not to spectate. Without delay, he intervened in the match between Chikorita and Chimchar, casting a stern gaze upon Chikorita. Enough, enough. Why do you gaze at me in such a manner? It was the little monkey that initiated the confrontation. Moreover, did you not instruct me to deliver a thorough beating to the small fire monkey upon sighting it? The grass turtle, with an expression of utter innocence, retreated while calling out. Suyu, uninterested in its explanations, retrieved a Pokéball and promptly captured it, securing it within. It would be best for it to reflect upon its actions in solitude within the confines of the dark room. Meanwhile, upon witnessing the grass turtle being enclosed in the Pokéball, the small fire monkey dissipated the energy in its hands and turned to depart. By the way, Xiao Xiao, do you know where this little fire monkey originated? Suyu pondered, having spent an extended period in the research facility without ever encountering a small fire monkey. Observing the reactions of Bajaman and Piku, it was evident they were quite familiar with the little fire monkey, yet its origins remained a mystery. I do not know. Joy Xiao replied with a shake of her head, indicating her uncertainty. Is that so? Suyu contemplated for a moment before addressing Joy Xiao. Very well. You may return for now. I shall investigate the whereabouts of this little fire monkey. With that, he set off in the direction the small fire monkey had taken. Not far along his path, a call echoed from above. With a thud, a Heracross landed before Suyu, wearing an expression of embarrassment. Suyu had instructed it to oversee the grass turtle and prevent any mischief. However, after observing the turtle for a while and deeming it rather docile, it had ventured off to engage in a battle with the Tauros. Thus, the current predicament had unfolded. No matter, Heracross, Suyu offered some comforting words. He understood the nature of his grass turtle. If it truly desired to create chaos, even the well-meaning Heracross would struggle to contain it. By the way, Heracross, would you lead me to the Heracross I saw earlier? In the brief interval, the small fire monkey had seemingly vanished from sight. With a firm pat on its hard shell, Heracross affirmed its readiness. Soon, Suyu and Heracross arrived at the entrance of a sweltering valley. As he approached, he heard a series of thuds echoing within. Upon entering, he beheld the little fire monkey, solitary and engaged in combat against the stone wall, relentlessly striking with its fists. Each blow was executed with a distinct technique: fire punch, thunder punch, power punch, and chi punch. Had it not been for the conflicting energies, the small fire monkey would have certainly mastered the ice punch as well, potentially mastering all of the farmer's 3 punches. Noticing Suyu's arrival, the small fire monkey glanced back momentarily before returning to its monotonous training. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, thud, 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 crack. The small fire monkey's fists, imbued with fighting-type energy, crashed against the stone ahead, causing fissures to spread across the surface and pebbles to scatter in all directions. It appeared quite formidable, boasting an attack power that rivaled that of an average high-tier Pokémon. However, The little fire monkey seemed somewhat dissatisfied with the power of its punch, continuing to gather energy in its hands and relentlessly striking the stones ahead. Chapter 63. Are we destined? Fortunately, there were no other Pokémon in the vicinity. Otherwise, Tsuyu believed that such disruptive behavior by the little fire monkey would surely result in a thorough beating. After observing the little fire monkey practice its punches for half an hour, Tsuyu turned to leave. The little fire monkey glanced at Tsuyu's departing figure before burying itself back into its rigorous training. Tsuyu felt a flicker of interest towards this solitary creature, ostracized by other Pokémon like Pachima and Piku, and appearing as though it had gone wild without a trainer. As he departed, he intended to seek someone who could shed light on its circumstances. Thud, thud, thud. Tsuyu, what brings you here? Upon seeing Tsuyu's arrival, researcher Junjia set down the instrument in his hands and inquired. Tsuyu surveyed the various devices in the room before responding. Researcher Junjia, I would like to inquire about the little fire monkey in the valley behind the mountain. The little fire monkey? Researcher Junjia paused for a moment before comprehending Tsuyu's query. Tsuyu, you aren't thinking of capturing that little fire monkey, are you? The area behind the Yamanashi Research Institute is quite vast. Aside from the Pokémon housed by other trainers and some belonging to the Institute for research purposes, there are occasionally wild Pokémon that wander in. Given that the little fire monkey is one of the precious starters from the Sinnoh region, it is understandable that you would have such thoughts. However, after a moment of contemplation, he continued, that said, I would advise against capturing that little fire monkey. Why? Tsuyu asked, puzzled. Is that little fire monkey a Pokémon of the Institute? Or perhaps? With a wry smile, researcher Junjia explained. This little fire monkey is indeed a wild Pokémon, but it was once owned by a trainer who abandoned it. The story goes that several months ago, the little fire monkey was the initial Pokémon of a trainer who had just turned 15. However, shortly after acquiring it, the trainer discovered that the fire energy within the little fire monkey was gradually dissipating. For an entire week, it was unable to unleash even the most basic fire-type moves. Naturally, the trainer could not accept such a predicament. To be a fire-type Pokémon yet unable to use fire-type moves was a disgrace. Hence, he returned the little fire monkey. Following an investigation by the League, it was confirmed that the issue was not the trainer's fault, and they provided him with a new starter Pokémon. As for the little fire monkey, it was left abandoned at the Yamanashi Research Institute. Though there were trainers who coveted the little monkey, wishing to capture it, upon learning of its circumstances, they all abandoned the idea. The little monkey, witnessing wave after wave of Pokémon in the Research Institute finding their trainers, remained solitary in this place. This solitude led to its current reclusive nature, as it frequently ventured out to seek battles, often returning from the wilderness with wounds. Fortunately, the care of some personnel at the Institute ensured it did not suffer any lasting injuries. This is why, within just a few months, the little monkey managed to ascend from novice strength to an ordinary level. However, its relentless battles also rendered it somewhat of an outcast among the Pokémon on the back mountain. Now it made sense. Tsuyu suddenly realized why the little monkey refrained from using fire-type skills during its battle with the grass turtle, with the flames of its fire punch flickering inconsistently. He had thought the little monkey possessed the heart of a champion. Researcher Junjia, please carry on with your work. I shall take my leave, Tsuyu stated. And after acquiring information about the little monkey, he did not linger, bidding farewell to researcher Junjia. As Tsuyu departed, Junjia hesitated, wanting to say something, but ultimately shook his head and returned to his research. With the newfound information about the little monkey, Tsuyu began to waver on whether to capture it. Yet, reflecting on the monkey's ability to master several combat techniques during its early days, despite its fire-type affinity seeming wasted, he recognized its promising fighting talent. If he utilized the solid ointment he possessed to enhance its physical strength, specializing in fighting would be a commendable path. Contemplating this, Tsuyu felt a unique connection with the little monkey. Time flew by, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Tsuyu had spent nearly a month at the Yamanashi Research Institute. On the grassy plains of the back mountain, after having just finished lunch, Tsuyu, along with the grass turtle and its companions, was resting. In the shade, the little monkey was diligently practicing its punches without pause. Grass turtle, look how hard the little monkey is training, Tsuyu remarked, casting a glance at the lazily lounging grass turtle. Truly, Pokémon outshine Pokémon. It's infuriating. The grass turtle, feeling slighted, thought back to how delighted it had been upon discovering the little monkey's promising potential. Now how much time has passed, and already, you disdain it. It mused that trainers were merely deceivers of Pokémon, clearly enamored with each new encounter. Observing the tirelessly training little monkey, along with their time spent together, Tsuyu knew the moment had come to have a conversation with it. With this thought, he slowly approached the shade where the little monkey was training. Little monkey, he called, prompting the creature to pause its punches, raising its head in curiosity to regard Suyu. It is uncertain what the human trainer attending to him has been up to during this period. What do you think about me becoming your trainer? Suyu gazed intently at the diminutive Chimchar. Upon hearing his words, Chimchar gradually fell silent. Turning its head towards the Turtwig, it observed Pachirisu and Piku frolicking nearby. A glimmer of envy evident in its eyes. It understood Suyu's intentions, yet reflecting on its own physical condition, it ultimately shook its head, declining Suyu's proposition. Please, do not hastily dismiss my offer. Suyu, anticipating Chimchar's refusal, remained undeterred. He continued, in truth, you possess considerable talent. Me? Chimchar hesitated, pointing to itself in disbelief, as if questioning the validity of Suyu's assertion. Indeed, reflect on this. Although you cannot employ fire-type moves, your mastery of numerous punching techniques attests to your prowess in that domain. Observing the flicker of interest in Chimchar's eyes, Suyu delicately proposed another suggestion. How about I devise a training regimen for you? You can respond to me in a week. What do you say? Chapter 64. Do you wish to become the great sage equal to heaven? Seeking continued reading, a week swiftly elapsed. Within the valley where Chimchar frequently trained, a resounding crash echoed as stones shattered beneath the force of Chimchar's enhanced punches, fragments scattering in all directions. Indeed, the solid paste had a significant impact on Chimchar's progress. Just a few days into the training, its strength had markedly increased, and its physical abilities were continually improving, resulting in substantial advancement. How about it, Chimchar? I wasn't mistaken. Was I? You are no failure. You possess remarkable talent. Chimchar opened its fist, gazing at its own hand in disbelief. Was this the extent of its power? In merely 1 week, it had grown so much stronger. Previously, it had struggled against stones, but now it could demolish them with a single punch. Could it be true what Suyu had said? It was not a waste of potential, but rather a fighting genius? Noticing that Chimchar was beginning to believe in itself, Suyu unleashed his most potent technique, verbal persuasion. Chimchar, do you know of the great sage equal to heaven? The great sage equal to heaven? What is that? Chimchar looked at Suyu, utterly bewildered. I shall tell you a tale of a Pokémon who emerged from a stone, initially weak. Yet through arduous trials, Suyu proceeded to recount the legendary exploits of the Monkey King, who had caused havoc in the Heavenly Palace, stirred the Dragon Palace, and obliterated the death records in the underworld. Naturally, he adapted the narrative, transforming it into a tale of an ordinary Chimchar soaring to the ozone layer, battling the legendary Rayquaza, and conquering Giratina in the distortion world. The formidable power of the fire monkey and its legendary life left the little fire monkey in a state of bewilderment, its eyes filled with admiration. Outside, as Suyu began to narrate tales, the grass seed tortoise, accompanied by its entourage, arrived at the valley. Listening to Suyu's lengthy discourse, the grass seed tortoise displayed a look of disdain. It was merely the naivety of the little fire monkey that allowed it to be so easily swayed by Suyu. Having undergone a series of online influences, the seasoned internet surfing tortoise had never heard of such an extraordinary monkey. Go ahead and fabricate all you want, it thought. A monkey that can fly and dive into the sea? What a daydream. If it doesn't get smashed to bits or drowned, that would already be a victory. Furthermore, Suyu had once told it that when it became powerful enough, he would take it to capture a Doryman, granting it a portal to indulge in culinary delights from any region it desired. Is there truly such an impressive monkey? If this monkey can ascend to the heavens and traverse the earth, it is indeed remarkable. Beside the grass seed tortoise, the others, including Bojaman, also expressed their astonishment. If what Suyu claimed were true, it would swallow its phone on the spot. Observing the eager little companions swayed by Suyu, the grass seed tortoise pondered silently. It remained steadfast, having made such a bold proclamation, until one day, when Suyu gradually made all these events come to fruition. The grass seed tortoise would regret its earlier hubris, shedding tears of despair. Youthful ignorance had led to this folly. One must not make hasty declarations. Is it true? Can I really become so powerful? The little fire monkey gazed at Suyu with yearning. Of course, Suyu replied, albeit with a hint of hesitation. The little fire monkey looked anxiously at Suyu. After assessing the impatient little creature, Suyu spoke earnestly. The great sage equal to heaven is indeed a legend. If you aspire to become as mighty as it, you must endure countless trials and rigorous training. Are you ready? I am prepared. The little fire monkey declared resolutely. Very well, your initial goal is to defeat the grass seed tortoise, striving to achieve this milestone as the first step towards becoming the great sage, the little sage. At this juncture, Suyu revealed his intentions. To be candid, although the little fire monkey was unaware of why it could not harness its fire energy. Its remarkable talent in martial arts, coupled with Suyu's solid ointment for training combat-oriented Pokémon, made it a fitting choice for development. Moreover, Suyu held a fondness for the fire monkey, which was an additional factor, even though not even Dr. Yamanashi could discern the underlying issue preventing the little fire monkey from utilizing its fire-based moves. Suyu believed that its fire talent had merely temporarily waned and would eventually resurface. This was the instinct of a seasoned trainer. Additionally, it was essential to find a companion for the grass seed tortoise. The diligent little flame monkey provides just the motivation that the grass turtle needs. It is believed that under the relentless pursuit of the flame monkey, the grass turtle will abandon its previous lethargy and strive to improve. Competition breeds ambition. Unbeknownst to the flame monkey, it also serves as a catalyst, igniting the grass turtle's desire to excel. At this moment, having heard Suyu's words, it turned its gaze, filled with determination, toward the grass turtle at the entrance of the valley, as if its eyes were ablaze, ready to engulf the turtle in flames. Only then did the grass turtle come to realize Suyu's intentions. Goodness, this was premeditated, waiting for it all along. This dog trainer really has no regard for decency. Once saying it would make the flame monkey suffer. Now, it seems the roles have reversed, with the grass turtle becoming the formidable opponent to be vanquished by the flame monkey. However, it remained unperturbed. Just this little monkey? To keep up with its pace? Dream on. The grass turtle boasted that it could easily crush the flame monkey with a single hand. Very well, from now on, we shall be comrades. Suyu clenched his fist and extended it towards the flame monkey. The flame monkey paused for a moment, then grinned and reciprocated, forming a fist to meet Suyu's. Grass turtle, why aren't you coming over to meet your companion? Suyu called out loudly to the grass turtle lingering at the valley's entrance. After some hesitation, the grass turtle approached the flame monkey at Suyu's urging. It extended its vine-like appendage and poked the flame monkey, exclaiming, "Hey, little monkey, if you wish to defeat me, perhaps in 500 years." Though its tone was somewhat haughty, it did not resist the idea of the flame monkey becoming Suyu's companion. It thought, with this little monkey around, wouldn't I be able to bully it anytime, anywhere? It had not forgotten the scene in the battle video where the flame monkey triumphed over the turf turtle. The flame monkey lowered its head, glancing at itself, then at the grass turtle and Suyu, pondering a thought. Have I also gained a companion? Although it was unclear why the grass turtle seemed to harbor inexplicable hostility towards it, it felt a surge of happiness. For from this day forth, it too had a companion, no longer destined to dwell alone in the valley. Chapter 65. Speculations on Evolution at the Yamanashi Research Institute, on the rear mountain. The sharp teeth of the grass turtle were enveloped in a swirling black energy, biting fiercely into the left hand of the flame monkey. This was the notorious biting technique. Meanwhile, the flame monkey's right hand was infused with a rich brown fighting energy, delivering a powerful punch against the grass turtle's shell, resulting in a resounding thud. A tremendous roar echoed across the mountainside of the research institute. After enduring the flame monkey's onslaught, the grass turtle merely panted lightly, feeling the toll of the exertion. While the flame monkey, struck by the grass turtle's biting attack, succumbed to incapacitation, its eyes swirling as it collapsed to the ground. Piku! Hooray! The beloved Trico has triumphed once again. What a splendid performance. The surrounding spectators, a collection of eager Pokémon, erupted in joyful roars upon witnessing Trico's victory. Although the newly captured Chimchar has gradually shed its solitary demeanor and begun to engage with some of the juvenile Pokémon at the Research Institute, it still pales in comparison to the bond it shares with Trico. After all, they have endured countless trials together, facing punishment in the dark room and bullying wild Pokémon, forging a profound camaraderie. Trico boasts a record of 100 victories, while Chimchar has faced defeat 100 times. Shortly thereafter, after consuming a Pecha berry, Chimchar awoke, its eyes not clouded with disappointment, but rather ablaze with determination. It has been over half a month since Suyu captured Chimchar, and under the guidance of a carefully crafted training regimen and the effects of the solid ointment, Chimchar's strength has been steadily rising. Initially, it was easily defeated by Trico, but now it has progressed to the point where it can elicit a serious response from Trico and even pose a few challenges. Of course, this is only possible because Suyu has restricted Trico from employing long-range techniques, allowing it only to engage in close combat with Chimchar. Otherwise, Trico could effortlessly wear Chimchar down with long-distance strategies. Despite the relentless beatings from Trico, Chimchar's strength has blossomed, its face alight with excitement. If it weren't for Suyu setting small goals for Chimchar, one might mistakenly believe it harbored some undesirable inclinations. However, for Trico, this little fire monkey has become somewhat bothersome. Although Chimchar's strength still lags behind, its steadily improving prowess and relentless training regimen have instilled a sense of urgency in Trico. It can no longer afford to be complacent, fearing that a moment of inattention might allow Chimchar to surpass it. Suyu is quite pleased with Trico's transformation, and one can only commend Chimchar for its remarkable efforts. Come on, my tool monkey. Keep pushing forward. Defeating Trico will make you the successor to the great sage equal to heaven, the little sage equal to heaven. Inside the infirmary, Trico and Chimchar are recuperating from their injuries. Suyu has taken a seat on the steps outside, retrieving a book borrowed from the Research Institute's library. Titled On How to Stimulate Pokémon Potential During Evolution to Significantly Enhance Strength, it is one of the many works authored by Dr. Yamano, who specializes in Pokémon evolution research. Suyu feels fortunate to be at the Yamano Research Institute, yearning for knowledge that is typically hard to come by. As he utilizes the time while the two Pokémon recover, he diligently enriches his understanding. After about 5 or 6 minutes, the two Pokémon emerged from the infirmary, fully restored. At that moment, researcher Junjie approached Suyu. Suyu, so this is where you are? Researcher Junjie gasped for breath and glanced at the impatient Chow Miao Gui and the little Huiyin monkey beside him. I never anticipated that the little Huiyin monkey would enhance its strength so swiftly after being tamed by you. Indeed, it is all due to its innate talent. Suyu chuckled. Researcher Junjie, it seems you have urgent matters to discuss with me? Upon hearing this, Junjie remembered the purpose of his visit. Oh, I have found a suitable individual for the potion formula you requested. Really? Suyu's face lit up with delight. The formula inscribed on that parchment was designed to augment attack power, and he had successfully translated it in its entirety. This potion is considered among the pinnacle of advanced concoctions, with a high level of complexity in its creation. Suyu, unfamiliar with any potion masters, had been somewhat troubled by this formula. Fortunately, during his time at the Research Institute, he had not only immersed himself in acquiring knowledge and training his Pokémon, but had also leveraged his understanding of Pokémon to cultivate a good rapport with researcher Junjie. While discussing various aspects of Pokémon, he had sought Junjie's assistance. Junjie nodded. There is a master alchemist who has expressed interest in the potion formula you possess, albeit with certain stipulations. What stipulations? The request is quite simple, Junjie smiled. He is willing to provide potions for your Pokémon at no cost, but the ownership of the formula will belong to him. Is that the only stipulation? Suyu was taken aback. He had expected something more demanding. This was, in fact, a tremendous bargain for him. Although the formula was originally Suyu's, the materials required for its creation were exceedingly rare and necessitated expertise beyond that of a basic alchemist. Unless Suyu intended to craft it himself, it would be impossible to keep the formula confidential when entrusting its creation to others. Presently, with just a formula in hand, and without the need to supply the materials, acquiring sufficient potions for each of his Pokémon was indeed a lucrative deal. Naturally, he would not refuse. I accept this stipulation. Suyu readily agreed. However, I hope to procure enough attack potions for Chow Miao Gui and the little Huiyin monkey promptly. Understood. I will convey your request directly to the alchemist, Junjie replied. By the way, I am also intrigued by your mention of a Cho-Cho fish that might evolve into a Manasi without relying on the beautiful scales. Where did you encounter it? Please, enlighten me. Cho-Cho fish. Upon hearing this, Suyu was momentarily stunned. The Cho-Cho fish communicates and exchanges using beautiful scales to evolve into Manasi, a well-known evolutionary method in the Pokémon realm. However, beautiful scales are exceedingly precious, said to be formed from a scale of a deceased Manasi. Therefore, trainers who possess a Manasi are exceptionally rare. In the realm of Pokémon, there have been sightings of wild Milotic, leading some to speculate that Milotic possesses alternate evolutionary pathways, though this notion has never been substantiated. Suyu, however, is aware of its truth. Apart from evolving through the exquisite scales, a Pfft can also evolve into a Milotic if its beauty reaches a threshold of 170 or above. Chapter 66. Dr. Yamanashi, please continue reading. Initially, to capture the attention of researcher Junjie, Suyu feigned a keen interest in Pokémon studies and deliberately proposed the theory that Pfft could evolve without relying on its beautiful scales. He even claimed to have encountered a Pfft that had not evolved through its scales. At that time, Junjie merely smiled and dismissed it. After all, such rumors had circulated widely on the Alliance website. Now, upon being questioned again, did Suyu perhaps uncover something new? With these thoughts in mind, Suyu responded, Of course, I spotted it while passing by Xianchi Lake on my way to the Yamanashi Research Institute. The Pfft resembled others of its kind, yet at first glance, it exuded an aura akin to that of a Milotic. It radiated a sense of confidence and nobility, devoid of the usual self-doubt associated with Pfft. Suyu subtly hinted at the conditions under which Pfft might evolve into Milotic. Extortion Lake? Researcher Junjia murmured, pondering, could it be the power of emotions? As a member of the Yamanashi Institute, he was familiar with the legends surrounding Extortion Lake, located not far from Shinsato Town. Unlike many who dismiss such myths, he held a belief in the existence of Amalga. Given that Extortion Lake is regarded as the birthplace of Amalga, the deity of emotions, he would not doubt the possibility of a unique ability allowing Pfft to evolve without its beautiful scales. After all, the capabilities of legendary Pokémon remain shrouded in mystery. Meanwhile, the Turtwig, observing Junjia being captivated by Suyu's words, was momentarily taken aback. The divine Suyu witnessed Phoebus's evolution at Extortion Lake, always by his side. Yet he had missed it. Turtwig felt an overwhelming urge to spray milk in Junjia's face to awaken him. At the same time, it gained a deeper understanding of its trainer's audacity. Truly, Suyu's fabrications flowed effortlessly from his lips, as if he had forgotten his humanity. It seemed Turtwig still had much to learn and needed further exposure through diligent practice. Seizing the opportunity while its trainer was distracted, Turtwig quietly slipped away, determined to focus on its training. Hearing Junjia's faint murmur, Suyu couldn't help but feel a wave of frustration. Hey, please get your facts straight. The focus has strayed. Watching Junjia lost in thought, nodding along, thoroughly engrossed, Suyu contemplated interrupting him but ultimately decided against it. The reason Suyu chose to disclose an alternative method for the evolution of the Pfft into Milotic was grounded in his own considerations. Although he was aware that Eevee possessed more than 3 evolutionary forms, including fairy-type Pokémon and other relevant information, he was unable to reveal this knowledge, opting instead to keep this achievement to himself. The inhabitants of the Pokémon world are not naive, after all. How could numerous researchers and scholars have spent so long studying the evolution of Pfft and the various forms of Eevee without reaching a definitive conclusion? How could a fledgling trainer, merely a few months into his journey and hailing from a humble background, arrive at such insights? Where were his research methodologies? What evidence did he possess? Such elements are indispensable. One must publish their findings in the academic forums of the Alliance. Mere verbal assertions are insufficient. Suyu found himself unable to provide proof that his conclusions stemmed from a series of studies. Revealing an alternative evolutionary form of Pfft would merely serve to benefit others. It would be wiser to offer Junjia a hint, allowing him to conduct the research. Over the course of their interactions, Suyu had come to understand Junjia as a dedicated researcher, consumed by his studies. Should Junjia achieve success, he would undoubtedly remember Suyu's contribution. Thank you, Suyu, Junjia exclaimed, his delight evident on his face. Now my research has a new direction. Suyu inwardly scoffed at the sentiment. Not at all, he replied with a smile. I'm just glad to be of assistance. Suyu, why not abandon your training career and become a researcher instead? Junjia suggested. Initially, he had not paid much attention to Suyu, a novice trainer and breeder. But their time together had revealed Suyu's extensive understanding of various Pokémon traits and information. While research is fascinating, I believe being a trainer suits me just fine. Suyu declined, shaking his head. Moreover, my knowledge of Pokémon is merely a pursuit of passion. I have no desire to become a researcher. The monotony of daily research is unappealing. He observed Junjia, who had seemed breathless after only a short walk, and added, I certainly do not wish to end up like you, exhausting yourself at such a young age. After some reflection on the transformation of his newly caught Chimchar, Junjia remained silent. By the way, Junjia, Suyu inquired curiously, I have been at the research facility for quite some time, yet I have yet to encounter Dr. Yamabira. How can one visit the Alliance's research center without meeting a prominent researcher? Suyu had long wished to inquire about Dr. Yamabira's whereabouts, but had not found the opportunity until now. Noticing Junjia's good spirits, he seized the moment to ask. Perhaps due to Suyu's favorable impression, Junjia hesitated for a moment before revealing Dr. Yamabira's recent activities. The doctor has embarked on research regarding Eevee's evolution. Eevee's evolution? Suyu's heart stirred, and he feigned curiosity, inquiring, could it be an evolution form other than the fire, water, or electric types? Oh, you also believe that Eevee possesses additional evolutionary forms? Indeed. Eevee's genetics are remarkably unstable. I suspect that if it can evolve using a fire stone, water stone, or thunder stone, it may also evolve with a leaf stone or ice stone. Certainly, the evolution of Pokémon is a subject worthy of relentless study. Junjia remarked with a hint of admiration. I hope we can discover more of Eevee's evolutionary forms soon. Without a doubt, Pokémon are so extraordinary that there might even be those that evolve through the bond between trainers and their Pokémon, Suyu prophesied once more. Well said. A steady voice resonated from behind, accompanied by the sound of approaching footsteps. Suyu turned to see a solemn-faced elderly man in a white lab coat. The owner of this research facility, Dr. Yamanashi. Beside him stood a tall, elegant woman with cascading golden hair, a figure reminiscent of an ice princess, Cynthia, the future champion of the Sinnoh region, whom Suyu knew well. Welcome back, Doctor, Junjie exclaimed with delight. Dr. Yamanashi nodded, regarding Suyu. The idea of evolution through the bond between Pokémon and trainers is indeed intriguing. Well then, I shall take my leave, Cynthia announced. Dr. Yamanashi urged her to stay. Won't you remain a little longer? No, Cynthia replied, shaking her head. I must return to prepare for the upcoming Elite Four Challenge. The Elite Four Challenge is a competition that only the champions of each Lily of the Valley Conference can undertake against the Elite Four. Successfully defeating one of the Elite Four grants the opportunity to become a member of the prestigious group. Cynthia has participated in 3 Elite Four challenges, emerging victorious each time. Yet she has chosen not to become one of the Elite Four. It appears she aims to ascend directly to the title of champion. Suyu glanced at Cynthia, pondering silently. That is fine, Dr. Yamanashi smiled. However, with your strength, this battle will pose little challenge for you. It seems that the youngest champion in the league will soon be born. Once Cynthia departed, Junjie eagerly inquired, Doctor, about Eevee's evolution, his face brimming with anticipation. Indeed, Eevee possesses more than just 3 evolutionary forms, Dr. Yamanashi confirmed with a nod. Behold, the Leafin. With a flash of white light, a Pokémon resembling Eevee, adorned with green leaves, appeared in the clearing. I see, Suyu remarked, momentarily taken aback by the emergence of Leafin, his expression shifting to one of contemplation. It is no wonder that the 100 Generations forest has recently been sealed off by the Alliance, prohibiting any entry. Initially, Suyu presumed that the significant losses were caused by poachers, leading the Alliance to take measures for the sake of the numerous sprites residing within the forest. However, it has now become evident that the true reason lies in Dr. Yamanashi's ambition to experiment with the evolution of Eevee using the moss stone within the depths of the 100 Generations forest. Leafeon, is it? Indeed, the name is quite fitting. Junjie dashed forward, eagerly examining Leafeon. Fortunately, Leafeon's gentle disposition and prior acquaintance with the Eevee from the Research Institute meant it did not retaliate against him. Days later, news of Eevee's 4th evolutionary form spread like wildfire, causing an uproar. Beyond the water, fire, and electric types, another evolutionary form, Leafeon, had emerged. Oh my! Who could have anticipated that Eevee could evolve into the grass-type Leafeon? It is truly stunning. Upon receiving this news, many grass-type trainers were elated, for they now had another grass-type sprite to select. Dr. Yamanashi from the Sinnoh region has successfully researched yet another evolution of Eevee, Leafeon, and has uploaded his findings to the Alliance's official website for trainers to download and peruse. The people of the Sinnoh region, upon learning from the news that Dr. Yamanashi had discovered yet another evolutionary form of Eevee, were enlightened. It was no surprise that the 4th evolution of Eevee was uncovered by a local scholar, which made perfect sense. As an authority in Pokémon evolution within the Sinnoh region, Dr. Yamanashi's reputation is held in as high regard as that of the Elite Four, and his stature is quite formidable in the eyes of the public. Half a day later, within the Yamanashi Research Institute, Suyu pushed open the door and entered a laboratory brimming with various instruments. Dr. Yamanashi, you summoned me? He inquired, despite maintaining an outward composure. His heart raced with trepidation. After all, he stood before a highly esteemed Pokémon professor, and he had captured the Chimchar without prior consent. Even though the Chimchar had willingly agreed, nominally, it still belonged to the Yamanashi Research Institute. You have arrived, Dr. Yamanashi nodded. Have you brought Chimchar with you? Yes, Suyu replied, promptly retrieving the Pokéball and releasing Chimchar. The moment Chimchar emerged, it leaped onto Dr. Yamanashi's shoulder, indicating a strong bond with him. After a thorough examination, Dr. Yamanashi set Chimchar down to frolic before turning his gaze towards Suyu. You are aware of Chimchar's physical condition, are you not? I am, Suyu affirmed. Then why did you choose to capture Chimchar? It is crucial to note that Chimchar cannot utilize fire-type energy, rendering it a liability for many. Dr. Yamari fixed his gaze intently upon Suyu. The piercing scrutiny, combined with his inherently stern countenance, made Suyu's heart race with trepidation. There are no worthless Pokémon. Only inept trainers, Suyu replied resolutely. Upon hearing this, Dr. Yamari's eyes sharpened further, akin to a knife poised to pierce his chest, testing the sincerity of Suyu's words. Unyielding, Suyu met his gaze with unwavering determination. Thus, they exchanged glances, each staring intently at the other, their eyes colliding with such intensity that sparks seemed ready to ignite. It was not until Suyu's eyes threatened to water that Dr. Yamari finally averted his gaze. Revealing a look of satisfaction, he uttered words of agreement. Indeed, you speak the truth. There are no inherently worthless Pokémon, only inept trainers. Moments before, Dr. Yamari had carefully observed the little fire monkey, and under Suyu's guidance, its strength had significantly improved, nearing excellence. Contemplating, Dr. Yamari stated earnestly, I have also examined the condition of the fire monkey. During this period, your training has yielded commendable results. It appears you are indeed the most suitable trainer for it. Now then, I shall not conceal the true situation regarding the fire monkey from you. The phrase left Suyu feeling somewhat bewildered. Was there more to this tale? Indeed, Dr. Yamari began. I believe you have learned from Junjia that the reason the fire monkey cannot utilize fire-type moves is due to the continuous dissipation of fire energy within its body. However, rather than saying its energy is dissipating, it would be more accurate to say it is being absorbed by something within it. Something within its body? Suyu inquired. Perplexed. After capturing the fire monkey, he had meticulously examined its physique, hoping to uncover the cause behind the dissipation of its fire energy. Yet, even researcher Junjia could not ascertain the issue, let alone himself. He had resigned to the idea of utilizing solid ointment to enhance the fire monkey's physique, treating it as a fighting Pokémon without concern. To his surprise, Dr. Yamari had already identified the source of the fire monkey's troubles. Indeed, Dr. Yamari continued, within its body lies a pearl that incessantly absorbs its fire energy, which is the reason it cannot employ fire-type moves. Dr. Yamari approached a nearby table, activating a computer that displayed a video clip. The fire monkey was highlighted with various lines, and through the aid of instruments, a bright red point of light could be seen on its body. This was the culprit behind the fire monkey's inability to use fire-type moves, the very reason it had been abandoned. A pearl? Suyu was taken aback, gazing intently at the screen. Then, with urgency, he inquired, is there a solution to this? Of course. Dr. Yamari spoke. Upon my examination, this orb appears to be somewhat damaged. During its self-recovery process, it continuously absorbs external fire energy, which has resulted in the absorption of the fire energy within the little fire monkey. Furthermore, it has already fused with the little fire monkey's body, making it inseparable. To address the issue of the little fire monkey's inability to utilize fire techniques, one must begin with this orb. Listening to Dr. Yamari's words, Suyu fell into contemplation and after some time responded, so, you mean to say that only by fully restoring this orb can the little fire monkey harness its own fire energy? The notion that an orb could completely absorb the energy within the little fire monkey was somewhat incredulous to Suyu. Did it imply that the little fire monkey was the true protagonist? Did it possess the potential of an emperor? How then could one restore this orb within the little fire monkey? Suyu inquired. In response to Suyu's questions, Dr. Yamari did not withhold information and solemnly stated, to restore this orb, we must rely on the evolution of the little fire monkey. Evolution? What does that entail? Suyu asked. The evolution of a Pokémon is the process of genetic recombination and transformation of strength. During this process, it absorbs a vast amount of energy, which is why their power significantly increases after evolution. Only at the moment of the little fire monkey's evolution, using its body as a medium, can the orb within absorb substantial external energy, gradually restoring itself. Could we not directly allow the little fire monkey to absorb a large amount of fire energy? Suyu queried. Certainly not. Dr. Yamari replied with a shake of his head. Fire energy is excessively volatile. If a large amount were to enter its body in a short span, it would cause tremendous harm. If it were to rely solely on its own absorption of fire energy to replenish the orb, we wouldn't know how long that would take. After contemplating this, Suyu nodded in understanding and then posed another crucial question. Will this have any impact on the little fire monkey? Although Dr. Yamari had suggested a solution to the little fire monkey's predicament, Suyu remained somewhat apprehensive. There will indeed be effects, Dr. Yamari acknowledged. Consequently, the little fire monkey will be unable to significantly enhance its strength during the evolution process, which is a minor drawback. Moreover, it requires a robust physique to endure this. As he spoke, Dr. Yamari cast a meaningful glance at Suyu. From his earlier examination, he had noted that the little fire monkey's physique had vastly improved compared to before it was captured, far exceeding that of other fighting Pokémon of similar strength. Clearly, Suyu harbored his own secrets. Originally, he had prepared a formula to enhance the little fire monkey's physique, but it seemed that would no longer be necessary. Oh, that is a relief, Suyu remarked, initially fearing there might be adverse effects. If it merely means that it cannot greatly enhance its strength during evolution, then that is manageable. Strength can be developed over time. Certainly, through this method, once the little fire monkey successfully evolves into the blazing monkey, it will gain complete control over this precious orb. At that time, the blazing monkey will be able to manipulate the fire energy within itself and unleash fiery techniques. Moreover, this orb will bestow numerous advantages upon the blazing monkey, ensuring its ascension to at least the level of a champion Pokémon, as noted by Dr. Yamari. As Tsuyu listened to Dr. Yamari discuss the little fire monkey's situation, his mind became somewhat muddled. In essence, the little fire monkey's body bore no flaws. Rather, it had encountered an opportunity, and its lack of strength was the cause of its current predicament. This orb was incredibly powerful. By following Dr. Yamari's guidance, the issue of the little fire monkey's inability to utilize fire techniques could be resolved. Additionally, mastering this orb would yield tremendous benefits. Tsuyu turned to Dr. Yamari. If you agree, I can devise the optimal evolution plan for you. Dr. Yamari contemplated this. He was an authority on Pokémon evolution and had considered this method for quite some time, with a high probability of success. Although he was equally intrigued by the orb within the little fire monkey and wished to resolve its issues promptly, Tsuyu was currently the trainer of the little fire monkey and required his consent and collaboration. All right, Tsuyu nodded, eager for the little fire monkey to overcome this challenge swiftly. During their conversation, a Pokéball attached to Tsuyu stirred slightly. It was the grass tortoise, which had been confined in a small dark room for causing trouble. The grass tortoise listened intently to the discussion between Tsuyu and Dr. Yamari, astonished to learn of the little monkey's potential. Did this imply that the little fire monkey had a hidden advantage? Once it evolved into the blazing monkey, its power would surpass that of the grass tortoise, jeopardizing its status. With this thought, the grass tortoise sprang from the Pokéball and dashed out of the room. It was determined to train diligently and not allow the monkey to catch up. Well, I must take advantage of this head start before it matures and have ample time to outpace it. Just past noon, the sun continued to shine brightly, casting warmth upon the earth. Beneath the shade of a tree, the little fire monkey trained diligently, while the grass tortoise, distracted, gazed blankly towards the entrance of the research facility. Grass tortoise, are you truly not going to send them off? Today marked the day when grass tortoise's companions, Pokémon and Teddiursa, became the initial Pokémon of two trainers who had just turned 15. It was also the day of their parting, which made the grass tortoise somewhat restless. Man, why should I? It's not like they won't be seen again, it replied, shaking its head dismissively. Ignoring the grass tortoise's contradictory sentiments, Tsuyu focused his attention on crafting energy cubes. Outside the research facility, Pokémon and Teddiursa, under the urging of their trainers, slowly advanced. Occasionally glancing back, they wished to bid farewell to the grass tortoise one last time. After lingering for quite some time without catching a glimpse of the Turtwig, disappointment weighed heavily upon him as he trudged forward. However, before long, a faint sound emerged from behind. Mei. Simultaneously, a multitude of leaves, illuminated by the sun, fluttered in their direction. The two little creatures, Boja and Ji, recognized the arrival of Turtwig and bid it farewell in their own whimsical manner. A golden current, reminiscent of a symphony of birds, soared skyward, while colorful bubbles shimmered in the sunlight. Chapter 69. Journey to Kanto. On the path leading from Zhensha Town to the Route 220 port, a weary young boy walked alone. As he approached the port, the scent of the sea grew ever stronger. This boy was none other than Tsuyu, who had departed from the Yamanashi Research Institute with the intention of traveling to the Kanto region to attend the Quartz Conference in a year's time. Compared to the Lily of the Valley Conference in the Sinnoh region, the intensity of the Quartz Conference was markedly lower. However, this was not the reason behind Tsuyu's decision. During a video conference between Dr. Yamanashi and Dr. Oki discussing academic matters, Tsuyu had the opportunity to witness a fleeting glimpse of Ash and Gary on screen. Upon learning that they were about to turn 15 and embark on their own journeys, he felt a stirring within him. After spending several months at the Yamanashi Institute, it was indeed time for him, as a trainer, to set forth on his own adventure. He merely yearned to witness the grandeur of the Pokémon world, not to ride on Ash's coattails. Long before reaching the port, Tsuyu caught sight of the magnificent cruise ship, the White Whale. Its massive silver-white hull, adorned with various precious embellishments and layered decks, was nothing short of dazzling. What a display of wealth! Tsuyu chuckled to himself. Approaching the ship, he retrieved the ticket gifted to him by Dr. Yamanashi and presented it to the guard for inspection. After a series of security checks, he successfully boarded the luxurious cruise ship bound for the port of Kuroha City in the Kanto region. The amenities within the cruise ship were exceptionally comprehensive, boasting a plethora of entertainment facilities, including an arcade, cinema, hot spring bath, game room, and swimming pool. Notably, The main deck hall upon entering the ship resembled a grand banquet hall, bustling with elegantly dressed individuals from various walks of life, engaging in lively conversations over an array of complimentary food. Those who boarded such a lavish vessel were undoubtedly of considerable means or held significant status, prompting Suyu to acknowledge that many likely came for the sake of socializing. Within mere hours of boarding, small groups and circles began to form in the hall, with trainers discussing Pokémon training and gym battles, while others exchanged tales of wealthy second-generation heirs and their exploits. Meanwhile, Suyu found himself somewhat aimless, as his first order of business upon entering the hall was to quietly seek out food, accompanied by his two Pokémon, Turtwig and the Chimchar, who were engaged in a fierce competition to see who could eat more. It is quite puzzling how, after spending an extended period with the grass tortoise, the little Chimchar's thought process has undergone a transformation. Given my current inferiority to you, grass tortoise, I must strive to surpass you in other arenas. This food competition is not a novel occurrence. Suyu has become rather accustomed to it. Fortunately, he previously remained at the Research Institute, where he was exempt from meal expenses and could utilize various fruits within the institute to enhance his abilities in crafting energy cubes. He accepted numerous alliance missions to earn contribution points, the majority of which he devoted to strengthening his Pokémon, while a portion was reserved for acquiring rare resources. Naturally, there are many who, like Suyu, find the cost of tickets exorbitant and seek to recoup their expenses through this venture. This situation persisted for quite some time until night fell, and the cruise ship illuminated with vibrant neon lights. Under the glow, a formally attired middle-aged man ascended to the central stage and politely bowed to the audience. Thank you for choosing our White Whale cruise. This journey will span 3 days, and while the travel may be somewhat monotonous, we have organized a variety of entertainment activities over these 3 days to enhance your enjoyment. We hope you will participate enthusiastically. Of course, the top 3 participants in each activity will receive small prizes from us. The list of activities will soon be displayed on the large screen, allowing you to select those that pique your interest. I shall now take my leave, wishing you all a delightful time. Applause erupted in the hall, and the passengers aboard the cruise displayed expressions of eager anticipation. Suyu turned his gaze towards the central crystal screen. Before long, a series of texts appeared on the screen. Simultaneously, staff members distributed brochures detailing the various entertainment activities and their rules. Unsurprisingly, they were primarily leisure-oriented competitions devoid of Pokémon battles. The Pokémon Strength Cup stipulates that large Pokémon and fighting-type Pokémon are prohibited from participating, with the reward being a year's supply of universal energy cubes. How amusing that even fighting-type Pokémon are barred. This truly is a purely recreational contest. Imagining Pikachu, Clefairy, and Jigglypuff lifting weights several times their own size, so you couldn't help but smirk. Indeed, it could be an excellent opportunity for Chimchar to give it a try. With this thought, Suyu continued to peruse the list. Chimchar, having evolved, possesses fighting-type capabilities but does not violate the rules, as it wouldn't be fair to exclude all Pokémon with fighting-type moves from competing, would it? Scanning through the 10 or so game options, Suyu quickly selected several that his Pokémon could participate in, considering the generous rewards offered. In addition to weightlifting, there were 2 other events, one being a Pokémon obstacle course. On a lengthy runway, countless obstacles are set up for the spirited Pokémon to navigate in the shortest time possible to triumph at the finish line, with the reward being 6 luxurious Pokéballs. This will allow the Chimchar to participate. Another event is the Frisbee Battle, wherein Pokémon are confined to a designated area while machines continuously launch Frisbees. The Pokémon can utilize various skills to shatter the Frisbees, with both the speed and quantity of the throws progressively increasing. In the first round, within a span of 3 minutes, the 2 Pokémon that break the most Frisbees will advance to the next round. In the second round, the 2 advancing Pokémon will compete on the same field, and the one who breaks the most Frisbees will emerge victorious. This competition tests the Pokémon's keen eyesight, the speed of skill execution, and control. Each element is indispensable. It is almost tailor-made for the Turtwig, which has undergone similar training numerous times, making it a mere trifle for it. As for the rewards, one may choose from a water stone, a fire stone, or a thunder stone, each an evolution stone. This is quite considerate, taking the trainer's needs into account. Even though it is a lower-grade evolution stone, it holds a value exceeding 100,000. It is money given away freely. It's perfect for you, Turtwig. Suyu nodded in satisfaction. Ah, what a laborious fate indeed. Not even a moment's respite on the ship. Turtwig sighed, then glanced at the eager Chimchar beside him, who was rubbing its hands together in excitement, and shook his head. Such a foolish monkey. Chapter 70. It's not me who made it do this. Please continue reading. The following morning, Suyu arrived early at the venue for the frisbee competition. It was a 10 by 10 meter arena, flanked on both sides by large machines, each with elongated openings that appeared to be the source of the frisbees. Additionally, there was a psychic-type spoink, tasked with loading frisbees into the machines and serving as a bodyguard to prevent the frisbees from striking the observing crowd. The schedules for the various events were staggered, allowing the audience to watch each one in turn. Seeing the audience gradually fill the stands, Suyu began to prepare for his entry. His contestant number was 10, the last to participate in the frisbee challenge, allowing him ample time to observe the performances of his opponents while cleverly concealing his own strengths. Contestants, please enter from this side. A staff member gestured to Suyu, guiding him. Before long, all the contestants had gathered, and the competition was ready to commence. A bespectacled young man stepped forward to address the arena. Thank you all for attending and watching this frisbee competition. I am the referee for this event. I trust that everyone is clear on the rules. Within 3 minutes, participating Pokémon must use any ranged moves to shatter the frisbees. The team that breaks the most frisbees will successfully advance to the next round. The winner of the competition will receive a precious evolution stone provided by us. It is believed that all participants are eagerly anticipating the commencement of our flying disc competition, so let us begin. The first contestant to take the stage is a female trainer, accompanied by her Pokémon, a Shelder. At the referee's command, the machines spring into action, launching a flurry of flying discs at a swift pace. However, the Shelder is well-trained and adeptly utilizes bubble beam from its pincers, shattering the discs one by one. Hooray! Go, Shelder! A young boy in the audience, appearing to be around 10 years old, cheers excitedly. Before long, another machine activates, propelling more discs into the air. The Shelder, undeterred, employs bubble beam from its other pincer as well, targeting the incoming discs. As the 2 minutes pass, the machines seem to be invigorated, drastically increasing the force, speed, and quantity of the discs launched. The once easy task becomes frantic for the Shelder. Its pincers swing vigorously, and the speed of the bubble beam accelerates. Yet, some discs still evade its grasp, crashing to the ground and shattering into pieces. The Shelder's anxiety escalates, leading to frequent mistakes. Occasionally, the bubble beam lacks sufficient power, merely chipping away at the discs instead of shattering them. Stay calm, Shelder. The trainer notices the Pokémon's distress and shouts encouragingly. 122,340. The referee exclaims theatrically, continuously counting. But as the discs are launched at an ever-increasing velocity, his eyes begin to blur. Fortunately, he is not the only judge. A camera is capturing the event, and a psychic Pokémon, Spoink, is present to accurately tally the number of discs shattered by the competing Pokémon. As the Shelder becomes increasingly flustered, the audience's emotions mirror the rising and falling of the flying discs. Soon, the 3-minute mark arrives. Unfortunately, the Shelder is no longer in form. The referee wipes the sweat from his brow, offering an awkward smile. The trainer, with a forlorn expression, retrieves her Shelder, disheartened. One cannot entirely blame the Shelder for its performance. It is perhaps its first experience in such a competition, struggling to adapt to the machine's sudden acceleration and becoming overly anxious, ultimately losing its focus. As the competition progresses, each subsequent contestant takes the stage, showcasing varying degrees of skill. After observing several rounds, it becomes apparent that the flying disc competition fundamentally tests the control and finesse of the Pokémon skills, as well as their ability to react to the unexpectedly rapid flying discs. Before Suyu's turn, the other competitors have managed to shatter 190 discs within 3 minutes. Next contestant, Suyu, please step up to begin your match. Following the announcement of the previous contestant's score, it is now Suyu's turn. Turtwig, don't exert yourself too much. Remember to conceal your true strength. Do you understand? Suyu quietly pulled over a grass seedling turtle and whispered to it. The turtle glanced at Suyu, leaving one uncertain whether it had agreed. All right, the last contestant has taken the stage. Now, let us anticipate whether he can break the record set by contestant number 5. The referee's enthusiastic voice resonated throughout the venue, and the surrounding spectators displayed expressions of eager anticipation. As the match commenced and the grass seedling turtle ascended to the arena, the referee issued the command. The machinery whirred back to life, and with a resounding bang, a frisbee was propelled into the air. Yet, the grass seedling turtle appeared momentarily stunned, remaining motionless, seemingly unaware of the unfolding events. What is this turtle doing? Is it really unable to react? Some spectators scoffed. Is that all? I could do that too. The crowd buzzed with astonishment. Just as the frisbee was about to hit the ground, a leaf shot forth from the top of the turtle, effortlessly slicing the frisbee in half. Following this, The grass seedling turtle showcased its formidable prowess. 1, 2, 3, until 2 minutes had passed. Each frisbee was shattered just before it touched the ground by its swift leaf blades. "Wow, did you see that?" the referee exclaimed dramatically. This is the true strength of the grass seedling turtle. Every frisbee was destroyed before landing. Indeed, it appeared highly likely that the turtle would break the record. "Yes, this is genuine power. I'm just having fun," someone remarked. As the 2 minutes elapsed, the challenge intensified, and the grass seedling turtle ceased its playful antics. A multitude of green leaves erupted from its head, each leaf parting as the frisbees launched by the machine collided with their trajectories, one by one, being obliterated. Such remarkable prescience. The crowd gasped in unison. Then, after 15 seconds had passed, the grass seedling turtle nonchalantly turned away from the frisbee launching machine and elegantly exited the arena, leaving behind a cacophony of shattering frisbees. After 3 minutes, the time concluded, and upon tallying the results, it was revealed that the turtle had shattered 191 frisbees, securing first place in the initial round by a narrow margin. Instantly, the atmosphere among the onlookers transformed into one of exhilaration. It was nothing short of a landslide victory, and cheers erupted in its honor. Only the trainer who scored 190 points and his Mosquito King glared at Suyu, suspecting that he had orchestrated this humiliation. Meanwhile, Suyu found himself bewildered, bearing the brunt of their ire. Suyu, Chapter 71, Exchange Pokémon? Please continue reading. The grass seedling turtle had emerged victorious, successfully advancing to the second round of the finals with an overwhelming advantage. In contrast to the Mosquito King, which took the full 3 minutes to shatter 190 frisbees, the grass seedling turtle's performance was undoubtedly unparalleled. It surpassed the Mosquito King's score within just 15 seconds of the third minute, with still 45 seconds remaining. In the eyes of the audience, the grass seedling turtle had undoubtedly secured its championship title early on. Its leisurely demeanor left an indelible impression on many spectators. After a 10-minute intermission, the second round of the finals commenced. The Mosquito King and his trainer did not relent, persisting with unwavering effort despite the stark disparity in strength against their opponent. Pressure serves as a catalyst for motivation. Ultimately, the Mosquito King excelled beyond expectations, achieving a commendable score of 210 points. However, it fell short of the grass tortoise's impressive 300 points. It was not that our side was lacking. Rather, the adversary played the role of the underdog to perfection, leaving us to watch with tears as the grass tortoise claimed victory. "Here, take this firestone, little ember monkey. You must strive in the upcoming matches," Suyu encouraged, holding a carefully selected firestone towards little ember monkey. The creature brimmed with confidence. Grass tortoise mused. "Is it truly the case that I, the jester, have been outsmarted? The prize I earned through hard work is to be bestowed upon that raucous monkey? That would only aid it in surpassing me." Such entertaining competitions continued aboard the cruise ship, bringing joy to the passengers. During this time, Little Ember Monkey also secured a victory in the Pokémon Strength Cup, earning a year's supply of Universal Energy Cubes. However, these cubes proved to be of no use to him. Consequently, Suyu had to engage in lengthy negotiations with the staff to exchange the cubes for Alliance coins. In the Pokémon Obstacle Race, as Suyu had used the Firestone obtained by Grass Tortoise to support its rival, Grass Tortoise opted out of participation. He could only send Little Ember Monkey into the fray, but unfortunately, during the competition, a trainer's Pokémon, Electrode, frustrated by lagging behind, self-destructed, dragging Little Ember Monkey down with it, preventing him from placing in the top 3. The championship was claimed by a Herdier. Yet, one must commend the cruise ship's proprietor for understanding the nuances of human interaction. Aside from the top 3 competitors, those who performed commendably also received consolation prizes, a limited edition hat from the Alliance. This left Suyu with a bittersweet smile, devoid of any interest, as he tossed the hat into his backpack. Such fine words about a limited edition. Only someone like Ash would naively send 100 postcards for a chance to win such a trinket. Now, he had received it for free. Perhaps he should simply gift it to him. As Suyu pondered this, a young man clad in extravagant attire approached him. "Is there something you need?" Suyu paused for a moment before recalling that this was the individual who had previously won the Pokémon swimming competition. "Your grass tortoise is quite well trained," the young man remarked, a broad smile on his face. Flattery without cause is often suspect. A phrase flickered through Suyu's mind. Nevertheless, he responded courteously. "Your crocodile is impressive as well. Friend, I wish to discuss a matter with you. I have taken a liking to your grass tortoise. Name your price, and I shall purchase it," the young man whispered conspiratorially. "My grass tortoise is my partner. I will not part with it." Suyu cast a cold glance at him and remarked, "Moreover, trading Pokémon is illegal. Such transactions contradict the League's advocacy for harmonious coexistence between humans and Pokémon, portraying them as companions. Therefore, aside from breeding centers authorized to sell Pokémon eggs or juveniles, selling fully grown Pokémon is against the law. However, many trainers have devised a way to circumvent this legislation by opting for Pokémon exchanges. Cloaked in the guise of seeking a better match for their Pokémon, they merely disguise their abandonment of these creatures. This behavior is far more reprehensible than those trainers who, dissatisfied with their Pokémon, simply release them into the wild. Upon hearing Suyu's words, the young man spoke again. If you fear breaking the law, let us engage in a Pokémon exchange. I can offer you another Pokémon in return. With that, he produced a Pokéball. A flash of white light revealed a timid Ralts, gazing apprehensively at the young man, its eyes reflecting a sense of distance and fear. It was evident that this Ralts was not closely bonded with him, likely acquired through trade rather than purchase. Thinking of Ralts, Suyu recalled a certain trainer who had chosen to marry his Gardevoir. Although he felt a pang of sympathy for the Ralts and wished to rescue it from the young man's grasp, treating it as mere merchandise, Suyu remained steadfast in his commitment to his own Pokémon. Get lost. He snapped at the young man before turning away, leaving him with only the sight of his retreating figure. Damn it. You truly believe that if I refuse to trade with you, I'll have no recourse? The young man's face contorted into a menacing expression as he watched Suyu depart. On the third day, Suyu disembarked from the luxurious cruise ship, arriving at his destination, Leafless City. Bathed in the orange glow of the setting sun, this southern city serves as a vital port in the Kanto region, with Leafless Harbor supporting multiple shipping routes. The St. Anu, a renowned luxury cruise ship, sails around the world, returning to Leafless Harbor annually. As soon as Suyu stepped off the ship, he noticed several ferry boats, named Fire Horse, departing from Leafless Harbor towards Seven Island. Regrettably, he did not catch sight of the renowned water flow ferry that operates between the Kanto region's Alway City and Leafless Harbor, nor the illustrious St. Anu. Shortly after Suyu's arrival, the young man who had previously sought to purchase his Turtwig observed his departing figure, accompanied by a respectfully standing elder in a suit. Go, find someone to deal with this kid, the young man instructed coldly. Young master, that would be unwise. He is a member of the League's direct lineage. The suited elder replied, shaking his head. And what of it? The young man retorted, glaring at the elder. He has spent several months at the Yamanashi Research Institute and seems to have some connection with Dr. Yamanashi. If you insist on this course of action, I will have no choice but to inform my father. As the butler carried out his father, the young man's expression darkened, extinguishing any thoughts of confronting Suyu, watching helplessly as he departed. Unbeknownst to him, the esteemed reputation of Dr. Yamane had saved his life. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of his phone echoed, and Suyu answered. Hearing Dr. Yamane's voice. Hello, Suyu. You must have arrived in the Guandu region by now. I have already spoken with Professor Okido. You can proceed directly to him. After conversing with Dr. Yamane and realizing it was still early, Suyu decided not to linger in Kai City and continued his journey toward Masago Town and the Okido Research Institute. Masago Town, originally known as Junbai Town, was renamed to honor Professor Okido's great-grandfather, who ranked 931st among 10,000 trainers. Thus, Masago also symbolized purity and untainted beginnings, the place where dreams commence. Once, champions of the Quartz Conference emerged annually from Masago Town, earning it the title of Champion Town. However, as no trainers from this town had secured a championship title in recent years, the name gradually faded from memory. Yet, the renowned Dr. Okido, the leading figure in Pokémon research, had shifted the town's identity, overshadowing its former glory. Walking along Route 1 towards Masago Town, Suyu reflected on the information he had about the place. Suddenly, a commanding voice broke through the air. Halt! A woman in her 30s, clad in a police uniform and accompanied by a Houndour, appeared out of nowhere, blocking his path. Hello, please present your identification, she said, saluting while scrutinizing Suyu with a keen gaze. Goodness, where did she come from without a sound? Suyu thought, startled. He had been lost in thought and failed to notice. Wouldn't his grass starter have alerted him? He glanced down, only to find his grass starter missing. Turning around, he discovered it was still several meters away, engrossed in its mobile device. With no time to reprimand it, Suyu retrieved the Pokédex gifted to him by Dr. Yamane. This Pokédex is a gift to you. Keep striving, trainer. Best wishes from Dr. Yamane of Masago Town. The device echoed with Dr. Yamane's voice. After further examination with her equipment, the officer finally dispelled her suspicions. So, you are a trainer from Sinnoh, she exclaimed with a smile. All right, you may pass. I hope you enjoy your time in Masago Town. She assumed Suyu was yet another aspiring trainer enamored by Professor Okito's renown, saluting him once more before retreating. Shaking his head, Suyu dismissed the encounter. After all, it was only natural for Ms. Kunsa to be vigilant for suspicious individuals, given that the foremost Pokémon Research Institute was situated in Masago Town. Although Dr. Oak was once a champion, possessing strength far superior to that of Junsha, this fact underscores the League's esteemed regard for him, an essential protocol. There are 2 routes leading to Pallet Town, aside from the primary Route 1, which connects to the city of Viridian. There exists the southern Route 21 waterway. After drifting on a cruise ship for several days, Suyu was understandably reluctant to traverse the waterway and thus opted for the terrestrial path. He confiscated the mobile phone of the unreliable Turtwig that had followed him and returned it to its Pokéball, releasing his beloved Chimchar instead. Together, they journeyed toward Pallet Town. Time passed, and at last, Suyu arrived at the tranquil road's terminus, beholding the quaint visage of Pallet Town. Unlike the bustling town of Sandgem, Pallet Town exuded a charming rural ambience, with its earthy essence palpable. It boasted merely a handful of homes and the illustrious Oak Research Institute perched on the hillside, devoid of any other structures and featuring only dirt pathways. The azure sky stretched infinitely, unmarred by clouds, while a gentle breeze wafted through, carrying the sweet fragrance of fresh grass. Within the town, there were no noxious fumes from vehicles, nor the clamor of urban life, only serenity and a harmonious atmosphere. In the expansive wheat fields, a few townsfolk toiled diligently, occasionally interrupted by the circling Pidgey, which swooped down during their brief respites to forage in the fields. Witnessing this idyllic scene, Suyu smiled, harboring no intention of disturbing their labor. He walked quietly along the path, heading toward the southeastern corner where the Oak Research Institute awaited. Gradually, the homes of the townspeople faded from view, replaced by a road ascending the hillside toward the institute. After walking for a while, Suyu chanced upon 2 youths standing with their backs to him beside a small creek in the town. One had a spiky hairstyle, while the other, as one might expect, was none other than the beloved protagonist from the anime, the foolish Ash Ketchum. The 2 were engaged in a tug-of-war, their hands grasping tightly as if embroiled in a dispute. Suyu softened his footfalls, inching closer to overhear their conversation. "Let go, that's the one I caught," Ash exclaimed loudly. "You're the one who should let go, you fool. I found it first," Gary retorted defiantly. "It was clearly my fishing rod that snagged that Pokéball first." Ash's voice grew increasingly strident. "Just because you're yelling doesn't mean you were the first to catch it," Gary jeered in response. As Suyu approached, he discerned that the object of their contention was indeed a red and white Pokéball. "Since neither of you can convince the other, why not allow me to mediate the situation?" he proposed, announcing his presence. Startled by the sudden voice from behind, both boys turned to face him. They beheld a youth, not much older than themselves, possessing striking features, accompanied by a vibrant orange monkey. "Hey, what kind of Pokémon is that? I've never seen it before," Ash inquired, filled with curiosity. In the Sinnoh region, there exists the fire-type trio, comprising the charming Chimchar. As the grandson of Professor Rowan, Shigeru possesses a wealth of Pokémon knowledge that surpasses Ash's understanding. Without waiting for Suyu to respond, he promptly addressed Ash's query. However, he soon realized that Ash had led him astray. "No, foolish Ash. That is not the crux of the matter. The paramount concern is to ascertain the rightful owner of this Pokéball." Ash, belatedly grasping the situation, inquired. "What is your perspective, Shigeru?" Since neither of them could persuade the other, it was best to leave the decision to him, pointing at Suyu. Subsequently, both relinquished their grip on the red and white Pokéball, handing it over to Suyu, their eyes fixed upon him with anticipation. With a gentle smile, Suyu grasped the Pokéball firmly and, with a swift motion, split it into 2 halves. He presented the red half to Ash and the white half to Shigeru. Unable to determine the ownership of the entire Pokéball, they decided to temporarily share it. Suyu suggested, "It seems you both are ready for a journey. So let us settle this at the court's conference. The one who ranks lower shall surrender their half to the other. How does that sound?" "Very well. I shall entrust this half to you for now. I will defeat you at the court's conference and reclaim my portion of the Pokéball," Shigeru declared with a hint of pride. "Haha, I have obtained the Pokéball," Ash exclaimed joyfully, not forgetting to retort, "That line should be mine. You better not shed tears when the time comes." Chapter 73, The Instant Noodle Master. Professor Rowan, please continue reading. You two share a wonderful camaraderie. Observing their cheerful expressions, Suyu couldn't help but reminisce about the anime where Shigeru sported the other half of the Pokéball around his neck. Without him, the two would have ultimately arrived at this decision. He merely arrived at the opportune moment. Who was close to him? They both exclaimed in unison. They exchanged glances and promptly resumed their playful bickering. Foolish Ash, why must you mimic my speech? Why do you imitate me? Amidst their banter, Chimchar, standing beside Suyu, let out a cry. Though the two seemed irked with one another, it could sense their profound bond, akin to the companionship it shared with Turtwig. Despite their frequent squabbles, the strength of their connection was palpable. Shaking his head, Suyu chose to ignore the two still locked in their playful argument as he made his way along the path towards Professor Rowan's research facility on the hillside. Before he could approach, a guard at the entrance greeted him, inquiring about his purpose. Hello, this is Professor Rowan's research facility. Do you have an appointment? The guard asked politely. I am Suyu, referred here by Dr. Yamanashi, Suyu replied, producing his Pokédex to validate his identity. Oh, so you are Suyu. The guard exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Clearly, the guards had been informed of Suyu's visit today. After retrieving the instrument and executing a series of operations on his device, he faced no considerable hindrance and directly opened the grand door, granting him passage. Following through several intricate checks, Suyu finally stepped into the interior of the Ohm Research Institute. At that moment, a young man clad in a white lab coat, unfamiliar and unseen in any anime, appeared before him. He attempted to grasp Suyu's arm, intending to usher him further inside. Hello, who are you? Suyu inquired, somewhat perplexed. My name is Shanyan, a student of Professor Ohm and a researcher at this institute. Professor Ohm is currently engaged in an experiment and is unavailable to meet you. Allow me to take you to a waiting area until he is free. Without resistance, Suyu followed him to a door that exuded a metallic sheen. Researcher Shanyan produced a card and placed it upon the scanner. With a beep, the door slowly swung open. All right, please remain here while you await the conclusion of the professor's experiment, he instructed before hastily departing. With a resigned shrug, Suyu stepped inside the room alongside his little fire monkey. Upon entering, he was greeted by a scattering of documents across the desk and sofa, along with several instant noodle boxes still nestled in the trash bin. Indeed, Professor Ohm was just as depicted in the anime, an undeniable connoisseur of instant noodles. Suyu refrained from disturbing the papers, which appeared to be research reports. Instead, he chose a spot to sit and withdrew a book to peruse. Time passed gradually, half an hour, 2 hours, until twilight approached. It was only when the little fire monkey called out to him that Suyu emerged from his immersive reading. He summoned his grass tortoise and provided it with energy cubes for nourishment, while he himself indulged in the forest-style jelly and moo-moo milk he had prepared earlier. Meanwhile, I'm full, exclaimed Professor Ohm, tossing the empty noodle container into a nearby trash bin. He turned and strode towards the laboratory equipment, preparing to resume his experiment. After taking a few steps, he suddenly slapped his forehead, as if struck by a memory, and rushed outside. In the room, Suyu was concluding his dinner when a metallic beep echoed, and the grand door swung open. The sound of hurried footsteps reached his ears, prompting him to look up and behold an elderly gentleman with gray-white hair, dressed in a white lab coat over a red shirt, his square face unmistakable. This was the very individual Suyu wished to meet, Professor Ohm himself. Ahaha, you must be Suyu. I sincerely apologize for almost forgetting about you, Professor Ohm said with a hint of embarrassment. It's quite all right. Your research is of utmost importance, Suyu replied, a sense of excitement evident in his gestures. By the way, you haven't had dinner yet, have you? Here, please try this forest-style jelly. Suyu opened his backpack, retrieving the food and offering it to Professor Ohm. Is this a specialty snack from Baidai City? It has been ages since I last had a taste, Professor Ohm remarked with a smile. As he was about to take it, he suddenly caught sight of the grass sprout turtle stealthily extending its vine whips from behind Suyu, rummaging through the backpack in an attempt to pilfer food. Oh, is this the grass sprout turtle that wields vine whips? Professor Oak's voice suddenly grew louder. With a swift movement, he darted in front of the grass sprout turtle, his gaze fixed intently upon it, as if trying to discern a hidden beauty. Oh dear, the wind is blowing fiercely. The grass sprout turtle recognized the same gaze it had encountered on Dr. Yamanashi and immediately sensed impending danger. It had been subjected to numerous examinations by Dr. Yamanashi at the Research Institute and was highly alert, swiftly making its escape. Seeing the grass sprout turtle flee, Professor Oak chose not to pursue it, instead turning his attention to the small, slumped figure of the Chimchar on the sofa. This little creature is unable to unleash its fire-based techniques, isn't it? Professor Oak inquired. Yes, indeed, Professor. They then began to discuss the grass sprout turtle and Chimchar. Before long, the grass sprout turtle quickly returned from outside, hiding behind Suyu, disregarding the presence of Professor Oak, who was keen on studying it. Then came the sound of hurried footsteps and a familiar voice. Little turtle, don't run, stand still. The clumsy Ash appeared before them, with Gary still in pursuit. "Oh, Ash, what are you doing?" Professor Oak asked, surprised. "Professor, I'm chasing A." Ash was about to respond when he noticed Suyu's figure. "Huh, what are you doing here?" "You foolish Ash, it's obvious he is here to visit Grandpa." Gary never missed an opportunity to tease Ash. "Suyu, do you know Ash and Gary?" Professor Oak inquired, somewhat puzzled. "Yes. I encountered them arguing over a Pokéball on my way to the research institute." Suyu succinctly recounted how he came to know Ash and Gary to Professor Oak. "I see. Ash, what are you doing?" Gary shouted loudly. It was then that they noticed Ash had, unbeknownst to them, grabbed the forest mochi from the table and stuffed it into his mouth, with the grass sprout turtle re-emerging to contest him for it. Frustrated by Ash's annoying pursuit, the grass sprout turtle was irked, were it not for the powerful auras present within the institute, indicating the presence of formidable beings. The grass sprout turtle would have long since taught Ash a lesson, making him understand the wrath of the grass sprout turtle. Now, seeing him contesting for its rightful delicacy, it could no longer endure and leaped out to engage him in a struggle. Chapter 74. First Encounter with the Divine Beast, seeking continuation, the next morning. At Professor Oak's Research Institute, within a laboratory filled with advanced instruments, Chimchar was situated inside a scanning chamber. Professor Oak's fingers flew across the keyboard, operating swiftly while expressing his astonishment. "Incredible. Professor, how is it?" Suyu gazed at the rapidly scrolling data on the LCD screen, unable to restrain his curiosity any longer. Dr. Oki seemed oblivious to Suyu's inquiries, entirely engrossed in the display, diligently manipulating the controls. Realizing this, Suyu sighed in resignation and stepped away to await the outcome in silence. After an indeterminate period, the hatch of the scanning chamber opened, and the small fire monkey emerged. Suyu promptly approached and inquired, "Doctor, what is the condition of the fire monkey?" Upon hearing Suyu's voice, Dr. Oki snapped back to attention. The fire monkey's condition is indeed as that fellow Yamari described. Its energy has been siphoned away by a mysterious orb. Yamari's method is quite sound. As long as we replenish the orb's energy during the evolution process, the fire monkey stands a good chance of fully recovering. With Dr. Oki's reassuring words, Suyu felt his worries dissipate. It wasn't that he doubted Dr. Yamari's expertise. Rather, he found solace in the assurance of Dr. Oki, the foremost authority in Pokémon research, who could surely identify any flaws in the proposed solution. Furthermore, Dr. Yamari had recommended him to Dr. Oki with this very intention in mind. "By the way, may I study the Turtwig?" Dr. Oki rubbed his hands together, posing the question. "Absolutely," Suyu replied without hesitation. In truth, when he first learned that Turtwig could master the Vine Whip move, something other Turtwigs were incapable of due to their physical structure, he had presumed it was due to Turtwig's exceptional aptitude. However, after spending considerable time at Dr. Yamari's Research Institute, he had gained substantial insights. There had been trainers with Turtwigs of superb quality, yet in comparison to their lesser counterparts, they merely exhibited superior understanding, learning speed, and growth rate. Thus, he harbored concerns about potential adverse effects on Turtwig, which had prompted Dr. Yamari to conduct research on it. Unfortunately, they could not pinpoint the cause of this anomaly, concluding only that Turtwig was in robust health. Now, having Dr. Oki investigated, as well might yield new discoveries that could assuage his curiosity. One afternoon, under the perfect embrace of sunlight, in the backyard of the Oki Research Institute, a pitch-black fire monkey was laboriously attempting deep squats, each movement painfully slow, reminiscent of an elderly woman in her 80s. Beside it, a round, pink creature resembling an egg, with an egg positioned in front of it, watched with an endearing curiosity. It appeared utterly charming. However, to the fire monkey, this was nothing short of a pink demon. The fire monkey's disdain stemmed from the presence of the Chansey, specifically due to the gravity move it had deployed. The altered gravitational forces provided comprehensive physical training for the fire monkey to persuade Chansey to assist. Suyu had even gone to great lengths to bribe it. Just as the training was intensifying, suddenly, a brilliant flash of golden lightning erupted from a laboratory. Accompanying it was a cacophony of thunderous roars, faintly intertwined with the sound of Pikachu. "What is this?" Suyu gazed towards the flickering lightning, feeling an unsettling familiarity. Then, a spark of realization ignited in his mind, and he hurried towards the source of the thunder. The researchers and Pokémon within the Institute, having long grown accustomed to such phenomena, continued with their tasks undeterred. Before long, Suyu arrived at the scene. There, he beheld Professor Oak bathed in the golden lightning. Cradled in his arms was a yellow rodent, the very source of the radiant energy. Could it truly be the electric god? Suyu mused as he regarded the familiar electric mouse. The volt tackle persisted for some time before Pikachu ceased its assault. As the lightning dissipated, Professor Oak's figure was revealed. "Professor, what is happening?" Suyu exclaimed, astonished to see the professor unscathed. After all, that volt tackle was a formidable attack. Even from a distance, he could sense the overwhelming threat it posed. Had it struck him, he would likely have been left charred and lifeless. To think that Professor Oak could withstand such a powerful surge of electricity without a scratch was nothing short of astonishing. Noticing Suyu's incredulous expression, Professor Oak chuckled softly. "Do not be surprised. You will understand once you attain the elite level." In that moment, he divulged a remarkable piece of information. Suyu yearned to inquire further, but observing the professor's demeanor, he surmised that no more would be revealed. Murmuring to himself, "Elite level." After a lengthy pause, he regained his composure. A smile gracing his features, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. It seemed the world of Pokémon was rife with secrets. "Professor, is this the initial Pokémon of the fourth trainer?" Suyu feigned curiosity, although he already knew that Pikachu would become Ash's starting Pokémon. "Indeed, this little one has quite the temperament," Professor Oak replied with a hint of exasperation. "Yet, is Pikachu's power truly suitable?" Suyu hesitated, voicing his concern. The electric god possessed an exceptional level of strength, outclassing the typical Pokémon of novice trainers by 2 tiers. Clearly, this was an incongruity. The League would not make such an error. There must be a deeper reason behind it. "Not to worry, Ash will handle it just fine." Professor Oak waved his hand dismissively. Could it be that this was indeed prepared for Ash? Suyu pondered silently. Among the unresolved mysteries of the Pokémon world, the identity of Ash's father surely ranked high. After all, Ash had captured so many Pokémon, all of which were kept here at Professor Oak's establishment free of charge. In addition to the heir of the Nibi Gym, Xiaojiang, and the heir of the Hualan Gym, Xiaoxia, who voluntarily chose to accompany him on his journey. He found it hard to believe that there were no ulterior motives at play. However, he refrained from expressing his doubts further and simply inquired, "May I have the opportunity to see the 3 legendary Pokémon of the Kanto region?" Of course. Professor Oak assumed that Suyu merely wished to broaden his horizons and did not hesitate to grant his request. He retrieved 3 Pokéballs, releasing 2 Pokémon, Bulbasaur and Charmander. The Pokéball containing Squirtle, however, was empty, an unfortunate situation as it seemed that Xiaomao had wandered off with the Squirtle again. Professor Oak scratched his head in confusion. Since he could not see Squirtle, Suyu said nothing more. He was not surprised that Xiaomao, being Professor Oak's grandson, had obtained Squirtle in advance, especially considering that even Ash had acquired an exceptional Pikachu as his starter Pokémon. Chapter 75. An interesting combination. Please continue reading. The morning sun cast its golden rays upon the earth, heralding boundless hope. Today marked the day Xiaomao, Ash, and their companions began their journey to become Pokémon trainers. It also signified Suyu's departure from Professor Oak's laboratory, commencing his own quest towards becoming the champion of the Quartz Conference. Within the confines of the lab, Professor Oak inquired, "Suyu, aren't you going to wait for Ash to bid him farewell?" As he manipulated Suyu's Pokédex on a machine. "No, there will be ample opportunities to meet during our journey. It's not essential at this moment," Suyu replied, shaking his head in refusal. "Very well," Professor Oak conceded. Returning the Pokédex to Suyu. "I have input the Pokémon discovered in the Johto region into your Pokédex. You may consult it when you encounter unfamiliar Pokémon." "Thank you, Professor Oak," Suyu expressed his gratitude. "It's nothing. I wish you a pleasant journey." After leaving the laboratory, Suyu did not venture far, instead pausing on Route 1, which led from Masera Town to Tokiwa City. "What are you doing? Didn't we say we were starting our journey to challenge the gyms?" The grass starter, Chikorita, looked at Suyu with confusion. Ignoring Chikorita, Suyu turned to his Fire Monkey and declared, "Fire Monkey, soon it will be time to witness the legendary Pokémon. Keep your eyes wide open." "Legendary Pokémon? Are they more powerful than the Great Sage?" Fire Monkey responded, bewildered. Having spent considerable time with Suyu and a surfing enthusiast like Chikorita, it was not entirely ignorant. It had heard whispers of the might of legendary Pokémon. "Oh, here we go again," Chikorita exclaimed, thinking that their trainer had become rather delusional, perpetually trying to dazzle his Pokémon with fantastical claims. It was utterly incredulous that legendary Pokémon would appear at all. "Do you really think you can foresee the future?" Suyu replied, "Coincidentally, this trainer has read the original work." If Suyu were to activate his supernatural abilities at this moment, he would overhear the grass seed turtles silently lamenting, making wagers, and exploiting him. Unfortunately, due to the limitations of his powers, which could not selectively eavesdrop on a specific spirit and required considerable mental energy, Suyu typically kept them dormant. Thus, The trio remained ensconced within a small cave carved out of the tree trunk by the grass seed turtle's secretive strength, lingering there until nearly dusk. Fortunately, Tsuyu had connected the grass seed turtle's phone to the network, which appeased it, allowing them to wait patiently together. Suddenly, a rumble echoed through the air, followed by ominous clouds gathering overhead, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the sound of thunder. The rain began to pour relentlessly, and Tsuyu, having waited so long, realized that the moment had finally arrived. He quickly pulled the grass seed turtle and the little flame monkey out of their refuge, positioning them to quietly witness the forthcoming spectacle. The grass seed turtle pondered, bemused, wondering if their trainer had lost his mind, given the rain. Before it could voice its complaints, a cacophony of frantic footsteps approached. Then, with a loud crash, Ash and Pikachu emerged in the distance, pursued by a flock of Spearow flapping their wings in a frenzy. The grass seed turtle and the little flame monkey recognized Ash and Pikachu and immediately prepared to rush to their aid. Despite Ash's occasional annoyance, often bothering them at the research facility, they could sense his sincere heart towards Pokémon. Grass seed turtle, little flame monkey, wait. Tsuyu quickly intervened. This was a moment where true bonds were forged through adversity, and he could not allow them to intervene. The two spirits, perplexed, wondered why Tsuyu, who was acquainted with Ash, was preventing them from assisting. In the next instant, they understood why. The battered Pikachu, previously incapacitated on the ground, sprang to life, using Ash's shoulder as a springboard to leap into the air, unleashing its formidable strength. A golden sun rose, and the air filled with the harmonious cries of countless birds. The world before them transformed into a shimmering golden expanse. Pikachu had unleashed its full potential. The horde of Spearow, struck by this overwhelming force, fell into a state of defeat, while Pikachu, exhausted, plummeted from the sky, only to be caught by Ash. Pika Pika. Ash had successfully captured Pikachu. Meanwhile, Tsuyu's gaze shifted to a nearby thicket, where, at that critical moment, he sensed a faint disturbance, as if someone were lurking nearby. Reflecting on Brock and Misty's previous actions, as well as Ash's enigmatic father, Tsuyu began to piece together the puzzle. In the next moment, the previously overcast sky gradually cleared, the rain subsided, and a rainbow arched across the heavens. Tsuyu understood that the moment he had awaited had finally arrived. Grass seed turtle, little flame monkey, prepare yourselves, a divine beast is about to appear. Tsuyu called out to his two companions, his gaze fixated on the heavens. In the next moment, a creature resembling a phoenix, bathed in golden radiance, gracefully soared through the rainbow. The powerful aura was palpable to Tsuyu and the grass turtle below. What on earth? The grass turtle stared at Tsuyu with incredulity, while the little flame monkey fixed its determined eyes on the silhouette of the Wind King. What is that? Little G also witnessed this spectacle, taking out his Pokédex to scan the phoenix. Unable to identify, it is a divine treasure unknown to humanity. Upon catching sight of the phoenix, Tsuyu activated his extraordinary abilities. Instantly, a cacophony of voices erupted in his mind, nearly overwhelming him. Fiery monkey, is that? Fallen Sparrows 1. What a magnificent bird. Could it be our evolution? Fallen Sparrows 2. Is it the golden mouth sparrow? What the hell is a shining mouth sparrow? Tsuyu couldn't help but grimace at that thought. Yet, upon recalling the appearance of the mouth sparrow, he noted the striking resemblance between the two. He then began to analyze the myriad voices in his mind, hoping to eavesdrop on the phoenix's thoughts. His audacity was remarkable. He dared to entertain such notions. As expected, the phoenix in the sky quickly sensed Tsuyu's mental fluctuations and turned its gaze upon him. This scrutiny revealed some intriguing details. Originally, it had come to observe little G, the chosen hero of the rainbow. However, it unexpectedly stumbled upon something far more fascinating. Through its perception, it recognized a familiar energy emanating from the little flame monkey, and the grass turtle beside it evoked an oddly enchanting feeling. Yet, the phoenix did not pause. It silently noted this intriguing combination. Chapter 76. Your package has been delivered. Please continue reading. Although Tsuyu and his Pokémon piqued the phoenix's interest, the audacity to pry into its essence warranted a lesson from the phoenix. Thus, a cold voice resonated within Tsuyu's mind. He felt an immense aura enveloping him. Presenting a lethal threat, he stood frozen in place, unable to move. After a moment, he heard little G's astonished voice. Tsuyu, what are you doing here? Only then did he perceive the dissipating pressure around him, regaining control over his body. You should really attend to your Pikachu. It's not in good shape. Tsuyu refrained from answering little G's inquiry, and instead opened his backpack, retrieving a bottle of healing ointment and handing it over. All right. Little G finally realized, applying the ointment to Pikachu. Together, the two hastened towards the not-so-distant city of Tokiwa. The forthcoming events unfolded much like those in the realm of animation, as Hikari from the Hualan Gym, burdened by her charred bicycle, arrived in the vibrant city of Tokiwa in search of Satoshi. After a heartfelt exchange, the two forged a partnership. At the break of dawn the following day, they set forth towards the Nibi Gym. Meanwhile, Tsuyu declined Satoshi's proposal, opting to remain alone within the confines of Tokiwa City. For the sake of argument, should they travel in a group and encounter desired Pokémon, who would have the privilege of capturing them? Moreover, Tsuyu harbored his own secrets, which naturally led him to reject the suggestion. 3 days later, at the Pokémon Center in Tokiwa City, Tsuyu sat upon a bench, reflecting on the events that transpired on Route 1, his mind still in a tumult of emotions. The words of the Phoenix King, uttered before its departure, hinted at an understanding of the circumstances affecting his Chimchar, which rendered it unable to utilize fire-type moves, as well as the origins of the orb within its being. Additionally, it seemed to take a particular interest in the Turtwig. Trainer Tsuyu, you have a package awaiting collection at the front desk. The announcement echoed through the Pokémon Center, snapping him back to reality as he made his way to the service area. Hello, I am Tsuyu here to retrieve my package. He presented his Pokédex to the attendant. Certainly, here is your package. After verifying his identity, the staff member opened a cabinet and handed him a box. Thank you. The gym battles in Tokiwa City required 3 Pokémon, and the gym leader, Sakaki, was none other than the leader of Team Rocket. Naturally, Tsuyu felt it unwise to challenge him at this juncture. His extended stay over the past 3 days was solely in anticipation of this package. The sender was Master Yuan from Shiko Town. Tsuyu mentally noted the address before using a small knife to slice open the box, revealing its contents. Inside were 2 transparent glass vials containing a vivid azure liquid, the very potion he had requested from researcher Junjia, crafted by a master alchemist to enhance attack power. Holding the 2 vials, Tsuyu entered a rented training room. Chimchar, Turtwig. Halt. I have something splendid for you. Upon hearing this, the 2 Pokémon paused their training and approached him, their eyes fixated on the glass vials in his hands. Do not rush, Tsuyu reassured them. To test the potion's efficacy, he led them to a massive machine. This device, known as the power testing device, was designed to measure a Pokémon's strength, a culmination of extensive research based on data collected from Pokémon across various power stages by the Alliance. In contrast to trainers who assess a Pokémon's strength based on its growth and aura, this machine is capable of precisely evaluating a Pokémon's prowess through indicators such as physical strength and internal energy levels. Tsuyu had long memorized the operational method of this device and promptly activated it. Beep, 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 a prompt sounded, and the detection commenced. The machine emitted a beam of light that enveloped the grass tortoise, and then 2 metallic plates, one red and one yellow, ascended. The red plate was designated for measuring the Pokémon's physical strength, while the yellow plate assessed its internal energy. Tsuyu instructed the grass tortoise to unleash attacks upon both plates. Shortly thereafter, the results appeared on the display of the strength detector. Exceptional peak level, just half a step away from breaking into the elite tier. In Tsuyu's view, 2 deep yellow beams of light materialized on the screen, one of which had nearly transformed into a light green. According to the instrument's manual, there were 7 spectral colors corresponding to power levels: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, which represented novice, ordinary, excellent, elite, gym, champion, and master levels of strength, respectively. Not bad, it didn't slack off. Tsuyu praised the grass tortoise before allowing it to step down and proceeded to reassess the strength of the fire monkey. The fire monkey was just shy of reaching the mid-tier of the excellent level. Alright, you both drink this. Tsuyu distributed the potion between the 2 Pokémon. He was tempted to administer both potions to the grass tortoise, hoping to aid it in breaking through to the elite level in one fell swoop. However, given that the fire monkey had the weakest power and had previously been abandoned by a trainer due to health issues, it was clear that it needed the enhancement most. Moreover, should he give the potion solely to the grass tortoise, it might lead to unnecessary thoughts. Thus, even if dividing the potions meant not maximizing their effects, Tsuyu opted for this fair distribution. Gulp, gulp. The flavor is quite pleasant. Is there more? The grass tortoise licked the glass bottle, savoring the last drop of liquid. Unlike the energy cubes, which required time to take effect, this potion worked instantly upon consumption. Observing both Pokémon having ingested the potion, Tsuyu inquired, "How do you feel?" The grass tortoise tilted its head and pondered. "It's all right. My body feels slightly warm, and there's an itch." Me too. The fire monkey, being the weakest, sensed the effect even more intensely. After half an hour had passed, and once both Pokémon had digested the potion and no longer felt any other sensations, Suyu reactivated the strength detector. Indeed, the potion's effects aligned with the descriptions on the parchment, enhancing the Pokémon's attack power. The strength of the Turtwig has reached the elite level. Yet the effect of a single potion is not particularly pronounced. The green section of the yellow beam has only slightly expanded. In contrast, the progress of the Chimchar is markedly evident, as the hue of its light beam has deepened significantly. This signifies that its power has attained the intermediate rank of excellence. Moreover, this advancement pertains to its offensive capabilities rather than its physical constitution. This indicates that once its bodily strength surpasses the intermediate level of excellence, it may rival other Pokémon that have long since solidified their prowess within this realm. Chapter 77. The Slopes of the Earth. This is merely the effect brought about by a single potion. According to the information recorded in the formula, the stronger a Pokémon's aptitude, the more potions it can consume. Turtwig possesses exceptional aptitude, while Chimchar still has 2 stages of evolution left, which may allow it to ascend to an exceptional level as well. Consequently, both Pokémon will have access to a greater number of offensive potions, thereby amplifying their attack power. Having received the package and tested the potion's effects, Suyu no longer intends to linger in the city of Tokiwa. He checks out of his room and prepares to embark on his journey. However, before he can exit Tokiwa, he hears the wailing of police sirens echoing from the streets. Motorcycles rush by, accompanied by the cries of Miss Junsha. Everyone remains frozen in place, instructed not to move. Subsequently, the entire city of Tokiwa is sealed off. What is going on? I'm in a hurry. A trainer, poised to depart Tokiwa like Suyu, inquires of a nearby passerby. Perhaps someone has once again provoked the Pokémon in the Tokiwa forest. The passerby replies with a chuckle. Don't worry, this has happened many times before. They should be able to resolve the rampaging Pokémon within an hour at most. Is that so? The trainer hesitates, seemingly skeptical. Of course, as seconds trickle by, an hour swiftly passes, yet the blockade remains intact, with the commotion from the Tokiwa forest escalating. That's odd. The previously confident man begins to express doubt. Soon after, a broadcast resonates throughout Tokiwa. The Pokémon in the Tokiwa forest have gone berserk. All trainers within the city are requested to gather here to repel their attack. In light of the situation, Miss Junsha issues an emergency summons. As a direct member of the Alliance, Suyu cannot simply flee at this critical moment. Should he be discovered evading his duty, severe repercussions would ensue. Naturally, he has no intention of doing so and hastens towards the outskirts of Tokiwa. Before long, he arrives at the entrance of the Tokiwa forest, which is already transformed into a battlefield. Flames, lightning, and torrents of water surge forth as fierce winds sweep through, snapping trees in half. Before Miss Junsha and the Alliance personnel guarding the safety of Shokan City, a flock led by a majestic Pidgeot and a group of Spearows launched an assault against them. Pidgeot, Spearow, cease your actions. Are you intent on violating the pact and igniting a war between humans and elves? Upon hearing Miss Junsha's words, both the Pidgeot and Spearow hesitated, recalling the might of the Alliance. However, after exchanging determined glances, the 2 elves resumed their attack, flapping their wings to generate fierce tornadoes that barreled towards the trainers. The once bitter enemies, these 2 groups unexpectedly set aside their animosity to unite in their assault on humanity. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Miss Junsha had little time for contemplation. Swift, unleash flamethrower. Under her command, the swift canine unleashed twin torrents of searing flames, effectively countering the tornadoes conjured by Pidgeot and Spearow, and engaged them in fierce combat. Their respective flocks, similarly impacted by the onslaughts of other trainers' elves, scattered and fought in all directions. Having just arrived, Suyu and the other trainers found themselves targeted by a swarm of Pidgeys and fletchlings, plunging them into battle. The battlefield erupted into chaos, filled with the cacophony of screeches and roars. With sharp claws and formidable beaks, the Pidgeys and fletchlings launched their attacks against the adversaries. Despite the overwhelming number of trainers, the elves struggled, and intermittently, Pidgeys, fletchlings, and other birds succumbed to defeat, plummeting from the sky. Some fell bloodied, while others were struck down by the residual impact of attacks, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. The scene was utterly harrowing. For Suyu, witnessing such brutality was a first. The relentless spirit of the Pidgeys and fletchlings, fighting to the last, left him breathless. As he pondered the gravity of the situation, a sudden rustle of wings erupted behind him. Turning around, he found a fletchling barely 3 meters away, its sharp talons glistening ominously in the sunlight, poised to strike. Fortunately, in that critical moment, his nearby Chimchar sprang into action, launching itself forward and delivering a powerful blow that sent the fletchling flying, its eyes spiraling in defeat. Thank you. Chimchar. Suyu breathed a sigh of relief, expressing his gratitude. The Chimchar simply grinned and waved a hand in acknowledgement. At this juncture, Suyu dared not to divert his attention, instructing Chimchar to remain by his side to handle the nearby elves. Meanwhile, his remaining Turtwig continued to fend off the attacks from Pidgeys and Fletchlings with long-range moves. Where is Gym Leader Sakaki? Has he not yet arrived? Miss Junshaw called out loudly to her assistant. The Pidgeot and Spearow were comparable in strength to the swift canine. Initially, the latter managed to hold them at bay with its agility, but after witnessing the plight of the Pidgeys and Fletchlings, the tide began to turn. They relentlessly exchanged injuries, fiercely targeting the swift wind dog, which had been struck multiple times and was nearing exhaustion. Soon, Master Sakaki should be arriving. Just as they conversed, the large-mouthed sparrow let out an enraged cry, gathering a beam of white light in its mouth, swiftly launching an attack towards Miss Junshaw. Watch out, swift wind dog. Quickly defend. Miss Junshaw exclaimed in alarm. The swift wind dog dashed in front of her, erecting a white barrier to shield her from the impending blow. However, shortly thereafter, the fierce eagle emitted a cry and transformed into a shadow, colliding directly with the swift wind dog, sending it flying and rendering it unable to battle. With the elite-level swift wind dog no longer to obstruct them, the bloodthirsty fierce eagle and large-mouthed sparrow whipped up a tempest, attacking the surrounding trainers and Pokémon indiscriminately, even disregarding their own kind, such as Pidgey and Fearow, succumbing to a frenzied rage. In this critical moment, a calm voice of a middle-aged man rang out. Nidoking, unleash the power of the earth. A heavy thud echoed as the ground of the battlefield cracked open, and earthy energy coalesced into a semicircular shield, resembling a dome that sheltered everyone beneath it. The raging storm could not penetrate it in the slightest. Rock slide. Massive boulders appeared in the sky, blocking out the sunlight, and everyone felt a sudden darkness envelop them. Soon after, a series of heavy thuds resonated, and a profound silence fell over the area. Before long, the earthy dome dissipated, revealing them once again under the sunlight. Chapter 78. Bixius, please continue reading. As the crowd emerged from the yellow dome, they beheld the large-mouthed sparrow and the Pidgey, trapped beneath the rubble, their eyes swirling, having long since lost their combat capability. Pidgey and Fearow lay scattered across the ground. A chorus of relief erupted among them. We are finally saved. Truly, Master Sakaki is remarkable. He resolved the battle with a single move. Indeed, Master Sakaki is the strongest gym leader in the Kanto region. How could he not be formidable? Boasted a trainer hailing from the city of Judo. As residents of Judo, they held their gym in the highest esteem. The strongest? One trainer questioned. Isn't the strongest gym leader the one from the Crimson Lotus Gym, Shiba? He is a retired champion. No. Master Sakaki possesses champion-level strength as well, the judo trainer asserted. While the trainers conversed, Suyu surveyed the surroundings before immediately shifting his gaze to the approaching figure. Others might be unaware of Sakaki's true identity, but Suyu was fully aware. This was the leader of Team Rocket. Phew, thank goodness for Master Sakaki. Miss Junshaw from Judo exclaimed in admiration. Not at all. This is my duty as the master of the judo gym, he replied modestly. Boss Sakaki chuckled and said, Very well, Miss Junshaw. I shall leave this matter in your capable hands. I will venture into the depths of the Jugan forest to ascertain the cause behind the upheaval of the Spearow and Beedrill populations. I trust you will manage. Miss Junshaw nodded in acknowledgement. Once Sakaki's figure vanished, she began to direct her team in tending to the injured Pidgey and Fletchling lying on the ground. Simultaneously, she maintained the boundary to prevent any further incursions by other Pokémon tribes within the forest. In the heart of the Jugan forest, near a tranquil lake, a cold-looking middle-aged man donned a mask and sat astride a futuristic motorcycle, clutching a black Pokéball. Had Suyu been present, he would surely recognize this man as the high-ranking Team Rocket officer, Pfft. Beside him, a Scyther was enveloped in a shroud of dark energy, relentlessly assaulting its surroundings, toppling trees and sending dust and debris into the air. The Pokémon hidden nearby either succumbed to defeat or fled in a frenzy away from its wrath. Is Celebi not yet ready to emerge? Pfft sneered, scanning the area. Are you not the self-proclaimed guardian of the Jugan forest? How is it that you have not yet heard the cries of these Pokémon, the lamentations of the forest? Pfft had conducted extensive research on Celebi, suspecting that it might be hiding within the Lake of Life. Yet, despite his efforts to wreak havoc around the lake, Celebi remained elusive, fueling Bish's growing fury. Very well. I shall see how long you can endure this. With that, Pfft led his Pokémon towards the various habitats of the forest tribes. As a guardian of the forest, He could not fathom that Celebi would stand idly by while he decimated the woods. Before long, the Abra and Beedrill tribes erupted in chaos, surging towards the outskirts of the Jugan forest. The pressure from the outside world intensified, but fortunately, Sakaki had left a Nidoking to assist upon entering the forest, enabling the group to withstand the onslaught of agitated Pokémon. Haha, let destruction reign. Mrs. laughed maniacally. Banette, unleash your annihilation beam and obliterate this swarm of Bulbasaur. A terrifying energy coalesced within Banette's mouth, then shot towards the fallen Bulbasaur and Ivysaur. If struck, it could very well claim their lives. Fortunately, massive, solid rocks soared through the air, arriving just in time to intercept the white beam of light. Curse it, who dares? Pfft turned. His eyes filled with rage as he glared at the Rampardos. Banette, take care of. Before he could finish, a chilling voice reached his ears. Enough, Pfft. At that moment, Sakaki emerged from behind. Upon seeing Sakaki, Bish's anger gradually dissipated, replaced by a semblance of calm. Boss Sakaki, what brings you here? Humph, Sakamaki remarked. If I do not come, will you not dismantle the evergreen forest? He continued, enough of this. The Elven uprising has already alarmed the Alliance. Cease your actions immediately. Sakamaki's tone left no room for negotiation. He issued his command decisively, despite being one of the high-ranking officials of Team Rocket. Besides, I have discovered the whereabouts of Celebi. Just grant me a bit more time, and I will be able to locate it, he implored as soon as he heard Sakamaki's words. I said, halt your actions at once, Sakamaki replied, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded Bishaz. Do you realize that your actions, at this critical juncture of the ultimate weapons manufacture, will draw the Alliance's attention and could potentially undo all of Team Rocket's hard work? Moreover, Sakamaki's eyes gleamed with fervor. As long as the ultimate weapon can be completed, what does Celebi matter? Even the Alliance will not be able to impede Team Rocket's advance. Faced with Sakamaki's orders, Bishaz, despite his deep reluctance, could only acquiesce. The ultimate weapon. Let's hope it doesn't backfire, he scoffed, dismissive of Team Rocket's schemes. In his view, it would be far better to gather strength and capture Celebi. After all, possessing the power to traverse time and space, was Celebi not superior to other Pokémon? Outside the evergreen forest, Pokémon such as Abomasnow, Beedrill, and Rattata, enveloped in dark energy, launched frenzied attacks on the trainers. What is this? So you pondered, observing the irrational Pokémon cloaked in black light. Indeed, it is cursed. It's the Dark Ball. Miss Junsha's furious voice resonated among the crowd. The Dark Ball? What is that? The other trainers questioned, having noticed the troubling state of the Pokémon radiating dark energy. The Dark Ball is a type of Pokéball invented by evil organizations, capable of significantly enhancing a Pokémon's strength, rendering them more ferocious, Miss Junsha explained, her expression grim. However, this comes at a cost. The power is acquired at the expense of the Pokémon's vitality, the greater the enhancement, the more life force it consumes. Moreover, the Pokémon loses its consciousness, becoming a mere killing machine. Initially, when trainers heard that capturing Pokémon with the Dark Ball could enhance their power, their faces brightened with excitement, contemplating whether they might acquire some of these Pokéballs. Yet, upon learning that this came at the price of losing consciousness and draining their life force, they hesitated, abandoning such thoughts. However, Suyu observed that some trainers' eyes flickered with intrigue, clearly tempted. To them, as long as they did not use the Dark Balls on their own Pokémon, capturing a wild Pokémon and exhausting its life to gain power in a critical moment seemed worthwhile. They were not about to overlook this opportunity to bolster their strength and were already contemplating how to procure a few Dark Balls. Regrettably, they remain unaware that the Dark Ball, possessing such formidable power, could not be crafted so casually. Within the ranks of Team Rocket, only those of higher authority have the opportunity to acquire it, let alone disseminate its existence for others to obtain. It is merely a futile endeavor. Observing the varied reactions of those around him, Suyu shook his head. However, he recalled from the original narrative that the Dark Ball was utilized by Chaz to capture Celebi. Could it be that the tumult within the Johto forest was instigated by him? Was he currently engaged in the capture of Celebi? Yet, judging by the chaos that ensued, coupled with the absence of Celebi's presence, which would otherwise account for the forest's extraordinary growth, Suyu found himself uncertain. Of course, even if he were to ascertain the truth, it would not be within his power to resolve the matter. Moreover, the emergence of the Dark Ball had already alerted Miss Junsha, and it was likely that news had reached the League's inner circle. It would not be long before someone arrived to investigate the cause of the Pokémon upheaval. As Suyu pondered these thoughts, under Miss Junsha's leadership, numerous trainers took action against the rampaging Pokémon. even though their own Pokémon had sustained injuries or lost their fighting capabilities. With the assistance of Nidoqueen left behind by Sakaki, they successfully subdued the Pokémon ensnared by the Dark Ball. Fortunately, no major chaos ensued. Shortly after, Sakaki emerged from the Johto Forest. How did it go, Sakaki? What transpired within? Miss Junsha inquired eagerly. I have ascertained the situation. It appears that a formidable poacher was capturing Pokémon inside, Sakaki replied, shaking his head with a sigh. Alas, by the time I arrived, they had already departed, leaving only destruction in their wake. Sakaki vividly recounted the fabricated tale he had meticulously woven, his performance, coupled with his position as the leader of Team Rocket. Active under the League's watchful eye, and his role as a gym leader, rendered him deserving of the title the greatest actor in the Pokémon world. Watching Sakaki's display, Tsuyu internally scoffed. So it is as such? Miss Junsha nodded in response. Then, with a resolute tone, she declared, however, since they dared to employ such wicked Pokéballs, I shall not let them escape, regardless of where they flee. After exchanging a few words, Sakaki departed, while Miss Junsha left some officers to secure the entrance of the Johto Forest, awaiting the arrival of the League. With the road blocked, if Tsuyu wished to reach the Nibi Gym, he had no choice but to take the train between the two cities. Nonetheless, the journey of a trainer is most enriched by the myriad Pokémon encountered along the way. Thus, Tsuyu remained in Johto City, waiting for the blockade to be lifted. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its golden rays cast a warm glow over the land, transforming the entire world into a magnificent golden vista. As the surrounding vegetation began to dwindle, sporadic patches of bare, dark gray rocks dotted the roadside. Tsuyu realized that he had arrived at the first gym on his journey, the city of Nibi, home to the Nibi Gym. This city, perched precariously among steep mountains, is also known as the Greystone City, thanks to its advantageous geographical setting, nestled against Mt. Moonview. Nibi City has become a hub for the extraction of various mineral resources and fossils, thus gradually evolving into one of the most renowned cities in the Kanto region. Among its notable attractions is the only museum in the Kanto region, the Nibi City Science Museum, located on the northwest side of the city, which houses a vast collection of fossils. This has made it one of the most celebrated landmarks in Nibi City, contributing significantly to its economy. Additionally, due to the steep mountains surrounding the city, the local trainers predominantly possess rock-type Pokémon, such as Geodude and Onix. Upon entering the city, Tsuyu was greeted by numerous shops selling various minerals, which seemed to symbolize the essence of this place. After a long day of travel, exhausted, Tsuyu stopped a passerby to inquire about the location of the Pokémon Center before making his way there. At that moment, a scruffy-looking man with a hedgehog-like hairstyle and squinty eyes suddenly appeared, blocking Tsuyu's path. Startled, Tsuyu thought, is this the secret technique of concealment in the Pokémon world? First, a roadblock by a girl, and now an unfamiliar uncle. Upon closer inspection, Tsuyu found the man somewhat familiar. With those recognizable squinty eyes and that disheveled hair, Tsuyu asked, "Excuse me, sir, who are you?" "My name is Wu Nong." "Young man, is this your first visit to Nibi City?" He replied, "I have treasures from Mt. Moonview. Would you like to see?" Wu Nong pulled out a gray stone, eager to present it to Tsuyu. Wu Nong, as in unable? Tsuyu thought, recognizing him. Wu Nong, annoyed, retorted, "Is my name such a bother to you? Has no one taught you to respect your elders?" Frustrated, he was about to snap back when, regrettably, Tsuyu quickly darted away after finishing his sentence. Running after a scolding, how exhilarating. At that moment, it was dusk, the busiest time at the Pokémon Center, bustling with trainers coming and going. Not only were there trainers returning from treasure hunting at Mt. Moonview, but also those traveling from afar. They exchanged various information, discussed Pokémon training, and the center was already filled to capacity. Fortunately, there were rooms designated for the elite of the League, and after presenting his Pokédex to verify his identity, Tsuyu received a room key from the staff. After entrusting the Chikorita and the Chimchar to the staff for their recovery, Tsuyu made his way directly to his room to cleanse himself of the dust accumulated during his travels. As dusk descended, the vibrant lights of Nibi City illuminated the surroundings, and Tsuyu, accompanied by Chikorita and Chimchar, ventured to the most renowned commercial street near the Pokémon Center. The street was adorned with neon lights, bustling bicycles, and a plethora of billboards, while the tantalizing aroma of various delicacies wafted through the air. Upon arriving at the food street, Chikorita exuberantly darted from stall to stall, eagerly indulging in the offerings. Even after being satiated, it continued its escapades, racing over to a stall selling grilled octopus on stone plates. Indeed, the city lived up to its moniker of Deep Gray City. The benches and stalls along the streets were constructed from blocks of gray stone, exuding a unique charm. as Su Yu and his Pokémon awaited their snacks. A commotion erupted nearby. "Hurry, brother, they are about to close." A voice called out, instantly capturing Su Yu's attention. He glanced over to see a group of children, resembling each other with their spiky hair, sprinting ahead while occasionally glancing back at a young man with dark skin and squinting eyes. The young man's appearance and demeanor closely resembled that of Wu Nong, revealing him to be none other than Xiaojing with his siblings. "Zerong, Sanling, slow down," Xiaojing called out, each hand grasping one of his younger brothers. Su Yu was surprised to encounter Wu Nang's children so soon after meeting him, a delightful coincidence indeed. However, he merely cast a fleeting glance and dismissed it. After all, they were not celebrities, and in this world, who wasn't a protagonist in their own right? After finally obtaining the long-awaited takoyaki, Su Yu spent several hours strolling through Nibi City with Chikorita and Chimchar before returning contentedly to the Pokémon Center. The following morning, he made an online reservation for the gym challenge. Gyms are responsible for safeguarding the safety of cities, and gym leaders are typically quite busy. They do not accept challenges from every trainer who appears at their door. Only through a reservation does one gain the privilege to participate in a gym challenge. Some gyms even require challengers to possess a certain number of badges to be eligible for an appointment. While awaiting the confirmation of his reservation, Su Yu conducted research on the Nibi Gym through the official league website. Among the multitude of gyms, many had numerous apprentices. However, the Nibi Gym had few, often consisting of Wu Nang's own children serving as referees. As the eldest son, Xiaojing frequently took on the responsibility of battling those trainers who had made reservations. Many citizens of Nibi City jest that the decision was made due to the abundance of children belonging to the master of the martial arts dojo, who, in a bid to save funds for their upbringing, had no choice but to take such action. However, this is merely a light-hearted anecdote. As one of the 8 prestigious cities within the alliance, the Nibi Dojo is entitled to a substantial share of the city's tax revenue each year, amounting to no less than several million alliance coins. Furthermore, numerous dojo masters possess their own side businesses, ensuring that finances are certainly not a concern. The true circumstances remain known solely to the martial arts master. Time passed as the grass seedling tortoise and the little flame monkey engaged in their training, while Su Yu perused information online. Soon, several hours had elapsed. Ding dong. A notification chimed from the Pokémon Watch. "Greetings, Trainer Su Yu. Your request for a dojo challenge has been approved. The challenge is scheduled for today at precisely 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Please ensure your timely arrival. Failure to do so will result in the forfeiture of your challenge eligibility." Su Yu continued to scroll down. The subsequent lengthy text consisted of rules regarding the dojo challenge that had already been published on the Alliance's official website. Specifically, the Nibi Dojo's battles are conducted in a 2v2 format, with the dojo side sending forth their Pokémon first. During the battle, challengers are permitted to switch their Pokémon freely, whereas the dojo side is not allowed to make substitutions. The match concludes when either side's 2 Pokémon can no longer battle. Additionally, both parties' Pokémon must remain within the battle arena. Leaving the designated area is considered a concession. All details regarding the Pokémon participating from the dojo side are made available online in advance, allowing challengers to strategically adjust their team composition accordingly. However, the battle arena is a fixed rocky terrain, which greatly favors the dojo masters, enabling their rock-type Pokémon to exhibit their full potential. In summary, the arrangement appears quite equitable. Should the challenger triumph, they will earn the Nibi badge. Conversely, if the challenger's tactical prowess meets the dojo's stipulated standards, they may still obtain the badge even in defeat. With several hours still remaining until the battle, Su Yu chose to cease training for the grass seedling tortoise and little flame monkey, allowing them to recuperate before quietly awaiting the impending contest. Half an hour prior to the scheduled battle, Su Yu departed from the Pokémon Center, leisurely making his way to the Nibi Dojo. Moments later, he stood before an imposing edifice, constructed from numerous massive, dark gray stones, adorned with the emblem of the Nibi Dojo. Retracting his gaze, he entered the dojo. "Hello. May I see your reservation application?" A staff member at the entrance inquired, halting him. After presenting his reservation details and Pokédex, Su Yu was ushered into a waiting room. "Trainer, there are still 20 minutes remaining until your scheduled time, and another challenger awaits ahead. You may take a brief respite here, and we will remind you when the time is up." The guiding staff left these words before departing. Observing the opulent reception room, Su Yu couldn't help but marvel at the wealth of the gym trainers. Before long, the 20 minutes elapsed. A knock echoed on the door of the reception room, and the staff arrived to lead Su Yu towards the gym's battle arena. Traversing a long, somewhat dim corridor, the scene suddenly opened up before him. Before his eyes lay a vast arena filled with numerous rocks. On the opposite side stood none other than Brock. whom he had encountered the previous night at the food street in Nibi City. "Are you the trainer? Suyu here to challenge me?" He squinted, appearing as if he had just awakened. "Indeed." Suyu nodded, stepping onto the Challenger-S platform. "Very well, although I know you are familiar with the battle rules. Allow me to briefly explain." Brock acknowledged Zyro, who stood at the edge of the arena serving as the referee, signaling him to step forward. Challenger Suyu, wagering a badge, challenges Brock of the Nibi Gym. The rules are 2v2, with the gym trainer, Brock, to send out his Pokémon first. The challenger possesses the initiative and may freely switch Pokémon during the battle, while the gym trainer may not, until either side's 2 Pokémon are rendered unable to battle, thus concluding the match. "Now, both parties, please prepare. The challenge officially commences," Zyro declared loudly, waving his flag. "Then go. My first Pokémon," Brock exclaimed, releasing a Geodude from its Pokéball. Observing Brock's choice, Suyu swiftly followed suit, producing a luxury ball. "Go, Chimchar." An excellent choice indeed. Chimchar and Geodude were closely matched in strength, providing a fine opportunity for training. After all, it was not every day one could find the heir of a gym leader as a sparring partner. This chance was indeed rare. Is that a sign of disdain towards me? Upon seeing Suyu's Pokémon, Brock's thoughts wandered, his eyes widening slightly, though he still appeared somewhat drowsy. Yet, after a careful examination of Chimchar, a glimmer of astonishment danced in his gaze. As the future heir of the Nibi Gym and a distinguished breeder, his extensive knowledge and keen insight allowed him to quickly discern Chimchar's impressive physical prowess and remarkable talent. Interesting, a focus on the fighting type? Brock mused inwardly. "Chimchar, close in and use Scratch," Suyu commanded, initiating a probing attack. Originally, the small fire monkey was unable to perform fire-type moves. However, through relentless training, it had mastered other skills such as Glare, Scratch, and Fury Swipes to perfection. After being captured by Suyu, it continually utilized solid ointments to enhance its physique, coupled with extensive training, resulting in an extraordinary explosive power. In a flash, it darted to the side of the small stone fist. With its claw extended, it aimed to swipe at the small stone fist. In response to Suyu's command for an attack, Brock skillfully issued a counter-command. Use Rock Polish and then roll to evade this strike. Having faced numerous challenges from trainers, Brock had developed a swift strategy to counter quick assaults from opponents. The small stone fist had also been meticulously trained. As soon as Brock gave the command, the small stone fist executed it immediately. A radiant glow emanated from its body as it became smooth and polished, appearing remarkably shiny. Ding! Smoothness level 1. Then, it curled up and rolled aside. Squeak! Despite the small stone fist's swift evasion, the small fire monkey's claw still raked fiercely across its body, leaving a faint white mark. Witnessing this, Brock's previously squinted eyes widened, transforming from a single line into 2. Such explosive power. What speed? Indeed, Brock's mastery of skill transitions is exceptional. Suyu observed the small stone fist's performance, nodding in approval. However, he would not allow the small stone fist to continue rolling indefinitely. After all, if the rolling move persisted, the small stone fist's speed would increase significantly, posing a tremendous threat to the small fire monkey. Close in and finish it with a power-up punch. When facing rock-type Pokémon, fighting-type moves are the optimal choice, and Suyu would naturally not forsake this option. Moreover, the small fire monkey could only utilize close-range moves. Brock, ignore it and continue rolling, Suyu commanded. Hearing Suyu's instruction, Brock opted not to engage directly. After all, he was no fool. It was evident that the small fire monkey's fighting-type moves were highly effective against the small stone fist, especially since Suyu had focused on developing the small stone fist's fighting capabilities. One hit could potentially lead to a swift knockout. Suyu furrowed his brow. It was clear that the small stone fist was quite familiar with the battlefield. Whenever the small fire monkey approached, poised to strike, it would cleverly use the protruding rocks in the terrain to evade the fire monkey's attacks, all while its speed continued to escalate. Trying to be a turtle? Suyu remarked coldly. Small fire monkey, shatter all the rocks in the arena. Since the small stone fist was reluctant to engage, they would force it to a standstill. The small fire monkey, emboldened with fighting-type energy, relentlessly struck the protruding rocks on the battlefield. The rocks shattered, debris flying towards the small stone fist, crashing down upon it. Simultaneously, the arena was strewn with stones of various sizes, and the rolling Geodude was also affected, its speed considerably diminished. At last, a colossal rock was shattered, and sharp fragments cascaded onto the ground. In a moment of misfortune, Geodude lost its balance, interrupting its rolling maneuver. Now, Suyu shouted, Chimchar, enhance your punch and finish it. Observing the battlefield cluttered with sharp debris, which greatly hindered Geodude from executing its rolling attack again. Brock issued a direct command, Geodude, use Rock Blade. The jagged stones were incessantly hurled by Geodude towards Chimchar. However, the rocky terrain, initially advantageous for Geodude, had now transformed into the perfect refuge for Chimchar to evade the incoming assaults. Chimchar deftly maneuvered, utilizing the protruding rocks scattered across the field to dodge the strikes aimed at it. With a resounding thud, a fist the size of a sandbag slammed into Geodude, sending it hurtling away and kicking up clouds of dust upon impact. Chimchar, deliver the final energy punch, commanded Tsuyu. Struck by the enhanced punch, Geodude exhibited a fleeting expression of pain, and before it could recuperate, it was met by the formidable approach of Chimchar. Just as Chimchar drew near, Brock's voice echoed once more. As long as life endures, so shall the battle. Geodude, unleash explosion. Upon hearing this, Tsuyu's countenance shifted dramatically. A blinding white light illuminated the entire gym, followed by a thunderous roar as countless clouds of dust and debris erupted into the sky, shrouding the vision of those present. Before long, as the dust settled and the smoke dissipated, Geodude lay on the ground with swirling vortexes in its eyes, having lost its fighting capability. While the whereabouts of Chimchar were obscured, suddenly, an unusual noise emanated from the ground as the rubble was pushed aside, revealing a darkened opening. With a labored breath, the battered Chimchar emerged from the hole, clearly displaying its cleverness and adaptability in the face of adversity. In the face of Geodude's all-or-nothing move, Chimchar had astutely utilized the dig move to evade the explosion. However, due to the proximity of the blast, even underground, it was still significantly affected by the shockwave. With Geodude incapacitated, Tsuyu emerged victorious as the challenger. The moment he caught sight of Chimchar, Taro waved his flag to announce the result. Chapter 82, Triumph over Brock. Please continue reading. Observing the incapacitated Geodude, Brock offered a wry smile as he withdrew it into its Pokéball. The advantages granted by Geodude's physique, coupled with the speed gained from its rolling ability, made it a formidable opponent that most Pokémon struggled to contend with, especially after employing the rock polish technique. This was a strategy he had devised for facing challengers, which had proven successful in past gym battles. Those trainers who rely on type advantages to secure victory often find themselves confounded by the swift maneuvers of Geodude. Unexpectedly, they encounter Tsuyu, an extraordinary contender. A fire-type Pokémon adeptly wielding fighting-type techniques with remarkable finesse and formidable power. Moreover, the arena, initially advantageous to Geodude, has been utterly dismantled, becoming a boon for him instead. Contemplating this, Brock swiftly retrieved another Pokéball from his possession. Your Infernape has been trained well in fighting-type moves. Now, allow me to witness the might of its fire-type abilities, Brock declared. Thus, my second Pokémon shall be this one. Arise, Onix. Upon its emergence, Onix let out a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the gym. While a typical Onix measures just over 8 meters, Brock's specimen boasted an impressive length of nearly 10 meters. Its rocky body gleamed a deep, lustrous black, indicative of exceptional nurturing, having consumed a wealth of rare minerals. Return, Infernape, Tsuyu commanded, recalling his Pokémon. Given its prowess, even during its peak, it would struggle against such a formidable Onix, especially in its current state of fatigue. Thus, Tsuyu dispatched Turtwig. As Turtwig appeared, it was momentarily taken aback by Onix's imposing size and fierce demeanor. Goodness, one swipe of its tail could easily send it sprawling. Turtwig, greet it with Leaf Blade. Tsuyu initiated the assault. With a swift flick, Turtwig dispelled the distractions from its mind. It tossed its head, unleashing a flurry of green leaves that whirled through the air, slicing towards Onix with a sound akin to a blade cutting through the wind. Given Onix's massive form, it found it challenging to evade the oncoming barrage of leaves. Brock promptly commanded a counterattack. Onix, use Iron Tail. The tail of Onix shimmered with a metallic sheen, striking towards Turtwig with a thunderous crack. Despite the type disadvantage, with proper coordination and agile execution, the effectiveness of the moves could transcend any elemental weaknesses. At that moment, the sharp leaves, akin to flying knives, collided with Onix's metallic tail, scattering in all directions and embedding themselves into the surrounding ground. Onix's tail bore only faint white marks, which vanished almost instantaneously. Yet the momentum of Iron Tail remained unyielding as it charged toward Turtwig. Startled, Turtwig reacted without needing Tsuyu's instruction. A flash of white light enveloped it as it executed the agility move, darting to the opposite side of the arena. The ground trembled as a deep crater was formed under the tremendous force of Onix's Iron Tail, sending debris and dust soaring into the air. As the Onix possessed the Iron Tail move, it was impervious to long-range attacks such as Leaf Blade. Consequently, Tsuyu altered his offensive strategy, raising his hand and exclaiming, "Seed Bomb!" A flurry of green seeds was launched by the Turtwig, destined to scatter across the ground. "Stop it!" Rock Throw. Naturally, Brock would not allow Turtwig to execute its plan unimpeded. Sharp stones erupted from the front of Onix, shattering the seeds into dust. Simultaneously, a barrage of stones was hurled towards Turtwig. Seed Machine Gun. The Turtwig unleashed a rapid succession of seeds like bullets, colliding incessantly with the incoming rocks. The gym was filled with explosions, and smoke billowed, gradually obscuring both Turtwig and Onix, hindering the visibility of the onlookers. Turtwig, use Shadow Clone, and then execute Leaf Blade. Upon witnessing this, Tsuyu's eyes lit up, sensing an opportunity, and he commanded decisively. Not good, Brock thought to himself. Despite the smoke's concealment, Onix's massive form could still be discerned by Turtwig's keen observation. However, Turtwig, being so diminutive, was nearly invisible against Onix, especially with the confusion caused by the Shadow Clone technique, which generated multiple deceptive silhouettes. Onix, use Euroball. The colossal Onix began to spin slowly, generating a powerful gust of wind that dispersed the smoke. At the same time, the swirling Onix obliterated the illusory shadows, leaving only a singular Turtwig, gathering its strength. Boom. Turtwig was sent flying, battered and bruised, landing heavily on the ground. Onix, finish it with Iron Tail, Brock exclaimed with delight. Meanwhile, in a room within the gym, a large crystal screen displayed the battle between the two. In front of the screen, several young children, Brock's younger siblings, erupted in cheers. Hooray! Big Brother S. Onix is going to win. Brother is amazing. Beside them, Wu Nung wore a contemplative expression, observing the fallen Turtwig. Unexpectedly, the Turtwig that lay on the ground transformed into a wisp of smoke, vanishing from sight, only to reappear behind Onix. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as a massive, hard-shelled seed detonated upon Onix. The impact of the explosion, combined with the power of grass-type energy, inflicted substantial damage upon Onix. Turtwig unleashed the final solar flare. Rays of sunlight converged, coalescing into a brilliant white sphere in Turtwig's mouth, radiating intense light. The Onix Snake, rally yourself and do not concede defeat. Xiaojiang urged with encouragement, body slam. The Onix Snake struggled relentlessly, summoning its primal strength to charge fiercely at the Turtwig. Grass Knot. With a snap of his fingers, Tsuyu dissipated the energy within Turtwig's mouth. Immediately, thick vines burst forth from the ground, obstructing the Onix Snake's path. Be careful, Onix Snake, Xiaojiang anxiously shouted. Before he could finish, a thunderous crash erupted, enveloping the scene in smoke. The Onix Snake was ensnared by the robust vines, and the energy it had gathered erupted back upon itself. As the smoke cleared, in the depths of a substantial pit, the Onix Snake lay with swirling eyes, having lost its ability to fight. Chapter 83, Guidance Battle? Please continue reading. Within the gym room, the previously cheering children, witnessing the unexpected turn of events with the Onix Snake's defeat, displayed expressions of dismay. Boo-hoo, my brother lost. How could he lose? Didn't he have the upper hand? On the battlefield, gazing at the incapacitated Onix Snake, Xiaojiang let out a deep sigh. With both of Xiaojiang's Pokémon rendered unable to battle, the challenge was awarded to trainer Tsuyu. Jiro waved the flag, announcing the outcome. Xiaojiang, feeling somewhat disgruntled, recalled the Onix Snake. Although as a gym trainer, being defeated by challengers was not uncommon, he felt completely outmaneuvered by Tsuyu's Shadow Clone and substitute tactics, culminating in the Sunlight Blaze, which was essentially a display of the Grass Knot technique. He was thoroughly outclassed, feeling as though Tsuyu had rubbed his face in the ground. How could he feel good about it? However, Tsuyu's Pokémon were well-trained and formidable. Quickly regaining his composure, he approached Tsuyu. Tsuyu, congratulations on your victory in this gym battle. Xiaojiang smiled warmly. The badge requires your information to be recorded before it can be issued, so you will need to wait a few more minutes. That's all right. Tsuyu chuckled nonchalantly. He had no urgent matters at hand and could afford to wait a few minutes. Your Pokémon are cultivated exceptionally well. Are you also a breeder? Taking advantage of the time, Xiaojiang struck up a conversation with Tsuyu. Indeed. Tsuyu nodded affirmatively. That's wonderful. I aspire to become a breeding master. And hearing that you are also a breeder excites me. Xiaojiang exclaimed enthusiastically. Your Chimchar has soft, shiny fur and is well-trained. Based on its explosive power during battle, it is at least 15 times stronger than its peers. Moreover, its strength and physique surpass many fighting-type Pokémon. Do you primarily focus on fighting types? Moreover, the power of the Fire Monkey's enhanced punch, in addition to extensive training, seems to be augmented by a mysterious force. Could it be that your fire monkey possesses the Iron Fist ability? Xiao Gang rambled on, leaving Suyu utterly astonished, unable to find an opportunity to interject. Oh. Upon noticing Suyu's expression, Xiao Gang offered an awkward smile. I apologize. I tend to ramble when discussing with fellow breeders of the same age. Suyu waved his hand, dismissing the concern. No worries. Your insatiable curiosity is commendable and worthy of emulation. Just as Xiao Gang was about to continue, the sound of beeping echoed within the dojo. He recognized it as the notification indicating that the gym badge had been registered and was ready for Suyu to collect. The gym badge is ready. You may go and retrieve it. With that, Xiao Gang took out his phone and suggested, why don't we exchange contact information? We could discuss Pokémon breeding together in our spare time. Certainly. Faced with the goodwill of a dojo heir, Suyu felt it unnecessary to decline. Just as they finished adding each other as friends and were about to leave for the badge, a robust voice belonging to a middle-aged man resonated throughout the dojo. Young man, your Turtwig is impressive. Let us have a battle. Turning around, he realized it was none other than Uncle Wu Nong, the owner of the Nibby Gym, whom he had previously irritated. Goodness, is he seeking revenge for yesterday? As a gym leader in a significant city, can't he be a bit more magnanimous? Observing the faint smile on Wu Neng's face, Suyu felt a twinge of apprehension and instinctively wanted to shake his head in refusal. However, Wu Neng, with his keen insight, immediately discerned Suyu's hesitation and spoke up. Your Turtwig is but a step away from reaching the excellent level. Why not battle me to experience elite-level strength? Perhaps it could provide the breakthrough you seek. At this, Suyu felt a flicker of intrigue. He glanced at Wu Neng again, his eyes betraying a hint of uncertainty. Could it be that he genuinely wishes to guide me, rather than seeking personal retribution? If you win, I shall gift you a skill disc engraved with the move Destructive Beam. Seeing Suyu's interest piqued, Wu Neng brandished a disc enticingly. Very well. I accept, Suyu declared decisively. It was not merely the allure of the skill disc that motivated him. He genuinely wished for Turtwig to battle an elite-level Pokémon in hopes of breaking through its current limitations. Besides, even if he were to receive a lesson, it would be Turtwig facing the brunt of the fight, and he would suffer no loss. Winning would also yield a skill disc. What's not to gain? Turtwig, perhaps I am not human, but Suyu, you truly are a dog. Were Turtwig to comprehend Suyu's thoughts, it would undoubtedly leap up and deliver a couple of slaps to him. Very well, your Turtwig has just engaged in a battle. Let us first head to the Pokémon Center for recovery, suggested Wu Neng. No need for that. Suyu declined the proposal and then addressed the grass seedling turtle, instructing it to employ Sunny Day, followed by photosynthesis. The grass seedling turtle was somewhat aware of Suyu's intentions. The incoming opponent was formidable, an elite-level adversary. This tactic was indeed meant to bolster the grass seedling turtle's capabilities in advance. The creature, astute as it was, acted without waiting for Wu Neng to speak. Promptly executing the command, a white sphere of light ascended into the air. Instantly, the sunlight streaming through the transparent glass at the top of the dojo intensified, becoming dazzling. While the temperature in the surroundings steadily rose, rays of sunlight then converged into the grass seedling turtle, and before long, it was brimming with vitality. Good lad. Wu Neng's eyes glimmered with appreciation. When Suyu made his reservation for the dojo battle, Wu Neng had gleaned information about him. Knowing he had acquired his Pokédex from Dr. Yamanashi and seemingly had some connection with Professor Oak as well, coupled with his commendable strength, Wu Neng felt inclined to offer guidance to Suyu. After all, as the gym leader, his responsibilities encompassed not only instructing trainers who came to challenge him, but also forging relationships with promising trainers before they fully matured, thereby investing in them as a hidden gain. Who knows when such connections might prove beneficial? Such investments were undoubtedly advantageous. It could be said that in the Pokémon world, aside from possessing formidable strength to navigate through life, robust interpersonal relationships were equally essential. For instance, if a trainer lacked strength, yet maintained excellent rapport with certain legendary Pokémon, they could call upon their assistance in times of need, deterring others from daring to cross them for fear of incurring the wrath of those legendary beings. Naturally, aside from these considerations, Wu Neng harbored a desire to teach Suyu a lesson as retribution for yesterday's incident, a minor thought indeed, yet not entirely negligible. Chapter 84. The Interrupted Battle and Attack. Request for continued reading. 2 chapters combined, for 1,000 words. Gym Leader Wu Neng, the grass seedling turtle, has regained its state. Shall we commence? Suyu declared confidently. Though our strength may be somewhat lacking, we must not falter in spirit. Wu Neng chose not to expose Suyu's subtle ploys. If he truly believed that such cleverness would enable the grass seedling turtle to triumph against an opponent of a higher tier, he was underestimating the challenge. Very well. My battling Pokémon shall be this one. With a flick of his hand, he tossed a Pokéball, which opened to reveal a flash of white light, giving way to a round and hefty form. It was none other than the evolved form of Geodude, known as Golem, and not just any Golem. Black iron bars adorned its eyebrows and the corners of its eyes, while its body was embellished with golden minerals. Is this the Alolan variant of Golem? Suyu was taken aback. Its sturdy, gleaming physique and the aura it exuded clearly indicated it was no weak contender among elite Pokémon. Indeed, this elder was intent on imparting a lesson. Suyu could only hope that the grass seedling turtle would not be subjected to undue suffering. Turtwig, Energy Ball. Suyu took the initiative and launched an attack. A verdant sphere, emanating a potent grass-type energy, spun towards Geodude. In response to this assault, Wuneng remained motionless until the energy ball was merely 3 meters from Geodude, when his voice finally resonated. Spirit Fist. Geodude clenched 2 fingers into a fist. Brown energy coalescing, and struck forward. Bang! The spinning energy ball was sent hurtling back with increased velocity, shattering the rocks on the ground into fragments. Turtwig, glancing back with a hint of fear in its eyes, pondered, is this what you call a training battle? Had it not evaded swiftly, it might have been struck by its own move, potentially costing it dearly. Truly, it was terrifying. The struggle was real. Kid, unleash any other moves you have. Wuneng chuckled heartily. At this level, you cannot defeat me. You claim to be impartial, yet you are quite the schemer, Suyu thought to himself, silently nodding. However, pressure serves as motivation. Turtwig, whether you can withstand the blows depends on your resolve to rise above the challenge. Turtwig, Solar Beam. Under the bright sun, Turtwig executed its grass-type signature move with remarkable speed. A significant amount of energy rapidly gathered before it, culminating in a blinding pillar of white light that surged towards Geodude. In contrast to the previous encounter, Wuneng did not direct Geodude to counter. Instead, a layer of white light enveloped Geodude, visibly enhancing its resilience without further action. Boom! The formidable solar beam struck Geodude, generating a cloud of smoke. Soon, the haze dissipated, revealing Geodude unscathed. As if the grass-type move had merely been a feeble electric attack with its power halved. Suyu found this scene hard to believe. Under the bright sun, Turtwig could unleash Solar Beam without the need for charging, yet it had opted to build up energy for a more potent strike, reaching an elite level of power. Coupled with the type advantage, it was astonishing that Geodude bore no marks of injury. Was he dreaming? Rubbing his eyes, Suyu urged Turtwig to strike again. Unleashing Leaf Blade, Energy Ball, Seed Bomb, and an array of grass-type moves all at once upon Geodude. Geodude remained unfazed, lying on the ground while Turtwig unleashed its full prowess, which infuriated it to no end. As Turtwig appeared on the verge of a breakdown, Wuneng finally spoke slowly. Kid, do you understand what it means to be at the elite level? Before Suyu could respond, he continued his discourse. Elite trainers are regarded as the middle tier within the Alliance, and one can only be deemed an elite trainer by possessing 3 elite-level Pokémon. For a Pokémon to ascend to the elite level, one must focus on a singular aspect, its ability. Ability? Suyu inquired, astonished. Indeed, Wuneng nodded affirmatively. Elite-level Pokémon share a distinct characteristic. They are capable of mastering their own abilities. For instance, my Geodude can withstand your Turtwig's numerous attacks unscathed because it proactively activates its sturdy ability. As long as your damage does not exceed its threshold, it will remain undefeated. However, the act of proactively activating an ability comes with a drawback. It consumes a substantial amount of stamina and energy. Why can some Pokémon lacking elite-level strength occasionally activate their abilities? Suyu posed a pivotal question. Yet, upon uttering it, he felt a twinge of regret. Indeed, upon hearing this question, Wuneng regarded him with a look of incredulity. Had all his previous explanations been in vain? He had just elucidated that the distinction between elite Pokémon and those below lies in their capacity to autonomously activate and control their abilities. The fact that some inadequately powerful Pokémon can occasionally trigger their abilities only indicates that they are fortunate or possess good aptitude. Moreover, abilities are unique skills of Pokémon. It is not surprising for them to manifest by chance. Often, the ability to activate an ability in advance serves as a criterion for trainers to assess their Pokémon's potential. As Wuneng elaborated, Suyu began to comprehend why Geodude was so resilient and gained insight into how Turtwig could swiftly advance to elite status. Turning his gaze towards Geodude, he observed that the once confident Pokémon, which had been mocking Turtwig, was now seated upon the ground, panting heavily, resembling a mere boulder. More of your explanations. Uncle Wuneng, Suyu chuckled mischievously, then continued, however, our battle is far from over. Turtwig, Unleash Energy Ball upon Geodude. Wu Nang's weathered face was riddled with confusion. Is this how you show courtesy? You young ones lack chivalry. Were it not for my desire to guide you, I would not have allowed Geodude to expend considerable stamina to activate its ability and withstand Turtwig's myriad of attacks. And yet, you, upon hearing my advice, not only express no gratitude but seek to take advantage of me? Have a modicum of decency. Suyu retorted. Winning through one's own merit cannot be deemed as taking advantage. Moreover, our battle is indeed not over. This is no fault of mine. In response, Turtwig could only commend the audacity of its trainer, as it was the first time it had applauded such shamelessness. Geodude had mocked it earlier due to its superior strength, and now it was an opportune moment for retribution. Alas, the unfolding events did not proceed as Turtwig had envisioned. Boom! A deafening roar erupted from outside, abruptly halting the confrontation between the two. Alarmed, Wu Nang's expression changed dramatically as he stowed away the rumbling stone, eager to rush outside. Suyu also promptly retracted his grass tortoise, intent on following Wu Nang. However, he noticed Xiao Gang, whose face bore concern yet remained rooted in place. He paused and inquired, Xiao Gang, aren't you going to see what is happening? No, it would be futile for me to go. I might as well stay here. Xiao Gang replied, subtly gesturing his intent. Very well, I shall take my leave then. Understanding Xiao Gang's unspoken message, as he observed the gathering of younger siblings around him, Suyu proceeded onward. Moments later, Suyu arrived at the source of the explosive commotion, the Nibi City Science Museum. During his hurried approach, he pondered that the only place capable of attracting such an assault would be the museum, renowned for its extensive collection of fossils. These fossils were not mere decorations. In the world of Pokémon, there existed individuals capable of inventing machines to resurrect them. They were, after all, precious fossil Pokémon. As expected, upon his arrival, he encountered Miss Junsha and her subordinates erecting a barrier at the entrance. Inside the museum, the sounds of battle reverberated through the air. Stop right there. Entry is prohibited. A police officer intercepted Suyu as he attempted to cross the caution tape. I am here to assist, he asserted, presenting his Pokédex to validate his identity. Upon entering the museum, he was met with chaos. Shattered glass and debris littered the floor. Miss Junsha of Nibi City, Wu Nang, and several Alliance personnel were engaged in combat with a group of poachers, while two isolated subordinates, equipped with spatial backpacks, busily stuffed the displayed fossils into them. Among the adversaries, a woman with sunglasses and short, dark gray hair captured Suyu's attention. So, you are the hunter? Who are you and why do you assault the Nibi City Science Museum? Wu Nang bellowed, commanding his Steelix to attack the Salamence. Huh, so you are the gym leader of Nibi City? The hunter scoffed. If you wish to know my identity, defeat me first. Salamence, unleash flamethrower. A pillar of crimson flame erupted, emanating a terrifying heat directed towards Steelix. Even from a distance, Suyu felt the oppressive wave of heat wash over him. A stark contrast to the flushed faces of those nearby. Dark pulse, intercept. A shadowy wave surged forth, countering the fiery assault, leading to an intense clash between the two combatants. Suyu, unwilling to remain a mere spectator, summoned his grass tortoise and Chimchar to thwart the remaining two henchmen's pillaging efforts. Grass tortoise, leaf blade, you're courting death. The two henchmen, interrupted mid-action, shouted in fury as they each released a Pokémon to launch an attack against Suyu. Two mystical creatures, one a fiery monkey and the other a cunning celestial dog, both of exceptional strength, engaged in a fierce battle with Suyu, their struggle becoming increasingly intense. Time slipped away unnoticed. Suddenly, a wave of earthy yellow energy, imbued with profound power, struck the hunter's violent salamander, eliciting a cry of agony. Damn it! Has your steel serpent grasped the essence of power? The hunter found it hard to believe. Indeed, surrender without resistance. The essence. Suyu momentarily diverted his attention from his adversary, gazing at Wu Nang's steel serpent. A faint earthy yellow energy enveloped the creature, emanating an enigmatic aura as if it possessed an incomprehensible might. In that instant, Suyu recalled the legends surrounding the Pokémon of the king level. It was said that such formidable beings wielded unique powers, enhancing the potency of their elemental moves exponentially. Could this be the so-called essence? Moreover, there had been tales of a king-level Pokémon that single-handedly quelled a rebellious tribe of Pokémon, which included several gym-level creatures. Remarkably, that king-level Pokémon accomplished this feat in mere moments, emerging unscathed. Yet, the steel serpent displayed no overwhelming dominance over the violent salamander. What could this mean? Suyu pondered deeply. Merely grasping a hint of the essence. At best, it is merely a quasi-king level, the hunter scoffed. What a boast. Soon, The hunter regained his composure. Even a quasi-king level is sufficient to subdue you, Wu Neng declared solemnly. Steel Serpent, unleash the sand tomb to ensnare it. Suddenly, a whirlwind of sand erupted around the Steel Serpent, surging toward the violent salamander. Heh, I shan't indulge you any longer, the hunter proclaimed, producing a Pokéball to release another creature, the Dragon King Scorpion. Toxic Surge. A torrent of purple venom surged forth to confront the encroaching sandstorm. But it merely offered a fleeting resistance before being struck down. Instantly, the Dragon King Scorpion, significantly weaker than the violent salamander, succumbed to defeat. However, the hunter achieved his objective, leaping onto the back of the violent salamander and recalling the Dragon King Scorpion, preparing to make his escape. Steel Serpent, rock collapse. Prevent its flight, Wu Neng commanded, as he witnessed the hunter's attempt to flee. Yet, the hunter brandished a petrifying gun, launching an attack towards the ground. Despite being uncertain of the weapon's nature, Wu Neng instructed the Steel Serpent to evade the assault. Steel Serpent, swiftly dodge. This brought him a moment of relief. The attack struck the museum floor, instantly petrifying the surface. My lord, do not abandon us, cried the hunter's subordinates in distress. My lord, take me with you. I am your most loyal aide. They lamented upon witnessing the hunter's escape. Regrettably, with the ruthlessness of a hunter, a mere handful of subordinates could not possibly compare to his own safety, and thus they were cast aside. Without a flying-type spirit at his disposal, Wu Neng could only watch helplessly as he departed. Consequently, he unleashed his fury upon the other hunters who remained in the museum. The most formidable among those hunters had only elite-level prowess, which rendered them no match for him. Within mere minutes, they were vanquished and subsequently apprehended by Miss Junsha. As the battle drew to a close, the museum curator unexpectedly emerged. Wu Neng, I cannot express my gratitude enough, the curator exclaimed, grasping Wu Neng's hand with a face full of appreciation. It is my duty to ensure the safety of Nibi City, Wu Neng replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed as a robust man being publicly held by another man, and he hastily interrupted. Curator, why did those hunters attack the museum? Wu Neng queried, scratching his head in confusion. There doesn't seem to be anything of great value here. Indeed, it's just some stones. How could they attract a hunter of gym-level strength? The curator pondered, equally baffled. Curator, could it be? A museum staff member hesitated, visibly uncertain. What is it? The curator pressed eagerly, as all eyes turned to him. Recently, there were rumors that someone had invented a fossil revival machine. Could this be the reason? Oh, has the fossil revival machine truly been created? The curator furrowed his brow. Why was I not informed? A few days ago, your staff member awkwardly mentioned it. But you interrupted him, the staff member recalled, feeling somewhat sheepish. By the way, who is responsible for this matter? The curator inquired. It's researcher Li Ku. And where is he? The museum curator's temper flared. Incredible. Such an important matter, and he is off researching something else at Moonlight Mountain. Li Ku, oh Li Ku. It's not that I lack loyalty, the staff member thought to himself, discreetly betraying him. Curator, Li Ku has gone to Moonlight Mountain again. The curator, now visibly furious, bellowed, call him back immediately. At Moonlight Mountain, within a cave, a machine clanked rhythmically. In just 2 or 3 days, I will complete the experiment, researcher Li Ku exclaimed, a glimmer of satisfaction on his face as the white light reflected off his round glasses. Poor child, unaware that he had been sold out, remained blissfully oblivious. At the entrance of the Nibi gym, Wu Neng handed the Nibi badge to Suyu. Here you go, Suyu, this is your badge. Along with a skill disc inscribed with the move destructive beam. What is this? Suyu inquired, puzzled by the disc. Just take it. If not for the unexpected turn of events, Long Stone would have likely lost, Wu Neng chuckled, scratching his head. With an unrestrained enthusiasm, Suyu seized the 2 items, his face alight with excitement. In his hand, he tossed the gleaming, gray Nibi badge into the air like a coin, watching it rise and fall repeatedly. Were it not for the modesty acquired through 2 lifetimes, he might have shouted with the exuberance of Ash. Suddenly, Suyu paused and released his grass turtle and fire monkey. Look here. This badge is a testament to your hard work, he proclaimed. The fire monkey eagerly accepted the Nibi badge, caressing it with delight, fully aware that it represented one of the credentials for participating in the quartz conference. This was a reward for its efforts, a small step toward championship glory, and a stride toward becoming a formidable contender. Is such a badge truly worthy of such joy? The grass turtle scoffed, observing the overly excited pair. Yet, it too scurried over, snatching the badge from the fire monkey's grasp for a closer inspection. A classic display of bravado. Once the 2 Pokémon had finished admiring the badge, Suyu retrieved the pre-prepared badge case and placed the Nibi badge within it. He exited the Nibi gym, heading toward the Pokémon Center. After all, The fire monkey had sustained considerable injuries, and the grass turtle had expended significant energy. They both needed to recuperate to their optimal condition. Moreover, with time still on their side, a hearty meal awaited them. This would be their last lavish dinner for some time, as the days ahead would be filled with challenges and hardships. As he walked, Suyu thought he heard a familiar voice. Turning around, he spotted a figure rushing toward him, frequently glancing back and calling, "Misty, hurry up. We're at the Nibby gym. I'm going to challenge it." "Ash," Suyu called out. "Huh." Upon hearing his name, Ash turned and recognized Suyu. "Whoa. Suyu, what are you doing here?" he exclaimed, momentarily halted, causing a small cloud of dust to swirl around them. "I'm here to challenge the Nibby gym," Suyu replied, his shoulders sagging slightly. "Did you get the badge?" Ash asked, his urgency palpable. "Of course." Suyu produced the badge, showcasing it proudly. "Wow, what a stunning badge. I'm going to challenge the gym too," Ash declared, brimming with determination, ready to dash toward the Nibby gym. "Pika Pika," chimed Pikachu, equally confident. "Wait a moment, Ash," Misty interjected, walking up beside him. "You need to make a reservation to challenge the gym. Is that so?" Ash deflated like a punctured balloon. "Indeed. I'm actually on my way to the Pokémon Center to restore my Pokémon. Why don't you join me?" Suyu invited. Thus, the three of them made their way toward the Pokémon Center. During the journey, Suyu took out some Pokémon biscuits and offered them to Pikachu. Seizing this opportunity, he indulged in a long-desired endeavor, playfully kneading the plump visage of Pikachu, delighting in its delightful texture. Such a tactile sensation is simply exquisite. It's no wonder that many are enamored with these charming creatures. They are not only visually appealing, but also a joy to touch. This surpasses any mere plush toy in terms of amusement. In the Pokémon Center's restaurant, as several Pokémon frolicked and fostered their bonds, Suyu found himself seated across from Ash and Misty. "By the way, why did you set off a few days earlier than I did yet arrived after me?" Suyu inquired. "Wow, this is delicious," Ash exclaimed, shoveling a hefty mouthful of rice, his words muffled. "It's all Misty's fault for being so terrified of bug-type Pokémon that we had to take a much longer route." "What?" Misty erupted, her mouth agape as she unleashed a torrent of words at him. "Isn't it because you, Ash, wanted to capture Pokémon that we ended up lost and stuck in the Viridian Forest for so long? And you're just a hopeless navigator, insisting on leading the way. How can you blame me?" Her words flowed like a machine gun, leaving Ash utterly speechless and bewildered. Meanwhile, Suyu couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his brow, exclaiming, "Goodness." Seeing Misty's fury, Ash wisely chose to change the subject. "So, Suyu, why do you still have only 2 Pokémon?" "I already have 3, Ash boasted, a triumphant expression on his face. "I haven't encountered any suitable ones," Suyu replied. "Do you think everyone is like you, capturing Pokémon without the need to nurture them?" Suyu silently critiqued. "Your strength is clearly much weaker than mine. I've only just begun my journey, yet I already have 3 Pokémon, while you've been a trainer far longer and have only 2. Doesn't that make me a prodigy?" Ash analyzed confidently. At this, Suyu nearly collapsed in disbelief. "Seriously? The prowess of a trainer is not solely determined by the number of Pokémon captured. Are you for real? With your lack of understanding of even type advantages, you dare to call yourself a genius?" Chapter 86, Team Rocket? Please continue reading. On Moonlight Mountain. The moonlight was cool as water, with a chilling breeze sweeping through. The silvery glow cast a mysterious veil over the earth. Within a sturdy tree, a cozy nook created by a turtwig, a roaring campfire blazed, banishing the cold. Outside the tree, a Chimchar and Turtwig braved the biting wind, engaged in rigorous training. Chimchar had grown accustomed to the daily grind, while Turtwig, frustrated by its inability to harm a Geodude, was filled with self-reproach, intensifying its training. "Where is that little guy? Piku, why hasn't he shown up yet?" Suyu wondered, eagerly awaiting Piku's arrival. Moonlight Mountain is renowned for its Piku clan, the magnificent Moonstone, and their mysterious sacrificial ceremonies. The allure of the situation was undeniable for Suyu. During his stay on Moonview Mountain, he had forged a close bond with a small creature known as the Pika. As he pondered his thoughts, several tiny figures bounded towards him in the moonlight. Hearing the commotion, Suyu emerged from his hiding place and approached with open arms, enveloping one of the Pika in a warm embrace. This particular Pika was quite the glutton, lured by the delectable treats that Suyu had prepared, solidifying their newfound friendship. "Here, I have something for you. Enjoy." Suyu presented the carefully prepared food and energy cubes. Just as the Pika was about to reach for it, a following pixie intervened, casting a sharp gaze upon Suyu. With no ill intentions, Suyu met the pixie's gaze, and they shared a moment of silent understanding. Eventually, after a considerable time, the pixie withdrew its gaze, offering a few words of caution to the Pika before leading the 2 Pika away. Left with the Pika, Suyu played alongside the small fire monkey and Turtwig for a while before they gradually departed. The following evening, just as night began to fall, the Pika returned, tugging at Suyu's sleeve, guiding him towards the summit of Moonview Mountain. Tonight marked the full moon, a sacred night for the Pika clan to conduct their mysterious ritual, which was one of Suyu's reasons for fostering a bond with the Pika. Moonview Mountain was vast, comprising several ranges and numerous paths. Without the Pika's guidance, Suyu would have been utterly lost in his quest to discover the Pika's dwelling, let alone witness their sacred rites. Moreover, he had received word from the Alliance that the leader of the Pika clan possessed the strength of a champion, reigning as the sovereign of these mountains. Are we nearly there? Suyu inquired, having followed the Pika for over half an hour, navigating rugged hills, traversing numerous caves, and crossing paths with groups of Zubat, Geodude, and Onix. Almost there. The Pika chirped, muttering a few words and gesturing with its tiny hands. Suddenly, a cacophony of battle erupted from the right. Hearing the commotion, Suyu hurried forward, soon arriving at the sight of two individuals clad in matching attire emblazoned with a large letter, engaged in combat with a bespectacled youth. Is that Team Rocket? Suyu mused quietly. The youth Zubat was struggling against their Arbok and Rattata, one wing broken and bloodied, gasping for breath on the ground. Humph. Lacking ability yet trying to play the hero, scoffed a scarred man in the lettered apparel. Enough chatter, let us finish this. Another man interjected, commanding, Arbok, crush it. The Arbok slithered forward, swiftly approaching the Zubat, its gaping maw ready to strike. Zubat, the youth cried out in desperation. Lacking the familiar sensation of sinking its fangs into prey, the Arbok gazed in dismay as a crimson monkey dragged away the large-mouthed bat. Just as it prepared to confront the monkey, a pink creature suddenly struck, launching a barrage of green leaves that battered its body. In unbearable pain, it let out a roar. Roar. Huh. Two members of Team Rocket also noticed Suyu. Damn it, where did this little brat come from? Arbok, use Poison Sting. Rattata, unleash your signature fangs. Unfortunately, their Pokémon were merely of ordinary caliber, utterly no match for Suyu, and were swiftly defeated. Even the two Rocket members attempting to flee were struck in the calves by Suyu's deft fingers, leaving them bloodied and captured. I am Liko. Thank you for saving me. The young man expressed his gratitude towards Suyu. It's nothing, just a trivial effort, Suyu replied, turning to the bespectacled youth. Hello. Do you know what is happening? Oh right, Team Rocket is dealing with the Piplup. You should go help. Liko suddenly recalled the pressing matter, speaking urgently. All right, you rest here, or seek assistance from Miss Junsha. I will go take a look, Suyu declared. He then proceeded towards the mountain peak, accompanied by Piplup and two Pokémon. Before long, he arrived at the necessary path leading to the Piplup tribe, situated at the summit of Moonlit Mountain. Taking out his binoculars, he utilized the moonlight to survey the scene. At the peak, he observed a pixie leader, considerably larger than the ordinary pixies, leading the Piplup in battle against Team Rocket members. However, several machines positioned halfway up the mountain continuously emitted beams that converged upon an instrument at the summit, creating a translucent barrier that suppressed the pixie leader's strength. Faced with the overwhelming numbers of Team Rocket, the Piplup struggled to withstand the assault, with some succumbing to defeat and being captured in Pokeballs. Boom! A pink radiance shot up into the sky, shattering the darkness of the night. This illuminated the layout of their machines, as well as the personnel and Pokémon stationed there. Piplup! Piplup! Upon witnessing this light, the Piplup on Suyu's shoulder grew anxious and prepared to leap down to provide support. Fortunately, Suyu grasped it firmly, preventing their presence from being revealed. All right, Piplup. Don't rush. I will assist you. After observing the positions of Team Rocket's personnel, a strategy suddenly materialized in Suyu's mind. Come on, Piplup, follow me. This is so boring. Why did it have to be us two guarding this wretched machine? One Team Rocket grunt complained to his companion. Come on, be grateful. The other grunt consoled. That's a champion-level pixie. Even though the machines suppress its power to the quasi-champion level, it's still quite dangerous. Perhaps at any moment, an eruption may occur, and few atop the mountain will survive. Unlike us, who merely need to ensure the machinery remains intact, this is indeed the simplest of tasks. Another member of Team Rocket, with a tone of gravity, imparted his wisdom, sharing his experiences as a man who had survived several significant events. Chapter 87. A faint to the east atop Moonview Mountain, on the platform of the Piplup clan, a colossal machine emitted a protective barrier. A Team Rocket officer, Carter, half-masked, stood respectfully beside a bespectacled lady. Why does Lord Sakaki wish to target these Piplups and pixies? Carter inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. The news of the immense moonstone had long reached Team Rocket. However, this monumental moonstone could only be wielded by the leader of the Piplup clan, a king-level pixie. who could harness its power to perform a mysterious ritual during the full moon, allowing the clan members to evolve successfully. Moreover, the prowess of a king-level entity is not easily contended with. Despite the suppression of our instruments, the Pixie nearly breached the barrier. Ultimately, during the weapon's construction, some errors arose, prompting Lord Sakaki to order us to seek out unique forces to see if they might resolve the issue. This vast moonstone is rumored to originate from outer space, possibly containing extraordinary powers capable of addressing our dilemma. Time is of the essence. The Alliance's personnel will arrive shortly. So let us first deal with these piplups. Noticing Carter's intent to inquire further, the lady abruptly interrupted him. With that, she began directing her Pokémon to launch a fierce assault on the Pixies. In an instant, the pressure on the Piplup tribe intensified. Meanwhile, on the other side, what is that sound? A younger Team Rocket grunt remarked during a casual conversation. Is there a sound? Another grunt, who had been with Team Rocket for quite some time, looked at his companion in confusion. Rustle, rustle. A distinct noise emanated from the nearby thicket, instantly alerting the two. Go check it out, Oddish. The older grunt commanded his Pokémon to approach the bushes. As the Oddish drew closer, a small monkey suddenly appeared as if startled, darting away into the distance. With the faint moonlight illuminating the scene and the flicker of flames from the monkey's tail, the two grunts clearly witnessed the event. Is that a Chimchar? The younger Team Rocket grunt gasped, his face lighting up with excitement. To their surprise, while assigned to oversee the machinery, they encountered a wild starter Pokémon. This was a fortune worth hundreds of thousands of Alliance coins, truly a windfall. Capturing this little fiery monkey and selling it would provide him with the means to acquire more resources, thereby enhancing the strength of his Pokémon, ultimately allowing him to ascend to the position of team leader. Brother, keep an eye on the machine. I shall pursue that fiery monkey, he declared. The young Team Rocket grunt, unable to contain his impatience, uttered this phrase before dashing off with his small Geodude in pursuit of the fiery monkey. Wait, shouted the seasoned Team Rocket member, but the youth had already vanished in a flash. Sighing, he shook his head and retrieved a Pokéball, releasing a Zubat to guard the machine alongside Oddish. As someone who had survived numerous Team Rocket missions, he instinctively sensed that something was amiss. Yet, as time ticked away, a battle cry echoed from a distance. It seemed the young lad had caught up to the fiery monkey and gained the upper hand, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. However, just as he began to let his guard down, a baby Pokémon suddenly emerged from the nearby bushes, unleashing a pillar of crimson flames that illuminated the darkness and struck Oddish. With a pained cry, Oddish collapsed, its eyes swirling, rendered incapable of battle. What? The seasoned grunt exclaimed, both alarmed and furious. Zubat, use air cutter. But as he issued the command, a swift whoosh sounded from behind, and a small figure soared into the air, crashing into Zubat and sending it tumbling to the ground. With its mouth agape, a wave of dark energy surged forth, forcefully biting into Zubat. In a swift ambush, the assailant dispatched both of the grunt's Pokémon. Staring in astonishment, he pointed a trembling finger at Suyu. You are what about me? Just sleep tight. A swift strike rendered him unconscious. Suyu then hastened towards the fiery monkey's direction, quickly overpowering another Team Rocket grunt in a flurry of blows. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed as the machine erupted with surges of electricity, belching black smoke, ultimately destroyed by Suyu's Pokémon. Fortunately, the fierce battle atop Moonlight Mountain masked the noise of the machine's destruction, and the Team Rocket combatants were preoccupied with dealing with the Clefairy, oblivious to the weakening energy barrier emanating from the machine atop the mountain. However, the leader of the Clefairy, Pixie, keenly sensed the slight loosening of their barrier, an instinct honed by experience, leading him to realize that assistance was at hand. Maintaining an impassive expression, he feigned desperation to draw the attention of the others. Meanwhile, having dismantled the first machine, Suyu proceeded to another location, employing the same tactics to simultaneously distract and dismantle the second and third machines. At last, he encountered a formidable obstacle. The fourth machine was situated closer to the mountain's peak, emitting greater energy than its predecessors, making it all the more critical. The Rocket Team's guards are formidable. In addition to unleashing two top-tier Pokémon, they have a third, comparable in strength to a Turtwig, concealed within their ranks. As soon as Suyu made his appearance, he was immediately intercepted, but fortunately, as the assailant, he managed to dismantle a significant portion of the machinery. However, this commotion alerted the other members of Team Rocket. Damn it, these fools have allowed several machines to be destroyed, the secretary, Zhen Yao, seethed as he glared at the crimson signal. Yet, after a prolonged performance, the Pixie leader erupted in fury. The pink essence of the fairy swirled around it, and from the moon, which had been shrouded in clouds, A beam of pink radiance shot forth, aimed directly at the oncoming attacks from the Lantern and Gyarados. Instantly, Zhen Yao and the Rocket Team executive, Carter, witnessed the wrath of a champion-level Pokémon. With but a single move, it defeated 2 gym-level Pokémon. Damn it, the machinery has been compromised. It can no longer be contained, and the reinforcement team from Nibby City will likely arrive shortly. You, send someone to recover all the machines. I will hold off this pixie, Zhen Yao commanded, then produced a dark ball. With a flash, a Tyranitar emerged, enveloped in dark energy, emanating an aura that rivaled that of the pixie leader. Chapter 88. The Festival of Cleffa. Prior to their arrival at the Moon Viewing Mountain, Zhen Yao and his companions had diligently gathered intelligence about the area, aware of the presence of a champion-level pixie as its guardian. Consequently, aside from the expensive and cumbersome machines designed to suppress its power, they had a contingency plan in place, the Tyranitar that was now unleashed. Although the Tyranitar had yet to comprehend its essence and ascend to champion status, under the influence of the Dark Ball, it had sacrificed vitality to effectively withstand the fury of the champion-level pixie. However, the toll was exorbitant. A constant drain on its life force was a significant factor in delaying its release until now. After all, this was a quasi-divine Pokémon they had expended considerable effort to capture, and it was only prudent to deploy it at the opportune moment. As a retreat operation unfolded atop Moon Viewing Mountain, Suyu too found himself in peril. What? A Berserk Potion? Suyu observed the 3 Pokémon whose eyes glowed a fierce crimson. The Berserk Potion is a substance that temporarily amplifies a Pokémon's power by a tier, albeit at the cost of subjecting their bodies to violent energy surges, rendering them unable to battle for 3 months. Damn it! How dare you thwart our Rocket Team's plans? I will not let you off lightly. The gray-haired Rocket Team captain glared at Suyu, his eyes ablaze with fury. Their entrusted machinery had been sabotaged, and even if he returned to Team Rocket, he would face severe repercussions. The only way to vent his anger would be to tear Suyu apart. Zubat Air Slash. Tear him to shreds. Cleffa, intercept him. The surrounding air was abruptly siphoned away, transforming into a sharp, invisible blade of energy that collided with a violet, intangible force of will. The concentrated psychic energy was directly dispersed, the air blade slicing towards the creature known as Pi Baby. Fortunately, it reacted swiftly, evading the attack just in time. However, the icy air blade plunged into the ground beside Suyu, tearing a deep gash into the earth. The 2 initially evenly matched Pokémon, having consumed a Berserk Potion, found Pi Baby at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, on the other side, the fiery little monkey was also being suppressed by Rada, yet its formidable physical constitution, honed through rigorous training with solid ointments, allowed it to withstand the pressure for the moment. Grass Turtle, bolstered by moves such as Grass Terrain, Leech Seed, and others, was still able to hold its ground against the ferocious little Onix, which possessed near-elite strength but operated purely on instinct. The true threat, however, was the Zubat. As anticipated by Suyu, the gray-haired Team Rocket commander was acutely aware of the time constraints he faced. Zubat, do not let him finish his sentence. A piercing sound sliced through the air. Fortunately, Zubat was present to intercept the steel ball launched by Suyu. Yet, despite this, Pi Baby was still struck by Zubat's attack, leaving it battered and on the verge of losing its fighting capability. At that moment, the Team Rocket commander abandoned his assault on Suyu, recalling his Pokémon and retreating. Suyu let out a long sigh as he collapsed onto the ground, reflecting on his own inadequacies. Are you all right, Suyu? Came the hurried footsteps of Ash and his companions, accompanied by Liku. I'm fine. Suyu shook his head, his gaze shifting to the plaza atop Moonview Mountain. Steelix, stop them, commanded Wu Nung from atop a Fiero, with a thundering impact. The entire plaza shook as a thick, yellow energy pillar shot skyward, accompanied by a pink beam ascending alongside it. Do they truly believe we are made of paper? Sneered the bird-like secretary. On board the aircraft, the figure of Banji Ras reappeared, unleashing beams of destructive energy like they were free, intercepting the attacks from Steelix and the pixie leader. Simultaneously, the aircraft commenced its assault, firing lasers that continuously targeted various locations on Moonview Mountain. Boom, boom, boom. The mountains were relentlessly ravaged, massive boulders dislodging and rolling away. Damn it! Wu Nung, having descended from Fiero, cursed loudly, instructing Steelix to obliterate the fallen debris. Seizing the opportunity, Team Rocket successfully made their escape from the scene. At that moment, the full moon in the sky radiated beams of silvery light, while the colossal moonstone atop Moonview Mountain emitted violet rays, harmonizing with the luminous orb above. The pixie leader was leading a group of Clefairy, engaged in a continuous ritual dance. Among them was the Clefairy that had previously acquainted itself with Suyu, standing beside the massive moonstone. which was surrounded by several smaller moonstones. "What is happening here?" exclaimed Ash, captivated by the enchanting scene. "This is the festival of the Clefairy clan from Moonview Mountain. It is said that they hail from the cosmos," Brock quietly explained in his ear, under the guidance of the pixie leader. The mysterious ritual dance seemed to awaken something profound. Shortly thereafter, the pixie leader began to perform a series of commanding gestures. Before long, a silvery moonlight descended from the full moon above, striking the enormous moonstone and emanating a radiant glow. The surrounding moonstones began to orbit the great moonstone under this newfound energy and gently descended into the midst of the Clefairy clan gathered in the square. With a flash, brilliant white light illuminated several Clefairy. It was the light of evolution. How extraordinary! The group watched silently, mesmerized by this rare spectacle. Moments later, as the white light dissipated, several Clefairy successfully evolved into Clefable. The festival reached its conclusion, and the once resplendent moonstone dimmed. The pixie leader, who had overseen the ceremony, appeared utterly exhausted, as if afflicted by a severe ailment. "Clefairy, is this for me?" Suyu marveled, observing the newly evolved Clefairy holding a vibrant purple moonstone brimming with energy. Judging by its appearance, the moonstone was of exceptional quality, a truly precious treasure. The pixie leader nodded, gesturing for Suyu to accept it. The pixie leader understood that Suyu had destroyed the machines that constrained its power. Otherwise, it might not have endured until Wuning and Miss Junsha arrived. Suyu had aided them in safeguarding their clan's precious treasure, and despite the moonstone's immense value, the pixie leader generously offered it to Suyu as a token of gratitude. "Then I shall not be polite." Suyu chuckled, accepting the magnificent moonstone from the Clefairy. Chapter 89. Hualan City. After witnessing the enigmatic festival of the Clefairy clan, Suyu chose not to depart with Ash and his companions to Hualan City. The recent events had left him feeling a pressing inadequacy in his strength. Thus, he remained on Moonview Mountain for a period of intensive training, preparing to capture his third Pokémon. Within Moonview Mountain, the only Pokémon that resided alongside the likes of Geodude, Zubat, and Onix were Clefairy and Paras. Aside from Clefairy, the other Pokémon were rather unremarkable and did not pique Suyu's interest. They were either unattractive or appeared rather fierce. After all, while exceptional talent can be cultivated and improved through training, the innate charm and beauty of one's appearance are irremediable, being an inherent trait that cannot be altered. Beauty is a lifelong pursuit. Of course, if one were to possess the qualities of a near-divine being like Bangilas, that would be a different matter altogether. However, such a scenario is nothing short of impossible. Near-divine beings are exceedingly rare, and I have yet to hear of any residing in the Moonlit Mountain. Even if they did exist, with Suyu's current prowess, he would be unable to tame them. Instead, Suyu has set his sights on the Pippi tribe, a goal that the pixie leader has consented to. His greatest satisfaction lies with the Pippi that shares a close bond with him and has recently evolved during the festival. He estimates its potential to be of superior quality. Yet, it appears to be a descendant of the pixie leader, cultivated as the next in line for leadership, a treasure indeed. The moment Suyu's desire to capture it surfaced, he was met with the pixie leader's piercing gaze, a clear warning. Moreover, the critical fact remains that he cannot overpower the Pippi. Indeed, under the mysterious festival's influence, the Pippi's evolution has significantly enhanced its strength, elevating it to the elite mid-tier. Consequently, he must settle for selecting another Pippi that evolved during the festival. With an exquisite moonstone in hand, he aspires to choose a Pippi of superior quality, hoping to elevate its potential to extraordinary upon evolution. However, among the Pippi tribe, the available specimens of superior quality are either weak Picus or have already evolved into Pixies, neither of which suits his requirements. His intention was to seek a Pokémon capable of rapidly developing combat prowess, rather than starting anew, which would demand considerably more time. After all, he aims to become the champion of the Quartz Conference. Beginning from scratch would likely preclude him from cultivating 6 gym-level Pokémon before the event commences. Thus, after much contemplation, he ultimately relinquished the notion of Pippi as his third Pokémon. Fortunately, after spending a few days at Moonlit Mountain, before his resources were depleted, his grasp of the grass tortoise's abilities deepened significantly. With just a few more days, it would successfully master its traits and break through to the elite level. Within the Pokémon Center, Suyu pondered what Pokémon to capture next. Observing the bustling trainers around him, he recalled that it had been 7 days since the Pippi tribe's festival. He had arrived at the Pokémon Center in Hualan City, securing a room and booking a gym battle. The reason for the 3-day wait was that the 3 sisters of the Hualan Gym had recently been engaged in several water ballet performances, resulting in a temporary closure. "Wow, what Pokémon are those? I've never seen them before," exclaimed one trainer. "Those are the starter Pokémon from the Sinnoh region," another added. But why is that turtle emitting green light? A chorus of astonishment and admiration filled the air, breaking Suyu's train of thought. There. The fire monkey and grass tortoise were drawing attention like rare creatures among passing trainers. Being precious starters from the Sinnoh region, it was inevitable that they would ignite envy and awe in the eyes of onlookers. The fire monkey was relishing delicious fruit juices and Pokémon pastries, while the usually gluttonous grass tortoise seemed oblivious to the culinary delights, occasionally emanating a vibrant green glow. A perceptive trainer recognizes that the imminent mastery of characteristics by the sprout tortoise signifies its ascension to the elite level, evoking considerable envy among peers. Suddenly, a notification from the Pokémon watch chimes, revealing that Suyu's scheduled gym battle has been postponed. The reason for this delay is that the Hualan Gym is preparing for a water ballet performance in the coming days. Puzzled by this revelation, Suyu wonders about the significance of the water ballet. He promptly navigates to the Forum of Hualan City. To his astonishment, the Hualan Gym is indeed hosting another water ballet performance, and he notices fervent expressions of admiration from Miss Sakura. How wonderful! I missed the last one. This time, I must secure a ticket. Conversely, others express disdain, criticizing the gym leader for neglecting the gym's management, as the title of the weakest gym in the Kanto region now rests upon Hualan Gym. While others in similar positions remain unconcerned about such reputations. Why should I not be worried? One user retorts, as a resident of Hualan City, I find their actions tarnishing the city's image unacceptable. An online spat ensues as detractors and fervent fans of the Hualan Gym sisters engage in a heated exchange, trading barbs back and forth. Observing the mixed reviews, Suyu scratches his head and decides to purchase a ticket, preparing to witness the event. With the afternoon still young, Suyu rises, accompanied by Sprout Tortoise and Fire Monkey, and steps out of the Pokémon Center, ready to explore. Come on, Sprout Tortoise, he urges. As the verdant glow enveloping Sprout Tortoise dissipates, Suyu encourages it. Patience is key. It's merely a matter of days. Let us ease our minds. Perhaps this will hasten your mastery. Sprout Tortoise glances up at him, then resumes its steps, albeit with a desire to remain focused on harnessing grass-type energy and activating its abilities. Upon exiting the Pokémon Center, a wave of heat greets them. The commemorative cap he won fits perfectly, shielding him from the blazing sun. Though slightly rustic, it does little to diminish his charm. As for Sprout Tortoise and Fire Monkey, one a grass type and the other a fire type, the temperature is hardly a concern for them. Strolling along the street, Suyu feels exuberant and, after a moment's thought, heads toward a bicycle shop in Hualan City. Welcome. The glass doors glide open, revealing a lovely attendant with a sweet voice. Good day, sir. Welcome to the Miracle Bicycle Shop of Hualan City, home to the finest bicycles in the Kanto region. May I inquire which model you are interested in purchasing? Oh, the finest? Suyu replies with a subtle smile. How many models do you have? Please, enlighten me. Certainly, sir. Please follow me this way. The charming attendant led the way, gesturing with her right hand. Here, we offer not only standard urban bicycles, but also high-speed mountain bikes. Particularly renowned is our signature model, the Sonic Bicycle, which boasts remarkable features. Listening to the attendant's detailed explanations of various bicycle functionalities, Suyu found himself both fascinated and intrigued. The Sonic Bicycle, in particular, not only accelerates at speeds several times faster than ordinary bicycles, but is also equipped with a turbo engine. When combined with the Pokémon Rotom, it can delve into the bicycle's motor, utilizing the turbo engine for acceleration, achieving speeds comparable to motorcycles, and even enabling rides across water surfaces. This innovation alleviated his inconvenience of lacking a water-type riding Pokémon. Suyu was quite tempted. However, the thought of capturing a Rotom posed a significant challenge. Shaking his head, he redirected his focus to the bicycle before him. After obtaining the attendant's consent, he chose a bicycle and rode around the city of Hualan for a short while. The excessive speed nearly attracted the attention of Miss Junsha, but fortunately, he was swift enough to evade her. Upon returning to the bicycle shop, Suyu decisively spent 100,000 Alliance coins to purchase a Sonic bicycle. He then explored Hualan City for quite some time, discovering local specialties, such as energy drinks made from various fruit powders for nurturing Pokémon, and the skill learning house that teaches moves. It was quite remarkable that this skill learning house garnered much popularity in a city dominated by skill discs, largely due to the exorbitant prices of the discs, making the teaching house a more affordable option. After all, not all trainers possess immense wealth. Glancing at the time, Suyu realized that 3 to 4 hours had passed, and he returned to the Pokémon Center with his two companions. Researcher Junjia, long time no see. Suyu greeted with a smile. On the other end of the video call was Researcher Junjia, who was observing several swimming Magikarp in a large fish tank. As a member of the Yamanashi Research Institute, researcher Junjie was exceedingly busy with various ongoing studies. Particularly, in the past month, through continuous exchanges with Suyu, he had finally steered his research in the right direction. "Oh, it's you, Suyu," researcher Junjie adjusted his glasses and said with a smile, "Thanks to your suggestions, I've made some progress regarding the evolution of Magikarp." Stop. Suyu interjected decisively, sensing that researcher Junjie was about to launch into an extensive discussion of his research findings. This fellow could go on endlessly when it came to his studies, and Suyu found it overwhelming. "All right, researcher Junjie, I have something I wish to inquire about." "What is it?" Researcher Junjie paused, curiosity evident in his gaze fixed on Suyu. "I wonder if you have heard of Rotom?" "Rotom?" Researcher Junjie responded with a note of curiosity. "What do you want to know about that?" Thus, Suyu conveyed his desire to capture a Rotom to it. "The whereabouts of Rotom?" mused researcher Junjie, stroking his chin. Moments later, his eyes lit up. "I recall someone mentioning they had encountered a Rotom in the mansion of the forest. I wonder if it is still there?" "The mansion of the forest?" Suyu raised an eyebrow. He was certainly no stranger to the mansion of the forest, an abandoned structure within the Eterna forest of the Sinnoh region, now a sanctuary for ghost-type Pokémon, currently situated in the Johto region. He found himself at a considerable distance from it. However, Rotom is known to inhabit various electrical appliances or power plants within urban areas. Perhaps a search would yield results. "Very well," Suyu nodded. "Thank you, researcher Junjie." After a brief conversation, he hung up and accessed the League's official website to review the exchange rules for Rotom. As he had anticipated, the exchange currency required for Rotom, being a special Pokémon, was rather steep, rendering it beyond his financial reach. He could only shake his head and exit the site. Speaking of which, there was an abandoned power plant in the Johto region. It might be worth a visit to see if Rotom resided there, Suyu pondered. The following evening, under the glow of dazzling lights, the Cerulean Gym welcomed throngs of spectators, filling the streets to capacity as the underwater ballet performance was about to commence. Suyu arrived leisurely at the entrance of the Cerulean Gym, and after ticket inspection, he was escorted inside by the staff. The audience, a sea of eager faces, filled the entire seating area, creating a lively atmosphere. As the time approached, the brilliant lights dimmed, plunging the performance hall into darkness. Suddenly, a beam of light illuminated the water. Accompanied by enchanting music, the silhouettes of the Cerulean sisters emerged from the depths, gracefully dancing in the water. They leaped, showcasing their alluring forms, executing elegant somersaults in the air before merging back into the water. Their exquisite movements brought the image of mermaids to life. Schools of goldfish leaped from the water, releasing colorful bubbles that filled the hall. Thunderous applause erupted, and the audience cheered for the performers. "Absolutely stunning. No wonder she's Miss Sakura. Indeed, it's breathtaking. I wish I could witness their dance every day." Observing the Cerulean sisters, Suyu couldn't help but marvel and shake his head. Their movements were so refined. Had they dedicated the time spent training for the underwater ballet to training Pokémon instead, the Cerulean Gym surely would not have fallen to become the weakest gym in Johto. Nevertheless, it must be said that despite their somewhat diminished strength, their ability to earn was truly commendable. Tickets for the evening's underwater ballet performance cost 1,000 league coins, and the venue boasted thousands of seats, nearly all occupied. Indeed, with the exquisite countenances and figures of the three sisters, they capture attention wherever they go. Suyu harbored doubts that these individuals were not merely there to witness the underwater ballet performance, but rather to admire the sisters' physiques. After all, this underwater ballet had been ongoing for quite some time, and their apparent inability to tire of it spoke volumes. It is truly a testament to the allure of beauty and form, and it is no wonder that the three sisters have devoted their thoughts to such matters. As the performance unfolded, a variety of enchanting creatures, including sprites, sea lions, jeweled starfish, and angelfish, graced the stage, showcasing a myriad of elegant dance movements. Under the shimmering lights, juxtaposed against the splashes of water, their alabaster skin radiated a soft, pure glow, reminiscent of the ethereal beauty of mermaids. As the performance approached its grand finale, beams of icy blue light converged, encasing the center of the pool in a crystalline embrace, culminating in the creation of a magnificent mermaid statue, thereby providing a perfect conclusion to the aquatic ballet. Chapter 91. The Battle at the Hualan Gym. After witnessing the flawless aquatic ballet, Suyu embarked on a boat tour, savoring the nocturnal beauty of Hualan City before returning to his quarters for the night. The night passed in silence. On the following morning, at 9 o'clock, Suyu halted the training of his Turtwig, recalling both Pokémon to their Pokéballs as he made his way to the Hualan Gym. Despite rumors among many trainers that the Hualan sisters were weak, It is essential to remember that battles at the Hualan Gym are conducted under the rules of 3-on-3. And at this moment, Suyu possessed only 2 Pokémon. Furthermore, one of his Pokémon, the Chimchar, was of the fire type and could not utilize fire-type moves or long-range attacks in a water-themed arena, rendering it essentially a target. Thus, the success of this gym battle would rest solely on Turtwig, and to ensure victory, it was imperative not to squander its energy and strength. Although he had great faith in Turtwig's prowess, he would not underestimate any opponent. Before long, Suyu arrived at his destination, the Hualan Gym. This opulent structure resembled a colossal egg, adorned with a grand photograph of a white sea lion, said to be the Pokémon of the first gym leader. The entire gym was encircled by a gentle stream, spanned by a stone bridge. Suyu confidently crossed the bridge, advancing toward the entrance of the gym. "Greetings, trainer. Please present your reservation details." After a thorough verification, Suyu followed the staff member past an aquarium and swimming pool, arriving at the battle arena. The battle arena at Hualan Gym significantly differed from the standard arenas mandated by the league. It was a circular pool dotted with stone pillars of varying sizes, bordered by a rocky ring that encompassed nearly 2/3 of the pool's surface. "Welcome to the Hualan Gym, Trainer Suyu." Upon seeing Suyu's figure, a woman on the opposite side of the gym slightly lifted her skirt and bowed gracefully in his direction. "Greetings, Miss Peony. It is a pleasure to meet you. Your performance last night was truly remarkable." Suyu also returned the gesture. "Oh, was Mr. Suyu present last night as well?" Peony chuckled, her cheeks adorned with charming dimples, and replied, "You flatter me excessively." After exchanging pleasantries and compliments, they returned to the matter at hand. Aside from the battle matchups, the rules of engagement across various dojos were quite similar. The Hualan Dojo's battle regulations dictated that 3 sisters from Hualan would each partake in a match. As both parties readied themselves, the referees signaled with a raised flag. "The battle between Hualan Dojo trainer Peony and trainer Suyu commences now. Come forth, Corphish." As the representative trainer of the dojo, Peony was the first to summon her Pokémon. "Go, Turtwig." The grass-type Pokémon landed atop a stone platform on the water surface. It was Suyu who took the initiative, acting without hesitation as Turtwig executed its signature move. "Leaf Storm." "Corphish, dive into the water." Peony remained unfazed. She had long grown accustomed to challengers selecting Pokémon with advantageous types against her. Moreover, she held the advantage of the battlefield and felt no trepidation. With a swift motion, the spinning leaves hurtled through the air, yet Corphish merely submerged, rendering the attack's impact negligible due to the water's resistance. Only a few splashes erupted as Corphish surfaced unscathed. Ultrasonic Wave. A violet wave of energy coalesced at the tip of Corphish's horn, and Suyu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. With a deft maneuver, Turtwig leaped off the water's surface to evade Corphish's assault, retaliating with Bullet Seed directed at Corphish. However, in the water, Corphish proved to be exceptionally slippery, evading the barrage of seeds through continuous dives, only causing a few ripples on the surface. Observing Corphish vanish beneath the water, Suyu remained unfazed. If Peony intended to prolong the battle, he was unperturbed, for competing in endurance against a grass-type Pokémon was merely a matter of patience. Sunny Day? A luminous sphere rapidly formed in Turtwig's mouth, which it then flung skyward, causing an explosion of light that intensified the sunlight within the arena. Not good, Peony thought to herself, sensing the increasingly intense sunlight. Though her innate talent was modest, she possessed a keen sense of judgment regarding the ongoing battle. Given that Turtwig had harnessed Sunny Day, the energy it regained through photosynthesis would far surpass its consumption rate, creating a significant disadvantage for Corphish. Should this battle continue in such a manner, Corphish's chances of victory would dwindle. Decisively, Peony issued her command. "Corphish, use agility, then Aqua Jet." Hearing her directive, Corphish transformed into a streak of white light, gliding along the bottom of the water before surfacing behind Turtwig. It leaped, its horn shimmering with brilliance. As it spun and charged towards Turtwig, the grass seedling turtle is not one to be underestimated. In an instant, it reacted, its mouth emanating a dark energy as it sank its teeth viciously into the unicorn of the horned goldfish. Bang! The clash of malevolent energy and insect-type energy erupted in a wave of force, sending the horned goldfish soaring through the air. One fish flew into the sky, becoming a living target, and Suyu would not let this opportunity slip away. Solar Flame. The searing sunlight converged and shot forth instantaneously towards the horned goldfish. The horned goldfish, amidst the ripples of water, prepared to unleash its water-type move as Suyu issued his command, simultaneously echoed by Mutant. Within the watery arena, the horned goldfish expended considerably less energy and required significantly less time to execute its technique. As the solar flame launched by the grass seedling turtle traversed half the battlefield, the water ripples summoned by the horned goldfish were also unleashed. However, the true power of the water ripples lay in its ability to ensnare the foe, creating a tumultuous sphere of water. At this moment, facing the formidable solar flame, it was directly pierced through, resulting in an explosion of water droplets cascading down. The solar flame struck the descending horned goldfish with precision, crashing it onto the surface of the water, initiating a secondary assault. Look at the horned goldfish fall hard onto the water surface, creating a massive splash, Mutant exclaimed. Soon after, the wave subsided, revealing the horned goldfish floating belly up, a vortex appearing in its eyes, rendered unable to continue fighting. In the first battle, victory belonged to the trainer. The referee immediately raised the flag, announcing the outcome. Horned goldfish, you did well, return, Mutant said with a hint of disappointment as she called back her Pokémon. I didn't expect you to be so formidable. Even my sister's Pokémon couldn't inflict any damage on your grass seedling turtle. Changpu, dressed in a yellow dress, stepped forward from behind, but your next opponent is me. And I am not a soft target like my sister. Chapter 92. Absurdity. Who are you calling a soft target? Upon hearing Changpu's words, Mutant, who had been somewhat disheartened, immediately retorted, engaging in a heated argument. Who lost so miserably? Clearly it's you. Changpu countered defiantly, and the two quickly fell into a quarrel. This is still a gym battle, shouldn't you wait? Suyu's timid voice interjected. Shut up. Both turned to glare fiercely at Suyu before resuming their argument. Well, I'm at a loss, Suyu could only turn to the referee, implying that their bickering was inappropriate during the battle. The referee, maintaining a stoic demeanor, observed silently, choosing to ignore the commotion. This rivalry among the three sisters regarding their trainer's abilities was not a recent development. Moreover, they were his superiors, as a mere employee. He dared not interrupt their squabble, lest he jeopardize his bonus for the month. You're putting me in a difficult position. I'm just trying to make a living. The referee stood unwaveringly, gazing straight ahead, his face devoid of any expression, as if he were merely a statue. Amidst the quarrel between the two, the grass seedling turtle was enveloped in a shimmering green light, attempting to harness its lush characteristics. Suyu did not wait long. The bickering of the sisters, Peony and Iris, grew louder, ultimately drawing out the final member of the Hualan trio, Sakura. Enough, both of you. This is a battle time, Sakura exclaimed hurriedly as she approached them. Well then, let the facts speak for themselves, Iris scoffed, retracting her fan and summoning a Starmie. Are you planning to switch Pokémon? She glared at Suyu menacingly, as if she wished to devour him. It was understandable, after all. If they were to let facts dictate the outcome, it was indeed Suyu who had decisively defeated Peony. I will not switch, Suyu replied resolutely. Very well, Starmie. Unleash Swift and teach that grass seedling turtle a harsh lesson, Iris commanded, snapping her fan. A multitude of stars gleamed with a golden sheen, cascading like a celestial river towards the grass seedling turtle. However, the grass seedling turtle remained unfazed, merely lifting its head slightly as a flurry of leaves danced and twirled to meet the incoming stars. With a resounding bang, a cloud of smoke erupted. The grass seedling turtle continued to exude a green glow, engrossed in its research, showing no concern for its opponent, as if it were merely an annoying fly. Witnessing the grass seedling turtle's nonchalant demeanor, Iris's eyes widened, filled with a fierce rage, as if she wished to reduce Suyu to ashes. The grass seedling turtle's flippant display was a blatant insult to her strength, and how could she not be infuriated by it? Seeing the scene unfold, Suyu scratched his head helplessly. While the grass seedling turtle's self-driven training and understanding of its characteristics was undoubtedly commendable, it was disrespectful to be distracted by other matters during a gym battle, giving off the impression of mocking its opponent. Starmie, use Confuse Ray. Iris's furious voice rang out across the battlefield. The Starmie emerged from the water, its red core glowing brilliantly, pulsating with a radiant crimson light, reflecting its current fury. While it acknowledged its own shortcomings in strength and accepted defeat, the grass seedling turtle's dismissive attitude only intensified its anger. Despite being no match for the grass seedling turtle, it refused to lose its spirit. With a sharp cry, a bizarre, multicolored beam shot forth from its core. The impact shattered the stone pedestal beneath the grass seedling turtle, sending countless fragments cascading into the water, while the grass seedling turtle, unscathed, had already leaped to another stone pedestal. It continued its research, utterly engrossed and oblivious to the ongoing gym battle, unconcerned by the Starmie that was challenging it. The grass seed tortoise, sensing the darkening expression of Changpu, quickly interjected. Sea Star, Power Gem. Boom. A radiant red gem soared towards the grass seed tortoise, only to be shattered mid-flight by a barrage of seeds, exploding in the air. Following this, a water cannon surged forth. The grass seed tortoise evaded, but the cannon pursued closely. Disturbed, the grass seed tortoise grew impatient. Seizing the opportunity of the clear skies, a beam of sunlight ignited instantly, striking directly at the red core of Sea Star. In a critical moment, Sea Star summoned its remaining strength, executing a defensive maneuver to withstand the blow, but it was nearing its limits. A leaf blade suddenly struck, and Sea Star gracefully collapsed into the water, spirals appearing in its eyes. Having lost its combat capability, Sea Star succumbed to the grass seed tortoise, granting it victory in the second round. The referee announced the outcome with an impassive demeanor. Huh, is this what you call being stronger than me? After witnessing the battle, Mutant couldn't help but laugh. An irate Changpu retorted, silence. At least Sea Star's battle time surpassed your angelfish. Although she too was a loser, she could not tolerate Mutant's mockery. Mutant replied, your Sea Star hardly piqued the grass seed tortoise's interest. Observing Changpu rendered speechless by the rebuttal, Mutant continued to taunt, indeed. My angelfish is superior to your Sea Star. Watching as Changpu resembled a ticking time bomb, ready to ignite with fury, Suyu felt a sense of foreboding. The grass seed tortoise had effortlessly defeated Sea Star, akin to reprimanding a mischievous child. This only fueled Changpu's ire further, compounded by Mutant's derision, which was intolerable. As anticipated by Suyu, she exclaimed, come forth, Gyarados, restore our honor. A thunderous roar echoed through the swimming pool arena, accompanied by a deluge of splashes that drenched the surrounding floor. Upon hearing Gyarados' roar, Mutant and Yinghua exchanged concerned glances, turning to reproach Changpu. Changpu, what are you doing? Mutant demanded. Yinghua added, indeed, the next battle is mine. What is your intention? Unfazed by their accusations, Changpu responded, this challenger is too much. To reclaim the dignity of our Hualan gym, the next battle shall be fought by Gyarados. Isn't that right, Gyarados? Ignoring her, Gyarados cast a glance at the grass seed tortoise glowing with green light, contemplating how it was so diminutive that it could be swallowed whole. Devoid of any desire to battle, it curled up, belly facing the sky, peacefully floating on the water's surface.